In the dead of night, Kaden Salvatore, heir to the Salvatore pack, is called to the border. A dozen vicious rogues are trespassing.
Matt.
Attack! Leave none alive!
The Alpha is dead!
Chapter 1. It was close to 1 in the morning when Kaden was shoved awake by a voice in his head. If it hadn't been for the urgent tone in his friend's voice, he would have slammed the mind link closed and rolled over. However, the tone meant that instead of blissful, ignorant sleep, he was forced awake. His wolf was on edge and snapping, and he was far too alert for his liking. Heir to the Salvatore pack, Kaden Salvatore was the firstborn son of Alpha Sergio Salvatore, and as such, problems were often brought to him first to be addressed. As Alpha-to-be, he was tasked with sorting out what he could before anything had to reach his father. It was a known and adhered to policy that problems should be avoided from being brought to the attention of Salvatore Alpha as much as possible. Kaden's father was a strong leader, influential and respected. However, everyone knew not to anger him. It was also understood that problems his son could not handle were an easy way to do just that. Leaping from his bed, Kaden reached for the nearest pair of pants that littered the floor of his room, hastily throwing them over his boxers. He didn't bother with a shirt, knowing he would need to run, possibly even shift, soon. Any extra clothing or fabric would only become a hassle and a burden. Pulling on the dark jeans, he headed out the door, barking questions the entire time through the mind link to Brian. As his third in command and the Gamma-to-be of the Salvatore pack, he had been charged with overseeing the border patrol for the night. Kaden's mind was a blur as he tried to focus on the pictures that Brian and the guards were sending him. Sorting through the information and flashes, he worked to not only pinpoint their current location within pack territory, but also simultaneously question his third about what was happening and coordinate guards, all of which was disrupted by the echoes of the words that had awoken him. Kaden. Cadman. Rogues. Northeast border. It wasn't the presence of a rogue trespassing on their lands that had sent the guards and subsequently Kaden into a state of urgency and anxiety. No, that was commonplace enough. The word rogues, as in more than one, was not. As a rule, rogues did not work together. It was part of why they did not belong to one of the 8 packs that dotted across the North American continent. They did not like rules, did not enjoy working with others, and refused to follow a leader. Kaden understood his friend's alarm at the current situation. There hadn't been more than a single rogue on the Salvatore territory in over 15 years. How many cents? Kaden asked as he made his way to the thick forest that surrounded his father's house, trying to imagine how the guards would need to change tactics to deal with 2 or 3 rogues instead of 1. Kaden the trackers. Brian's voice trailed off as if he almost couldn't, or even more alarmingly, didn't want to answer his friend and leader's question. Brian, how many cents? 2 or 3. Kaden's voice was stern, an alpha command slipping through as his anger and anxiety began to leak into his mind. How could this happen? More than 1 rogue is impossible. He briefly considered waking his father, but just as quickly dismissed the thought. Better to tell him the news after they have solved the problem. He did, however, send a command to his beta's mind. Forcing his best friend awake, his wolf instantly reacted to the command from his alpha. Austin was up and moving before fully conscious. His mind link instantly opens to his alpha's and third's conversation. More than 1 rogue, are you sure, Brian? Maybe it's a mistake? Another pack crossing through. Austin asked, thoughts still tinged with the huskiness of sleep. Alpha. Brian addressed Kaden, who subsequently paused momentarily at the title and the blatant hesitancy in his friend's voice, but did not comment, instead waiting for the man to continue. It took barely a thought before he was shifting into his second form, that of a large black wolf. Standing nearly to a full-grown man's shoulder, Kaden shook out his midnight black coat, the fur so dark that it picked up tinges of blue, blending and melting seamlessly into the dark shadows of the night. The sense. They are rogue. However, it is not 2 or 3. The trackers have picked up at least 12. Kaden nearly tripped as his gamma's words rang in his ears. 12. Impossible. But the certainty mixed with the anxiety he sensed from his trackers, guards, and warriors sent a different message. Somehow, there were 12 trespassing rogues on his territory. The large black wolf let out a rage-filled howl as he jumped into a run, pushing his muscles. Hatred and fury fueled his sprint as he called every guard and warrior to him. They would find these rogues and bring them down. Running through the damp forest, it only took Kaden a few minutes before he met up with his third in command and a few of the other wolves that had been on patrol for the night. Kaden turned to his friend, his wolf easily the largest of those assembled around him. His eyes were hard as all thoughts tuned to the problem at hand. He had shifted into alpha mode. There was no hesitancy to him now. He had to show absolute authority and dominance. The strength and tendencies of their wolves demanded it. Even though he himself would not take over the actual role of alpha from his father for several years, every wolf in his father's pack acknowledged his position and recognized that he would make one of the strongest and most stable alphas in their long history. His competence had meant that since the age of 18, he had been able to talk with his father's authority, and since he had turned 20, Alpha Sergio had allowed his son and heir to speak for the Alpha himself. A right that Kaden did not exercise widely, meaning that when he chose to, such as in this instance, it held far more weight. Every wolf present felt the change, and every head bent automatically in a demonstration of deference and respect. "Where did you cross the tracks?" Kaden asked as he took a moment to sniff the cool night air. They were deep into the Salvatore land, though not so deep as to have run through the second patrol line. Kaden felt proud at that. Even though their perimeter had been breached, they would be stopped before they could reach the inner territory. Absent thoughts fluttered through his mind at the success of the new patrol lines he had implemented over the summer. When this situation was handled, it would be a testament to why they had needed to update their patrolling and security measures. His father's discomfort with the change would be satisfied after tonight. Northeast 2 kilometers in from the eastern border. We don't think they even realize they're trespassing. Brian answered the last part, sounding almost like it held a question rather than a statement. They're rogues that have crossed the border of our pack land. How can they think they aren't trespassing? Kaden demanded, his voice carrying a harshness even across the mind link. I'm sorry, Alpha, Brian responded, head bowed in respect once more. However, even with the reprimand, he spoke again. To risk the wrath of an Alpha, even an Alpha-to-be, to continue to talk after being dismissed spoke volumes to his unease and conviction at the situation. It's not that they aren't trespassing. It's more as though their movements don't make sense. I know they're rogues, but it's almost as if they are hunting something. And we have gained on them almost too easily. I think they must have stopped. It just doesn't feel right. He finished lamely. Kaden studied the other wolf, taking in its lowered head the sign of submission and respect, weighing it against his words and the loyalty and trust he felt towards his third. Finally, he let out a snort of agreement, sending out a command for all of his wolves to come to him and to move with caution. They would tread lightly. Kaden conceded to the rationality of his third. Kaden was a good leader. However, there was a reason he allowed his key wolves to speak openly and frankly, which others might have seen as disrespectful and undermining. He knew his own limits. He was usually hot-headed, temperamental, and rash. He had picked his lieutenants not only for their loyalty and friendship, but also because they balanced him, helped to calm him, and saw problems in ways he naturally might not. Not to say that he ran a democracy, wolves always demanded leadership, and domination was a natural order. However, Kaden prided himself on using every tool and resource available to him for the betterment and security of his pack and family. If that meant listening to his friends, then he would do it. Even if he often ended up ignoring them in the end, he still always tried to listen and consider their views. This time, though, he felt that Brian had a fair point. Something wasn't right about this. Moving slowly through the forest, Kaden and his pack warriors spread out. They tracked the rogue's lingering scent silently through the moonlit forest. After a few minutes of silent running, the scents began to thicken, the duller, older scents of the rogues, becoming heavy and fresh in the night air. Brian had been correct. The pack of rogues was strangely unmoving, clustered together in one single location. Kaden and his pack mates moved silently so that they were surrounding the area where they could smell the rogue's scent, which was now thick and pungently wafting from. On his command, the warriors and guards burst from the thick brush and trees to find, indeed, 12 rogue wolves all gathered around a single tall tree. Their focus was so intent on the tree that they missed the first movements of the Salvatore wolves' attack. That element of surprise was the edge that Kaden and his wolves needed. Outnumbered, outclassed, and outsized, the fight was intense and vicious, but quick and decisive. After only a few chaotic minutes of fierce fighting, the howls and growls began to subside until the last rang out, and all 12 of the rogue wolves lay defeated on the battle-worn ground. The scent of the fight hung heavily in the air, the Salvatore wolves reveling in the thrill of the battle and victory. Pulling his men back, Kaden reclaimed order, issuing commands as he sent out scouts and sent a beefed-up patrol back to the borders. The wolves nodded once to their alpha before turning and melting into the deep shadows of the forest. They all would return to their duties. A fight even of this magnitude was not a reason to skirt their obligation. No, it was their job to fight for the pack, and even in victory, they were not excused from this decree. Slowly, the clearing emptied of wolves until it was just Kaden, his beta, Gamma, his head warrior, and a few key fighters left. With a command, they all shifted back, throwing on whatever clothing they had managed to tie to themselves. Kaden looked at the battlefield. Eyeing the defeated wolves that lay at his feet, he was proud to see none of his own among the fallen. The few wounds his pack mates had suffered had been superficial and minor, none that would require anything beyond the ability of werewolf healing to fix. Austin, get someone out here to clean up this mess. Brian, we'll need to go over patrol schedules and rounds. I want to know how they got this far. Clayton, tomorrow we start training how to fight multiple attackers. I want all our fighters retrained on how to fight with multiple enemies. If this is their new strategy, one want to be prepared. Looking around at the heads that were nodding at his words, Kaden suddenly stiffened. A soft breeze swept between the trees, and nearly hidden amongst the clean pine scent and the metallic tang of the fight was another. One that did not belong to the defeated wolves strewn amongst the woods or to any wolf in his pack. The soft scent of lavender and fresh rain was absolutely unique and unsettling. Kaden searched his memory as he inhaled, trying to place the alluring scent. As much as he tried, it belonged to none, which meant one thing: rogue. The wolves around him stiffened as growls erupted in the night, the others picking up on the new scent as well. Instantly back on alert, Kaden's eyes swept the surrounding area, his wolf vision narrowing as he tried to find the rogue they had yet to see. Chapter 2. Ashley didn't stir as she sat in the headmaster's study. Her face was blank, devoid of even a hint of emotion. She did not move, did not react in the slightest as the man's nasally voice filled the space around her. She was not ignoring the man per se. Instead, she had absolutely no interest in anything he had to say or had ever said. Ashley had sat in this chair 692 other times. 692 times she had sat as this weak human man had talked, shouted, threatened, argued, and reprimanded her. Although she doubted the man himself knew the exact number. But she did. Just as she knew the titles of every book on the shelf behind his high-backed chair, she resisted the urge to sigh, her breath leaving on the barest whisper, eyes flicking just slightly to the side. 693. This was number 693. 693 since she had first arrived. She had about the same level of interest in what this man or any of these people had to say or thought as when she had first arrived. She almost sighed again, rereading the titles once more. She didn't even need to move her eyes to recite them all perfectly, authors and publishers all. Irritation spiked, but she shoved the traitorous emotion down. Her muscles wanted to shift on the hard chair, but she ignored them. Her only lingering interest in any of this ongoing drama was the ridiculous idea that somehow these people still thought they could convince her otherwise. It was amusing, but not in a vague and simplistic manner. It helped pass the time at least. She knew it had been speculated by many that she had not heard a single thing that she had been told in her 5 years at the academy. A correct assumption in the most abstract way possible. Their belief that it was because she could not understand or process anything happening outside of herself was, of course, utterly incorrect. In her mind, she snorted to herself as the balding man continued to drone on. She tuned him out. Self-reg, how to help your child and you break the stress cycle and successfully engage with life, by Dr. Stuart Shanker. It was not a lack of awareness or intellect that kept her from paying attention, but rather a simple choice. Their words, ideas, stories, thoughts, and concerns held no interest or purpose for her plans. They were merely obstacles that she had been forced to endure for a few years while she was locked away at the academy. Why would she then spare them her energy or attention? The academy. Internally, Ashley sighed again. No outward sign was visible to the hairless, doughy man who dribbled on heedless of her contempt and irritation. The academy was an orphanage for abandoned girls. Human girls at that. The fact that Ashley had been forced to live there for the last 5 years, a werewolf at a human orphanage, was beyond ridiculous. And frustrating. However, changing that fact never actually mattered to her plans, so despite the absurdity of it all, she let the human police place her away, allowing herself to be hidden from her world, from all her kind, for 5 years. But today was her last day. At 18, she could finally legally leave the academy behind her. Today, she could take the first steps she had been working on for the last 5 long years. Steps that led to one thing: vengeance. And so, she sat as the headmaster babbled away about safety issues and concerns, a last-ditch attempt to get the girl to acknowledge that she needed to stay at the academy for her own well-being. A few months before, they had attempted to get her classified as incompetent and committed. However, they had no grounds. Especially when they had had a specialist test her, and she had shocked everyone by scoring off the charts on every scale. With no legal way to hold the girl any longer, the headmaster was left with no choice except to let her go. He wasn't happy. She didn't notice. The hour dragged on as the man continued to talk to her, as if she were a mere toddler. He went on to explain the risks and challenges that an orphan with no money, family, or education would face outside the academy's protection. The girl merely sat, unwavering, unmoving. She did not even watch the man or look around the room. Her eyes were hooded, void. They did not stare or gaze. In fact, except for the literal fact that she sat in one of the worn leather high-backed chairs, there was no indication that the girl was even in the room. And really, in every way that counted, she was not. To some, the nearly 2-hour lecture would have been torturous, tedious, and infuriating. However, the girl had endured worse. Even the 5 long years she had spent at the academy were not excruciating. Tedious and erroneous, yes. Excruciating? No. Even though it was only this day that had kept her going every minute of her time at the home, the knowledge of her freedom that was now finally within her grasp, the time itself was not the horror that others would perhaps perceive. No, Ashley had known true horror. She had known and felt actual suffering, and this place, even with its punishments, bullies, and sublimation, could never even begin to compare. At the thought of the time before, a gruesome smile arose within the girl. Nothing changed on the outside, but beneath her unperturbed and vacant facade, the girl felt as her blood boiled. As fury and rage consumed her every fiber, burning along every vein, cell, and inch of her body. She did not feel hatred. She did not consider vengeance. She was it. Reborn in rage and made of violence, the girl had waited, counting down the days until she could unleash herself once and for all. The hell that they had made her, bought and paid for, and now brought upon them. Finally, the older man stopped talking, letting out a long, resigned sigh. He shook his head at the girl sitting across from him. He waited for a minute, hoping for anything from her and shaking his head once again when he received nothing, not even eye contact. With reluctance, He shoved the papers that had been sitting in front of him across the worn surface of his desk to the girl. Ashley did not glance at the papers. Instead, she merely picked up the pen that sat in front of her and signed her name at the bottom. Well, not her name. Not even the name she had given herself when she was reborn. No paper in this academy held the name Ashley. Instead, she signed the name they had given her at the age of 13 when she had been placed in their care. When she had first refused to speak, they threatened to rename her if she did not give them some indication of what she was called. It did not matter what they said in those first 3 months. What they never seemed to understand was that she did not care what these people called her. In fact, she cared nothing about these people. She did not know their names, and she did not care if they knew hers. They had ended up calling her Sarah Smith. And so, it was with this name that she signed the papers that would officially mark the end of her time at the academy. 30 minutes later, Ashley was dressed in a pair of black skinny jeans, a black long-sleeved tee and black Keds, a black backpack slung over one shoulder as she made her way into the woods that stretched along the back of the academy's property, leaving the awful building and everything it meant behind her. As soon as it was out of sight, it slipped from her memory. It held nothing of her or for her, and she doubted she would ever be able to recall a single detail of her time there. It had been merely a time of pausing, a small rest that was now over. Her steps never faltered, and her eyes never left the path before her. Chapter 3. It had been almost 15 hours since Ashley had left the academy, and nothing had gone the way she had wanted. It had been nearly an hour since she had felt them cross her scent. She'd gotten sloppy with fatigue, and her mistakes cost her. After 15 minutes trying to run and escape them, she had made the desperate decision to barricade herself in the confines of an ancient, soaring oak. She felt a dark humor rise within her as she pondered her situation. 5 years of planning, waiting, and dreaming, and it was all slipping through her fingers. She eyed the dark forest around her, turning back to stare down at the ground. The soft moonlight illuminated the scene so that, combined with her enhanced vision, she could easily watch as the enraged council rogues took turns trying to leap into the tree. They growled at her, howling in anger and rage as they desperately tried to climb the tree in wolf form. Her face was impassive as she considered them. She had not shifted. Instead, she stood in her human form, calmly considering her options. Unfortunately for them and herself, there weren't many. Her head snapped up suddenly, pulling her from her musing as she searched through the thick, dense trees. Unlike the beasts below, Ashley did not miss the approach of the Salvatore wolves. Another wrench in her plans, she internally grumbled. She never meant to wander onto pack land. In fact, the entirety of her plans depended on her existence never even being known, and preferably never acknowledged, by any of the packs. Mac, she sneered in her head. The man was a thorn in her side that wouldn't stop. She eyed the rogues frothing on the ground, snapping at her, eyes rage-fueled. Not hard to tell who had managed to stick them on her trail. Of course, that left the question of how the hell he had found her. Again. She shook her head, lips nearly turning down in a frown before she pushed the thoughts and feelings away. Problem for another day. And a debt I will be sure to repay with interest. She growled, turning back to the issue at hand. The pack wolves were edging closer to the rogues, still intent on their prey on her to catch their scents. Idiots. She sighed, disgusted. But then I've let myself get caught just as thoroughly as they have. She thought dejectedly as she eyed the wolves again. Letting her mind widen just a touch, she let her lids flutter closed, focusing, not just pack wolves, and not just any territory. An Alpha Heir, of course, it was. And Salvatore at that. Perfect. Sarcasm thick enough on her thoughts, she was surprised she didn't choke on it. Unbeknownst to her, or perhaps to spite her one last time, fate had decided that 5 years of dedicated planning and strategizing were worth absolutely nothing. Sometimes she truly hated fate, sometimes she hated it nearly as much as she hated them. Forcing herself away from her irritation, she tried to surrender to the new twist fate was weaving into her life. Ashley knew better than anyone that one could not simply run from fate. or fight it, or ignore it, or change it. No matter how much one wanted to. She had tried and failed. Failed miserably. She let out a sigh in her mind. Wasn't her life enough? Couldn't she have this one thing? Didn't she deserve at least this? Looking down again, she guessed she could assume the answer was a resounding no. She watched detachedly from her perch as the rogues that had tracked her were viciously brought down. Hidden in the safety of the old tree, she ignored the growls and cries as she tried to figure out which parts, if any, of her plans she might still be able to salvage. Her mind racing as the last rogue fell. She was still immobile and hidden high up in the tree when Kaden and his men realized they had missed a rogue. As they attempted to search for the culprit, she silently settled herself on a thick branch, her back resting against the trunk of the tree, as she pulled out a sketch pad and pencil from her worn knapsack. Blocking everything out, Ashley ignored when Kaden finally noticed that the scent was coming from within the tree itself. She was too perturbed and upset with the loss of everything she had worked for 5 long years on to bother with some random pack of wolves, even an heir at the moment. Stupid fate. Kaden was close to a full-on rage. Liquid white-hot anger ripped through him at the idea that a rogue still dared to linger alive on his territory. Fury and rage were coming off him in waves as his head snapped to the tree that the rogues had been so focused on only minutes before. The pieces are finally clicking in his mind. Austin, it's in the tree. The rogues were hunting one of their own. That's why their movements didn't make any sense. Whoever the hell they wanted is in the goddamn tree. Kaden's mind linked his beta as he suspiciously watched the shadows of the large oak for any signs of movement or life. Inhaling deeply, he tried to catch another whiff of the alluring scent of the rogue. He absently watched as his beta hastily commanded the fighters to spread out around the tree, directing the warriors and guards as they moved to ensure that all means of escape were cut off. Moving closer to the base of the trunk, Kaden looked up into the tall branches. The lowest was well off the ground, making it a challenging feat to climb. It was higher than even he, at his height of 6 feet 2 inches, could reach easily. His movement stilled as he finally caught sight of the rogue. It sat further up than he even thought it would be possible to get at, but once he was able to distinguish the shape, it was easy to make out the prone figure of a human shape amongst the shadows. Smaller than he had expected, the rogue sat nearly invisible on a branch almost 40 feet off the ground. Now that he had pinpointed the rogue's location, he inhaled deeply, trying to catch the scent again. Searching through all the overlapping scents of the defeated rogues around him, the various pack wolves in and out of the clearing, and the normal scents of the night forest, Kaden searched for the scent he had only managed to get a hint of before. When he finally did it, it was like a hit to his chest. It was like nothing he had ever felt before, nothing he had ever smelt or encountered in his 24 years. His mind exploded, every thought flying from his head, blasted away until he was utterly consumed. Brian and Clayton were issuing orders for weapons to be brought to their location, mind-linking guards and warriors to retrieve them. Having spotted the figure themselves, they had decided the only viable plan was to shoot the rogue out of the tree. Wolves were usually loath to use guns, but they couldn't exactly fight in a tree. Just as they were about to send runners back to the house to get weapons, the voice of their alpha cut them off. Kaden's voice was rough, heavy with surprise and confusion. "My mate." Austin's eyes narrowed, his head whipping around to look at his best friend. Not getting anything else from the man, he turned, beginning to search around them, trying to see what was happening. Not understanding what Kaden was talking about, Austin looked to their third, hoping perhaps he understood what Kaden was talking about. Meeting Brian's eyes, however, Austin found only a mirror to his own confusion. Kaden spoke again, his voice more certain this time, his words stronger. "She's my mate." Austin was the first to find his voice, his mind flying as he tried to piece the events together. "Wait, Cade, you don't mean the rogue, do you?" The air was thick with silence as every pair of eyes in the clearing, except for two, now locked on the frozen figure of the Alpha-to-be. For her part, Ashley didn't hear any of it. Her eyes were focused on the page before her. Her focus was consumed by the sketch that was coming to life across the soft white paper. Blocking out the whole world, She missed the moment and forgot the words that had changed her entire life. Yeah, man, I do. The rogue, she's my mate. Kaden answered, stunned as the certainty washed through him. He was too engrossed in the sight of his mate sitting on a branch in the moonlight to see or care about the stunned faces of his pack mates around him. It was Clayton who spoke this time. Surprise and hesitancy tinted his tone. No one seemed to know what to make of this turn of events. A rogue is their alpha's mate? And one who was being hunted down at that? Alpha what? What do you want us to do? Caden's eyes narrowed as he considered. His mate was in a tree where moments ago a dozen rogues had been trying to get at, and now it seemed she was refusing to come down. I don't know. She might be too scared to come down on her own. Obviously, these rogues were after her for some reason. As the words left his mouth, a menacing growl left his throat. The rage it carried and implied was so vicious that even a couple of his own fighters standing near him took a self-conscious step back from their leader. Letting out a breath to shake off the anger the image had invoked, he looked back at the figure in the tree, who still had not moved. She might not realize we won't hurt her. I'll just have to go up and get her, Kaden said. The idea of rescuing his mate in his arms brought a smile to his face. Just as he was stepping forward towards the base of the tree, his eyes focused upward as he searched for the best way to climb the thing, a voice cut through the air. Before he could react to the new voice, a body was suddenly flying to land directly in front of him. The strange werewolf placed himself so that he was now blocking the alpha's path to his mate. Planting his feet, his hands up in front of him, he physically barred the way to the tree before opening his mouth to shout. You can't go up there. Chapter 4. The wolf was older. His brown hair was already peppered with gray. Still, his presence was not to go unnoticed or easily dismissed. Nearly the same height as the Salvatore heir, he stood determinately with a thick set of shoulders and a physique that was bulky and akin to a boulder. He held himself confidently, and the sense of competency and power that radiated from this second rogue was startlingly nearly equal to what Kaden himself carried. A series of low growls sounded in the clearing as the Alpha and his warrior studied not just the werewolf, but the rogue, who would dare to come onto pack land and put himself between an Alpha and his mate. All eyes narrowed, readying themselves for the order to attack. Clayton, Caden's head warrior, slid into position, readying himself to take out the rogue at the signal of his leader. Brian and Austin fell in behind him, flanking his position as they all focused on the enemy now standing in their midst. Warning growls erupt from all sides of the clearing. Alpha, I mean no harm, the rogue said, hands rising before him, but he didn't move or back down. I know she is your mate. This time, the rogue was cut off by Caden's roar. Yet you keep me from what is mine. You will die. Kaden spat, another growl ripping through the air as he took an advancing step on the rogue. To his surprise, this time the rogue stepped back, backing down from the challenge, his gaze dropping instantly and without reluctance in a show of submission. It was enough to still the Alpha's advancement for a moment. He wasn't acting like a standard rogue. I'm not keeping her from her. But you can't go up there. At least not if you ever want her. Kaden felt his patience slipping as he watched the older wolf. His mate was near, he had rogues on his territory, and he was exhausted. It took all his control to keep from taking the rogue down at that very moment. Explain. He barked between clenched teeth. The girl is different. Special. You can't approach her, she will never let you. Ever. And you'll never catch her. And if you do, you'll lose her. I've known her for 5 years, and that girl has never spoken. Has never communicated with me in any way. The rogue rushed out his words, running together. He was speaking so quickly. What the hell are you talking about? This time it was Austin who had spoken. His confusion and anxiety broke through as Kaden was silently trying to grapple with and understand the rogue's words. What did he mean she had never spoken? Then how did he know her? The rogue's eyes swung to Caden's beta this time as he spoke. Please let me explain. I want to help. She deserves a mate. I've never met a wolf who deserved one more. But he can't get her like that, I swear. Beta, Alpha, please let me explain. That he addressed both Kaden and Austin by their appropriate titles surprised all the wolves gathered. Rogues were never respectful and, most of the time, didn't even seem able to comprehend the hierarchy of the wolves they were interacting with. This one had identified and recognized the power of the two leaders instantly and spoke with both a familiarity and a level of deep respect that had them all reassessing the man. Kaden looked over the rogue one more time before nodding his head reluctantly to indicate he could speak. "Thank you, Alpha. Your mate's story must start with my own." It was only his continued acknowledgement of the female rogue still high in the tree as his mate that kept Kaden silent and on the ground, not to mention the rogue breathing as he began his tale. "Up until 5 years ago, I wasn't a rogue. I belonged to the Custison pack." If the news that this rogue had belonged to the only other pack in North America that was larger than their own surprised those gathered, his following statement blew them away. "I was Alpha Dominic Custison's head warrior for over 40 years. The rogue had to stop for a moment as words of disbelief and confusion arose in reaction to the outrageousness of the claim. Kaden looked at the man standing so surely and confidently in front of him. He took in everything about him, from his frame to his aura of power and confidence to his tone of respect and authority. Holding up a hand to silence his pack, he nodded for the ex-warrior to continue. "My name is Richmond, and as head warrior Kaden, I fought alongside your father a number of times. The Custison and Salvatore packs have a long history." Kaden stiffened at the mention of the name. Disbelief turned to awe as he considered the rumors that had started over 4 years previously. Whispers of the head warrior turning traitor, abandoning not only his post, but his pack and his alpha, who had been a childhood friend. Not even bothering to acknowledge the reactions of the werewolves around him, the ex-warrior continued his tale. "I don't know why, but one day 5 years ago, I got this urge, this need. I couldn't ignore it. It felt as if I didn't follow it. Not just me, but everyone and everything I ever cared about would be destroyed." It was this unexplainable feeling of horrendous loss. It was so profound and intense that I felt powerless. I only managed to resist for a few weeks before I had to leave. Without a word, a note, or anything, I turned my back on the pack I had been born into. A pack that had held my bloodline since the beginning of the packs themselves. I turned my back on my alpha, the man I had loyally followed without question since I was barely 6 years old. I turned my back and started running. I didn't know where I was going or why, only that I had to get there and I couldn't stop. After 4 long days of running, the feeling vanished, the need to move, to run, and search just disappeared. I was in a small clearing in unclaimed territory with no idea what I was supposed to do. I tried to leave. Believe me, I tried, but I couldn't. I could make it about a mile out in any direction from that clearing before the feeling came back, so strong it would feel like I would pass out. It was 3 days before she showed up. I didn't know how close to human civilization I had come until then. I had come in the back and never noticed the town that was in front of me. Imagine my shock when I'm minding my own business and suddenly, I catch the scent of another werewolf, only to turn around and find a tiny little girl just sitting at the edge of this clearing, silently watching me. I hadn't even heard her approach, and I didn't understand how she would have found me. After my shock wore off, I tried to approach her when she didn't answer me. It was not a good idea. Richmond shook his head as he thought back to how the minor child had reacted to his approach, a small sigh escaping his lips at the memory. Even as he paused in his story, none of the wolves listening interrupted, nor did they make a sound, enthralled by the account that the old warrior was reliving. After the first time I saw her and she took off, flying through the woods away from me, I followed her back. I don't know. At that point, I didn't understand anything. Hadn't yet realized that it was her, that she was the reason for all of it. I just knew I had to know where she had come from. The first werewolf I had met in days, I had to follow her. Turns out she was living at a human orphanage. I know now that at that point she had been there about 3 weeks, arriving almost the same time the desire to run had started back in my old pack. She was 13 at the time, although she looked more like 10, she was so small and undernourished. It took her a week before she came back to the clearing. This time I didn't acknowledge her, merely kept on with what I was doing, hoping she would talk to me. She sat on that rock for a few minutes before she got up and walked away. I was puzzled. I had no idea who she was or what was going on. The next time she came, I decided to talk, see if she would pick up if I just kept babbling. Still don't know what I said that day, but I talked for over an hour straight, and she just sat there watching me. Didn't make a peep, not a single sound, not an emotion on her face. As soon as I grew quiet for a few minutes, she got up and walked away. I tried to get her to come back, but she wouldn't even turn around. By then, I already knew not to touch her, so instead I decided to go and talk to the orphanage. Turns out police found her out alone one night, severely injured and starved. She wouldn't speak and would react negatively anytime anyone laid a hand on her. After months in the hospital with no family, records, or any information, they processed her into the system. They didn't even have a name for her. They decided to call her Sarah. Sarah Smith. Kaden stiffened at the first mention of his mate's name. The anger that had been building in him as he listened to the story of his mate's journey to him momentarily forgotten. Richmond seemed to notice his reaction and let out another sad sigh, shaking his head. Sarah may be the name they gave her, but it isn't her name. She has never once responded to it, and the one time I made the mistake of calling her, she refused to see me for 2 weeks. When I say she hasn't spoken, I mean that. And not just talking. She won't nod or shake her head. She won't write notes. She won't even point to what she wants. She shows no emotion or response to any outside stimulation that I have ever seen, or that the orphanage has been able to facilitate. The academy tried to say she was mentally challenged, suffering from several mental disorders, and incapable of making any decisions for herself. However, even though I have never seen her speak or do anything, I very much doubt that she can. I also think she sees and understands much more than they ever gave her credit for. She has to. His voice took on a puzzled yet hard edge as he mused, seeming to be considering words that he had spoken many times before. Physically shaking himself from his thoughts, he seemed to realize he was still addressing others, and a flash of embarrassment crossed his face as he cleared his throat to continue Ashley's story. Unbeknownst to those below, Richmond's familiar voice had made its way to where she sat, and although she did not listen to the words, she had moved lower amongst the branches so that she could be closer to the familiar sound. Because they had no records on her, they estimated her age and made her birthday the day she arrived at the academy. September 27, 1997, although without her talking, I don't know if any of that is right. Yesterday, within the human system, at least, she officially turned 18 and signed her release papers from the state system. I had figured she would leave soon. I didn't think I would turn around yesterday to see her standing there with a backpack on her back before she would immediately turn around and head into the woods. It only took me an hour to pack and be on her trail. I couldn't stay. The feeling I thought I lost 5 years ago was back, and it was telling me to follow your mate. She never shifted. Actually, I have never seen her shift. I'm not sure if she even has or can. Anyway, another time for that. I don't know how she did it. I'm exhausted, and I shifted after about 2 hours. We've been running for nearly 15 hours straight. Those rogues crossed her trail about an hour before you showed up. She started getting sloppy about her trail a while back, and there was only so much I could cover. I don't know how she acquired her knowledge. It's incredible, actually. She's as good, if not better, than my best scouts back at Custison. Even with the rogues, she didn't shift, simply climbed that damn tree. I was going to try to take out this lot when you guys showed up. I would have been here sooner, but I took out 3 others that were lagging behind the leading pack. The grizzled warrior let his words settle in the silence before he pulled himself up to his full height, meeting Kaden's gaze head-on. His eyes went hard as he stared the Alpha to be down in a surprise show of domination. I told you this story not for any other reason than you need to know as much of the truth as you can if you have any hope of keeping your mate. I don't think she would want you to know her past, or maybe she would, but you needed to hear my story. Every word I said is accurate. And yes, I am a rogue, but I am her guardian, and I will lay down my life for hers. I keep you only from her because she will not want you to touch her, at least not yet. The reaction that happens when she is touched is enough for me to guess that the 13 years before I met up with her were anything but normal. I saw the police reports from when they found her. The injuries were not natural. With no proof, they couldn't investigate and wrote it off as a car crash, but I don't buy it. I don't know if she's ever met another werewolf before me or if she even knew what she was. All I can tell you is that if you try to go into the tree and bring her down, she will run from you, and I can assure you, you will not catch her if she doesn't want you to. Kaden stared at the man, his words bringing a flash of pain to his heart. He couldn't touch his mate, couldn't hold her, couldn't inhale her sweet scent, claim her as his own. She was supposed to be his, and yet here was a man saying that every instinct that he had for his mate would only force her away from him. His heart was nearly ripped in two. The thought of her being hurt made him want to kill, to take out anyone who would dare to bring pain upon her. Made him want to enfold her in the safety of his arms and never let her go, and yet if the story were true, all that would do would be to hurt her more and make her run. He wanted to be sick. His eyes had unintentionally risen to the thick foliage of the tree that hid his mate from his sight. It was only her soft scent still in the air that reassured him that she was still there. "What do I do?" Kaden asked as he wrenched his eyes back to the man in front of him, not caring at the moment that his tone was bordering on pleading as he searched the ex-warrior's face. Usually, he would ask none but his head lieutenants for advice, as it was seen as a sign of weakness. But there was such truth and conviction in Richards's voice as he proclaimed himself his mate's guardian that he could not help the instant respect he had for the man. "If you promise me that no one, and I do mean no one, not even yourself, will touch or approach her for any reason, I may be able to get her to come on down on her own." Richmond's voice was calm, even though his eyes held a look of trepidation. Usually, what he had just asked for, especially as a rogue who was trespassing, would be grounds for instant death, but these were not normal circumstances. Kaden ignored his instinctual reaction to the disrespect and the implied command in the statement and instead worked on focusing on the hope that his words contained. "How? I thought you said she never listens? Doesn't react to others? How will you get her down?" "She doesn't, well, not really. She listens, I think, when she wants to. But for 5 years without fail, except for the few times in the beginning when she was placed with families, she has actively sought me out at least 3 or 4 times a week. Even now, as I've been speaking, she's moved lower in the tree. I don't think she was listening to my actual words, but still, I am familiar with her, and for some reason, she has always come back to me. Additionally, I have discussed mate with her before. Explained what a mate was and what they meant. I try to discuss every aspect of werewolves with her, not knowing what she already knew. I may be able to get her to realize who you are to her, and even if she doesn't let you touch her, she might go with you." Kaden let out a growl as jealousy raged inside him at the rogue warrior's words. Realizing his mistake, Richmond threw up his hands in surrender, taking another step backwards. "Alpha, I didn't mean it like that. I spoke of my mate. She died 2 years before I left. I mean nothing towards you, mate, I never did. She was a child when I first met her, and now I see her only as a daughter. I have no children, but over the years, I have come to see her as one of my own. I spoke only of the idea of mates, of what they meant, of what my Maria meant to me." As his words trailed off, he lowered his head once more in submission. The acknowledgement of his lost mate was enough to have Kaden back off, as was the recognition of his mate as a daughter. Kaden took a long breath before speaking, understood. "If you think you can get her down unharmed, then I give you my word that none of my men, myself included, will touch my mate, and further promise that none of us will try to approach her." With his words, he took a step back from the base of the tree. At a look from their alpha, the rest of his men began to fall back along with him until they were merely a loose ring nearly 10 feet from the trunk. Richmond met Kaden's eyes, giving him a nod before turning to look at the figure still oblivious in the tree. Chapter 5. Richmond's voice became infinitely gentle and patient as he began to speak, letting his voice wind up through the branches. His body was losing all its tenseness as he visibly tried to become less intimidating. Darling, remember when I told you about Maria? How I loved her and would never hurt her. And how she was the center of my world and how I would do anything to protect her. And remember how I said that all mates were like that? Well, this is your mate. And he's not going to hurt you or let anyone else hurt you. And I'm not either. And you can leave anytime you want. At a low growl from Kaden at his words, Richmond threw a glare over his shoulder, silencing the noise of displeasure from the thought of his mate leaving. So, when you want to, you can come down from the tree and meet your mate. But if you don't want to, you can just wait and Kaden will stay right here. Suddenly, Richmond's continuous gentle babbling was cut short as a body fell through the cool air, landing softly against the ground a few feet in front of him. It was easy to see the rest of the tension leave the large warrior as he looked over the figure that stood before him. Kaden had to fight back the urge to push the man blocking his mate out of the way. It was a brutal battle. Hey, darling. You okay? Kaden half wondered what the warrior was expecting from her, but was too consumed with the knowledge of her presence to give it much attention. Whatever passed between the two, however, was enough for Richmond, who slowly stepped to the side, letting the Salvatore pack get their first glimpse of Ashley. Turning so he could watch the Alpha to be, Richmond watched as Kaden took in the sight of his mate for the first time. Standing in the moonlight, he knew she was a sight to take in, and he wasn't disappointed as the pack wolves took her in. At 5 feet 6 inches, she had a tall, willowy body. Her limbs were skinny and delicate. Her thin frame was like a dancer's, with only a small chest and the barest hint of roundness at her hips. Her legs were incredibly long and lean. However, stunning as her physical appearance was, it was the radiance she exuded that captured you. Even standing perfectly still, she was graceful beyond measure, a level of regal elegance that seemed to envelop her like a cloak, transforming her boyish figure into the very essence of womanhood. And beyond her figure, there was her coloring. Her skin was as pale as the moonlight. It was a wintry white free of any markings, clear and soft. Even after a summer of sun, she held not even the hint of a tan. And yet it was not a sickly look. Not translucent, her complexion seemed to almost glow in the soft moonlight, an ethereal beauty that didn't seem to be meant for a mere human. A wave of straight, pure silver hair hung to her waist. The natural color was absolutely unheard of and had caused quite a stir at the academy when she had first arrived. It was years before anyone believed that it wasn't a dye or a wig. The thick, silvery strands framed the hauntingly beautiful face. Sharp, cutting high cheekbones accented a small, delicate nose. Her lips were thin, the only warmth on her face, with their soft pink color. The dominating feature, without question, was her eyes. Large and sharply shaped, they were gray. A thick, heavy, and unquestionable gray that circled dark and piercing black irises. Thick lashes framed them, starting black before slowly fading out until their unbelievable length ended in silver tips that matched her hair. Eyebrows of silver arched perfectly and delicately over both. The small area was silent as they all took her in. Kaden felt his mouth gape as he took in his mate for the first time. He was stunned. She was like nothing he had ever seen before. Nothing he had ever thought of before. He could admit that he had previously pursued a specific type of girl. Girls with pronounced curves and tanned, shapely legs. Yet this creature before him broke every thought he had ever had or thought about what he desired. Even at her height, she was the shortest by far of the wolves gathered, and her tight clothes did nothing to hide her extremely slim frame. And yet he had never seen someone so perfect. So utterly perfect and beautiful in his life. She called to him. Every piece of her screamed at him. And it was physically painful for him to hold himself from burying himself in her hair, her scent, her lips. Even as they all stood gawking at her, Ashley showed no outside reaction. Her face and eyes were completely void as she took in those around her. After she had righted herself, she made no move. Stood still as they stared at her. Richmond was the one who finally broke the moment. Maybe we should go somewhere? With his words, Kaden remembered they were all still standing amongst the defeated rogues. He also reminded himself that his mate had been running for hours and was probably starved and exhausted from her travels. Of course, you're right. We'll go back to the house. Looking to Richmond, he continued after a nod from the warrior. Austin is my beta and Brian is my third in command. Both will make sure everyone knows not to touch her. Kaden didn't especially want the unknown wolf around his mate, but he couldn't ignore that he was the one who had gotten her out of the tree and was the only one who held any answers about her. For now, he knew he had to keep the man around, if only to guarantee that his mate would not run from him. The thought nearly broke his heart. He almost waited for some response from her, some indication that she had heard or acknowledged him, before remembering that, according to Richmond, she would never give him one. So, instead, he turned and headed back through the woods to his father's mansion. He heard Brian and Austin fall in behind, and held his breath until he heard a set of heavier footfalls falling, and then finally the softest sound of his mate's light steps trailing behind him towards his house. It took almost an hour to walk back to the house. Usually, they would have shifted and run back. However, his mate did not indicate that they would move anytime soon. Richmond said he had never seen her shift. Perhaps her age had been miscalculated. Usually, male wolves have their first shift sometime around their 16th birthday. Females, however, shifted later, some not until after their 20th birthdays. Many only moved once they found their mates. No one knew for sure why there existed such age differences, but with that in mind, it could mean she just hadn't had her first shift yet. If that was the case, the trait should be triggered now that she had found him. The mate pull would bring her wolf forward. The trek was silent. Kaden spoke only through the mind link to his lieutenants and the patrols as they ran searches across the territory. They were all surprised when two of Kaden's best trackers found 3 defeated rogues a few miles from where they had seen the others. It seemed Richmond had been telling the truth. Although the fact that nearly 20 rogues had been traipsing through his territory did nothing to quell his anger, and finally having an outlet, he let it out on a number of his men for the audacity of the situation. Eventually, the party reached Alpha Sergio's house. It was nearly 3:30, so naturally, his mother, father, brothers, and sister were still asleep and unaware of the massive events taking place around them. Entering the silent house, Kaden marched the party to the kitchen. Slightly bewildered to turn and find his mate standing in his kitchen and gesturing at the kitchen table. He raised a surprised eyebrow when Ashley actually pulled out a chair and took a seat, her knapsack softly falling to the floor by her feet as she pulled out her pencils and sketchbook. Richmond merely shrugged his shoulders at the look. "Okay, I'll get some food together." "Brian." He called out to his third to help in the kitchen as he began pulling out bacon, eggs, sausage, ham, pancake mix, and toast. As the two began to cook quietly, Richmond took the chair beside Ashley, though he moved it so that he was sitting with as much room between them as possible. Clayton merely stood leaning against the granite counter, staring at the ex-head warrior with a look of distaste clear on his face, while Austin nosily pulled out a chair across from where she was drawing. Ashley never raised her head, didn't stiffen or react to any of the movements of the men around her. However, there was something so intense about her presence that they all understood what Richmond said when he didn't believe that she saw anything. It felt instead like she saw everything. "Ah, Alpha." Richards's voice was soft as he spoke, hesitant yet strong. Kaden looked up from the skillets of meat he was frying to eye the man. "It's just I thought you should know, she won't eat any of that." "Won't eat what?" "Food." It was Clayton who answered the man's statement. Richmond didn't even react to the obvious contempt from the younger man. "She won't eat what you're cooking. I'm capable of feeding my mate." Feeling that he was going to speak again, Kaden let a bit of his anger and frustration creep into his voice and the glare that he shot across the chef-inspired kitchen. The man fell silent, and Kaden found himself satisfied. He may have watched her before, but she was his mate. He would take care of her and provide for her from now on. Portioning large amounts of everything onto 2 plates, he brought them over to the table as the others all grabbed plates to serve themselves. Gently, he laid one down beside his mate along with a fork. He hovered for a minute, relishing in the fact that it was the closest he had ever been to her. A second later, he forced himself back, moving so he took the seat his beta had been sitting in before, so he could watch her from across the table. The others sat back down, all with mountains of food before them, except for Richmond, who merely sat, almost expectantly. Kaden dug in, not realizing how hungry he was until the first bite hit his tongue. Zoning out, he focused on everything that had just happened as he worked to fill his stomach. It was only the mental probing from his beta that finally had him looking up. Irritated, he glared at the man who merely shrugged off the look before nudging his chin in the direction of where his mate sat. Kaden turned to look at her, silver hair spilling across her back and over the table, her back bent so that her head was down, her nose nearly touching the page before her, her elbows pointed out as her hand quickly moved across the page, various pencils fanning out around her. He looked her over, a smile curling his lips, before he realized the plate he had placed beside her still sat exactly where he had put it. She hadn't taken a single bite. It looked like she hadn't even picked up the fork. Surprise and confusion raced through him as he tried to understand what was happening. Finally, Richard's warning from before rang in his ears, and he looked at where the man was sitting, looking towards his mate as well. He turned to meet Kaden's eyes, shrugging his shoulders in apology. "Fine. Why won't she eat it?" Kaden finally begrudgingly asked. Richmond's voice was gentle as he answered, turning his head to once again look at the girl who was still drawing away and seemingly ignoring all of them. "She doesn't eat meat. Or eggs. Hardly anything cooked. She prefers fruit, although will eat vegetables. She doesn't like food that's super hot or has a lot of flavor. And she will not eat cheese or fish on anything ever." "She doesn't eat meat?" Austin's eyes were wide with shock. They were werewolves. They lived off meat and protein. Not eating it was unheard of, unthinkable. Richmond didn't even look up. "Nope, not a bite. I've tried it all. Thought she'd get sick. Even tried hiding it in other foods. But she always knew and she never ate it. In 5 years, she has never eaten it. She's starving, I can tell you that, but until you put a plate of fruit or something like it in front of her, she will ignore you." It was so ridiculous. Kaden wanted to throw the man off his territory for even suggesting it, but then he looked at his willowy mate, who still had not given any indication that a plate of food sat a finger's reach from her, and let out a huff. Pushing away from the table, he went over to the fridge, searching its depths. He came up with 2 apples, a banana from the bowl on the counter, some green grapes, half a melon, a grapefruit of his sister's, and randomly 2 plums. Although he was skeptical, the unease of knowing his mate was hungry was pushing him to move quickly. Washing the fruit, he sliced it up and placed it on a massive plate. As he was walking to the table, Richmond stood moving around her chair, and he picked up the older plate before returning to his chair. Kaden threw him a glare before softly setting the tray of fruit hesitantly before the bent head of his mate. Almost instantly, she sat up. Before he could even glance at what she had been sketching, she had flipped the book closed, pushing it off beside her before turning to the offering of fruit. Stunned, Kaden watched as his mate picked up the slices of apple and banana, eagerly shoving them into her mouth. He knew for the second time since meeting her, his mouth hung open. He looked at Richmond, who was digging into the plate he had collected without abandon, who offered nothing but another shrug. Knowing he was staring, he forced himself to move back around the table to his own plate. Picking up his fork, he resumed eating as he watched his mate eat her breakfast. Finally looking to Richmond, he spoke the words he never thought he would need to say, "What else do I need to know about my mate?" It was quiet for a few minutes as everyone, except Ashley, looked between the 2 men. To acknowledge that you needed help caring for your mate and looked to another, especially another male, for information about her, was unheard of. Richmond didn't look surprised or proud. He didn't gloat or even remark on the request. He seemed to consider his answer deeply. "I've told you most of what I can about her. There are small things I don't even know if they're important. But I don't know a lot. I know about her eating because a few times she would be there when I was fixing meals, and she would refuse everything I offered her. When I went to the academy, I learned that at every meal, no matter what they did, No matter the threats or punishments, she wouldn't touch anything beyond the fruits and vegetable they placed in front of her. It took 1.5 years before they finally gave in and stopped trying to force her to eat it. She didn't once cave. They told me one time they tied her to a chair for 3 days to try and get her to eat some chicken nuggets. She didn't even look at them. She is more stubborn than anyone I have ever encountered, and I have worked with every Alpha and Council elder in our world. He shook his head as he watched her pick up the slices of grapefruit before turning to look at Kaden's stunned expression. I only know what you shouldn't do because I've tried them and failed. I've had 5 years of trial and error. Don't question her, she'll walk away. If you want something or are going to do something, tell her. If she wants it or wants to do it, she will. Please don't ask about her family, don't even mention it. It's worse than touching her. I'm not even going to say anything else about that with her here. She will only wear black or gray. I'm positive she can read, although she has failed every class and grade they put her in. They initially tried to place her with families. She's so unique, and she was so tiny, that families were scrambling to adopt her in the first 6 months after she arrived. After the 3rd family, it was decided she would never be placed in a home. I think she was one of the only girls whose families asked to adopt and foster, and who were actively designed by the orphanage. I never did get the complete stories of what happened. Richmond fell silent as everyone finished their food. As Brian collected the empty plates, including Ashley's, which held nothing but a few grapefruit seeds, Richmond spoke again, his voice even more hesitant than ever before. Kaden, there is one other thing I think you should know. She needs to sleep. She will sleep in your room. She won't be fearful of being there with you, I'm almost positive. But there is one thing, I don't know why or if she will do it here, and I never saw it, but they say that she wakes up. Everyone's confusion was easy to see, and Richmond nearly squirmed in his seat as though he really didn't want to say what he was thinking. He glanced over at Ashley, who had gone back to her drawing as soon as she had finished eating. I've been told she wakes up every 4 hours. No matter what. Normally at 2 and then 6. I never got clear answers of why or how. Nor did anyone give me any idea of what she did. Only that all the workers agreed that it was not natural and severely disturbed. They even tried to drug her. From what I gathered, that went very wrong. I don't know what happened to her, but I think it has something to do with it. I don't know if being here with you will help, but if it doesn't, just don't try to stop her. Kaden wanted to ask more questions, but the warrior seemed to shut down, not meeting anyone's eyes, ignoring any more questions about his mate's behaviors. Wearily, Kaden just nodded, trying to make sense of this latest mystery surrounding his mate. Okay, we'll sleep. Austin, Brian, Clay, stay here tonight. I want you nearby. Take your normal rooms. AUS, set Richmond up in a room on your floor. We'll deal with the rest in the morning. Aiden, we will go over the reports from patrol and go over tonight. Mate, love, you come with me. You're staying in my room. Chapter 6. Turning from the kitchen, he suppressed the thrill that both the words and the sound of her feet falling in behind him sent through his body. Leading the way through the opulent and richly decorated house, Kaden led his mate up the wide, curving staircase to the 3rd floor, where the family quarters were held. Opposite his parents' quarters was the wing of the house dedicated to him and his siblings. The 2nd floor had rooms for essential guests, key high-ranking pack members when needed, and the various guards of the Salvatore Alpha's family. As the firstborn and heir, Kaden had the most extensive set of rooms out of his siblings, and they included a bedroom that was easily the size of 2 ordinary master bedrooms, adorned with a fireplace, couches, and a large flat screen. Attached to the office is a dressing room, a full walk-in closet, and an en-suite bathroom. Everything was decorated in his mother's favored heavy and opulent style. Rich woods, creams, burgundies, leather, and heavy patterns. It wasn't his personal style, but it was a room that met its function. Closing his door, he turned to find his mate standing unmoving in his bedroom. The thought that he was finally alone with her made him suddenly nervous. He looked her over again, taking in her graceful form. She has willowy limbs and striking features. It didn't help that he couldn't read anything from her body language or her facial expression. He was usually adept at reading people, but when it came to his mate so far, he had been lost. Nodding to the bed, he decided to take Richmond's tactic and talk to her. "You can have the bed, I'll crash on the sofa. You can have a shower or a bath if you prefer. Feel free. I don't know if you have anything to sleep in. If you don't, you can wear one of my shirts and a pair of my boxers, which are just in the drawers. My sister is always stealing Austin's. She says it's the comfiest thing to sleep in. Richmond is just downstairs on the next floor if you need him. And I'll be just here, so if you need anything, you can wake me up. But you're safe here, I will keep you safe, I swear, and I won't let anyone else hurt you ever again." Running out of words, Kaden fell silent. Silence settled around them. After what felt like hours, but was less than a minute, she turned and walked to his dresser. Kaden let out a small chuckle, anxiety and worry easing as he watched her confidently pull out one of his black t-shirts and a pair of his boxers before taking them and her backpack into the bathroom. It was so small, something that only a few hours ago he'd have mocked another for being so affected by, but in that moment, he felt like he'd won the most fantastic prize and medal imaginable. Ashley quickly removed her dirty and sweaty clothes, turning on the water for the large walk-in shower. Letting the hot water steam up the air, she finally gave in and stepped under the soothing spray. After washing her body and massaging a small amount of Kaden's shampoo into her long locks, she stepped out, wrapping one of the towels around herself. Once she was dry, she pulled on her borrowed clothing, gently unwrapping the towel she had wound around her damp locks. She used to love her hair. I loved having it brushed. I loved the feeling as people played with the long, silky strands. Now, though, all that she felt was relief that no one seemed to know what her hair meant. She didn't care that others found her hair different, strange, only that they didn't know what it signified. Honestly, Ashley didn't think there was anyone left who would know now what her hair meant or would allow themselves to remember it. She knew she didn't. Everything about her. Her hair, her eyes, her pale complexion, what they meant, what they reminded her of, she buried deep inside. She bound the truth and memories in the furthest reaches of her mind, never even letting herself pull them out to consider. Twice while she was at the academy, her hair had been cut off. The first time she had been there for only a few months when some of the other girls had ambushed her, pinning her down while shaving it off. When it grew back just as smooth, straight, and as pure silver as before, they had been baffled. Even more so when it grew at nearly 3 times the speed of theirs. It was one of many reasons she had no friends at the academy. Well, that, and she had absolutely no desire to be in their presence. Using her fingers to brush out her damp locks, she didn't even glance at herself in the mirror before picking up her bag of belongings and re-entering her mate's bedroom. Ashley found herself remembering fondly how Richmond had stumbled to try to explain to her about mates. It was one of his many lessons about the werewolf world they lived in. Of course, she had never given him any indication that she already knew everything he spoke of, and in many instances, knew more. Instead, she had been happy to let him prattle on, the sound of his voice calming the raging storm in her soul, the bleeding, ragged hole in her heart. Her own lessons had started much earlier than when she had followed the source of calming energy that had beckoned her from the academy and into the woods beyond. They had been extensive and had included much on the concept of mates, but, like every time before, she merely stayed quiet and succumbed to the sound of his voice, the calmness that radiated from him, letting herself feel safe, whole, and cherished once more for those few minutes. Those visits were one of the few things that had broken up the momentous boredom of the last 5 years. Having been able to crack the loneliness and blackness she had so deeply encased herself in. It was only with him that she could remember the girl she had once been. And so, she let him reteach her things she had learned before she could walk. So yes, she knew what they meant when they said he was her mate, and although she had not wanted nor meant to find hers when she had set off on her journey, she could not deny that she had seen him. She felt the mate pull even if she refused to show it, to succumb to it at that moment. Her instincts were screaming at her to run, to escape. to break whatever chain this man had already slipped around her. But she was so exhausted. So, frustrated and drained from the twists that had been forced upon her in the last few hours, when she saw him stretched on the sofa, a throw blanket dragging on the floor, and a pillow stuck under his head, she decided to do as he suggested and crawl into the soft comfort of his bed. Ashley may not have meant to find him, but she more than anyone knew that you could not deny fate. And if fate had decided she would find her mate, then she would be stuck with him. She drifted off with that thought on her mind, a curse to the goddess herself on her tongue, as her mate's scent wrapped around her. Light was barely filtering through the heavy curtains on his windows as Kaden struggled awake. Not remembering what had woken him up, he bolted upright when he inhaled his mate's scent, filling his nostrils and clearing the last of his haze. Everything from the night before flooded back as he looked around the room for her. Finding the bed was empty, panic began to rise in his chest. Throwing off his blanket, he stumbled from the room. Following her scent, he nearly flew down the stairs, tracking her to the kitchen, where relief washed over him at the sight as he entered. He took a moment to soak it up and settle his pounding heart. His mate was safe and unhurt, sitting in the same chair as before, her sketch pad in front of her, pencil in her hand, still wearing his baggy t-shirt and boxers as Richmond placed another plate of fruit beside her. She didn't even look up before absently picking up a slice of apple. It was startling how much she had already come to mean to him, how much her presence and safety consumed him. He knew it was just the mate bond, but it was also, well, her. Kaden turned to Richmond, eyebrow arching in question. The ex-warrior merely shrugged, turning to look at the clock. The glowing numbers read 6:12. It seemed they had been asleep for barely 2 hours. I figured she would wake up, but thought maybe she would stay with you. But when I opened my door just to make sure, she was simply sitting there drawing. So I brought her here. I figured she might have been hungry again. Seeming to understand the younger man's struggle, Richmond answered the unspoken question racing through Kaden's mind. I think she sat in your room for a few minutes first. I only came out of my room at 5 after, and she hadn't gotten all her pencils out. I remember what it felt like when I first found Maria. I know how it feels when you find your mate. The normal reaction, the need to always be beside her, the possessiveness, the need to be the only one around her. But I don't think anything where your mate is concerned will ever be normal. You were her first choice, though. Your wolf will get better at sensing when she's awake and needs you, and then she won't ever need to come to me. They both looked towards the object of their discussion, Kaden letting the older wolf's words ease his anxiety, the tension that had still been humming in him, the fear that she was rejecting him, that she wasn't choosing him, didn't want to be near him. It was primal and instinctual, and it was only Richmond's words that let him relax. A wave of gratitude passed through him towards the other man as a large, gruff hand landed on his shoulder with a tight, reassuring squeeze, seemingly to understand without any need for words. She must be exhausted. He finally muttered, taking in the faint dark circles under his mate's eyes. Without a doubt, and probably more so than either of us will ever know. Hopefully, when she does whatever it is she needs to do, she'll go back to sleep. The older man said as he let out a loud yawn, moving to take the chair beside her still bent form. For 15 minutes, they all stayed like that. The only movements were Ashley's hands as she continued to work on the page opened in her sketchbook, and from the pieces of fruit to her mouth. With each passing minute, she seemed to sink more and more, the exhaustion so clear even on her expressionless face that Kaden had to grip the counter to keep from going to her and carrying upstairs and shoving her back in the damned bed. There was no warning that Kaden could tell, but 1 minute she was drawing, and then she had dropped her pencil, her sketchbook snapped shut. He watched as she gently put it back into the bag at her side, gathering up her things as she did, movements sure but sluggish. Finished, she slid off her chair, swaying slightly on her feet as she stood. Richmond and Kaden both took a step towards her, concern on their faces, as they reached for her, both afraid she might collapse under the sheer weight of the exhaustion that was pulling at her. But somehow, she pulled herself up straight before walking out of the kitchen, not looking at either man, before making her way back up to her mate's bedroom. Silently crawling under the heavy covers before collapsing, Ashley couldn't help but gaze at the clock that sat on the nightstand, the numbers searing her vision. It read 6:32. She would have sighed if she hadn't already been pulled under the now unrelenting tide of sleep. She slept until 10, before she once again awoke. She snarled at the clock, at the numbers that mocked her. And then she slid from the sheets, a movement so graceful and feline she barely disturbed the air. Kaden was sitting in his office with the others when he heard the sound of the shower. Turning his head, he looked at the clock, meeting Richards' eyes. The warrior had guessed that she would wake again in 4 hours. Smiling at the idea of her being comfortable enough in his quarters to move and use them at her own will, he turned back to the others. They had been brainstorming with Richmond for 2 hours now about the rogues. For some reason, 15 of them had come together to track down his mate, and though they had been debating for hours, they were no closer to an actual idea as to what they wanted or why. And to say he was displeased was a drastic understatement. It took every fiber of his control to keep his wolf from taking over and destroying everything around him. As an alpha and a seriously pissed-off alpha, with a threatened mate to boot, his control was increasingly precarious. Attempting to distract himself from his rage and frustration, he directed his thoughts instead to his mate. Precisely 15 minutes after the shower turned on, it shut off. Leaving her to her own, Kaden let his mind continue to wander, drifting until he was once again only focused on her soft movements. Suddenly, he snapped up straight, listening as his bedroom door was opened and then shut. Straining his hearing further into the hall, Kaden could pick up the sounds of her soft footfalls on the dark hardwood of the stairs. Knowing most of his family was now up and awake in the house, Kaden pushed himself from his chair, moving to follow his mate downstairs. His trepidation at what awaited at the bottom had nothing to do with her and everything to do with his father. He would not be pleased with the news of the recent events. If Kaden was temperamental and controlling, his father went beyond the descriptive powers of words. He was a trying man even for his favorite son and heir, and Kaden knew this would not be an exception. Richmond, Austin, Brian, and Clay all got up and followed their alpha as soon as he suddenly got up and left. They had heard the girl awaken and the shower turn on, but had tuned her out after that, refocusing on the ongoing argument of the rogue's presence. They must have missed the sounds of her leaving. It would be the only thing that would drag Cade from trying to solve the problem. Brian and Austin shared a glance behind their alpha's back. They had never seen their friend act like this before. True, he had never had his mate before, but they were unsure how to respond to this new Kaden. He seemed almost hesitant, gentler, and softer somehow. Not that either would ever voice those thoughts aloud. Hell, they didn't even like thinking them in fear that he might somehow know. But after dealing with the harsh and rash, temperamental and arrogant heir for 24 years, they were thrown with this sudden switch. By the time they had gotten to the bottom of the stairs, Kaden was already in full-blown alpha mode against his very unamused father. Meanwhile, his mother stood near the foyer doorway, her face bearing a bemused expression. The Luna of the Salvatore was as groomed and polished as ever, her thick dark hair tastefully pulled into a knot at the nape of her neck, while light makeup accented the natural beauty that she still carried. Completely ignoring the increasingly loud shouting match between her mate and eldest, she stared at the form of her son's mate sitting on her foyer carpet, tying up her shoes. As usual, Kaden's eldest younger sibling and second son, Anthony, was butting his nose into the argument between Alpha and Heir. And as expected, it was only serving to increase the tension as he prodded Kaden's temper and disrespected his father, somehow simultaneously. The oblivious sounds of the youngest of the Salvatore clan, Kaden's 11-year-old twin brothers Noah and Isaac, fighting in the family room could be heard echoing down the hall, and only added to the bedlam that was slowly filling the house. A few of the family's personal guards had taken notice of the raised voices and had made their way to the scene, but spotting the familiar sight of father and son standing toe-to-toe, they had wisely stepped back until they were in the shadows. Austin shook his head at the men dressed in the garb of all the guards, black tees, black cargo pants, thick black boots. The only thing separating them was the tattoos covering their exposed skin, the heavy ink twisting around their necks, torso, and arms signaled their higher ranks, personal guards to the Alpha and his family. Sometimes he wished he could melt into their ranks, not to mention the shadows, and out of the limelight. Instead, however, he would always find himself flanking Kaden. Even when they were pups, it was easy to see the call, Beta. He shook his head now, as if he could shake the useless thoughts from his head, and instead squared his shoulders, knowing his wolf and blood would always command him to stand with his friend, the first to follow and the last to leave him. Their bond was more profound than many would assume. A beta like Aluna was not a light task or title to bear. Both owed a responsibility and a bond not only to the pack, but to the Alpha himself. Titles and ranks were not given out and couldn't be carried by any wolf. It had been a lesson for them all. Luckily, Austin, Brian, and the other men had all frozen at the bottom of the staircase as they took a few moments to take in the scene before them. This meant that Kaden's only sister, 15-year-old Kiera, had a dramatic and excited attempt to fly at her brother's mate, which was momentarily interrupted. It did not, however, stop the shriek she let out at the sight of the other girl. Nor did they prevent her from stubbornly pushing past the warriors and her brother's men as she attempted once again to throw herself at Ashley. Arms spread wide while a huge grin broke over her face. Another squeal of delight accompanied her determined rush. Thankfully, Kaden turned in time, and a quick lunge meant that between his arms snaking around her waist and Austin's hand wrapping around her wrist, they managed to keep her from reaching her target. "What's the matter with you two?" Kiera demanded as she turned to glare at her eldest brother and his beta. "I finally get a sister, and you won't let me hug her. I get you get all possessive of you mate being an alpha and all bro, but come on, I'm a girl. Not to mention your sister," she let out with a pout. Kaden rolled his eyes at his sister before shooting a pointed look at his second, before turning back to his father to rebuke some point about restructuring borderline agreements. "Kiera, Cade said no one can touch her, Kay? It's not you, she just can't handle it. She's got a bad history, so just work with her. When she's ready, Kaden will let you hug her all you want," Austin said, trying to soothe the angry and disgruntled she-wolf Kaden had left in his hands. She turned her pout on him, but when that didn't work she revolted to her tried and actual pissed-off glare. If it wasn't for the fact that he was under direct orders, Austin had to admit he might have crumbled under her pressure. When he didn't, though, she finally gave in with an exaggerated eye roll and an overly dramatic, dejected sigh. "Fine. I hear you. No touching. But he's better. She's my first sister. An actual, real-life girl in this house. And I want her. I'm tired of all you boys." "I blame you, mother. Sons. Couldn't have made one of them a girl. No, it had to be all boys. God, I'm so outnumbered in this house," ending her rant by turning her anger and glare on her mother, who didn't even acknowledge her fuming teenage daughter, who then proceeded to flounce out of the entryway in a huff, leveling a final glare at her mother and brother. Finally getting both her shoes on and tied, Ashley turned from the others behind her and pulled open the front door. Kaden was still trying to hold an argument with his father while not punching his brother out, threw a pleading look at his second and third as he watched his mate walk out the front door. His mother made a move towards the door, herself to follow, with a confused and excited look on her face, but stopped after a slight shake of her son's head. A look of understanding passed over her face before she gave him a small smile of pure happiness, then nodded her head once to him, before turning back to the kitchen. Brian and Richmond were the first to reach the door, with Clayton and Austin only a step behind as they all fanned out trying to defuse to find where their Alpha's mate had gone. To their shock, they found her without much effort. Even more surprisingly, she hadn't headed into the woods. Chapter 7. Even Richmond was puzzled by her actions, and so they stood around, unsure of what to do as they waited for Kaden to finish his talk with Alpha Sergio. Thankfully, it only took a few minutes before his anxious thoughts reached out to all of them through the mind link. Where did she go? How far out? Can you stop her? Relax, man, Austin instantly replied, trying to calm his alpha. None of them liked hearing him upset. It made their wolves nervous and tense. They looked to him for more than just leadership, unconsciously taking their cues from him as well. Emotions and intentions from an alpha would inevitably trickle down through the pack links. It was a defense mechanism. If the alpha fell, the pack fell. She's safe and unhurt. We're in the garage. The garage. Surprise and confusion rippled through the link as Kaden sharply turned away from the forest and headed to the large garage attached to the house. Yeah, man, she's here. You'll see when you get here. We aren't really sure. Brian was not exactly sure how to explain what they had found. Kaden came lightly jogging into the large cavern of the garage. His eyes searched the space for his mate, but instead, all he found were his 3 men and Richmond standing around one of the pack's fleet black SUVs. When they didn't come to meet him, he moved towards them. Unsure what was going on, he followed their gazes to find his mate sitting in the passenger seat of the car. Seatbelt on. Just staring forward. I tried to get her out, but she's locked the door. Won't answer, said Richmond, his voice puzzled as he studied her. Maybe she wants to go somewhere? Brian asked. She could have taken the car. The keys are by the door. She would have needed them to get in anyway, Kaden said as he tried to figure out what his mate was doing. She's in the passenger seat. Austin finally spoke, his voice turning from hesitant to confident as he finished speaking. When no one seemed to understand what he had clicked in on, he continued, she could have taken the car, but she didn't. Instead, she opened it, put the keys in the ignition, got in the passenger seat, locked the door, and put on her seatbelt. She wants to go somewhere, but wants others to go with her. Austin triumphantly spoke, pride that he had figured it out coloring his voice. How do we know where she wants to go? Clay asked as he looked towards Austin, whose face fell a bit as his eyebrows furrowed in deep thought. Kaden looked at Austin and then Richmond before finally turning back to his mate. It made sense. The message of her sitting in the passenger seat, rather than the driver's, was pretty blatant. Apparently, she must have understood that he would want to go with her. Was she accepting the mate pull, or was he wondering? If she wanted to go somewhere this badly but was asking him to drive, he had to trust that in the end she would also be able to tell him where she wanted to go. She got us to understand this. I trust she would know that she'd have to be able to get us to figure out where she wants to go. Richmond and AUS with me. Clayton and Brian grab a second. Stay close and keep the link open. I'll let my dad know we're leaving, Kaden said. Wait, Kaden, Richmond said, still looking at the girl in the vehicle. What are you seeing? He asked, already fully trusting this man when it came to the girl. She brought her bag, was his reply, although it sounded more as if he was still trying to understand what he was seeing. So? Brian prodded. It looks fuller than before, as though she packed more in it. Like she'll need more. Kaden, when she came and got me this morning, she was wearing your clothes. I think she packed them. Clothes she slept in. I think we will be gone a few days or at least overnight. He answered, his voice still slightly unsure, but with more conviction than when he first spoke, as if the words had begun to feel right. Okay then. Clay and Brian, go grab some clothes for the 4 of us from my room. I'm sure there's enough clothes from the pack in that house to find stuff for everyone, and if not, we'll stop somewhere. Satisfied with the reply, Richmond nodded his head before grabbing the door handle to the seat behind the passenger side and sliding in. Austin didn't comment as he walked around the front of the large and spotless SUV to the driver's side before sliding in as Kaden pulled himself into the driver's seat. Looking over at his mate, he found himself suddenly looking directly into her eyes. Once again, he found himself shocked by their cool gray color and the silver hair that adorned her. He gave her a small smile as he realized that with her, this was as close to having her scream at him. She looked at him for a full minute, unmoving. Her stunning eyes and striking face were completely blank before she once again turned to look out the front windshield. Kaden let out a shuddering breath as he found himself more winded and affected from the last minute than he had been the entire previous time he had been close with some she-wolf at a pack party. Turning the key in the ignition, the engine roared to life as the lights of a vast array of electronics along the dashboard came on. To everyone's continued shock, the high-pitched and demanding voice of the GPS filled the interior of the car as it began to insist that they head east immediately, relentlessly. Austin let out a loud chuckle from the back before leaning forward to grab his friend's shoulders. I guess we know where we're headed. Never doubting your girl again. Kaden couldn't help the goofy grin on his face at the words your girl as he threw the large SUV into reverse and backed out of the garage, linking both Brian and his father before setting out to follow his mate's lead. They drove for 6 hours. Austin and Richard's good-natured bickering over music filled the minutes as they sped across the country towards the East Coast. They had stopped for gas and grabbed snacks at a couple of stations, but by that point, they were all hungry and exhausted. After a few more minutes, Ashley moved for the first time, leaning forward. She reached out and shut off the GPS unit. Instant and not unwelcome silence filled the dark interior. Hey, what's that for? Austin asked, leaning forward between the seats. No one had an answer as Kaden just looked at his mate, who in turn was looking out the window. Not another minute later, he spotted a sign for a motel at the next exit and smiled. I think we're supposed to stop for the night. We'll pull off at the next exit for that motel. Austin let Clay know. Ask them to find somewhere to go for food and we'll grab the rooms. Night was starting to fall and the air was crisp with the scent of autumn on the wind. Kaden parked the car before the four of them moved into the motel office. Fortunately, there were still some empty rooms available. The young motel attendant was overly friendly as she assisted Kaden in renting 2 adjoining rooms. If he hadn't met his mate the day before, he might have taken up the invitation that her fluttering eyelashes were sending him, but now all he could think about was her. Austin had no qualms, though, about flirting with the pretty human and sent her a gorgeous full smile that had her blushing as she handed them the room cards. Kaden let out a low chuckle before easily turning from the now simply ordinary face to the spectacle that was his mate. Even now, after hours of being trapped in a car, tired and crumpled without a lick of makeup on, she managed to catch him off guard. He couldn't quite understand or believe how she was his. Brian and Clayton were pulling into the lot with bags of food and hurried to catch up as they made their way deeper into the motel towards their rooms. Soft chatter floated between the men. Easy banter over sleeping arrangements, food, and the ongoing debate of the merits of country music floated effortlessly between them. Walking down the hall, Kaden suddenly realized that his mate was no longer walking amongst their group. She had held herself slightly apart as they made their way down the hallway. An invisible bubble of space surrounded her that held anyone back from approaching her. Instantly, he turned to look back down the hall. His heart jumped into his throat as he watched in horror as she raised her foot and kicked in the door she had stopped in front of. AUS Richmond with me. Clay, Brian, cover the hall. He barked, pushing through his stunned men to try and get to where she had now disappeared into the unknown room. Austin was the first to recover, sprinting after his Alpha as the sounds of fighting suddenly erupted. What the hell? Cade, what the hell is happening? His beta demanded as they reached the now broken-down door. I don't have a clue. But you cover her. Anything happens to her, and I have your head. Kaden's rant was abruptly cut off as he was finally able to see what was happening inside the dingy motel room. Chapter 8. Ashley had known what was happening in the room. She may not pay attention to 99% of what happened around her, but what was going on behind that thin, locked door was something she could and would never ignore. Not even bothering to look at the others, in truth, she had forgotten entirely about their presence the moment she had sensed what was happening down this hall. She paused outside of room 212, assessing what she could feel beyond the barrier. She never looked up as her mate turned down the hallway to look at her, her entire being focused only on what was beyond that small piece of wood. She didn't care about her mate at that moment. Didn't care what he thought, what any of them thought. Ashley didn't care about a single thing except for the fact that she had to get inside that room. Her foot connected right beside the lock hard and powerfully. The cheap wooden lock were no match for her strength and easily crumpled under the force of her kick. Swinging in on the broken hinges, Ashley got her first visual glimpse of the hell that awaited her inside. The she-wolf was naked. Her limbs were tied down to the disgusting bed, blood staining the bindings from cutting into her flesh as a result of her many struggles. Bruises and cuts covered her skin. The abuse was so constant and relentless that even her werewolf healing had not been able to keep up with it. The stench of unwashed bodies, blood, fear, alcohol, and pain permeated the air, threatening to overwhelm Ashley as she quickly swept her gaze over the girl again, amazed that she was still alive and conscious. She looked only a few years older than she herself. Soft brown hair was matted and tangled against her face, and tear tracks traced down her face before landing softly against the soiled sheets under her. It made her look even more vulnerable and broken. Ashley felt the black fury rising. The 4 rogue wolves inside the room were in varying degrees of both dress and sobriety. Ashley didn't hesitate, she didn't ask questions, and she definitely didn't wait for any explanations. The scene before her told her everything she needed to know. These 4 vile creatures were going to pay. And pay with her hands. The first 2 were just inside the door, sitting on 2 gaudy chairs as they held beer bottles in their dirty hands, with many more scattered around them on the table and floor. It looked like the aftermath of a party. A sick and twisted, disgusting party. Moving with lethal speed, Ashley darted forward, sending a hard kick directly into the furthest one's chest, knocking him back a few feet so that he and the chair went tumbling until he landed hard on the floor. Without stopping, Ashley used her momentum from the kick, turning her body, her hands already up and expecting the floundering attack of the second rogue. Easily deflecting the man's wild swing, she slid inside his defense, her hands going straight for his head as her leg swept his out from under him. Using both his own weight and downward momentum, she forcefully snapped his neck. She let go of his head, which was now hanging at an odd angle. She didn't even spare a look as the broken body crumpled to the ground, unmoving. By now, the 2 other men had begun to recover from their shock at her sudden attack. The third rogue, who had just exited the bathroom on the other side of the room, let out an oath before launching himself at her. Ashley easily foresaw the attack and expertly dodged the messy attempt. Instead, she landed 3 hard hits to the man's abdomen and chest before throwing herself around his body and onto his back. Her small hands easily grabbed his head, and in quick order, she snapped his neck as well. Before the body could even drop to the floor, she had fallen to the ground, her feet lightly landing already in a defensive stance as her hand instinctually brought up the dagger from her back pocket. The familiar weight and feel of the deadly weapon barely registered before the knife was out of her hand and flying end over end, ideally through the air. Not even waiting to watch as the silver knife found its target, striking the exposed neck of the rogue she had first kicked, who had been trying to stand, Ashley was turning to the last man standing. No, not man. No man would do this. No wolf would even do this. No animal would act like this, would willingly torture and abuse with this amount of sick desire and delight. This thing was nothing like her, nothing like her mate, and when she was done, he would be nothing ever again. She evinced on the naked man who was still positioned over the bleeding and terrified girl on the bed. If she were able, a sick smirk would have graced her face as his shocked and angry face turned to one of pure terror and fear. The others she had dealt with quickly. But not him. No, he would suffer. He would watch her come to him, knowing that she would end his life. A whimper from the broken woman suddenly broke into Ashley's thoughts. She looked at the hurt and helpless girl, empathy and sadness filling her, tampering with her visions of bloody justice. She momentarily felt her anger rise. This man deserved pain. Prolonged pain. Pain she would delight in giving him. But then she turned her eyes again to the whimpering women. The intense fear and pain wafted from her broken figure. Ashley easily made up her mind in that instant, abandoning the visions of torture that had been consuming her only moments before. The girl was more important than making this attacker pay. Fortunately for him, Ashley would prioritize the needs of her victim over her hunger for revenge. Still, she wouldn't make it painless. She stalked to the frozen attacker on the bed, slowly looking him up and down, ignoring the pleas that were leaving his worthless lips. Not wanting the girl to have to hear any more, she decided it was time to end this. Faster than Kaden and his men could watch, Ashley's hand shot out, her claws extended as she struck the rogue's chest. She held still for a minute, her hand deep in the man's chest as she looked him directly in the face. She let him see her, let him know what was coming before she suddenly pulled her hand out. Only the sounds that could be heard in the confined space were of the body hitting the carpeted floor with a sick thud. The Salvatore wolves were stunned. They had seen some terrible things. They had fought wolves and seen the aftermath of cruel and horrific crimes, but what they had just witnessed in that motel room was beyond anything. Ashley's small, delicate form stood amongst the bodies of 4 huge, muscular, dangerous, twisted rogues. Rogues who had just been harming a she-wolf tied to a bed. They hadn't even been able to enter the fight before Ashley had taken down the first 3. Too shocked by her skill and speed to do anything beyond watch in horror, she had actually struck the last man's heart from his chest. Her hand still stained, Ashley moved calmly around the room until she stood at the head of the bed. Not once during the quick but intense fight did she ever look nervous or unsure. Now, however, standing and looking down at the quietly whimpering and sobbing women on the bed, Kaden would almost swear his mate was hesitant, nearly scared. Slowly, she brought her hands up to the woman. She didn't react to the woman's flinch as she grabbed the fabric that had been tied to cover her eyes and mouth. Slowly making sure never to touch the actual woman's skin, she proceeded to pull them loose. The woman let out a whimper and a small cry when her eyes finally flew open to look up into Ashley's steady gray ones. Before any of the men could move towards them, Ashley had pulled out a second knife from her back pocket and was slicing through the bindings that had tied the women's hands together above her head. Then, quickly moving towards her bound ankles, Ashley gracefully pulled a hanging sheet from the floor and draped it unceremoniously over the woman's abused form. 2 more quick, skillful slashes and her legs were free as well. The woman pulled her legs up as soon as she felt the last of the bindings loosen. Scooting up as far on the bed as she could, she stared around the room. She took in the bodies strewn on the floor, the 3 large werewolves still frozen in the door, and the small girl who was now bending over one of the rogues, harshly pulling a protruding knife from his neck. Kaden tried to rein in his absolute shock and horror. The image of his mate in that room, fighting these monsters, had nearly stopped his heart. He had wanted to grab her and thrust her behind his body. It was his job to protect her, to keep her safe and away from evil men like these, and instead, he had had to stand there and watch as she had actually thrown herself at them. And the way she had fought them. He didn't understand how she had done it. Only he and a few others from his pack possessed the training, skill, speed, and strength to take on 4 rogues simultaneously and alone. Yet, she didn't even look fazed by it. More shocking was that she seemed to have somehow known they were in here and had gone after them on purpose. Pushing all of these thoughts aside, he took a deep breath as he looked to the woman still huddled on the bed. She was still staring at his mate, her face a mask of fear and something akin to awe. Kaden wasn't sure she was dealing with the latest turn of events any better than he was. However, he was the Alpha Heir, and she was terrified and hurt. He had to set aside his own problems for the moment. "We aren't going to hurt you." He spoke quietly, his voice as gentle as he could make it as he shot pointed looks at the men still crowded around behind him. At his glare, they both let their shoulders drop, their faces softening as they tried not to stare at the terrified creature on the bed. Neither man really looked any less intimidating, but it was the best Kaden could hope for. They were wolves after all. Not to mention the formidable leaders of 2 of the largest packs on the continent. They weren't exactly built for friendly and inviting. Kaden was hoping that his mate's obvious disconcern and acceptance of their presence and them being in the room would let the women know they were not a threat. "I'm the heir to the Salvatore pack, and this is my beta, Austin." And this is Richmond, my mate's guardian. My third and head warrior are in the hall." Kaden nodded his head at each man as he gave out their titles, hoping that knowing they weren't rogues would help to calm her. "What's your name?" The girl's head finally snapped to look at him, tearing away from the sight of where his mate was wiping her knives clean before stashing them once more back into the pockets of her pants. Kaden hadn't known she carried any weapons, let alone known she possessed the skill to use them with such deadly accuracy. He let out a small smile. His mate was a mystery, just full of surprises. Once he got past his terror and panic at the thought of the fight, he knew he would be proud of how she had fought. The skill and speed she had demonstrated was unbelievable, and she was all his. Pulling himself from his thoughts, he realized the girl looked at him as if only now realizing they still stood there, having apparently been too shocked to hear him speaking before. Kaden repeated himself, hoping to get some type of reaction from the woman. Just as she was about to open her mouth, her eyes flew to look at the space beside him. And then, before Kaden could register what was happening now, she was sliding off the bed. In an instant, she had wrapped the sheet around her battered body before slipping out the broken door into the hallway, leaving 3 shocked wolves in her wake as she quickly fled the room from hell behind a small, willowy figure. Chapter 9. Ashley didn't want to stay in that room anymore. The smells were too much for her body to handle, and she could feel the women's eyes on her. Absently, she realized that her mate was talking, but she didn't bother to listen. Now was not the time to speak. They needed to eat and shower. After quickly and expertly stowing her silver daggers in her pockets, she turned from the mess of the room and slipped through the door. Richmond watched her as she passed him to get to the opening, but he knew better than to try to stop her. She didn't even have to look at him. Her face was blank as she left the room, her mind on the tasks still ahead of her. In her mind, she rolled her eyes, though she didn't turn to look as she heard the sound of bare feet quickly dashing along the dirty, stained carpet until they settled in close behind her. And she definitely didn't pause her steps for the string of curses that followed along behind the sound. Kaden let out a string of curses as he spun towards the door and watched the tail of the sheet whip behind the woman as she darted out the door. Following up, he watched in amazement as the woman scurried quickly behind the lone figure of his mate walking down the narrow hallway. He hadn't even realized she had left. Turning to Brian and Clay, he shook his head in bemusement. "Clean this up. Dispose of them somewhere and make an anonymous tip to the front about the door. Report back to me when you're done." No questions were asked as they merely nodded their heads before turning stone-faced to the task before them. It was a necessary area of expertise, body disposal, one that every pack member had to master at a young age. Confident that they had everything under control, Kaden jogged down the hall after the 2 women. He let out a breath of relief when he spotted them stopped outside of their rented room. His mate was standing still, her face as usual, devoid of any emotion, while her hands hung by her sides. The other woman was not nearly as composed. Her hands clutched at the sheet that covered her, while her eyes continually darted around the hall. She stood as close to his mate as she could. Her eyes flicked to her every few seconds, as if just her presence was a comforting reassurance. Kaden picked up his speed as a desire to be near his mate, and anxiety over the unknown woman's reactions to her had him now nearly sprinting. Slowing to a few feet from the 2 women, Kaden attempted to calm himself so as not to alarm either woman unintentionally. The battered woman watched him hesitantly and stepped back so that his mate was between them as he moved closer. He tried to give the women a reassuring look, but it didn't seem to have much of an effect. However, Kaden did not miss how she minutely relaxed when his mate didn't react to his presence. However unsure she still was towards him and the others, the slim, silver-haired beauty seemed to have won her absolute and immediate trust. Turning towards the door, Kaden quickly inserted the key card before immediately stepping inside. He kept his body in the doorway, knowing his mate would be reluctant to enter when there was the threat of touching him. Using this to his advantage, he widened all of his senses and took in the small room. Inhaling deeply, Kaden felt his wolf emerge as he let his eyes and senses encompass the entire space. Knowing his mate stood behind him, his wolf pushed him further, the need to protect her forcing his senses further until he could hear the faint noises from the rooms up and down the corridors and could easily pick up the now-deceased rogues from the open room. His wolf was still very uneasy at missing the obvious threat that had been present and was now no longer okay with not taking every precaution to ensure her safety and well-being. The sight of the abused and hurt woman behind him and the scent of her wounds only acted to increase and heighten his instincts as he went into full protective mode. After a few tense seconds, Kaden was finally reassured that there were no hidden or unknown dangers lurking. He let go of the door and stepped into the room. Though he did not let his senses slip as he moved forward, his wolf needed to do a final inspection before either would fully feel at ease. Still focused on the room and those around them, he absently heard the two women enter behind him. Ashley knew what her mate was doing, and although she knew there was no danger inside the room, she desperately wanted to enter. She also knew that for both himself and his wolf, he needed to see that for himself. So she merely looked at his tense and stiff back as her mate searched for any possible threat. The protective natures of male wolves around her were nothing new. She had seen wolves and she-wolves act like this around her nearly every minute of every day for the first 5 years of her life. She almost felt an urge to tell him that she understood and would remain outside until he was satisfied. That he could search the room before she would enter, knowing that, in truth, that was what he needed and wanted. She knew that this was what he and his wolf most likely wanted. They would both want her to remain outside in the hallway, where he had men to guard her and a means of escape, while he searched the room for any threats or dangers. From his behavior, she surmised that he seemed to think either that she would not understand this need or that she would not consent. Silly wolf. She could have given it to him even without him asking. She considered simply staying in the hall anyway. Ashley was stunned by how suddenly appealing this thought was to her. Floating through the feelings swirling inside her, she picked up on this strange new part of herself that she found suddenly desperately wanting to do whatever this wolf mate wished to. Instantly irritated and annoyed at herself, she shoved at the unhelpful feelings, forcing that part of herself away, thoroughly unimpressed with the realization that the mate bond was seemingly growing between them. Still annoyed, she decided that her mate and his overprotectiveness would need to be satisfied with what they got. She really wanted to get out of the hall. When the mate bond reared its head at not giving her mate what he obviously wanted, she reminded herself that, really, either way, his wolf would eventually realize there was no danger. Plus, eventually, he would come to learn that she was not one to fight against his desire for her safety, whether she told him now or not. She knew eventually she'd give in, even if it had never been a part of her plan's stupid, annoying, selfish fates. Just not today, she smirked internally. She wasn't going to become some soft pushover just because fate had decided to destroy everything she had worked for. It was slightly amusing how nervous her mate seemed about following his instinct to protect her. So hesitant to let her see it, as though she wouldn't be able to handle it. The ability to not only accept, but also endure overprotective and overbearing security and protective details had been ingrained in her since her inception. In fact, if her mate knew the extent and size of the entourage and guard she was used to, he might understand how his actions were actually less than ordinary and mundane, nearly unnoticeable. Silly wolves, she thought as she felt his wolf surface. Finally, his arms fell, and he allowed the door to open as he stepped inside their room. Ashley and the strange she-wolf quickly followed him inside. Chapter 10. Turning to look at the injured woman, Ashley quickly forgot any thoughts about her mate, who was trying inconspicuously to search the room around them. Her attention and focus shifted to the woman she had just saved. Looking her over, Ashley eyed her various injuries. There were numerous, however, none were life-threatening. Her face showed nothing as she took her in. At this point, Richmond and Austin had caught up and had entered the room. Making sure to give both women space, they moved towards the table and chairs that sat against the wall near the door. Ashley moved unhurriedly towards the small bathroom. After scrubbing the blood from her hands and quickly running her fingers through her waist-length hair, she pulled gently at a few knots that had tangled in it. She then turned on the shower. Moving back into the main room, she didn't look at anyone as she moved closer to her mate's beta before she merely held out her hand. It took Austin a few moments before he realized what she wanted. Looking at her with pure bewilderment, he held out the bag of clothes that Brian and Clay had collected for the men to wear. Quickly, Ashley pulled out a lightly worn but clean t-shirt and a pair of navy boxers. Turning back, she moved to the bathroom, placing the items on the lid of the toilet before picking up her own bag and pulling out her brush, deodorant, and other toiletries, setting them on the sink. When she re-entered the room, she felt the men's looks of confusion and tension, but she tuned them out, not even looking at her mate. None of that concerned her. They were safe and unhurt, and she had things she wanted to do. Instead, she turned to look at the woman. Kaden looked between his mate, who was standing just beside the bathroom door, and the unknown she-wolf who had stopped just inside the door to the room, still clutching at the sheet that draped around her shaking frame. Miss?" Kaden spoke, trying to speak gently so as not to upset the woman. He let a small smile touch his lips when she looked at him. "I think my mate wants you to use the bathroom. Take a shower. Clean up, there's a change of clothes in there. You'll be safe with us, I swear. My mate saved you and me, and my men will protect you. You will come to no harm from us." Out of the corner of his eye, Kaden saw his mate leave her post by the bathroom door before moving to the closest bed. Sitting down, she folded her legs up, pulled out her sketchbook and pencils, and began to work. Apparently, he had correctly guessed what she had wanted, and now satisfied, he would get it for her. She had withdrawn from the situation. He smiled internally. He was starting to know his mate. It made him proud that not only had he figured out what she wanted, but that she seemed so accepting of their bond. The girl looked at him skeptically before flickering her eyes at the bent form of his mate, and letting out a shuddering breath, she nodded. Taking a few steps towards the soft wafting steam of the bathroom, she paused, not turning around. Her voice was low and quivered as she spoke. Thank you for saving me from that hell. Just thanks. And my name is Olivia. Olivia Locke." After she spoke, Olivia rushed the rest of the way to the bathroom, gently shutting and locking the door behind her. "Okay, can someone please tell me what the hell just happened?" Austin's voice was low, but the sense of absolute shock and confusion was unmistakable. Richmond was staring at Ashley's bent form on the bed, his face a mix of sheer awe and disbelief. Kaden didn't have a lot of answers for a second. "Honestly, I have no idea. Cade, man. For rogues just had a she-wolf tied to a bed for God knows how long. How the hell does that happen? Not to mention the fact that your mate, on her own, just took them down with her bare hands. Did you know she could do that?" Turning to look at Richmond, who didn't turn before shaking his head. "How the hell did she even know they were there? We all walked past that room, not one of us scented rogues. She struck him right through the chest, man. He deserved far worse." Was Kaden's only response to his beta's rant? Well, of course. But that was unbelievable. Yes, she is. Now that Austin had released some steam, his mind began to calm once more. Feeling the calm and unfazed mind of his alpha in the back of his head did the rest, and without really realizing it, he was once again steady and sure. "Okay, so what's next?" he asked, looking to his alpha for orders. Kaden sent a look of gratitude and thanks to his best friend. He knew that what had happened was surprising, if not downright alarming and upsetting, but he needed his beta, and he wouldn't be able to if he was freaking out. Now we eat, shower, and sleep. Tomorrow we set out. What about the woman, Olivia? We'll see if she wants to tell her story. See what my mate wants. Take her somewhere, take her with us. I'm sure that she already knows what she wants, so we'll just follow. But next time, I want a heads up that there are rogues down the hall, no scratch that. I want to know if there are rogues within a mile of my mate. Understood. His alpha tone had slipped in by the end, and Austin visibly tensed at the tone, shame and guilt filling him at the reminder that danger had been so close to both his alpha and his mate, and he had not known. Kaden was right. It was unacceptable. Yes, Alpha. Bowing his head in both submission and respect. I've linked both Clay and Brian to do a sweep of the rest of the motel and perimeter just to be sure. Kaden nodded at his second. Usually, he would have lost it on his second for the failure, but he couldn't forget that he hadn't sensed the rogues either. It was a thought that was not comforting. In fact, it made him want to go back to that room and take down the rogues himself. Pushing down his anger, he turned so he was looking at his mate. The sight of her lifted his heart. Joy and happiness filled him at the sight of her unhurt. The urge to go to her and pull her into his chest was physically painful to refuse, but he did it. He would do anything for her, even if it meant he would never feel the softness of her skin or the taste of her lips. As if somehow sensing his need, she shocked him when she lifted her head from her sketchbook, looking him straight in the eye. His breath hitched as he met the startling gray of her eyes. They were breathtaking. Not silver, not blue, but a soft gray, deep and cool and yet calming. Kaden ran his eyes over the rest of her face, taking in every piece of her. Strands of her silvery hair had fallen over her shoulder. So long and soft, hanging low down her back, the silver tendrils shone in the soft light of the room, framing her face and setting off the wintry paleness of her skin, so flawless and smooth. Her face was beautiful in its sheer sharpness and simplicity, elven and symmetrical. She defied every mold, holding a harshness that was beautiful in a haunting way. But as before, it was her eyes that drew him in, somehow so blank and void, and yet he felt lost in their depths. Endless, they seemed to hold everything and yet nothing. He felt himself falling as he stared at her, a deep warmth flooding his body as her scent permeated the room, enveloping him as he inhaled the crisp smell of rain and lavender. Everything else faded until it was just him and her. The sound of the shower turning off and the echoes of movements in the small bathroom brought Kaden back to the present. Turning his head, he watched as Olivia exited into the main room. Her steps were hesitant, and she hovered in the doorway, her eyes searching the room before landing on his mate. Her eyes suddenly got big as they filled with tears, her breath hitched, and before Kaden could react, she was throwing herself at the other girl. The reaction was instantaneous. Olivia's hands reached out, intent on wrapping the woman who had saved her in an embrace. Such a genuine and earnest intent caused instant chaos to erupt. Chapter 11. Richmond's deafening roar filled the room as Olivia's fingertips brushed against Ashley's arm. The pencil she had been holding dropped as her body went rigid for a moment before she was suddenly jerking away, as if in sudden horrendous pain. Before Olivia could try to touch her again, she was throwing her body violently away from the woman and across the bed. Not stopping at the edge, Ashley threw herself from the bed, landing hard on the carpeted floor between the two in the room. Pushing herself flat against the floor, her breath coming out in sharp pants as she moved, so she was pressed hard against the furthest bed frame, her body rigid and her eyes tightly closed. Richmond had finally reached Olivia and had wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her back and away from the bed, the action causing the woman to panic as she began to scream and fight in his grasp. Kaden put himself between them and the bed while trying to shout over the woman's screams and Richmond's shouting. "Calm down, Olivia. Olivia, I need you to calm down. Richmond isn't going to hurt you," Kaden commanded in his most steady voice. He was trying to rein in his own panic and anger while fighting the instinct to comfort his mate. The violence and suddenness of her reaction were burned into his vision. The way she had reacted to the barest hint of a touch was genuinely terrifying. Turning his head quickly, he looked at his second. "Is she okay?" His tone bordered on pleading. He waited, his hands still up in front of him, his body still between Olivia and his mate, while he ignored her struggles against Richmond's restraints for the moment. He couldn't give this woman his attention until he knew his mate was okay. Or at least as okay as she could be. He didn't know if she was ever truly okay, not after that. Austin took a careful step towards the frozen figure on the floor, her limbs and back rigid and stiff, her arms wrapped protectively around her head while small shudders raced over her frame, making her seem so much smaller than usual. Her presence was usually so overwhelming that he had never really noticed just how delicate and small a creature she really was. He paused at the ends of the beds, not wanting to encroach on what had become her safe space. He crouched so his elbows rested on his knees, watching the terrified figure on the floor. He listened to her hitched breathing. Physically, she seemed okay, not hurt, merely incredibly terrified, if not completely withdrawn. Looking up at his alpha's concerned and worried face, he nodded his head, and for a moment, he let him completely into his mind link, letting his alpha see and hear what he was witnessing. It was enough of a reassurance that Kaden's face softened slightly, and he was able to turn and face Olivia. She was still fighting desperately to get out of Richmond's grasp, but her screams had reduced to sobs, her eyes wide with fear. Kaden put on his gentlest voice he could muster, throwing a sharp glance, cutting off Richmond's shouting at the poor woman, who was helping no one. "Olivia, I need you to calm down. If you calm down, Richmond will let you go." The words seemed to work because she suddenly went limp, her chest heaving with the force of her sobbing, but she stopped fighting. Another look from Kaden had Richmond dropping his arms and taking a step backwards. However, none missed the fact that he hovered close enough to grab the woman, even with Kaden still in front of her, just in case she attempted to touch his mate again. "Look, I'm sorry we scared you. We didn't get a chance to explain. I need you to keep calm and listen, okay?" He looked at the woman, trying to weigh her stability at the moment. Hesitantly, she looked at him and nodded. He smiled at her gently. Even after the hell she had endured, she was pulling herself together. She was strong. He objectively looked her over for the first time. Now showered and cleaned up, he saw that she was a couple of inches taller than his mate, probably around 5 feet 9 inches, average for she-wolves. They were a tall species and a large species by nature. They needed to be to ensure their safety and survival. Her light brown hair hung to just past her shoulders in soft waves, and her brown eyes shone with flecks of gold. The t-shirt and boxers she wore did little to hide the natural curves of her figure. Although her arms and legs were toned and muscular, she had trained hard. All werewolves were in shape. It would be hard not to be. However, females tended to be slightly softer, unless they had joined a detail, such as security, guard, patrol, or runner. Then they trained as hard, if not harder, than their male counterparts. Werewolf society was not as progressive as humans. The animal side was too aggressive and prominent. However, if unmated females or mated with their mate's consent wanted to, they were able to join in the protection of the pack. Kaden's pack had several she-wolves in their ranks, and he was not oblivious to the signs. This she-wolf was ranked, and by the look of it, she was high. She was unmated, meaning she had either gained her position through her father or brothers, but had maintained it through sheer force. She was not one to underestimate. "I know you didn't mean anything, but you can't touch my mate. Ever." Kaden watched as his words sank in. Her eyes got impossibly wider as she stared at him. "Why?" "I just wanted to say thank you. I wouldn't hurt her, I swear." She shook her head vehemently as she spoke, as if to emphasize her words. "I know. We didn't think you'd hurt her. Don't worry, no one is mad." Kaden made sure to throw a pointed look at Richmond when he said this, who subsequently let out a breath, taking another step back, crossing his arms, while trying not to glare at Olivia's back. "It's not you. My mate has a really bad past, and as a result, she doesn't like people touching her. I only met her a few days ago, but Richmond has known her for 5 years, and as her guardian, he is very protective of her. As long as you don't touch her, everything will be okay. I promise we still don't mean you any harm. Everyone was just protecting my mate. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt her," she said, looking pleadingly at the bed that was obscuring the figure still huddled on the floor. "I know you didn't know. It's okay. Why don't you tell us how you got here? Where are you from?" Looking up quickly, Olivia nodded, letting out a breath. She wrapped her arms around her middle. Her voice was soft but firm as she spoke, her eyes darting to the bed every few seconds. I'm from the Custison pack, or I was. I was a runner for them for almost 4 years, ever since I shifted when I turned 17. What happened? Kaden asked. He shook his head at Richmond, who had tensed automatically at the mention of his old pack, his face losing some of the hostility he had been directing towards Olivia. I don't know. Things have been bad for years now. Alpha Michael, he changed. At first we didn't really see it, but in the last couple years even his beta wasn't able to keep it from the pack anymore. I was sent out on a run to Spesso territory. A land claim had arisen with Alpha Elizabeth. Things have been unsettled around our territory, more rogues than ever. I begged them not to send me on my own, but no one would listen. Alpha's orders, they said. She spat the words as her arms wrapped even tighter around herself. I'm not the first. First what? Kaden prodded when she didn't seem to want to continue, his voice laced with horror and curiosity as to whether what she was implying was true. It was unthinkable. Unmated female sent out on missions on their own. They never make sense, not the missions nor who he'd pick out, and they'd never return. Disgust filled her face as she dropped her eyes to the ground. Low growls ripped through the air at the women's words. The thought of wolves being purposefully and knowingly sent into harm's way into situations like the one they had found Olivia in had all 3 men shaking in anger, their wolves enraged at the very implication. They caught me only a few hours after I left the Packlands. Olivia continued, not raising her eyes to look at them, her voice low, filled with bitterness and hate. 3 days ago. 3 days in that room. I thought. I prayed that I would die. Anything to end it. A sob broke through her words as her shoulders shook lightly. You saved my life. I owe you. I owe you everything. She finally finished, looking up and meeting Kaden's stare. You owe us nothing. I'm only sorry we couldn't have stopped it days ago. He replied, meaning every word. The thought of what she had endured at the hands of those 4 monsters, at the thought of the betrayal by her Alpha, who was meant to protect her and every member of his pack with his life, had him aching for blood. His wolf pushed at his control, fury and hate riling inside him at the idea of this happening to his mate. His blood boiled with the image. No, she-wolf, no female should have to endure that horror. Austin's voice broken on them. Cade, man, I think she's starting to come out of it. She'd probably rather see you than me. His voice was awash with relief as he threw a wink towards his Alpha. Kaden felt his own relief spread as he moved to take over Austin's spot near his mate. Lowering himself between the 2 beds, Kaden moved slowly until he was sitting cross-legged by her feet. He made sure to keep at least a foot of space between their bodies, even though he desperately wanted to close the distance until there wasn't even the whisper of space left between them. He let out a breath as he forced himself to relax, tuning out everyone and everything beyond the rigid figure on the floor. Ashley felt the calming scent wash over her. Felt as if it beat at her walls, seeping into her mind, pulling her from the deep corners she had hidden herself within. She was too closed off to shut down and understand what the scent was, who it belonged to. All she knew was that it soothed her. Winding through her brain, it brushed along her mind, calling her back, gently tugging her to the surface. Embracing her, it ached to make her feel safe and protected. It beat back the memories, the agonizing truths that fought to consume her. Under the pressure of that scent, cold and crisp as the scent of winter and frozen nights, the ghosts of her past were forced from her sight. Slowly, she began to feel her body once more, the pain in her muscles from being held so rigid and tense, the discomfort from lying on the floor, and the multiple sore spots from her harsh fall. Inhaling deeper, she clung to the scent as she pushed the last visions of her past off, shaking them from her mind until only that scent, his scent, remained. Somewhere along the way, she had realized it was the scent of her mate, the smell of the mate she had never intended to find, that she now desperately grasped to. Agonizingly, she was brought back to the present, the last traces of her past wiped away by the feel of him so close to her, the soft heat that his closeness brought her, clearing the last remains of fog and fear. Ashley sat up, her muscles trembling, running a hand through her tangled silver strands. She turned so she was sitting on the floor across from her mate. She would have preferred to get off the stained carpet, however, her muscles were still pained and weak. She let her eyes move calmly around the room, taking in the presence and atmosphere of everyone present. The sight of Richmond with such a familiar look of worry and concern on his face as he observed her pushed the last shreds of her terror off. Then she came to look upon the women. She looked better now that she had showered and changed. Her injuries had begun to heal. Ashley was glad to see that the cuts that had been deep and brutal around her wrists were healing well, and that the new, fresh pink scars circling each were all that now remained. Olivia wasn't sure how to respond to the heavy feeling of the gray gaze that fell on her. She shifted uncomfortably as she lowered her eyes. The woman didn't seem mad. In fact, her face was emotionless, her eyes hooded and blank. She felt her heart begin to race. She might not look angry, but after how everyone had reacted when she had tried to touch her, even if it was only to hug her, Olivia knew she must be in trouble. In her old pack, offending a high-ranked wolf, especially the mate of a high-ranked wolf, was akin to death, and not a quick and easy death. She didn't know if she should apologize or try to escape, grovel perhaps? Noticing Olivia's sudden discomfort, Kaden looked to his mate, who was gazing at the woman. He could guess what was happening. Olivia's fear was palpable, but he didn't feel any hostility or anger resonating from his mate. Of course, even though their bond should be growing and deepening the longer they were around each other, he still could feel nearly nothing from her. He let himself puzzle that for a moment. Maybe her look of emotionlessness was more than just a look, he wondered. Maybe she generally did not feel? But even that wasn't quite right, he admitted to himself. When she had been fighting those rogues, he had clearly, if faintly, felt a white-hot rage and disgust that was separate and distinctly separate from his own. He had been surprised when he had figured out that he had finally felt something pass along the mate bond from her. Then again, he had also felt a glimmer of her terror and pain as she had thrown herself from the bed. At that time, though, it had only been a flash before it was suddenly cut off. But now, however, he was feeling nothing in particular from her. He thought, if he had to guess, that she was more curious, almost as if she was looking over the woman with something resembling concern, but less potent. Feeling Olivia beginning to reach a breaking point in the tense room and not wanting to deal with any more female tears, Kaden spoke. "Olivia, you can calm down. My mate isn't angry at you. You really don't need to be afraid of her. You aren't in trouble." As if to prove his point, Ashley's head whipped in his direction at his words. Her face showed nothing, only the slight notching of her head as she looked at him. The action so perfectly expressed her confusion and surprise that he let out a small laugh. He felt hope rise in him at such an obvious and blatant reaction. Every day, he seemed to be able to read her better, and she seemed to react more and more with him. "Mate love, she thinks you wish her harmed for upsetting you. You're my mate, and she caused you pain, even if she didn't mean to, and now she fears she will be punished. I assume it is an artifact from her last pack. She does not yet know that I would never punish one for an unintentional and unknowing mistake." "Since you are not angry at her, I am not," Kaden said as he looked into his mate's large eyes, the silver tips of her lashes lightly brushing against her cheeks, while making sure his voice was loud enough to easily carry to where Olivia still stood in obvious fear. Seemingly satisfied with his explanation as well as Olivia's well-being, Kaden watched as his mate pushed herself up on trembling muscles until she was able to get herself onto the less-than-comfortable motel bed. Crawling to the center, she picked up her dropped drawing supplies, tucking her legs up under herself. Settling down, she picked up right where she had left off. Richmond let out his own soft chuckle at her antics, but any scorn that may have been construed was muted by the blatant relief that overlaid the sound. Kaden's respect and trust in the man had increased tenfold since they had arrived at the motel. Every action and focus of the man was centered on the well-being and safety of his mate. He didn't fully understand the source of this loyalty and dedication. The idea that he viewed her as a daughter explained only part of it, but he was thankful for its existence nonetheless. He wanted people surrounding her who put her safety, her life, her happiness above all else, and somehow it was in Richmond that he was finding that. Olivia had relaxed, although there was an obvious uncertainty about it. Looking at the others who merely shrugged at her discomfort, sending her smiles of apology and acceptance, she let herself be shuffled till she was sitting on the unoccupied bed surrounded by food. Just as they were about to dig in, the door burst open and two more large and intimidating men pushed their way through. At first, her body stiffened as adrenaline rushed through her at the new presence. Still, looking to the relaxed figure on the other bed who hadn't even looked up at the intrusion, Olivia let her body take its cue from her, relaxing into the easy and friendly banter of male voices that arose around her. Chapter 12. It was 2 a.m. Kaden couldn't quite put his finger on why he was so sure, but he was. His eyes slowly opened to the dark interior of the dank motel room. He really disliked ratings of fewer than 5 stars. There weren't many times in his life when he had taken advantage of his family's incredible wealth. In fact, ever since he was 16 and able to start taking his rightful roles both within the pack and his father's multiple multinational companies, he had prided himself on paying his own way and not relying on his father's fortune to support himself. He had actually had quite a knack for the corporate and financial world, and even in just a few short years, had amassed his own substantial net worth. Still, he tried never to let it get to him, working and training as hard as any of his men. However, he drew a line at hotel rooms. And after this night, he knew he had been smart in that lifelong decision. If it wasn't 5 stars, he wasn't staying in it. Never again. God, his back was a mess. Was there even a mattress on this damn frame? Pushing through his irritation, Kaden wiped the last of the fog from his brain, finally realizing what must have happened. His mate had woken up, and after the scare of last night, his wolf had stayed alert tonight, watching for her consciousness. Slowly rising up onto his elbows, he was surprised to see her up and sitting on his bed. When he had finally crawled into the second bed after having Clay relieve him of his watch at around midnight, she had been curled asleep on the other bed. Olivia sprawled on the other side after his mate had placed a row of pillows down the middle of the mattress. Kaden almost let out another chuckle as he remembered the poor woman's confusion. She had no idea what to make of the mystery of his mate. Richmond had bedded down on the floor until his turn at watch around 4. While Brian and Clay took turns in the second room. Running a hand through his midnight black hair, Kaden looked at his mate. She was once again wearing his way too large black t-shirt over a pair of his boxers. The sight instantly affected him, and he had to work hard to suppress the flare of instant desire. Taking a deep inhale of her scent, he tried to calm himself. It would help no one if he jumped her in the middle of the night with 2 other people only a few feet away. Her hair was down, although it now had a soft wave to it from her sleeping on the silky strands, and her face had the slightest flush from her sleepy state. Kaden had to force a growl down as he eyed her. It wasn't helping that he was overly aware of being in a bed together, and he couldn't help the images that the thought conjured in him. For her part, Ashley didn't seem overly bothered by her proximity to him or their lack of suitable clothing. Kaden nearly lost it when he finally dragged his gaze from her face to the sight of her long, bare legs crossed and tucked under her. Trying to focus, he wondered what she needed. Last night, she had awoken and wanted to eat. He tried to remember how much fruit they had left from the groceries Clay and Brian had grabbed. "Hey, love," he spoke gently, not wanting to startle her or wake the others. He wanted this moment with her all to himself if he could. Slowly, he pushed himself up further until his back rested on the headboard. The light sheet he had thrown over himself fell, revealing his toned and broad chest. He felt his heart and pride soar as he watched his mate take in his naked chest for the first time. She didn't show any reaction, but the fact that she had noticed that fact, had taken an interest in his body, made his heart leap. Did this mean that she recognized who he was to her? Did she feel the pull between them? Was she attracted to him? Kaden hated to admit weakness. And fear was always seen as a weakness, both in pack life and the corporate world. But this late at night in the dark to himself, he would admit there was a small part of himself that was terrified that his mate's lack of reaction and affection was a lack of interest or recognition. That she could ignore any need to be near him physically had planted a seed of doubt. What if she didn't feel the mate bond? Didn't feel the pull to him? Could she leave him? Reject him? Pushing his fears back, he tried to focus on her sitting in front of him and allowing the image of her looking at his bare chest to soothe a bit of that fear. He hoped she wasn't scared or embarrassed that he had caught her. He never wanted her to be embarrassed by him. His body was hers as much as she was his. No one could look at him like she could. The moment he had scented her, he was hers and she was his completely. Infinitely. Not knowing how much she felt or understood about this world, he offered her a soft smile when her eyes finally pulled back up to his face. Relief and fear warred in him when her still hooded eyes found his again. Relief that he didn't see a trace of shame or embarrassment within them, and fear that he couldn't catch a trace of excitement or arousal either. Trying to remind himself that he wasn't the focus right now and that it was her needs, not his, that were important, he spoke again. "Are you hungry? We can try and find something if you aren't happy with what's left." Giving her a moment to react, assuming that if that were what she wanted, she would go to the car, he relaxed back against the headboard when she remained still. Letting his muscles go, his eyelids closed slightly as he decided to take in her presence and let her decide if she wanted something from him. He had faith in his little mate. If she needed something or wanted it, she would find a way to get it or let him know what it was. After a few minutes of silence, Kaden caught his breath. He was instantly thankful that he had been watching her so closely. Otherwise, he might have jumped and scared her with her slight movement. Her eyes still glued to his face, she had picked up her hand and reached towards him. Her hand froze, hanging in the air a foot from her body. Her skin was so pale in the dark, smooth, and unblemished. Her fingers and wrists were so delicate that they seemed to Kaden to be spun from glass. He was entranced by the thin, elegant lines of her fingers, the soft, graceful curve of her tiny wrist, and the long, lean arm that peeked from beneath his shirt. He never thought a woman's arm and wrist could turn him on. He was wrong. So wrong. She was going to be the death of him. It was as simple as that. There was no way he would survive a life where she couldn't be his completely and utterly. The space between their bodies was suffocating him. His body was instantly on fire with a consuming need for her, and all she had done was lift her arm and reach towards him. He was a dead man. Ignoring, or at least trying to ignore his traitorous body's reactions to her presence, Kaden fought his every instinct, staying absolutely still, not letting himself visibly react in the slightest as her hand continued to hang in the air. Watching her face. Holding her spectacularly mysterious gray eyes, Kaden held his breath as he willed that hand to keep going. To reach for him. To want him. To close the space between them. Kaden was actually astounded. He hadn't expected something like this. Even if she didn't move another inch, he was floored. After everything he had seen and heard, he hadn't thought he would see anything like this from her for months, if not years. For her to even contemplate touching him, reaching for him after how she reacted to Olivia's touch only hours ago, blew him away. His heart soared, and he felt tears prick the back of his lids as he watched his mate in astonishment. He swore to himself that he would not feel an ounce of disappointment or regret when she pulled her hand back. He would never make her think that she was anything less than the absolutely perfect, wonderful gift that she was. He would never let her feel that she was anything but exactly what he wanted. Her pace, her wants, her needs, whatever they were, those were all that mattered to him now. And he refused to let her feel or believe anything less. In fact, he realized that he wasn't having to even convince himself of any of this. He could see it in his head, when her hand would fall back to her lap, when the chance that she would touch him was gone, a spike of disappointment was absent. Instead, all he could imagine feeling would be a wash of awe and gratitude at the trust and faith that his little mate had placed in him in such a short amount of time. He let his body relax, realizing that right now all she needed from him was to be there. He gave into the moment, letting all the power and control flow to her, allowing her to decide what happened next and when. Her hand still held frozen in the air. She seemed to be studying him, as if waiting for him to do something. He smiled at her gently, wanting to speak, but also wanting her to realize the power she held between them on her own. Being told you have power and feeling it and finding it yourself were two very different things. Even Kaden could see past enough of her hard, protective shell to realize that for a large portion of her life, she had been utterly powerless. Her hesitancy spoke volumes. Anger shot through him at the thought of what she must have suffered before she came into his life. He swore to himself and to her that he would do everything in his power to make sure nothing ever touched her again, and she would never feel powerless again, even if it cost him his life. Ashley didn't know what she wanted. She was angry. Angry at this man. Angry at fate. Angry at Richmond. She had had a plan. It was simple. She knew who she was in the plan, what she was. She knew what she felt and what she wanted, and now? Now they had ruined it all. She didn't know anything anymore. It was all confused. She didn't want to be what other people wanted. She didn't want to know about them, to think about them, and she definitely didn't want to care about them. And yet she was sitting on a bed with him. It was infuriating. He was infuriating. Why did he have to wake up? She was fine when he was sleeping. She could watch him and hate him. But now? Now, looking into his piercing, clear blue eyes, she felt all of her anger and hatred slipping away. She didn't want this. She tried to scream, to hit things, destroy things, curse fate and the goddess. Curse everything that had decided to tie her down once more. How dare they? How dare they decide that she should be forced to love again? To feel. To care. She didn't want it. Any of it. And yet, here sat her mate. Beautiful. Powerful. Gorgeous. And she was powerless to hate him. She really, really, really hated fate. If she weren't so deep into her safe space, hidden within the walls of her mind in the deepest part of her consciousness, Ashley was sure she would have literally melted as the sheet slipped off his chest. The sculpted muscle and tan skin were enough to make even the hardest women weep. She cursed internally again, her fury rising this time at herself as she felt herself reacting to a male for the first time in her life. She didn't want him. Hell, she barely even wanted him at all. What was happening to her? Of course, growing up, before it happened, she had been regaled by the stories about mates and love. She would fall asleep listening to her talk about the man who would steal her heart, who would dim every other male, man or wolf, before her eyes for all of eternity. She could vaguely remember the small girl who couldn't wait for the love, the man that would claim her, and that would be all hers, the little girl so ready for love, so trusting of the promises of fate. A fate that was supposed to promise her a path of happiness and joy, that would lead her to the one person destined to cherish and love and be loved by her above all others. But then it had happened, and that little girl and all her fairy tales had been utterly destroyed. Dreams, hopes, love. They were nothing but weaknesses. Torturous devices used to tear you apart. Break you until you were nothing. Mates did not exist at that time. Love and kindness were so alien that they no longer even lived in her mind. The words were erased until she couldn't even think them. Only her time with Richmond had begun to pull them back to the surface, but even then, they were merely words. Ideas where the meaning and hope, the magic of them was still lost and forgotten with the little girl she had buried all those years ago. Until now. She panicked when her hand moved. Shock so thick filled her as soon as she registered the movement, her arm freezing in the air. Her mind raced as she tried to figure out what had happened. Had she actually moved to touch him? Moved to feel the smooth skin of his broad and powerful chest? The black walls, the thick, impenetrable blocks she had fought so long to build, were threatening to close over her mind at the thought. Only the clear crystal blue of his eyes holding hers kept her in the room with him. She felt the safety of the blackness calling her, fighting against the pull of that calming blue. She didn't know which to follow. What if she went against her normal response and stayed in his blue depths only to have him reach out and grab her? What if he knew she had wanted to touch him? He could use it, that weakness, that want, that reaction. Weakness always brought pain. Wanting comfort, desiring touch was a promise of horrendous and inescapable pain and punishment. Why would she want to be anywhere but the blackness for that? Why was one part of her crying that she should fight the safety of the black abyss? She was so confused, her mind and heart ripping and falling as panic and terror flooded her. Her hand was still hovering in the air, not knowing how he would want her to proceed. He wasn't the other man. She knew what they would like. Her mind shuddered again, threatening to collapse at the thought, but this man was new. She didn't know what he would want, what he would do. Not knowing is dangerous. You had to know, always know, that was the only way to stay alive. Know what they want, what they would do. When to go to the black. Chapter 13. Ashley was still frozen, her feet tucked under her. Her silver hair cascaded down her back, the darkness throwing shadows across her features, making them look even sharper as she stared at her mate lying against the headboard. She knew her time was almost up, yet he still had yet to move. She was confused. Confused and annoyed. What was he doing? Anger shot through her, sudden and violent. She was running out of time. Shouldn't he be doing something, she wondered to herself? She had been expecting some reaction, and she didn't know how to react now that she wasn't getting one. She knew what she wanted to do, but she couldn't. Could she? Time. She was running out of time. What did she do? Such a small space, just over a foot. She could feel the heat radiating from his body, the waves crashing against her. She thought it would hurt, expected it to. Really, there was nothing else for her to expect. Pain was the only thing her body understood anymore. It was the only feeling it still recognized. All that her skin, her bones, her mind remembered was the only thing it could, did, or ever feel. And yet it didn't feel like that. She felt something. She didn't like that. She was waiting for the pain to start, and yet it didn't. Yet this otherness didn't stop. She tried to pull her hand back, to undo what she had begun, but you can never really go back. Her hand stayed hovering in front of her. Finally, she was able to get her body to move again. Only to her horror, she once again moved towards him. Her shock was almost as resounding as his. Only an inch. One more inch towards his tanned, warm skin. It felt like a mile. She saw him twitch, his muscles responding involuntarily to her movements. Again, she stilled, freezing her body. Instantly ready to retreat. To escape. Again, it was unnecessary, and once more she found herself unsure, confused, and out of control. She didn't like it. She liked it even less than she was, so calm about it. He was calming her. She did not like that. Not one bit. And yet her hand stayed still. Kaden tried to relax his muscles. He noticed how she had frozen when he had let himself twitch. His reaction to her unexpected movement sent a jolt of anger through his body, directed solely at himself. He had sworn he wouldn't react, that he wouldn't scare her, and yet he had done just that. He had never expected that she would have moved towards him again. His heart had leapt into his throat, threatening to burst at just that tiny movement. He could nearly feel her uneasiness, her confusion, how he wished he could feel the actual mate bond that should have been alive between them. Still, he was thankful for the small glimpses of her emotions, even as dull and vague as they were. He debated in his head, desperate not to let out a groan as he tried to pull his mind back from the stupidity of his sudden thought. What the literal actual hell was he thinking? He couldn't. Shouldn't. Hell, she might actually kill him. This might be the stupidest thing he has ever done. And that was saying something. Taking a deep inhale, he let it out and opened his eyes. Moving them so he was once again staring straight into the blank gray orbs of his mate, the silvery tips of her eyelashes lying gently against her snowy skin. He tried to push as many comforting and calm emotions through his side of the mate bond as he could. It felt like he was pushing a massive boulder up the steepest hill towards a stone wall with his mind, but he kept at it, trying to mentally will her to stay calm and trust him. There was no way this was going to work. Oh God. He's so going to regret this. Never letting his eyes waver, he lifted his hand from where it rested against the bed at his side. He instantly saw her body respond even as her face stayed as blank as always, her muscles tensing and nearly flinching away from him. A spike of hurt and pain laced through his heart at the gesture, but he forced it back, refusing to let her see how he reacted, focusing instead on continuing to push as many calm and pleasant thoughts towards her as he could. He felt her pulling back as if she were somehow slipping from the room, even as her body sat in front of him. He wouldn't lose her. He moved his hand closer to her until only a hair separated her small, frozen one from his large, tanned one. His heart stopped. It felt like a lifetime, as if the world had stopped around them. He stayed perfectly still, all of his energy and focus pulling on the bond, pushing, praying, willing, begging her to come back. To go to him. To open up just this tiny bit. To trust him. Accept him. The sparks that erupted when her skin brushed against his were resounding. So sudden and intense, Ashley had her hand pressed against her chest and was off the bed before Kaden could blink. He stared at her with a goofy look of adoration and happiness taking over his face. Even his concern couldn't dampen his joy at his first touch of his excellent little mate. Ashley, however, was not so overjoyed. Her mind and body were in a state of complete chaos. She had no idea how to internalize what had just happened. Logically, she did. She understood the mechanics of the mate bond, but trying to rationalize that with her instincts of fear and her ingrained lessons was agonizing. And then there was her body. She felt like she was being ripped in half. Half of her wanted to get as far from all of them as possible, and the other half wanted to touch this man before her again. She was finally losing it. She had held on for 13 long years, and now, just 2 days with this man, she was losing it. Kaden watched his mate closely as his initial giddiness began to ebb, and concern replaced it. She didn't look any different. Externally, she was perfectly still, standing near the end of his bed, her face and eyes composed and void. The only evidence of their encounter was the hand still clutched closely to her chest, wrapped tightly in her other. "It's okay, little one. I will never hurt you. You don't have to touch me again, but if you want to, you can. Maybe another day, you can try again and see that it won't hurt. Just the sparks, but that's it. I won't touch you, it'll always be up to you." Kaden said it as softly and gently as he could, carefully watching her. Realizing the time and not knowing what to do anyway, Ashley turned from the sight of her half-dressed, sleep-tousled mate and climbed into the other bed after making sure her side was protected from the other she-wolf. She snuggled deeper into the soft bedding, letting the blackness take her away. Ashley never noticed Kaden looking at the clock, frowning at the time, 2:31. Chapter 14. The next day, the group set off just after 7 a.m. Only grabbing a quick bite to eat before they were back on the road following the robotic GPS once again. The only difference from the hours spent driving the day before down the paved interstate was the presence of an additional traveler amongst the dark interiors of the black SUVs. It didn't take the guys long to realize that Olivia expected to travel with them. They were all hesitant, Austin and Clay putting up the biggest fight as she was technically a rogue wolf now and still unknown to them. But even they were only able to put up minimal resistance against her before they had to relent, begrudgingly admitting she really had nowhere else to go. The tears that had accompanied Olivia's pleas not to abandon her weakened their arguments and made even the grizzled and hardened Richmond grimace in uncomfortable pain. All of the men could only hold out a few seconds at the sight before they were all caving to give her whatever she wanted, so long as she stopped sobbing. That settled, they had all bundled themselves up and made their way through the chilly October morning air to the vehicles. Austin had been relegated back to the second SUV when Olivia flat out refused to be separated from Kaden's mate, not wanting a repeat of the earlier episode. He had only let out a few half-hearted grumbles at the command. Olivia was still extremely nervous around the male wolves, their intimidating frames and thick muscles making her flinch away, reminders of her weakness, their ability to dominate and hurt her. It was only Ashley's presence that could keep her calm amongst their company. Physically, she was healing, if not healed. Her cuts and scrapes now just light, soft pink lines. The deep bruises that littered her body were fading steadily from blue and black to greenish yellow. Emotionally and mentally, though, she was still very much broken. Her trust in the world, her belief in the good of it, was destroyed, her heart and mind broken with betrayal and pain. She latched onto the only thing that she could, the only thing that she could look at without distrust and disgust. Her buoy in the dark, the little she-wolf who had saved her from her very own pit of hell. It was now early afternoon, and they had been driving for hours. The only sounds were the light snores of Richmond from the back seat and the occasional sniffle from where Olivia was curled up. It was then that they got the first glimpse into where they were headed. Wow, man. Cade, is she taking us to New York City? Austin's stunned voice filtered into Kaden's head through the mind link. Why would she take us here? Brian joined in with his voice, a mix of curiosity and excitement. I have no idea. A U.S. man whose territory is out here. Kaden thought back at them. That would be Pax Spesso. They hold New York State and a bit of Jersey, maybe even up the East Coast a bit more, if I remember the border lines correctly. I don't think they care about the city, though. You want me to call them? Spesso, right? Alpha Elizabeth then. Yeah, give her a call, let her know we are here but just passing through. It shouldn't be a problem, they're on good terms with my father. With that, the mind link fell silent as they all fell into their own thoughts, watching as they moved closer to the slowly growing skyline. They continued driving until they were right in the heart of New York City. It was slow going due to the traffic and crowded streets, but to their collective relief, they eventually arrived at their destination by late afternoon. No one could hide their surprise as they pulled in front of the lavish building. But surprise easily gave way to excitement as they pulled up in front of the posh entrance. Jumping out of the car, Austin let out a human roar as he threw his hands over his head, stretching loudly, his bones and joints snapping from the effort. Brian was quick to jump out of the car too, running to the back to grab their few bags before handing them off to the bellhops and valets that met them. Olivia and Richmond took their time extracting themselves from the back as they let their eyes wander around them. Their increased senses are slowly adjusting to the increased noise, sense, and feel of the large city. Well, I gotta say, man, your girl has good taste. Now this I approve of, especially after that dump last night. AUS joked, a large hand squeezing Kaden's shoulder as he passed by him. Strutting towards the doors, AUS flung them wide open with enough force that they smacked loudly, letting out a sound of childish glee which swung all eyes inside to him. He made his way, swaggering with a stupid grin plastered on his face, into the stunning interior of the Ritz-Carlton, New York. Ignoring the stares, he looked over his shoulder, shouting back at them, "Minibar, here I come," letting out a giddy laugh at the looks he was getting before winking at an older lady with graying hair, causing her to gasp. Kaden ignored his beta's antics as he continued around the car towards his mate's door. Opening it, he stood aside as she gracefully slid down from the high seat, her feet gently landing on the ground with barely a sound. Taking a moment to get her balance before raising her head, she looked up at his towering frame with her steely eyes. They were standing only a foot or so apart, and Kaden felt his breath catch as he looked down at her, the top of her head only just reaching his shoulder. His arms ached to pull her small frame into his. He took a deep breath, inhaling as much of her scent as he could, before stepping back and leaving her path unobstructed. The others followed along behind her as she walked up through the doors. Austin had disappeared only minutes before. Kaden could only imagine he was finding some poor unsuspecting human to fluster with his charms. Brian and Clay walked just behind him, easily falling into happy chatter now that they were out of the confines of the cars and could stretch their cramped muscles. However, Kaden knew that even with their relaxed facade, they were still on high alert for dangers and threats. It was one, although definitely not the only reason, Austin had made sure to enter before them. After the incident at the motel, they would not allow their defenses to slip again. Olivia and Richmond had even begun to join in the banter in the group. Neither one was able to resist Brian's easygoing nature for long. However, Kaden could feel the tension in the air between Clayton and the two others. Frowning, he thought himself pondering it as they continued forward. He wasn't sure what was wrong with his head warrior. unclear as to why he was so standoffish all of a sudden. It was a problem he would need to address and deal with at some point, preferably soon. He didn't need anything else to worry about. Trailing behind Ashley, they followed her as she confidently made her way across the grand foyer and up to the reception desk and up to the woman who was now beckoning their party forward. Frowning in confusion, Kaden stepped forward so he was standing up beside her, leaning slightly against the counter. He caught the tail end of the woman's words. "Nice, and might I say welcome back. I have your rooms ready for you. Unfortunately, because of the late change, I couldn't get you into your usual room. However, I do have 2 conjoined as requested and prepared for you. If I can just have your card, I can get you and your guests checked in and your bags sent up." Kaden was left gaping. He looked at his mate quizzically. She didn't turn to him, not that he had really expected it. Still, he couldn't help the little shot of pain that went through him. Instantly hating himself for it, he pushed it away instead, throwing a look over his shoulder, searching those behind him. "Richmond," Kaden called lowly, waiting until he had moved closer before speaking, pitching his voice low so as not to be overheard, both now watching as his mate signed a few papers before she handed over an impeccable black and intimidating credit card. They know her here. She even has a usual room and a credit card. What in the world is going on here? "You said she doesn't speak. How is this at all possible?" he demanded, hoping his voice was low enough for her not to be able to pick up his words. "I don't know. I'm as stunned as you, Alpha. I had no idea about this. I don't know what this means." Richmond said the confusion and honesty were easy to hear in his voice. He was just as perplexed as Kaden at this turn of events. "I think there might be more going on here than I thought." The older warrior continued, although Kaden felt this last part wasn't meant for him to hear. Richmond's face had hardened in thought as he looked at the girl he had watched over for 5 years. His mind raced, trying to make sense of it all. Looking at her now, seeing her in this new setting, he suddenly had this nagging feeling that he was missing something. Something big. Something very, very big. But try as he might, he couldn't see it. Letting out a breath of frustration, he let himself follow after the others as they made their way over to the elevator bank, the key cards gripped in Kaden's hand. The rooms were as extravagant as one would expect. Olivia was in awe, her mouth open as she looked around the space, which was plush, opulent, and the epitome of upper-class elegance. For the first time in days, she forgot about the horrendous motel room. Her mind focused on everything around her, her nose filling with the welcomed scent of cleaners and fresh flowers, erasing the last traces from those days. A small smile played on her lips as she ran her fingers around the room before moving to stare out at the breathtaking view. Kaden and his men were more accustomed to the splendor, only taking a moment to take it in before focusing on the internal mind-link argument they were holding. Clay was worried about security concerns, Austin was unsure about how things had felt with the alpha of this territory, and Brian wanted to go swimming. Honestly, sometimes Kaden wanted to throttle his friends. It was as if they all took turns being a child, rotating the role among themselves, so he was constantly exasperated with one of them. He would almost swear it was a game between them. Richmond, for his part, just seemed weary, his body staying tense as his eyes never left Ashley, watching her every move. His expression guarded and alert, as if he somehow sensed that this was only one of many surprises headed their way. Ashley blankly looked around the room, not seeming to take in any particular aspect of it, and yet at the same time, somehow taking in every minute detail. Ignoring everyone, pushing their very existence from her mind, she walked calmly to the attached en-suite bathroom through the bedroom. Washing her hands, she quickly splashed some cool water on her face before running her fingers through her hair without looking in the mirror. Satisfied, she stepped back into the living room. Not stopping to see how the others reacted or what they were doing, she walked over to the door, opening it quietly before walking out. The only sound was the small click as the door shut behind her. "What the dash?" Austin asked in disbelief. "Aw man. Come on this again. We just got here. I wanted to swim." Brian added in, his voice exasperated, pouting at the closed door. Kaden was stunned. She just left. Again. Shaking his head, he looked over at Richmond, who shrugged back at the straightforward question. Then, quickly walking to the door, following behind her into the hallway they had just left. "Cademan, your girl is gonna be the death of us," Clayton muttered behind him as the rest of them hurried to catch up now. But what a death. Throwing his head back, Kaden let out a loud bellowing laugh. He didn't know why he found it so hilarious, but it took him a couple of breaths to get himself under control as he shot a look back at his friend's annoyed expression with a massive grin on his face. "Stupid mates," came the reply on a huff. Causing Kaden to crack up again, his chuckles were loud and gruff as they all piled into the high-speed elevator. 5 hours later. "All right, folks, listen up. Someone needs to explain to me what exactly just happened. Don't give me that look, Cade. You saw that. You all saw that, right?" Austin demanded that those now gathered back inside their connected suites at the Ritz. They had arrived back at their rooms in complete silence nearly 10 minutes ago, and it was like these first words finally burst through their shock, shattering the silence that had gripped them the entire way back and up to the room. "Yeah, man, we saw," Brian answered, although his voice was unsure, as though he didn't quite believe it himself. "I'm with AUS, man. We need some answers," Clayton said, looking at Kaden, who stayed silent during the exchange. Olivia had collapsed onto the soft cream sofa as soon as they had entered and now sat with a stunned Richmond beside her. Brian and Austin were just inside the door, as if they didn't know what to do with themselves. Kaden didn't know either. He didn't know what had just happened. He didn't even know what to think about what just happened. They had left the hotel room, following Ashley into the elevator and taking the car down to the ground floor and trailing behind her as she headed out the front entrance and into the busy street. They had had to nearly jog to keep up with the sight of her silvery hair as she weaved expertly through the crowds of people along the sidewalks. The entire time, they had been throwing questions around. At each other, at Richmond, at her back. Where was she going? Why was she going somewhere? How did she know where she was going? Had she been there before? And Austin's repeated question, which he asked, no demanded, of all of them nearly every 12 seconds. What was going on? No one had known what they had been expecting. Still, it definitely had not been for her to stop in front of the New York headquarters for the notorious UBS Bank and then to confidently stroll through the main doors and into the impeccable and intimidating lobby seemingly without a thought. If that was shocking, the friendly and instant welcome she received as soon as she stepped inside was completely flabbergasting. As soon as she had stepped inside the door, a woman, dressed as if she had just come from the pages of a magazine, was rushing forward to greet her. The human's face was beaming with an eager smile, her voice shaking slightly as she spoke politely and with the utmost respect. "Welcome back, Miss Knox. A pleasure to see you again at UBS." Caden's mate didn't respond, and the women turned unoffended at the silence to look at where they had all stopped and gathered just behind her. Taking them all in, she flashed another welcoming smile. Her voice was high and chipper as she spoke to them. "Welcome to UBS, where we offer an extensive experience managing the wealth of high net worth and ultra-high net worth individuals. Any friends of Miss Knox's are friends of ours. If you please will follow me. Miss Knox, you know the protocol to access your accounts. Just a moment, and I will call up for you and alert them of your arrival." What had followed that confusing exchange had been just plain bewildering. Ashley Knox, as they had all finally learned her name to be. The insight had come from one of her many personal account management executives. The polished mid-30s human had met them personally on one of the upper secure levels of the bank, in a suit that looked like it cost more than most people's cars. From him, they had then learned not only that her name was Ashley, but that she had 12 different and separate accounts and holdings within the management and investment firm. The accounts were spread throughout the bank and spanned across the 50 other countries in which they operated. Each of the dozen accounts was handled individually by a different and separate set of financial and investment advisors, as well as a distinct set of professionals. Accountants, analysts, partners, lawyers, and advisors were paraded in front of her as they all sat in a gorgeous and professional boardroom. The heavy oak table in front of them was laden with refreshments and food, while a nervous-looking receptionist with an unending supply of coffee fluttered around them. All of which only Brian and Austin made use of. The sheer net worth, though, that was implied in those reports was utterly astounding. The numbers and figures they had spoken of, the dealings, companies, and portfolios, were simply mind-boggling. Even Kaden, who considered himself financially savvy and secure in his own right, was left slack-jawed at what they spoke of. Even his vast personal wealth, let alone his entire family's wealth and holdings, paled in comparison to just one of her single accounts. And then there were the safety deposit boxes. Locked deep within their most secure vaults, they required a 12-pin code, a fingerprint ID, a retinal scan, and security clearance even to access. Making it through it all, they had watched in wonder as Ashley had expertly sorted through the contents. IDs, passports, credit and bank cards, currency, banknotes, bonds, and checks for identities and countries too numerous to count. What did it all mean? It was the exact question that Austin asked aloud, effectively pulling Kaden back into the present. If she had that kind of money, why was she in an orphanage? Brian asked. And where did she get it all from? She's only 18. Clay asked. His voice moved from curious to distrustful and defensive, his arms crossing over his chest. They were looking at Richmond, who stared at where Ashley stood frozen. She had moved so she was standing near the bank of windows on the far side of the room, turning slightly so she was looking out at the night and the city below. All eyes in the room followed his line of sight until they were all staring at her. "Who are you?" Austin asked incredulously. Richmond stood up from where he had collapsed on the sofa, turning so he could look at her figure outlined against the backlight of the city lights more fully. "Darling, how do you have those accounts? How did they know who you were?" Richmond asked much more gently than the others. "You have to speak, I mean, how else did you set all that up? Right? I mean, she has to be able to communicate somehow, or else how did she do all this?" Olivia demanded with no hint of malice, but only curiosity in her voice. Twisting on the couch, she turned until she was kneeling on the cushions, her elbows on the back as she looked at Ashley, her face open and kind. "Well, she had to get the money from somewhere," Brian stated, beginning to pace back and forth. "Family, maybe?" Austin added. "It might make sense. If they had left everything to her, she would have access to it now if she had no other relatives. But I don't see what werewolves would have that type of fortune, and we don't know about it. Plus, how would there not be any other relatives? There should have been someone. Someone should have been there to claim her, a pack, an alpha at least. Someone should have known about her. She obviously was not some lost rogue. Someone had to know about her," Kaden said, his voice low and pained as he looked at his mate. Her face stayed expressionless, refusing to give them anything. Turning away from them, Ashley felt the deep anger beginning to burn in her gut. She fought to suppress it, but it demanded her attention. What did they want? What did they expect? She didn't know them. She didn't owe them anything. Absolutely nothing. How dare they demand anything from her? How dare they demand she explain herself to them? She owed them nothing. She owed no one. Her anger flared, and she was suddenly determined to get away. To escape their gaze, their questions, their insistence to strip her of everything she had built around herself. A sudden sharp intake of breath made her pause. Her escape was halted after only a few steps. The sound evoked an emotion in her that she didn't want to remember, an emotion she was definitely not comfortable with. For the first time in a long time, she felt a spike of fear race through her. Pure and raw, it pierced her heart, halting her retreat. The feeling spread, filling her veins and bathing her in ice as it coursed through her. She froze. Her mind rebelling, she tried to deny and block it out. But she couldn't. She couldn't stop the words as they began to shatter her. "How did I miss it?" Richmond muttered, his voice low and filled with awe. "It can't be. Can it? Impossible. But it's the only thing that makes sense." Then his eyes traveled up from where he had been looking at the floor until he was staring straight at her. Ashley could feel the weight of that stare, could feel something solidified within him, something that terrified her, spiking her fear even higher. "No, She thought, please, no. Mors no sanguinum. Her heart stopped, panic racing through her veins. The words burning in her mind, her chest, her heart. The voice that cut through the air was cold. So cold. Don't. Chapter 15. Kaden turned his stunned expression onto his mate. Her form had frozen as soon as Richmond had begun speaking. His voice resounded throughout the room, filled with such a power that the others were unable to move, frozen under the absolute dominance and power laced within those few foreign words. It felt as though they had stumbled into the most intimate of moments, into something so raw and powerful they could not even bear to stand against its waves. The only one who seemed unfazed and unaffected by the weight of the words was Ashley herself. Yet it was her one word that had stopped the flow from Richmond's mouth. He was looking at her with such an open and honest face. The clarity of the emotions was so raw and intense. Awe, shock, adoration, love, anger, but most of all a devastating and inspiring look of absolute hope. Everyone else was still frozen in place, the power still hanging in the room, the words still ringing around them, the power and strength of those unknown words twisting around them, holding them still. Don't you dare finish that, Ashley said lowly. Turning on her heel, her eyes blazing with power and determination, their steel-gray color flashing silver. An aura of light and strength sprang around her. Every wolf in the room felt an overwhelming urge to bend to one knee, baring their necks in absolute and complete submission before her. Richmond stood as he had before, his face still alight with emotions, tears springing to his eyes. He looked at her as if she were the only thing that mattered in the world, as if she were a ghost that would disappear from under his nose. Kaden was the first to recover marginally, finally pushing words through his throat almost painfully. What did you say? He wasn't even 100% sure who he was directing the question at. Really, it could have been to either of them, to Richmond for his strange and powerful words, or to his mate for the first words she had ever spoken. Forcing himself to tear his eyes from the enchanting and bewildering sight of his mate, Kaden looked around at the others as if they might have some idea what was happening. Though when he looked, all he saw was his own confusion and shock reflecting at him from 4 other faces. How is this possible? Richmond asked, still looking only to Ashley and ignoring everyone else in the room. You will not speak those words. That was all she said. You can talk. Austin finally blurted out. Ashley glanced at him, not bothering to respond to his undeniable statement. You're alive. How is this possible? It's impossible, they said. No, I can't believe it. And I will say the words that are demanded of me, Richmond said, his voice hardening on the last part. You will not, Ashley said, her voice firm. Her eyes still blazing as she met and held Richmond's own stern glare. Will someone please explain what the hell is going on here? Olivia finally exclaimed. Exasperation and confusion were overriding her normal nervousness for a moment. Richmond took a shuddering breath, turning to look at the others finally. Don't. Kaden was beginning to think it was the only word he would ever hear from his mate. However, even that simple word in her voice sent shudders racing through his body. For a moment, he imagined that light, calm musical voice saying his name and felt a fierce stab of desire shoot through him. So strong it caused him to let out a low moan of pleasure. Richmond began again, but was cut off once more. I said don't. Ashley suddenly roared, her voice sending waves of power throughout the room and paralyzing them once more. You will not speak that. You cannot deny what is. Richmond, I will say this once more. Why? They need to know. Everyone needs to know. How can you try to hide this? Why? Ashley seemed suddenly taken aback. Kaden saw a flash of pain flicker in her eyes before her regular hooded expression closed over once again. The feel of power and dominance in the room suddenly dissipated. Kaden and the others felt their bodies sag with its loss. I do not want this, Richmond. Her voice was flat and devoid of emotion, her body and face remaining unchanged as she repeated the words. She had pulled herself back, reformed all her defenses, every wall and door shut against the outside. Any emotion was locked so deep and far within her that she wasn't even sure what she may have been feeling in this situation. Fury? Shock? Anger? Sadness? Betrayal? Relief? She didn't know. She didn't want to know. I know, and I'm sorry, but I can't. My whole life I've waited. I've wanted, and now here you stand. Alive. You can't keep this from them. They need you. We need you. You cannot deny me my right, just as you cannot deny your own. It is my blood, I can make my claim. Richmond pleaded with the women, his voice shaking and breaking as though every word tore at him, broke him, as though it was painful even to form each syllable. Don't, the cold voice replied from the darkness of her abyss. You cannot deny me the chance. He said with conviction, although his eyes were bright with pain. Whatever they were talking about was hurting him. Whatever it was, the fact that she didn't want it from him was causing such obvious pain that the others could feel it in the air. It felt almost like what happened when a mate bond was broken. The reverberations of rejection and hurt were palpable, even to those who were witnessing it in the large room. Taking a steadying breath, Richmond pulled himself up, his face hardening as he looked at the small figure in front of him with almost tenderness. His hand lifted in a tight fist before it landed on his chest above his heart. His neck bent in submission, though his eyes never left hers. It was a show of both strength and loyalty. His voice was firm as he spoke, the words ringing with power and intent. Mors no sanguinem juravic custos. Kaden watched as a shudder visibly went through Ashley. Her breath caught in her throat, and her eyes flashed a bright silver before she quickly closed them. She took a deep breath as she listened to the words she never thought, that she never wanted, to hear again. The air around them was now tense and silent. The words, the power, the intent in them, if not understood by all, were at least felt. It was as if they were waiting for a storm to suddenly erupt. No one knew what it was bringing, but they could all smell it in the air, feel it on their skin. Her eyes flashed open, their normal steel gray orbs swallowed beneath roaring, violent oceans of swirling melted silver. Power erupted around her, so thick and heavy that it made what they had felt before feel like a light blanket. It radiated from her, pouring off her frame as she looked upon the grizzled warrior before her. Everything shrank until it was just them, her gaze steady and unwavering, staring into him. She did not try to look into his soul, she did. The seconds dragged on until it felt like time stood still. Until the vision of her was all they could see, the power coming from her was the only thing they could feel, until her words became the only thing they could hear. Sanguinem uramentum accipere coroneam usque ad aurorem. The power in the room flashed with Ashley's final words, and Richmond's form collapsed to the ground, a single ear-splitting scream of pain ripping from the man. As soon as the power flashed, it disappeared, and with it was the silver of her eyes and the aura that had haloed her. Her skin no longer seemed alight, and her face fell back to its natural, devoid expression. Austin and Brian raced to Richmond, who was still on the ground. The man seemed unhurt, but he lay still, his eyes closed, as he took deep breaths. His voice was hoarse as he spoke. Thank you. The gratitude, joy, and relief were so thick and meaningful that they brought tears to the witness's eyes. Slowly, he pushed himself up onto unsteady legs. His hands were shaking as he slowly pulled his shirt from his body. The room, except for Richmond and Ashley, let out a loud gasp at what they saw. Richmond's entire back, chest, and torso, as well as his neck and down his arms, were now covered in beautiful and intricate tattoos. The winding and pattern lines covered nearly all of his exposed skin. Whoa. Holy heck. How did that happen? What the hell? Explain. Kaden barked out. Wanting some explanation, his patience and temper were reaching near their breaking point. They're the marks of the Guardian. Yes, we know, even Cad's dad's guards have them. What I don't get is how you just got them. Clayton spoke in a harsh and demanding voice as he eyed the other warrior suspiciously. Yes, they carry marks, but not the true ones. Not the full marks because they are not true guardians. They are guards, yes. However, the marks were never meant to be adorned, to be given to those simply guarding an alpha. But without any true source left, they have had to make do, I suppose. Their blood is sworn to protect. They could not protect what they were meant to, so they substituted it with the next best, the alphas of the packs. But to get a true mark, to be a true guardian, you must swear to protect the blood. The blood? Olivia asked in a soft and curious voice. Yes, the blood. The ancient and first line of the worse. The blood of us all. The silver blood royalty of our world. Stunned was not an adequate word. No one moved. You don't mean... Austin let his voice trail off, unsure how to continue. What he was saying was incomprehensible. It was utterly ridiculous. Absurd. Unthinkable. Miraculous. Yes, I do. Ashley is one of, if not the last royal wolf in the world. I should have seen it earlier, it makes so much sense. Silver blood. It explains everything. Is this true? Kaden looked at his mate, his brain refusing to comprehend the repercussions of the statement. It didn't make sense. He didn't even know they had royals. Why didn't he know this? Ashley's eyes moved calmly from Richmond's form to that of her mate's. She watched him for a beat before deciding to listen to his thoughts. It was a strange feeling. She hadn't done it in so long that it took her a minute to begin to be able to distinguish the individual thoughts that swirled in his head. They weren't anything that she hadn't expected, but still she had to be sure. Shifting her gaze, she made her way around the room, looking at every one of them. Satisfied, she let her gaze return to her guardian once more. Custos, you force this upon me, but I will not deny your birthright. However, I shall not claim the blood you call. You know the path you have chosen. I hope you have considered it wisely. Her gaze was heavy once again. Corona Lupus, I know the oath I have sworn as I do the duty I carry, Richmond replied, his voice holding nothing but respect and submission as he bowed his head to her. She nodded her head once before turning to pick up her bag from where she had dropped it hours ago, pulling out her sketching supplies. Before settling down, she spoke once more. Richmond, you may answer their questions. I have a suspicion you know who I am, although I would wish it was not. However, you will not speak my name. I am called Ashley now, the other is dead. Am I understood? Understood, Your Highness. Richmond. Understood, Ashley. Okay, so now that that completely cryptic and weird conversation is finished, would someone mind filling in the rest of us? Austin asked when Ashley had made herself comfortable on the lightly carpeted floor, her back leaning against the cream wall with her open sketchbook. Richmond cleared his throat, moving so that he stood in front of her sitting form, positioning himself so that he was between those in the room and her. Kaden felt his wolf rise at the sight, not liking that another wolf was standing between him and his mate. With difficulty, he managed to keep himself from launching across the room. Instead, he settled for glaring at the man, his hands gripping the back of the sofa to hold himself still. I'll start, I guess, with what just happened. It was the oath of the Guardian. Mors nos sanguinem juravit. It means death, we are sworn, Bloodkeeper, Richmond started. Even as he said them so casually, the others could feel the power they held. It drew them, calling to their wolves, stirring them. Why? Why did you do that? Clayton asked, finally seeming to get over his contempt of the other warrior momentarily, as his curiosity won out. I was one of the guardians before, it is in my blood. It is why Alpha Michael kept me as head warrior. I was meant to fight, to defend to the death. The guards now are the same. Their blood calls them to this. The guardians are descendants from a single pack. They were destined to be the last line of defense, the final line to protect the Argentum Sanguinis. The silver blood. I don't know how I knew who she is, nor do I know why I didn't know sooner. But when I did, I had no choice. My blood demands that I place the oath, and I would have it no other way. But what did she say to you, that other part when we felt all that power? Olivia asked, easily getting caught up in the story unraveling around them. To make an oath is only one part, especially the oath of the Guardian. It is the most powerful. It not only ties me to her, but her to me. I have not only pledged myself to protect her, but she has also accepted that oath and placed her life in my hands. It is a sacred bond. When she accepted, I became her guardian. The way he said the word implied the capitalization of the title to those listening. He said it as though it were more than a term, a word, but a title, a name that held power and significance beyond anything they could comprehend. My life, my mind, everything I am, is now tied to her. I can feel her emotions, her pain. I can locate her at all times, and I know when she is hurt, in danger, or injured. It is similar to a mate bond, except only one way: she feels nothing from me. Every oath, though, must be recognized and accepted. It needs to be matched by a promise of their own. She had to offer me her own oath. The crown must promise not only to see, to recognize the oath, but to trust it. One cannot simply make the oath and have it be completed. When others swear the guardian oath, they will meet the same fate, and it will either be accepted or rejected. However, as the first, I will lead them. Hence, my marks are more complete than those of the guards. And will stay more so, even if they find their way to their rightful place once more as guardians. The words she spoke finalized the link. The blood of the oath to accept the crown, even to the dawn. You bonded to my mate. Kaden roared out, anger racing through him at the idea that another male had bonded to his mate, fueling his temper to its peak. At the sound and the feel of fury rolling off of the Alpha, Richmond sank into a defensive crouch in front of Ashley protectively. The sight speared through Kaden's red haze of anger. You think I would harm her? You protect my own mate from me? Kaden asked in shock and bewilderment. It was so ludicrous he almost wanted to laugh. Alpha, you must understand the bond one made, the oath. It is as powerful as a mate bond, different but not any less strong. I will and would protect her from anything. I put her life above my own. I would put it above my mate, my own children, above the entire population. It is not an option to not protect her. You all may not be threats, but to my wolf, you have not sworn to her. You are wolves from other packs with no claimed bonds to her life. My duty must be to treat you as threats, even you as her mate. I am an alpha. You think you could stop me? Kaden asked incredulously. I know I could. Richmond said matter-of-factly. The mark does more than link me to her. They links me to her strength, her power. You may be an alpha, but I am a guardian. To protect the blood, we must be stronger than the strongest, able to protect them from the biggest threats. And that means the alphas and the council. As such, therefore, the marks lend us power, speed, and strength to outmatch any but the blood themselves. I would never hurt her, Kaden said, lowly letting some of his anger bleed into the words. We shall see. That was all the guardian said. Okay, I have a question. Austin interrupted the tension, raising his hand like a kid in a classroom with the correct answer. Richmond looked at him and nodded his head in assent. Okay, so you're now like a supercharged personal bodyguard, cool. Still not 100% getting this whole royal thing. We don't have royalty. We are led by the council and the alphas. Don't you think if we had some royal bloodline we would know? Kaden felt like rolling his eyes at his second, but refrained. In truth, he was just as curious and confused as his best friend. He was an alpha to be, the next in line, preparing to step in any time now to run his own pack. If this were true, how did he of all of them not know? You don't know because 13 years ago, every last one of them, or so it was believed, he said, throwing a glance over his shoulder at Ashley, who was obviously ignoring the lot of them, focusing only on the page before her. That every last one of them was killed. Chapter 16. You don't know because 13 years ago, every last one of them, or so it was believed, he said, throwing a glance over his shoulder at Ashley, who was obviously ignoring the lot of them, focusing only on the page before her. That every last one of them was killed. Olivia let out a horrified gasp. Killed? By who? How is that possible if they had those guards or whatever? Austin asked. I'll do the best to explain this, but I only know the vaguest details. For more, you would need to ask Ashley. Their history was well guarded. The Silverbloods were the first werewolves. I don't know how they came to be or where they came from, and I don't know what happened to them before they arrived here. All I know is that in the 1700s, they fled or were exiled from Europe to the New World. The king, queen, and their family, along with their pack, traveled to the New World and settled in the north. They flourished in the wilderness and anonymity. Soon their pack was large, too large not to attract notice from the flourishing human population of this world. The king decided to create the 8 packs. The wolves were divided and separated in the hope that they would be able to develop a sense of family, protection, and peace for the now large population of wolves that a single pack could no longer offer. The idea was that the individual wolves of the 8 packs would owe their loyalty to each alpha, and then each alpha would owe their allegiance to the royal line and pack. It was to the Alpha King and the Luna Queen that they served and that they gained their power. The packs were created? That ridiculous. How would we not know this? Before his second could continue his rant, Kaden cut him off with a growl, throwing a glare at Richmond, signaling for him to continue. The royals, I am told, were more than happy to hand over the tasks of the packs to the alphas and the council, especially after the death of their beloved queen. She had been killed only shortly after the packs had been established, and her death hit the royals hard. They were relieved to hand over the tasks of war, conflict, and security as they mourned their loss. They retreated from the world, secluding themselves in the far reaches of the north after charging the council with policing the wolves and the alphas with protecting their people. Although they were the strongest blood in the werewolf world, it is said they despised violence and fighting. They avoided conflict and shunned death and bloodshed at all costs. As the ancestors of every werewolf, they were still the ultimate authority, but they stepped back from that duty, their grief simply too much, the violence of our species too difficult to face anymore. Soon, their existence became nothing but a myth. Alphas and the Elder Council still knew of them, of course, since they were the only ones who saw them, but they liked the power they had been given and hated the reminder of the king and his pack in the north, and so they removed the knowledge of the royals from the packs. Instead, pretending that it was them, and them alone, that ruled the werewolf world. Richmond took a moment from his story to look at the others, his eyes heavy with his words. For over 100 years the oaths held. For 100 years the alphas and the council lead and protected the werewolves they were charged with. And for 100 years they stayed loyal to their king. However, with time, the oaths they swore, the blood promises they made, and the knowledge of their fealty began to fade. In its place arose resentment, anger, and hatred, fueled by greed and contempt. With the dawn of the new millennium, the council began to move. They sought out the packs, the alphas, and the warriors. They built deceit and treachery until 13 years ago when they struck. 5 of the 8 packs turned on the crown, and with the support of the council, they attacked their royals. It was a devastating attack. Lies. Clayton roared. Kaden had never heard his friend so angry before. The packs would never turn against their own. You lie. No wolf, no alpha would turn against those they swore to protect. They did, Richmond said without emotion. How? How do you know all this? Olivia asked, fear and sorrow now coating her voice. Because, he took another steadying breath, his shoulders squaring as if he was preparing himself for battle. I know because I was one of the guardians sent from Pacheem's. I was one of those sworn to protect the royal blood. And I am one of the ones who turned on them 13 years ago. Chaos. Silence. Kaden roared above the melee of shouts and curses. Anxiously, he stared each wolf down before looking at his mate, relief washing over him when she seemed unaffected by the outburst. She didn't even seem to have reacted to Richmond's words. He noticed that Richmond seemed suddenly wary, almost nervous. However, it appeared not to be the wolves in front of him, but the single small frame behind him, still drawing away. Relax, Custos. I know of your past, but I also know of your heart. I do not hold the actions of those responsible against you. No one shall, Richmond. And those that need to will pay. Ashley spoke calmly and steadily without looking up. The words seemed to be precisely what the large man needed to hear because his frame visibly relaxed, even as the rest of them seemed even more taken aback than before. She knew he had betrayed her. Knew he had helped harm the royals, who it appeared were in some way her family, and she was okay with it? Kaden felt like the more he found out, the more confused and unsure he became. It was not a pleasant feeling. I say this again. Explain. Kaden snapped his tight control on his emotions, beginning to fray. It wasn't helping his nerves that the only person his mate had spoken to was someone other than him. He felt a sudden urge for blood. His wolf was howling in his mind, demanding to be let out. To protect his mate. To claim her. To avenge her. To hold her. He was lost beyond Kaden's reason, and only his tight control kept him from shifting on the spot. The Custason pack was not always so. They were originally Packems. Meaning winter, they were the pack charged with the protection of the royals. They were the guardians. Their territory to the north is the closest to the royals' own. Their slogan, for lack of a term, was Ultima Defensorum. Every pack has one. It is the charge, the pledge, that the Alpha King gave them, the task that was within the world they were devoted to. Packems was last defender. I grew up in Hems. One in a long line of guardians. My father was the guardian for the crown prince himself. We were supposed to be sent young to train within the royal pack to understand our roles. However, over time, the Alphas had begun to keep us away from them for longer and longer. They would undermine our loyalty and fealty to the throne. They forced oaths out of us to themselves. They planted traitors among the ranks. My loyalty should have been to the blood, but when the orders came from my Alpha. When Dominic ordered the deaths, I couldn't refuse. How do we know you won't do that now? Austin snapped, his eyes and body suddenly on alert as he moved, so he was flanking his Alpha. Because a flash of shame flickered across his face as he spoke. We never took the guardian oath, the one you just witnessed. We should have, but many did not. That was how they did it. Our wolves called for them, of course. But somehow, the council had found out that they could replicate part of the marks if the oath were given to an Alpha instead of the royals. They weren't as strong, it was those that the guards wore. They aren't as powerful nor as complete as true marks, but they fooled the older guardians. They even fooled the royals. They had wanted to believe them. They refused to see the betrayal, the signs. Wouldn't even attempt to see that those sworn to protect and serve them were turning on them. I never wore the marks, though. I refused to take the oath to any other, even to my own Alpha, but still, without the marks, I was required to follow his orders, and I did. Now I wear the true marks. It is impossible to wear them in deceit. Nor is it possible to act against them. If I even thought to, they would burn from my body in agonizing pain. Richmond said, his voice was calm and sure. Honesty and truth are straightforward to hear. So who is she then? Brian asked sharply, earning a glare from Kaden at the bluntness of his question. At this, Richmond let out a resounding full laugh, his face lighting up as he stole a glance behind him at the bent silver head. She is a miracle. An absolute miracle. But you wish to know her story. I only know part, and at that, I will only share the simplest of it. It is hers to tell. But as to who she is, the Alpha King had a single son, born before his queen had passed. An amazing leader, Crown Prince Tao, was the heir to the throne. Prince Tao and his mate Princess, Richmond, was suddenly cut off. Don't. It seemed the man was beginning to get used to the interruptions, not even turning around when the voice cut him off at the near mention of that name. Instead, he continued his tale after her command. My apologies, Your Highness. He ignored her low growl of annoyance and instead continued to speak like he hadn't heard it. Prince Tao and his mate had a daughter. She was born February 7, 1996 and crowned Natum Luna, born of the moon. His face lit up as he spoke, tears easily seen in the shine of his eyes as he said the words in a hushed, reverent voice. She was a beloved child, second in line to the throne and revered by her people. Her beauty and grace, even as a babe, was renowned within the royal pack, and she was the center of her parents' and grandfather's world. She lifted with her spirit and innocence the last of the grief left from the loss of their queen. Her hair of silver and eyes of steel, the perfect replica of her father's and grandfather's, the symbol of the blood in her veins. She was 6 when the revolt happened. It was believed, is believed, that she perished that night alongside her mother, father, and every other member of the royal household, guard and pack. Looking at them each in turn, Richmond spoke the words they had all been waiting for. She is the rightful and only true heir to the throne of all werewolves. The last descendant of the first werewolves and the alpha of all alphas. She is the lost queen of the wolves. Chapter 17. She is the lost queen of the wolves. Holy mother of all that stands and lives. Austin let out a gasp. Queen? Queen? You're joking, right? Brian added. This is freaking insane. You're insane. Clay added. Wow. Olivia stared in simple awe. Kaden didn't know what to feel. What to think. It was 1,000 times more than he had ever imagined. His life, his future, everything he had known and thought, was splintering and burning around him. Nothing made sense. An exasperated sound caught all of their attention. The sounds so alien coming from her, none of them were yet used to her sudden development of feelings and expressions. Her voice was still so foreign and unexpected amongst their conversations. I told you, Richmond, I am not claiming my blood. I may have accepted your bond, but that is the only oath to be sworn around here. She stated firmly, finally lifting her head from her sketchbook. You must claim it. The council needs to be stopped. What they did needs to be accounted for. Richmond argued, spinning slightly so he could look down on her while still keeping an eye on the rest of the room. And they will. But I will not and do not want to claim anything that is not mine. Not yours. It is the only thing that is yours. Yours and yours alone. Not anymore, Richmond. And I do not wish it any other way. Those responsible will pay whether or not I claim that title. She said, her voice was steel. As you wish, my queen, Richmond answered, bowing his head in submission. Richmond. She snapped, finally, a hint of exasperation leaking through her tight control. You may not claim your title, your majesty, but I shall not ignore what is rightfully and justly yours. The day your father and grandfather were cut down, you inherited the crown and all that it represents. It is in your blood. It is yours whether you wish it or not. I am your guardian. I refuse to not acknowledge that right. I was not able to serve your father as I wished. I will not abandon that duty again. In a show of genuine emotions, Ashley threw her hands in the air as she suddenly stood. The movement was so fast and fluid that even with their enhanced vision, the other werewolves weren't able to follow it. Fine, Richmond. Do as you wish. How I loathe the oath of the guardian. Now I remember why I never wanted to claim one of you again. Always so uptight and righteous, you were a thorn in my side as a child, and I feel this time will be no different. Her eyes, now the color of dark ominous storm clouds, narrowed as she eyed her sworn protector. I cannot command you, and if you refuse to give in to my request, then fine, acknowledge my claim. Do whatever you want, you infuriating man. But remember, however, that I have not made any pledge, and to do so would reveal myself not only to my potential supporters, but also prematurely to my enemies. It would put me in harm's way, Custos. It would bring more threats against me much sooner. Richmond's low growl was erupting throughout the room, and as her speech was finished, his face had hardened once again, flushed with renewed anger. He seemed to be in an intense internal battle at her simple-sounding words, his body shaking slightly as if a violent war was being waged within the older werewolf. Kaden took a step towards his mate at the vicious sound and apparent signs of anger, but a hand from her stopped his movements. After a few tense seconds, Richmond seemed to relax as he appeared to accept something. You must have been a nuisance as a child. I pity those charged with your care if you were this clever and manipulative as a babe. Richmond spoke with warmth as he eyed Ashley, ignoring the growl that erupted from Kaden at the insult. They only got what they deserved, Ashley said. I'm sure they did, Your Highness, I'm sure they did. His chuckling cut off as he looked at her now more seriously. I only wish to protect you. If you proclaim yourself, it will call the other guardians, warriors, and wolves still loyal to the crown to your aid. You need support, protection, and army. Her hand waved away his words, cutting off any other argument he was about to make before it could be heard. I know you wish to protect me, Richmond, however you will do it without me claiming anything. That girl, that princess died 13 years ago. I am not her. I will not take the oath of my blood, so I will call none, and if you expose me it will succeed only to bring more danger to me. I don't like it, but you leave me no choice. But I shall not ignore your rightful place, my queen. You are the crown, and I will not deny that. However, as you know so shrewdly, I cannot do anything that would put you in danger, and therefore shall not reveal your identity. By the end, Richmond's face was scrunched up in distaste as if the words themselves tasted bad to him, causing him actual physical pain to utter. As if only noticing the others present, Ashley looked around at the curious faces. Taking them in, she noted the mixtures of incredulity, amusement, fear, wonder, unease, and uncertainty around her. She nearly sighed again. She really, really hated fate. Stupid mates and their stupid bonds. Life would have been so much simpler. Okay, so next question? Austin said, raising his hand again, which earned him a smack on the back of the head from Clayton. What the heck, man? There is no way you guys are satisfied with what just happened. Fine, what more do you want to know? Richmond asked. Well, first off, what do you mean you get some of her power? And that she's of the strongest blood? What the heck is that supposed to mean? And how did she survive? Where has she been all this time? What was with the bank? What about the packs? What are we supposed to do now? If she's the queen, what the heck does that mean? Do we need to bow? Why is she talking now? What was with that power stuff we felt? What's the plan? How do we know who to go after? Are there others who survived? What do those marks mean? Why didn't she tell everyone she was alive? Austin's continuous stream of questions was sharply cut off with another smack from Clayton. Causing him to let out a growl as he rubbed the back of his head, he threw a questioning glare at the other man, who merely shrugged in response. I don't know much beyond what I already told you. The bank would obviously be the accounts that she inherited from her parents. The orphanage guessed her age wrong. She isn't 18, but 19, meaning she had legal access to them last year on her birthday. She must have opened the accounts. I don't know what for. Ashley felt more than saw the 6 gazes fall on her where she still stood behind Richmond's tattoo-covered, imposing form. The power of the marks was already beginning to take effect, she noted, as she looked him over, ignoring the probing glances for the moment. He had grown 2 more inches in just the short amount of time since the pledge. His muscles already showed the evidence of his newfound strength, the bond lending him. Beyond just the physical signs that marked him as the top and head guardian of the crown, there was the aura of power that now radiated from him. It was similar to that which an Alpha wore, only much more powerful and concentrated, for its purpose was not to protect a pack, but a single wolf. Her. She felt the sudden desire to roll her eyes. Ashley glanced at the mark-covered back before her warily. She was torn on how to respond to this new development. Now, not only was she tied to her mate, but also to her guardian. Irritation flared in her. She noted Richmond's back tense in response to her emotions and worked to push them back down. Darn, she hated bonds. It was the bond that was causing this sense of gratitude and fondness for the older warrior to start to worm around inside her, which only incensed her earlier irritation. It was urging her to trust him, to open herself to him, to confide in him. Frustrating bonds. Pushing and prodding her. Could no one leave her in peace? Letting go of her internal musing for the moment, she turned her focus to the others now. I am not happy with this, Richmond, and I hold you responsible, Ashley said, half seriously, with her words. Richmond, for his part, didn't seem surprised or offended by them, nor the half-hearted threat they carried. Kaden had the inkling it had something to do with the bond. The man seemed to follow his mate's commands, yet also ignore them, or at least to a degree. I purchased properties all over the continent, 11 to be exact. All near or close to packs or areas where the council has power and sway. I have an account dedicated to managing and funding each individual property, limiting the ability to tie them all to one person. So what? You're going to go after them? Olivia asked in horror. Ashley didn't respond. No. Kaden's firm voice belied the panic and anger that were swimming within him. Ashley turned so that she was looking at her mate. Her face showed nothing, but she was distinctly aware that she felt a sense of surprise at his words. It was easily replaced by annoyance, though. This is why she didn't want a mate, she thought to herself as she assessed his thoughts. Overprotective, bossy, demanding, territorial, possessive males. She considered strangling him, but dismissed the idea almost as quickly with an internal sigh. You are not going to take on alphas and the council. There is no way I am letting you go after the people who attempted to kill you. Are you insane? No, forget that, you are. First, you wander through the woods alone and nearly get harmed before I even meet you. Then you throw yourself at 4 vicious, cruel, and deranged mutts alone. And now you want to go off and hunt these people down. Absolutely not. Kaden was breathing hard by the end, his body shaking from the intensity of his wolf. Pushing him to let go of his control, he wanted out. To destroy everything. To punish those who had tried to hurt her, who would still wish her harm. Richmond's reaction to the outburst was chilling and telling. Calmly and smoothly, he moved his body so that he once again completely blocked Ashley from all of their sight. Taking a step back, he crowded her closer to the wall as he gracefully lowered himself into a defensive stance, his body humming with tension and energy. Instantly alert, his senses spread out on high alert. He prepared himself to attack in an instant, his muscles coiling with energy. His focus was centered on the shaking and furious alpha before him, but he was also resolutely aware of every other wolf in the room. His senses are continuously watching them for even the slightest indication of an attack. His voice was cold and deadly when he spoke. You dare to speak to your queen, to your mate like this? She is mine. Mine, Kaden roared, finally pushed his breaking point at last. Ashley's limited patience suddenly snapped enough. Calm down now. The power in her voice froze them all as they felt their wolves' instantaneous retreat, calmness washing over each of them as it swept away all of their earlier emotions, leaving them floating in a sea of calm and tranquil contentment. Only Richmond seemed able to stay on guard after the command was given. His stance relaxed only slightly as he remained alert, covering her, his gaze fixed on Kaden, his senses open and on high alert. He was a guardian, and no command from any wolf, not even from Ashley herself, could get him to relax, lower his guard, or stop an attack if he or his wolf felt there was any threat against her. It was the power of the bonds. Her protection is of the highest order and cannot be commanded. Her mate once mated, and her guardian, with very few exceptions, would not be able to be commanded by any wolf, not even by the queen herself. I refuse to bicker over this. I will be taking down the council and the alphas who have acted so cruelly against our kind. Those guilty shall pay. And I will not ask any of you for permission. Ashley's voice was back to its light, cool, and metallic lilt, devoid of any discernible emotion, and yet somehow still hard and set as she spoke each deliberate word. Ashley, Kaden had to catch himself for a moment. It was the first time he had spoken her name, and he had to let out a small smile when he saw her let out the smallest of shudders at the sound, mirroring his own reaction to the feel of it against his tongue. Ashley, you are my mate. I am an alpha set to take over the Salvatore pack. Your place is at my side, leading my pack as my Luna. My job is to protect you, to keep you safe, and I can't do that if you are running around the continent off of my territory on some foolhardy mission. I will not allow it. I will not let you be harmed. He's right, Luna. To think about going against the council, it's an act of treason, of war. You would be considered nothing but a rogue. They would kill you. Your place is by you Alpha side where we can keep you safe. Clayton said, his voice firm and taking on a nearly scolding tone. He stood just behind Kaden at Austin's shoulder, who was still flanking their Alpha. Brian and Austin were nodding along to the words. The thought of their Luna off their territory alone was unthinkable. Her place was at Kaden's side, safe and guarded, especially given what they had just learned. With each word, Richmond's face had gotten harder and harder. His fury and anger at the blatant disrespect and underhanded threats from the wolves before him had him reaching a fever pitch of fury, especially when the head warrior began to speak against his queen. He was no longer Richmond, the ex-warrior. No longer the Richmond who had abandoned his own pack and gone rogue. Nor was he the Richmond who had helped Kaden first reach his mate. He was Richmond, the guardian of the Queen, the lost blood of their world. And he was furious. "You know nothing, pup," he snarled, his eyes flashing black with his wolf as power and dominance poured off of him. Austin and Brian, even Clayton, took an involuntary step back under the force of it. "You dare to think she, who is the rightful ruler of all of our kind. She who is the granddaughter of the first and oldest of our race, daughter of the greatest warrior ever seen in our kind, should bow to your wishes." He let out a humorless laugh, his face now growing serious, his voice dropping as he continued, "To mate a royal is to be granted such an honor by the fates. One you do not seem worthy of, pup. It means that it is you who have been chosen to stand by her side. The pull, the bond, it is to her. You to her. You dare to think her destiny is to hide within a single disloyal pack and rule at your side? At your beck and call. You are a disgrace. She is the light that is meant to guide all of the packs and every last one of our kind, and you are meant to rule at her side. Not her at yours. But she is the Salvatore Luna." Brian protested weakly. "You are mistaken, boy. She is your nothing. She is our Luna Queen," Richmond said, speaking as if to a child who had been caught with their hand in the cookie jar. "Richmond, easy. Remember, they did not grow up in our world. They know not how this works. You cannot expect them to suddenly understand things that took us years to learn." Ashley spoke evenly to her guardian, still only able to see his back. Noting how he remained tense and alert, she let out a small sigh and, instead of trying to talk him down, she allowed a bit of her emotions to trickle along the bond, letting the irate man know that the words had not upset her. In fact, if she were being honest, they were much calmer and less demanding than she would have expected from an alpha. Feeling her calmness and indifference to the outburst from her mate and his men, Richmond finally let himself relax, although not without a fair amount of grumbling, which included something sounding awful close to presumptuous pups and akin to foolish alphas under his breath, and a final glare at all four of them. Kaden was not impressed. His wolf was enraged at the man who dared tell them how they would see, how they would treat their mate. She was theirs. The sound of her voice speaking again was the only thing calming either of them down at the moment, stilling them from throwing themselves at him. "To address some of your concerns, and because I am finding all of this tedious, irritating, and the exact situation I had hoped never to have to be in, let me make some things clear to all of you. I am the royal, whatever. Whether I want it or not, and whether I claim it or not. It is still the annoying truth. This means that first, Richmond is my guardian. As such, he will not accept any disrespect towards me in any form. The bond forbids it. Even if it does not upset or concern me, it will provoke him. And I cannot command him to ignore it, so do not push him. He can beat any of you. The mark is taking effect even as we speak, and it will continue to for the next couple of hours. When it is finished, he will be one of the most powerful werewolves in the world. Second, I cannot be commanded. Don't try it, it will merely upset him. Third, if you ever manage to get past Richmond, I can beat you myself. Fourth, I can command every one of you, even you, Alpha, and my commands can override any you give. I do not want to do this, for I have no desire to lead anyone. However, if you push me, you will see the full extent of my power. Fifth, the people you speak of, those you wish me to ignore, harmed my family. They murdered every single member of my pack. Men, women, children. Before my eyes. They will not be left free to enjoy their days with their hands stained by my family. Sixth, I can join no pack whether I want to or not. It is against my blood to belong to just one of you. It would be rejected at once. Lastly, if you attempt to thwart my efforts in any way, mate, I will reject this bond. I am loath to go against fate, for it is to go against everything my pack held dear, but I will make an exception. Oh, and also, if you try to call me Luna again, I will let Richmond have his way with you. You all have no stupid bond to use as an excuse for such foolishness. Richmond let out an amused grunt at her last words, but other than that, stayed silent and unaffected by her tirade. Satisfied that the problem was now dealt with, Ashley let herself collect her scattered supplies before once more setting herself against the wall with her sketch pad in her lap. Everything she had said was the truth, and she had absolutely no interest in anything else they wanted to speak of. She was finished with the entire thing. Annoyed and grumpy that it had all come out, and she had been forced to speak, to admit and think about what she had lost, she tuned them all out, muting the bonds and letting herself fall just slightly into the blackness. Comfort of that empty numbness wrapping around her. Kaden was at a loss for words. Austin, as usual, somehow still managed to find some. "So what you guys are saying is that Cade can no longer be Alpha?" he asked, looking to Richmond's dark form, easily seeing he wasn't going to get anything further from the thin, silver-haired woman, and choosing to ignore the apparent anger and distaste still radiating from the wolf as he tried to satisfy his confusion. Letting out a humph at them, his annoyance still showing as he rolled his eyes at the question and the continued line of questioning that obviously upset his queen. Richmond let himself glare at her mate once more before deciding to answer before Ashley was disturbed by it again. "No, that isn't what I said. What I am saying is that he is no longer Alpha to Pack Bellator." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Brian. "Pack what?" "Bellator. It is the true name of your pack, bestowed by the king when it was first formed. It means warrior. Pack Bellator ad mortem, till death." "Holy heck, that's awesome." AUS mutter. "Your pack was once the warriors of the Silverbloods. Considered the strongest and greatest fighters, known for your brilliance in war and conflict. You were charged to fight for the crown until your death, as the Heems had been charged to stand to the end. As guardians and warriors, the two packs were always close allies. The two largest and strongest naturally formed ties worked closely together as their duties overlapped, and they often collaborated and exchanged resources to strengthen their causes. They were the packs with the strongest loyalties and deepest oaths to the blood. And it was theirs that was the most profound betrayal when they turned." "What are you saying? You can't mean that our pack was a part of that?" Austin asked in a dangerous voice that was so unnatural for his usual fun and easy personality. "I am simply telling facts, pup. Don't raise that tone to me. Your pack, along with my old, were two of the first and guiltiest of all for the horrors that happened those years ago. Although they most definitely did not act alone, they were most assuredly guilty. But enough of that, we are off topic. Back onto Alphas. Kaden, if he accepts the mate bond to Her Highness, it means then that he can no longer be Alpha of Pack Bellator. That is my birthright. I am heir. As the firstborn son of the Alpha, I have been training for my role since birth. No one can deny me that, it is my right. I am Alpha," Kaden said. "Would you listen for a minute?" Richmond snapped. He waited for a nod before he continued. "You cannot be the Alpha of a single pack, because if you complete the mating then you will become Alpha to them all." Kaden's jaw literally fell open, as if it were open to the floor. And his eyes bugged out. He might have been embarrassed by his response, except every other wolf around him was wearing identical expressions, even Olivia, who still sat on the sofa. Richmond took them all in for a second before he let out a full-bellied, deafening laugh. It was an odd sound coming from the now intimidating, marked and mighty warrior, and only added to the others' amazement. "Your faces." H.A. Richmond finally got out, seeming to get his laughter under control somewhat. "I don't know why you all are so surprised. You really don't know anything." He muttered under his breath with a shake of his head. "I told you, you have been chosen to stand at her side, not her at yours. She is Luna, queen to all. That means that with your mating you would take your place as king, Alpha to all. You would stand beside her as the crown and leaders of all of our kind." "How? What? Huh?" Kaden's brain was overloaded. It was too much to take in. "It's the nature of our species. Usually, as Alpha, your rank would be highest, and your mate would take hers from you. No matter what her previous rank, she would become Luna. However, since Ashley is royal and her blood and rank are therefore the strongest, as her mate, you take your rank from her. You become Alpha of all Alphas. It means you cannot lead a single pack because you lead them all. The Silverbloods, Argentum Sanguinis, the royal pack would have become yours, however, they are no more. Still to mate her is to join yourself as one of the last royals in our world. Chapter 18. It was dark when Kaden started awake. He turned to look at the alarm clock on the far side of the room, beside the bed. At 2 a.m., he let out a small smile. He let his eyes wander around the room, looking for her. He felt another smile when he finally spotted her sitting cross-legged on the coffee table just by where his head lay on the sofa in their room. He was surprised he hadn't seen her instantly, but with his large black tee and her silvery hair, she nearly disappeared amongst the shadows and moonbeams cast around the room. Kaden could faintly hear Richmond's light snores coming from the outer room where he dozed lightly beside the bedroom door. It had almost come to blows between them when he had tried to insist on staying inside the room with Ashley. In the end, he had given in to the open door. She sat still, her hands folded lightly in her lap, her hair spilling around her shoulders in silky silver waves. Her head was cocked slightly to the side as she watched him, her eyes their normal steel gray, her lashes so black and thick at the base, making them appear even larger in her face, the silvery tips so long and soft. His eyes landed on her mouth, and he felt himself instantly harden. He had to stifle a groan as his gaze lingered on their soft pinkness. The shadows made the rest of her already sharp features harden, but not her lips. Her lips stayed soft as always, just taunting him. "Morning, darling," he spoke gently, his voice husky and deep from sleep. He wasn't sure if she would go back to not talking to them after all the revelations that had come out the night before. After everything had come out, they were all left reeling and drained. Not ready to deal with any more information, coupled with Ashley's complete refusal to answer or acknowledge anyone, even Richmond, they had all agreed to eat a quick dinner before going to bed. Ashley watched him as he wiped his palms against his eyes, rubbing the last sleep from their crystal blue depths before letting his long, strong fingers run through the glossy black strands of his hair. The motion only added to the soft, disheveled bedhead look he had. She didn't know what she wanted at the moment. Didn't know what had pulled her to get so close to him again. Well, she did. She didn't like it. She could feel the mate bond growing, strengthening the longer they were together, urging her to trust him, like him, and accept him. Of course, the rest of her was telling her to kill him, so she was a little torn at the moment. He let out a resigned sigh as he let himself relax back into the plush sofa, his eyes softening as he watched her. Cautiously, he lifted his hand from where it lay beside him. Slowly, so as not to startle or scare her, Kaden lifted his arm, moving it so it spanned the space between them, stopping when his hand was a foot from her, chest level, palm up. He waited. Ashley felt emotion stir as she watched him move. Her eyes narrowed in her mind, although outside she showed nothing. Watching like a hawk, her eyes hard as she followed the path of his hand as it drew nearer to her. Her breathing and heart rate, though, never hitched. Her body held perfectly still as she watched him move closer and closer to her. She forced her body not to react in the slightest, her control ironclad as she mentally kept everything perfectly calm within her, not allowing even the hint of a reaction to show itself. She watched as his lightly tanned skin, his long, strong fingers, and the lean muscles of his forearm moved closer and closer. "Nothing. You feel nothing. You are nothing," she chanted to herself. She pushed at her barriers, her control. But no matter how hard she tried, she knew from Richmond's sudden stirring from beside the door that her body, her mind, was betraying her. 13 years of learning perfect absolute control was being shattered as her mate's presence settled before her, calling to her. It was upsetting enough, powerful enough, to wake her guardian from his light doze. Even as she refused to acknowledge the emotions he stirred in her, they were strong enough that her guardian had felt them erupt within her through their bond. She eyed the hand as it now froze, hovering in the space between them. She felt his eyes on her. Their clear blue eyes were soft and gentle, a stark contrast to the fire and anger they had displayed earlier that night. Ashley could also feel where Richmond probed along the guardian bond, pushing at her mind, trying to assess what had upset her. She heard him move to the open doorway, his gaze taking in the room before he moved back to his post. Overprotective worrywart, she mused internally as she ignored his probing and concern, neither of which she wanted or needed. When he didn't move any further, his hand just paused in the no man's land between them. Ashley finally felt it click in her brain. She remembered his words from the night before. Her mind flashed the scene, which was so similar yet so different from the one they were currently in. All day, she had refused even to acknowledge what had happened last night. Her brain was both unwilling and unable to process the fact that not only had she willingly touched him, but that nothing had happened. But now, as she sat here with him, it all came flooding back, and along with the memories came a sense of uncertainty. Did she want to do it again? Is that what he wanted? Did he want to touch her? Would he expect this of her now? She hated being so unsure. So vulnerable. It was a feeling she had sworn she would never have to endure ever again. To feel weak, exposed, vulnerable. She hated those feelings. She refused to be weak, to be controlled. Never again. Never would she let someone use her like that. Let someone make her weak, defenseless, broken. As Kaden's voice was still gentle, although it had lost the huskiness of sleep as he had woken up more. You don't have to do anything you don't want, but if you want, you can try again. It won't hurt, I promise. Her eyes had traveled up his arm with his words until she was once more looking into the bright blue of his eyes. They were so open, holding nothing but genuine concern and honesty. Could she trust it? Did she have a choice anymore? She balked at the thought. More than being weak, she hated not having a choice. For so long, she had never had a single choice. For much of her life, every aspect, in one capacity or another, had been completely controlled and dominated. What would happen to her if she gave in to this man? Not only a male werewolf but an alpha. A possessive, overprotective, temperamental alpha. Fated to a life devoid of any choice or freedom. She wanted to let out a growl at the thought. Never again. But he wasn't demanding her now. He was letting her choose. Wasn't he? What did that mean? Kaden could almost feel her mind whirling in her head. Her face was still blank, her eyes hooded and clear of any hint of what was happening inside her, but he could feel the concentration coming off of her. Could feel the internal argument his words had created. He fought to keep his face relaxed even as he wanted to burst out laughing. She was adorable. So perfect. He wanted to say more, but he knew that if he ever got her, ever managed to have her accept him fully, he wanted it to be 100% her decision. Her surrender. She took the final steps to him. He didn't want her to regret a single step they took, and so he would willingly relinquish every ounce of control to her. It amazed him how willing he was to admit that it wasn't even a struggle. Even his wolf was silent against it. In fact, Kaden had felt his wolf actually pushing them to submit to their little mate. She was more important to them than anything, even their alpha pride. Who would have thought they'd see the day when Kaden Salvatore would willingly bow down before a little she-wolf and be thrilled about it? Learning about her true identity had only intensified his need for her. She was so precious, so beautiful and strong. He knew there would be more shocks to come in the future, and he wasn't so naive to think it would be perfectly smooth sailing. They would definitely butt heads, but he was looking forward to it. He felt his mind briefly wander to more questions about her past, where she had been for so long between her family's deaths and when she wound up at that orphanage. What has made her this way? They had been sitting, well, he was lying, in the dark, his hand still reached out for nearly 10 minutes now. Kaden could see her lids beginning to droop from drowsiness. It made her look softer, and his palms itched to cup her face, to brush his thumbs over her dew-dropped skin. In time, he promised himself. He would win her trust, and when he did, he would erase every memory of pain from her skin with pleasure from his touch. He was brought out of his internal musing by the softest brush of contact. Sparks exploded in his hand from even the slight touch of her skin against his, and he had to bite back a groan as the sensation raced through his body. He looked at her now. Her hand had slowly snuck to meet his in the space between their bodies. Her eyes were watching her hand as if astounded. Her face was absolutely frozen, her face blank as she looked to where her index finger still hovered above his palm, only a breath separating them from where she had pulled back with the eruptions of sparks. Kaden was ecstatic, his heart soaring, his wolf howling in his mind. He held his breath. And then, for the second time that night, he felt her skin touch his. It was one finger. Her small, delicate, soft finger just brushing so lightly against his skin that if it wasn't for the sparks it caused to erupt in him, he might not have even known she was touching him. This time, though, she had steeled herself to endure the feeling. Her hand didn't pull back. She wanted to know what was going to happen. Her fingers stayed so light, just the hint of a touch, as the sparks continued to jump between them. Kaden took a deep breath, getting a lungful of her heady scent. Rain and lavender swirling in his head, consuming every thought in his mind until it was all he could think of. It was intoxicating. Addicting. All he ever needed in this life, in this world, was her. Only her. Her eyes had snapped to his with his breath. "You're okay. Just the sparks. Never pain, not with me." Her fingers stayed against his skin. He felt her hand twitch, and this time he let the smile spread across his face. "You can touch me however you want. I'm all yours, and I'm never going to hurt you." He let all his emotions seep into his words as he pushed calm and loving thoughts along their still muted and dull mate bond. Suddenly, he had the single most significant moment of his 24 years, as his mate's tentative cool finger lightly moved up his palm until it landed just short of his wrist. But it was her face that did him in. The mask dropped, her eyes opened, and every shield, wall, door, and defense disappeared in the blink of an eye as she stared at where her finger still sat against his skin in absolute and complete awe. The look of pure shock and amazement brought tears to Kaden's eyes. What had happened to her that the mere realization that touching her mate's hand wouldn't cause her pain had left her like this? Anger flooded his veins, his wolf instantly pushing for control in rage and fury. What had these people done to her? How had they broken her so completely? Kaden was thankful she was too absorbed in her own reaction to notice his. He didn't want her to be scared or nervous about his response to her touch. He didn't want her to have a single reason ever to hesitate to reach for him, to touch him. He felt a stab of pain that something so instinctual, so natural, so right, had been stolen from her. "I will get it back for you," he swore silently as he watched her awestruck form. "I swear on my very life that I will help you mend all that they tried to destroy." Chapter 19. 6 a.m. Kaden let a low groan as his eyes groggily took in the room in the pale, early pre-dawn light. He let out a bark of laughter at the low, muffled groan from under the mountain of pillows and blankets on the bed. Olivia had refused to be separated from Ashley for even the night, who, for her part, had only begrudgingly agreed to sharing the bed with the woman after she realized the only way actually to get her out of the room would have been to touch her physically. It was a good tactic on Lev's part, Kaden thought, and had to give it to the she-wolf. She was a persistent and resilient little thing. Of course, Ashley had taken one look at her spread-eagled on the king-sized bed and immediately had begun building a wall of thick pillows down the center of it. Kaden couldn't help the roaring laugh he had let out as he watched the outraged and grumpy faces Olivia had made as she watched his little mate build an actual literal wall to keep her away. Richmond had poked his head in the room at the sounds. After taking in the sight, he had let out a single snort of amusement before a sharp glare from Ashley had him coughing and removing his head from the room. Kaden let out a chuckle as Olivia's groans began to grow to muffled grumbles as her attempts to go back to sleep were heavily impeded by the fact that not only had Ashley turned on every light and opened the thick curtains in the room, but she had also left the bathroom door wide open so that the sounds of the shower were loud and clear. Kaden had a suspicion that none of it was accidental either. It seemed that his mate was devising a battle plan of revenge against the other woman. He chuckled again. Leaning his head back against the pillow, he let his mind wander as he listened to the sound of the running water. The full repercussions of yesterday's revelations still had yet to sink in fully. Kaden would need to speak to his father at some point. It was not a conversation he was looking forward to. If what Richmond said was true and his father was somehow involved with the murder of Ashley's family, his blood boiled at just the thought. He didn't know what he would do. But he had a suspicion he might be the one to stop him finally. He heard the shower shut off, looking to the clock. He read the red display, 6:20 a.m., exactly 15 minutes since it had first turned on. Ashley exited the bathroom, her hair still damp, dressed in a pair of semi-clean black skinny jeans, a black loose V-neck tee, and her black Keds. She looked at the other two in the room. Her mate was still lying on his makeshift bed on the sofa, but appeared awake enough, so she let him go and decided to ignore him for the time being. Her attention focused on the other wolf, the one now buried beneath an actual mountain of blankets and pillows on the bed. She felt a brief flash of amusement mixed with exasperation as she considered the she-wolf. She didn't know what she had done to attract the woman, and she really didn't know how to get rid of her. Apart from physically pulling her from the bed last night, which she was loath to do, she had been at a loss. She had never met someone whom she hadn't been able to scare off or ignore out of attempting to be near her. It was infuriating. Well, time for a bit of payback, Ashley considered as she took in the soft sounds of sleep. She moved to the end of the bed, grabbing the bottom of the sheets and duvet. Hearing a low chuckle from the sofa caused a strange feeling to erupt in her belly. Not liking what she thought those feelings meant, she pushed them away, refusing to acknowledge them. Although she was happy that her obvious plan met his approval. Pulling with everything she had, she whipped the pile from the curled and sleeping frame. The cold air instantly slapped her awake. With a girlish squeal, Olivia sprang instantly awake, the room's cooler air and violent attack pulling her from her warm comfort. Narrowing her eyes playfully at the culprit, she let out a low growl. Ashley was standing at the end of the bed, the blankets pulled around her feet, not even attempting to appear innocent as she looked at her with her cool gray eyes. Oh, she was gonna get it, Olivia thought. It reminded her of her older sisters, and her heart clenched in response. That is, until she looked and saw the time, pulling out another growl from her throat as she eyed the menace. Was she insane? It was the middle of the night, for crying out loud. Who woke up at this awful hour? Letting out another playful growl, Olivia didn't even have time to react before Kaden was across the room. His large, imposing, and impressive frame placed between her and his mate. His face was stern and threatening as he let out his own low growl. At the sound, Richmond was immediately through the door and instantly across it and flanking Kaden, cutting Ashley off from her even more. He had moved faster than Olivia could even register. And then his own low, threatening growl was ripping through the air around her. His eyes were complex and dangerous as he watched while keeping half an eye on the rest of the room and the open doorway. Olivia flinched back from the two towering frames, her body instantly showing submission under their shows of dominance. Kaden's blue eyes were flashing black with his wolf as he watched her on the bed. "Do not threaten my mate," Kaden said in a low, even, but stern voice. I'm sorry," she stuttered, fear instantly flooding her as her mind flashed reminders of the last time she was on a bed with angry males around her. The horrible images of the motel intermixed with reminders of how her old Alpha would deal with those who had pissed him off. Panicking, her eyes flew around the room, desperately searching for an escape route. She was so engrossed in trying to flee the punishment she was sure was coming, her fear and panic so consuming, she didn't even notice that both Kaden and Richmond had already backed off. Both had already forgotten their anger. The entire incident immediately dropped once she had submitted and no longer posed a threat. She didn't even notice that they were now speaking only of plans for a much-needed morning food run. Richmond. Suddenly, both men's heads snapped so they were looking at Ashley, who was frozen with one of Kaden's shirts in her hand that she had been packing as she stared daggers at her guardian. Their expressions turned to puzzlement as they both suddenly registered the feeling of annoyance coming from her. "You old fool. The two of you terrified the girl. Seriously, was that really necessary? She wasn't going to hurt me, you buffoon. Calm her down or knock her out. I don't care, just do something before she passes out or snaps. I knew I'd regret this." "You two broke her, you fix her," she snapped, before returning to her packing and ignoring them all again. Kaden was positive, though, that he heard her continue to mutter to herself about overprotective, sensitive, wool-headed, guardian nuisances. He let out a chuckle at her childish pouting before turning towards the bed. He was genuinely surprised to find that Olivia was indeed in the middle of a full-blown panic attack. Heck, he swore. Grimacing slightly at each other, both Richmond and Kaden turned and eyed the now-shaking women on the bed. Ashley had smartly fled the room well before the waterfall of violent tears had started. Kaden cursed her half-heartedly when he noticed her absence. And more than half-heartedly, when Liv finally noticed it herself and started panicking all over again. 2 hours later, they were all finally dressed and fed, and all piling into the elevator. The doors barely closed before it started. "So do we need to bow and stuff now?" Austin asked, looking at Ashley. "Yeah, and do you have a crown?" Brian added his face with a look of curiosity. "Why don't you talk? Do you have a palace? How was your pack killed? Why don't you eat meat? That's just weird. How did you learn to fight like that? Why do you have silver hair? Can you make us knights? Do you have a wolf? What's it like being queen? Can we get tattoos like Richmond?" Brian, Austin, and even Olivia fired questions at Ashley so fast that Kaden could barely follow them all. She was standing near the front of the car, her back to the others. Her silvery hair hangs straight down her back in silky waves of metal. She didn't turn or acknowledge any of them, but with every question, Kaden felt her anger, annoyance, and worst of all, pain rise across the bond. Apparently, so too did Richmond, because suddenly, in the small confined space, a deafening roar filled the air, and he sprang forward so his body was blocking the sight of her from the others. The power and fury coming from him were enough that the others took a step back, crowding against the opposite walls of the elevator. "What's your problem?" Clayton finally spoke up, his voice dripping with open animosity. "Yeah, what the heck?" Austin was quick to add. This only elicited another menacing growl from Richmond. "Enough." Kaden's own voice roared, successfully cutting everyone off. "Austin, Brian. Back the heck off my mate." His voice was deadly as he stared his second and third down before they each looked down, baring their necks in instant submission, their faces flashing guilt. "Clay, stop antagonizing Richmond. Now. They need to learn their place." Richmond growled lowly, still staring at the men, his eyes pitch black and flashing with deadly intent. "And they will. Now is not the time. They will leave Ashley alone," he replied pointedly, staring all three down as he spoke, garnering nods from his friends. "They speak of things they should not," Richmond replied, not backing down. Kaden let out a sigh. It had only been a few seconds, but they were now nearing the ground floor. He couldn't have this erupting in front of humans. They know now. They won't ask her anything else. They're just curious, he said calmly, hoping Ashley would step in and calm the man down, as she had the night before. When she didn't turn or speak as the doors dinged open, he figured he was on his own with this one. "They ask her nothing else unless she says it's okay," Richmond said more calmly, now pulling his gaze off Austin and Brian to finally look at him, waiting for a nod before exiting the elevator after Ashley. The rest followed them, walking to the front, where they waited for the valets to bring the two large, black and tinted GMC Yukon Denali SUVs around. Everyone except Ashley stood in awkward silence. A groan had them all looking at Richmond, who was staring at the ground, his arms crossed over his vast and muscled chest. His biceps and triceps burst out along his arms, the strange and complicated tattoos that now covered his skin rippling from the motion. The black tee that had fit fine yesterday was now stretched to the max as the seams stretched to the limit by his now ridiculously chiseled and bulky frame. The power of the marks and the bond had finalized in the night, and he now easily towered over all of the others, his arms as big as a normal man's thighs, while his legs resembled tree trunks. His hair was still peppered with gray, but his face and skin had lost the tinge of age, youth and strength now radiating from him. "Fine," You can ask questions, but there are rules. He finally spoke up on a sigh. Rules? Austin asked. Yeah, rules, pup. And you'll stick to them unless you want me to make you regret it. Richmond said seriously. Austin. Cade snapped at his second, cutting off the reply he knew was about to fly from his mouth, not wanting another fight to erupt with so many humans around. He was already exhausted, and it was only 8 in the morning. Go on, Richmond, and they will all follow your rules. The Guardian held his stare before nodding. He then went back to watching their surroundings, his gaze never pausing as he stood protectively near Ashley, who had sunk to the ground before pulling out her sketchbook, leaning against the brick of the hotel. Rule 1. Don't ask her questions. 2. Don't direct things to her. 3. Don't talk about her parents or pack. Don't ask about what happened 13 years ago. Don't ask where she has been or what happened to her. Don't tell anyone her identity. 7. Do not mock her. 8. Do not mock the crown or throne. Get angry or threaten her, and I will destroy you. You upset her with anything you say, and I will make you pay. Are we clear? Satisfied with their responses, he nodded once before moving to open the passenger car door of the lead SUV that had just pulled up. Holding it open, his eyes swept the interior of the vehicle, his senses reaching through it. Satisfied, he leveled a menacing glare at the slow-moving human valet, still inside, before holding it open for Ashley to climb in. Chapter 20. The first hour was silent except for the GPS. Richmond, if you're good with it, I'll open the mind link to the others. They want to ask some questions. A grunt was the only response from the back seat, although Kaden saw Olivia perk up in the rearview mirror at this. AUS, Brian. Clay, I'm going to open the link so you guys can listen into Richmond. You have the drive to ask whatever questions you want. Don't make me regret this either. He said to his men in the vehicle behind them through the link. Okay, first ask him what makes them so different. The royals, I mean, like, what can they do? Why are they so special? Austin asked. He seemed the most curious about all of this. Kaden rolled his eyes, but relayed the question anyway. Different? I guess you could call them that, Richmond mused as if he had never thought of it in such a term. It isn't so much that they are different from us. Well, they are, but it is more that we are different from them. They are the pure ones. Their blood is the pure blood of the werewolf gene. We all carry less pure or diluted forms of it. The king was the oldest and first of our kind. It is from him that all of us descended. What? So are we all related to them? Brian asked, disgusted. No, the king only had one child, the crown prince. And his mate was human. He found her only 300 years after he was first created. But one of the powers or abilities of the royal line because of their pure blood is that they are the only werewolves able to create new wers. Richmond said nonchalantly. Kaden grimaced as shouting from the other car filled his head as they hurled questions at him. You need to explain, Richmond. That was all he said. We call them silverbloods. It refers not only to the royal pack, but to the crown themselves. Those in their pack will absorb some of their traits, as will those who make oaths tying themselves to them, like the guardians and the warriors. But some of these traits are only ever given or are only ever tied to the blood themselves, to their actual blood. It is what separates us from them. One of these distinctions is that their blood lets them create werewolves. It also keeps them from aging, gives them increased speed, strength, and then some other things which I will not speak of. Why not? This time, it was Olivia who spoke up. Some secrets of the royals are meant to be kept secrets. Some are only kept within the pack and others were known only by the royal household itself. They are not for your ears, at least not yet. Richmond answered cryptically before continuing. Their blood contains silver. It is where their name comes from. Again, I don't know all of it, how it exactly works or why. I just know it is what aids in their abilities and is manifested through their hair, eye, and wolf colorings. What color wolf does she have? Olivia asked. I've never seen it. That was all he said on the matter, but Kaden felt that he knew more than he was saying, but he let it go for now. So she can make others? Clay demanded. Yes, in theory. Her bite can carry the silver, along with the wolf's genetic heritage. The silver is meant to break it down. Venom begins to overwhelm the host, while the wolf gene is then able to infiltrate and trigger the change. It is how the king first started the werewolf population. Those he created were the strongest. Their descendants have become the alphas and betas of today. The closer a wolf's ancestry is to that of the royal line, the stronger the wolf. He stopped creating them, however, when the first war broke out amongst our kind. The destruction was said to have nearly destroyed him. The violence and absolute lack of respect for life in those he had created broke him. He spent the next century hunting down every wolf that had been a part of it. He was ruthless, stalking them to the ends of the known world and bringing them down with the first of the guardians and warriors at his sides. After that, he created the first pack, pulling the remaining wolves together and binding them to himself, vowing to protect his people and humans from the violent tendencies of the werewolves he had made. He was astounded when the oaths created the mind link, pack loyalty, and triggered the mate principle. Those who refused to accept his rule became the first rogues, shunned from the protection not only of the crown itself, but of the oaths that would allow them to hang on to their humanity. It is why rogues are so vicious and inhumane still today. They lack the bonds of pack and loyalty that the king created. He ruled the world population for the next century and a half alone until he finally met his own mate. The queen became one of the last werewolves ever created. Wait, hold up. They're immortal? Austin asked in astonishment. Richmond chuckled from the back seat, yes. Eventually, they stop aging. One of the reasons Ashley has always looked so young. It was different for each of them. The king looked like he was in his early 40s, the queen stayed frozen at the age she was changed at 36. The prince stopped earlier than his father, although he was younger as well. Born in 1802, he appeared no more than 29. Those with oaths and bonds will share this trait. You won't age? Olivia asked in disbelief and wonder. Nope. Not so long as I hold the oaths of the guardian. It is a part of the marks, designed to keep those close to them strong and allow those who are loyal to stand at their sides as long as they do. Others in the pack would feel the effects to a lesser degree. The royal pack felt it the most, of course, resulting in extremely slow aging. Most pack members usually lived for 2 to 3 centuries. At the same time, those in the other packs feel the effects to a much lesser extent, slower but not stopped aging. Alphas looking 40 at 65 and such. Again, the closer the bloodline, the stronger the trait. Next question, do we have to bow? And what are we supposed to call her? Austin was pushing his luck by the growl that Richmond let out when Kaden relayed the question. Yes, Richmond ground out, clearly not amused. Richmond, Ashley's voice snapped from the front seat for the first time. Kaden hadn't thought she had been paying attention, as she had been staring absently out the window the entire time. Her eyes and body did not indicate that a conversation about her was going on around her. He let out a huff of air in annoyance at the reprimand. They owe you respect. Richmond. Fine. No, you do not need to bow. Until Ashley speaks the oath of the crown, the oath that would officially claim her the throne, that of the corona lupus for herself, and snaps the bonds that her grandfather created to herself, then she technically is not queen. He answered, although his voice spoke that he was distinctly unhappy with what he was having to admit. As of now, she holds her original title, princess, along with the inherited title from her father of Heres or heir. Her official title would be as of now Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess. Richmond. The calm metallic voice snapped again from the front seat. I wasn't going to say it, princess. In response, she merely let out a low growl of annoyance. Say what? Olivia asked eagerly, her uneasiness from this morning having finally dissipated, replaced by a growing curiosity and simple excitement. Her true name. Richmond said unhappily. Oh, Olivia said. Why doesn't she want us to know? Kaden was too distracted, wondering the same thing, to pay attention to who in the rear car had asked the question in his mind. Off limits, Richmond said, shutting down any further talk of Ashley's actual name. As for how to address her, simply call her what you will. I doubt she will accept anything else at the moment. She seems to have kept her stubborn streak through the years. You knew her before? Kaden asked quietly, not wanting to upset her with his question, but curious to hear about his mate when she was a child. To hear anything about her life before it was destroyed, a time when she was happy and free. Personally? Unfortunately, no, I did not, Richmond said. Kaden's hopes were dashed instantly. She was well guarded, kept away from the majority of the court and pack for security reasons, but I knew of her. You couldn't not. Everyone, even if they had never seen her, adored her, obsessed with their princess. I was part of her father's security team, training with my own father. Each member of the royal family and the key members of the court had individual guardians as well as warriors appointed just for their safety. She thought her safety was the absolute highest priority of the entire court and pack from the very moment she was conceived. Only the most trusted and loyal wolves were even allowed to know who her security teams were, let alone where she was or what she did. But even still, the stories managed to trickle out. As he remembered, he let out a laugh. Looking at Olivia's corked eyebrows, he let out another deep chuckle. She was an absolute terror. He got out, chuckling at the look of surprise at his words. Seriously? Kaden asked. Oh yes. The stories about her, even just as a toddler, were legendary. She had the entire palace wrapped around her finger, and she knew it. Ran her poor nannies and guardians into the ground trying to keep up with her. Of course, to the prince and princess, she could do no wrong, and the king doted on her. She was their world. Which only made her worse. She could get away with anything. Had grown seasoned wolves running around like chickens. When she was 4, she decided that her favorite color was purple and made her father have all of them dye their wool purple because she didn't like the other colors. No way. Olivia asked incredulously. Oh yes, Richmond said, laughing. But they didn't actually do it, right? Kaden asked, looking at his mate, trying to imagine her like that and finding it impossible. Are you joking? Of course they did. Barely even made a grumble about it from what I heard too. Although they did stop running with the others for a few weeks until she decided she hated the color purple again. Shaking his head at the memory of the large purple wolves he had caught sight of once as they had been patrolling around a secluded pasture. Kaden couldn't help himself. He let out his own laugh, picturing it. Soon, the other car and Olivia had all joined, imagining hardened and imposing wolves like Richmond, all easily agreeing to dye their wolves purple for a tiny 4-year-old girl. I can't believe they would do that. Olivia finally managed to choke out. Believe it, and I highly doubt that was the worst she had them do either. I remember once, maybe a few months after that, suddenly the court went into an uproar. Never did find out what exactly happened, but it was rumored the entire kitchen had to be gutted. All 2 stories, then the king suspiciously had his beta sent away to go stay with the council for a few weeks right around the same time. Could never get it out of anyone what she actually did to him or what he did her. The cars fell silent as they all considered the stories. It was so strange the way he spoke of her, the life and person she had been before, so different to who they knew now. Light, incredulous laughter filtered between the cars and Mindlink. All wondering what had happened to the young princess, their internal musings were cut short, however. He wouldn't let me have any more sweets. Ashley's monotone voice suddenly spoke up. Huh? Kaden gaped at her. Uncle Robert, he said I couldn't have any more sweets. He was watching me for my father for a few days. He hid all of them on me. I was very displeased. Plus then he ordered all the staff to refuse to give me any more or even to bake me any. Ashley explained calmly. I knew it was you. Richmond roared. We had to get food catered in for weeks. I couldn't look at fast food for months after that. What did you do to him? Olivia asked. Ashley shrugged her shoulders. Only what he deserved. I just wanted a simple cookie after all. It was his own fault. I told you she was a terror. Richmond barked. Kaden couldn't help his grin even if it made him look like a fool. He had just had an almost normal conversation with his mate. Could they be making progress? Chapter 21. They drove through the day and well into the night, stopping only for gas and a couple of pit stops to grab some food. Kaden was worried about Ashley, who so far had refused to eat, but every time he brought up his concerns, Richmond merely brushed them off with a shrug. Still, he was growing concerned. With so many drivers, they all agreed that it would be easier to drive straight through. Switching drivers every few hours, seeing as no one was that keen on spending another night in a motel. It was early afternoon when they reached their destination, Montana. Slowly making their way off the interstate, they wound their way through the state, turning from large interstates to highways until they were making their way down an old single-lane country road. With a final turn, they started down a long, curving gravel road. Whose territory are we in? Kaden thought to his beta. Montana is part of the Fraser Pack's territory. Alpha Stanley Fraser leads them. He has an alliance with your father, although they tend to keep out of most things. A smaller pack, less than half our size, but it doesn't cause trouble with the council. Austin thought back, his voice brisk and professional as he switched into his role as Kaden's second, dropping his immature facade. The drive they were following was at least 2 miles long, the twists and heavy forests on either side completely blocking it off from the road. The entrance itself, nearly hidden from eyes, a heavy black metal gate, had barred their path further and had required Ashley to get out of the car to punch in the security code so that the gate would slide open for them to pass. Kaden looked over at Ashley, who sat once more in the passenger seat beside him. She was staring straight ahead, her body and face calm and seemingly unaffected. After another few minutes of driving over the crunching gravel, the two vehicles finally broke through the heavy tree line. Awe and surprise broke the silence that had fallen around them as they pulled up in front of an architectural masterpiece. Glass, wood, and metal, with aspects of stone woven together, create an elegant yet simple and modern house. It appeared to be at least 3 levels. Most of the walls on the outside seemed to be glass, allowing the surrounding trees and forests to be visible, as well as the stunning landscapes that stretched for miles in every direction, becoming the backdrop for every room. Piling silently out of the cars, the group followed Ashley as she approached the large, tall, and heavy front door. Her hand was steady as she pushed it open, letting them step inside what was so obviously her home. She seemed to fit here so perfectly that it was strange. Everywhere else she stood out. It was so obvious she didn't belong that she was out of place, but here, it was different. This was her place. The inside was as beautiful as the exterior. A blend of natural elements and metals that only intensified the stunning views from the floor-to-ceiling windows, yet did not detract from or overshadow them. The furniture and decor were cool and simple. Modern, with clean lines, grays, whites, black, and silver warmed by natural woods. The floors were a contrasting mix of stone and wood, with some rooms even featuring bare concrete. Together it created a balance that was calming, inviting, and yet extremely tasteful and lavish. The ceilings were high, soaring up so that every room was airy and bright. Ashley led them off to an open room on the left. The walls of windows let the afternoon sun pour in, warming the bare stone floors before the soft, dark wood planks started. Sleek, low-modern sofas and chairs are scattered around the space. A high-tech and massive entertainment system was set against one wall over a simple, clean, low fireplace. While the other wall was not made of glass, it was lined with towering metal and glass bookshelves crammed full of every imaginable type of book. Ashley motioned towards the seats, gesturing for them to take a seat and make themselves comfortable. Brian and Austin threw themselves on one of the sofas facing the gigantic, insanely thin 80-inch television. Olivia, still overwhelmed and intimidated, perched on the chair nearest to where Ashley stood. Richmond moved so he was standing at her right shoulder, his eyes never pausing as he continually scanned the room and doorway, his body alert. Clay, with a huff, lowered himself onto another sofa, his elbows on his knees as he watched the Guardian, his face not quite hiding his dislike. Kaden was too nervous to sit, so he stood, watching his mate, trying to control the urge to pull her into his arms and bury his face in her neck. Obviously, this is my property in Montana. She spoke in a calm and monotone voice. This building is the main one on the property, although there are 4 other smaller versions spread around. You are all welcome to stay in the main house here. The kitchen, dining room, living room, entertainment area, and other standard rooms are located on this floor. Guest suites and offices are on the second floor. The top floor is for me. Kaden and Richmond will stay on it as well. At their surprised faces, she let out a sigh. I understand the necessities of the bonds even if I do not like them. Richmond, whether I like it or not, you will be near me, so why fight it? Kaden, neither of our wolves will let me sleep with another male nearby, especially you, on a separate floor. I am not ignorant of what a mate bond is. Kaden felt his shock and was almost positive he felt a sliver of amusement through their bond at his show of blatant relief and surprise. Austin was full out laughing while Olivia's face had flushed red at the words, and Brian was attempting but failing to hold back his own laughter. Ignoring all of their reactions, Ashley continued. An infirmary, armory, security center, cells, gym, and training space are located on the 2 lower levels. You have all that? Austin said incredulously. His earlier amusement was gone. If what she said was true, her setup here was nearly better than Kaden's father's house, and even their pack house. Of course, she said. When they continued to look at her expectantly, she sighed internally, feeling the urge to roll her eyes at them. You forget so soon who I was. What exactly do you think the first 6 years of my life consisted of? Do you not believe that from the moment I could speak, I was not training how to run a pack, not unlike your own Alpha? Even if I did not want others to join me, to bring a pack around me again, I was not naive enough not to consider the possibility. I am not blind to what I am planning. I understand what I will need and what I am facing. I am not running around like a child. I have taken and will continue to take all necessary steps. Each of my properties is equipped similarly, all with top-of-the-line security and defensive systems, electrified fences encompassing the property, safe rooms, and enough artillery for a small-scale war, as well as adequate funds and vehicles. Cad man, your women are kinda terrifying. Austin deadpanned, never taking his eyes from her. I second that. Brian put in. Ashley, of course, completely ignored them. You all will need to decide what you wish to do here, stay or leave. If you stay, you will be joining forces with mine. I will find and destroy those responsible for what they did to my family. And once that is done, I will take down the corrupt and cruel leaders of our world who are abusing their power. But no, if you leave, you will be commanded to forget everything you have learned about me. Richmond, the security suite is on the lowest level. Please make sure everything is operational. I had people visit yesterday, but you will want to review it. It is a similar yet more updated version of the systems you ran at Heems. I will get you the codes. Looking back at her, he nodded once before moving towards the way she had pointed with a last glare at those still sitting and standing around her. He prowled out of the room, looking like the powerful wolf he was. Finished with her introduction, Ashley moved to a broad and low armchair placed close to the windows. Curling up with her feet under her, she pulled out her sketchbook. Settling in, she let the deepening light and thick forest behind her be her backdrop. Well, what's the plan, man? Austin asked as he looked to his Alpha. Kaden's mind raced. He had been thinking about it the whole trip here. And if he was to be honest, his first thought had been that he would find a way to talk, or, if necessary, force her out of her insane plans. He wanted to find a way to return with her to his pack, where he would be able to keep her until they could figure out a way to go after those she wanted to, that would keep her safe and far away from it. But having finally gotten here, seeing what she had built, what she had accomplished, he was conflicted. He felt guilt rise in him. What she said was true. He had forgotten who she was, what it would have meant. He had thought of her as though she were a child with a stick trying to run at an army. But looking around and hearing her speak, he felt like a child. She was preparing for war. Had prepared for battle, all on her own. Maybe he shouldn't be doubting her so easily? Where would that leave him then? Richmond said he couldn't be Alpha of the Salvatore pack anymore, but then what was he supposed to do? And could he really sit by and watch her walk into battle? Was there a way to do both? Let her have the fight she wanted while keeping her safe? He felt his heart tear at the thought of her hurt, of losing her. But could he take this from her? Could he lock her away to keep her safe? Did he really have any other options? Maybe he needed to talk to his father. He cringed internally at the thought. That would not be a pleasant conversation. But she was his mate. His father would have to understand. Right? He let out a grunt of dissatisfaction before looking at Austin's anxious face. Sighing again, he ran his hands through his dark hair. I'm going to call my father. Father, Kaden's voice was deep, and he made sure he spoke only with respect after hearing his father's professional greeting. He couldn't let his nervousness leak through. Weakness is not something you can show to an alpha, at least not if you are his heir and expect to be taken even marginally seriously. Kaden, my boy, how is your little road trip going? Have you got it out of your system yet? When do I get to formally meet my new daughter? Your mother is dying to get her hands on her. Kaden cringed at his father's words, but he couldn't help the momentary satisfaction it brought to him and his wolf when he thought about what mating fully with Ashley would be like. Alpha, that isn't what I called to speak to you about. Hearing the seriousness in his son's voice and the use of his title had the Alpha of the Salvatore pack sitting up in his chair, his laughter instantly cutting off. This call was no longer a son to his father, but an heir to his Alpha, and that meant pack business. All right. What have you called me to discuss? Kaden took a deep breath. This was the part he wasn't looking forward to. He had stepped out onto the wraparound balcony that encircled the back half of the house to have a bit of privacy. Looking back through the windows, he saw his men spread over the various sofas watching some game on the TV while Olivia was hesitantly looking over the numerous titles on the shelves of books. Ashley still sat tucked in her chair, her pencils spread around her. As if feeling his gaze, her steely eyes snapped up and captured his. Staring into those gray depths, Kaden felt a sense of calm. It felt as if he had suddenly regained his footing. The ground steadied under him, firming into place as he looked at her. The tension and nervousness leaked away, replaced by a calm contentment. And just like that, he had decided. This girl was his life, and he would go through hell, war, and even his father so that he never had to part with her. I am calling to discuss my role in your pack. The older Alpha was suddenly alert, his body tensing, his voice low and dangerous. What is there to discuss as to your position? You are my heir and shall take your place as the next Alpha within the next year. Just because you met some girl does not change my plans. Kaden had to push the urge down to growl at his father's blatant dismissal of Ashley's importance in his life. He took a deep breath, feeling himself calming again as he looked at her silvery head bent over in concentration once more. That is just it, father. They're your plans. They are no longer mine. Kaden had to pull the phone away from his ear as the growl ripped from the speaker. I don't know what stunt you are trying to pull, but I am your father, your Alpha, and you will take your rightful place when I tell you. No, father, I will not. You will be Alpha one day, boy, but you aren't yet. I am still your Alpha, and my orders are not disobeyed. No, father, unfortunately, I am unable to follow your orders on this. How dare you attempt to defy me? Who do you think you are? I order your return to the Packlands immediately, where I will teach you some respect, boy. I'm sorry, father, but I cannot. I did not call to fight, merely to inform you that I will be cutting my links with the pack. Effective immediately. Silence. Suddenly, Kaden could feel his father's fury over the mind link, and even having him blocked, it was so powerful that it dominated everything in his head. The waves of pure rage and anger crashed through the link, beating against the wolves of the pack. He felt sorry for the less powerful wolves and those in closer proximity to his father at that moment, as the power of his fury would be infinitely more painful to them. The wolves of the pack would surely be going crazy at the feel of their Alpha, so out of control and livid. You're leaving the pack? The voice was deadly calm, belying the continued sensations that were drowning out the mind link in his head. That voice was by far more terrifying than any amount of screaming. It was the tone of voice that made you want to fall to your knees and beg forgiveness. Kaden looked at his mate again, thankful that she had somehow known he needed her and had looked up at him, letting him lose himself once more in her eyes. He drew his strength from her, felt the sight of her filling him, stiffening his resolve, steeling him against his father's anger. He would do anything to keep her safe, even this. Yes. I called as a courtesy, father, not your approval. I wanted to let you know my decision so that you may tell Mother that nothing happened to me. Austin, Brian, and Clayton will be following me. Kaden couldn't help but feel pride for his friend's loyalty as it leaked into his voice when he told his father. A smile on his lips as he remembered their instant assurances that they would be following him even if it meant away from their families and pack. Over the phone, he heard a last roar before a deafening crash, and then the line went dead. Opening the sliding door, Kaden tried ignoring the pounding in his head as he looked at his friends. At their grimaces and winces of pain, he offered them a tight smile. Looking at his beta and seeing his raised eyebrow, he let himself nod his head. All three of them let out a low breath. And then, together, they severed the mind link and the bonds of loyalty they had carried with them since birth. Their grunts and groans of pain slowly faded as the last of the old links were severed. Kaden had it the worst. As the future Alpha, his links to the pack were powerful, and those to his father were nearly unbreakable. However, he gritted his teeth against the pain and sliced through the familiar connections, firmly cutting himself off from his father. The hardest part wasn't his dad or pack, it was the severing of ties to his mother and siblings. All he could hope for was that one day they would understand and forgive him. Austin ran a hand over his face, wiping away the beads of sweat that had sprung up at the effort, while Brian just let his head fall back against the sofa in exhaustion, his body going limp. Clayton just kept his elbows on his knees and his head cradled in his hands. They all stayed silent, just trying to let the unfamiliar feeling of emptiness register inside them. Taking deep breaths, they all tried to get their racing heartbeats and breathing to return to normal. Now what? Austin asked in a voice still slightly weak. Well, I guess we're rogues, Brian said without raising his head or opening his eyes, his voice oddly peppy considering the gravity of his words. They all looked at each other questioningly. When no one spoke for a good 5 minutes after Brian's statement, Ashley let out an annoyed breath, startling all of them. The sound was accompanied by Richmond sauntering into the room, taking a single look around. His eyes settled on Ashley before he moved so his massive frame stood directly in front of her. His feet were as wide as his arms crossed over his chest. Feeling the tension in the air, his body tensed further as he felt Ashley's annoyance spike. He searched the room, trying to pinpoint the source of whatever had upset her. Ashley merely looked at him, standing protectively in front of her, and let out another irritated sigh. Realizing that there was no actual threat to her, Richmond let himself relax, although completely unapologetically. He moved so that he was now standing beside her chair, although his muscles remained alert, his eyes searching, forever on guard. You are an alpha, are you not? She asked in a soft tone as she looked at her mate. Ignoring his look of confusion, she waited until he nodded his head before continuing. Just because I do not want to lead a pack does not mean you cannot. Just because I shall not join one does not mean you all cannot. You are an alpha, I own this territory, which means there is no challenge to an existing territory or pack, and you have a beta, third, and warrior. Are you suggesting we start our own pack? Austin looked at her incredulously. Obviously. Can you even do that? Brian asked Kaden, who looked at his mate, having no idea himself, as he had never heard of such a thing. Of course. The only reason there are only 8 packs is that this was the decision made. There exists nothing that says that it has to be that way or that it always has to be that way. Of course, the council would greatly disagree, but then they do not make the laws, and there is no law saying that a new pack cannot be created. There just hasn't been one. Any alpha, actually, technically any wolf, could theoretically attempt to create a new pack. Of course, they would have needed the approval and support of the crown to legitimize and establish the links and bonds, thereby creating true loyalty and stability. Even with this, it could be argued that most probably would not survive. They'd encroach on other packs' territory, would face heavy challenges, and would be more likely than not targeted by the council and demolished. But just because it has not been done does not mean it cannot. They all looked at her like she had grown another head. Richmond thankfully spoke up, sensing her hesitation to discuss the simple solution. You and your pack would have the approval of the Queen. Ashley holds the authority and power of the entire crown. Therefore, the bonds can be created to form a ninth pack, with you Kaden as the Alpha. You would need to swear your loyalty to the throne though, like those ancestors of the original packs. Then if they all consented, you could bring them into your pack. How? Austin asked excitedly. You merely have to pledge your loyalty and fealty to your Alpha. He would then accept you into his pack and the link and bonds would be created. Ashley filled in, speaking once more. Chapter 22. So all I have to do, Kaden trailed off, looking at Richmond, where he still stood rigidly next to Ashley, a faint trace of amusement and joy clear on his face. You simply need to go to one knee before her. The snap of an extraordinary voice cut him off. Richmond. What? Do you want to do this the right way or not? He asked innocently, turning to look down at her. I don't want to do this at all. She replied flatly. It was your idea. He said smugly. Don't remind me. Fine. Let's just get this over with, Custos. And don't think I don't see your part in this, you manipulative old coot. She finished with a humph. Kaden was stunned when she actually rolled her eyes at the completely fake and innocent hurt look Richmond sent her way. Ignoring her words and irritation, Richmond turned his head to look back at him, and Kaden nearly laughed at the wink the Guardian threw his way. As if sensing it, Ashley let out another exaggerated sigh, causing both men to break out into grins. Okay, so where were we before I was so rudely interrupted? Oh yes. So you go down to one knee, your right hand fisted over your heart, your neck bowed and exposed, and then you pledge your fealty and loyalty. There are no words you must specifically say. The pledge taken by the original Alphas was lost to time, but it was always said they each said their own anyway. The pledges were as unique and different as the pacts themselves. It was said that after each pledge is when they were charged with the mantles by the king. Each oath tied them in a specific way to the crown. Kaden looked skeptically at the man. Was he serious? He was supposed to make up some pledge of fealty on the spot? He felt his irritation spike when all he got in return was a shrug and another wink. Shifting his gaze off the man, he met the cool gray eyes of his mate. No, right now, she was not his mate, she was his queen. He took a deep breath, letting the calming presence of her scent fill him. Rain and lavender, sweet and light, and all her. He felt himself relaxing as he continued to breathe her in. Without conscious thought, he moved forward, gracefully lowering onto one knee. His fist came to land over his heart as his head bent. Suddenly, he felt the room change. He wanted to look up, but his wolf would not allow it. He demanded that Kaden remain utterly submissive as he thought power erupt around them. Somewhere, he realized that he was feeling his mate's power surface again. The waves of dominance are crashing over him. This time, though, there was nothing uncomfortable or confusing about it. His wolf was in absolute ecstasy at finally submitting to the source of this power, of taking his rightful place before his queen. Kaden didn't think about the words. They came to him, and, before he could question them, he was speaking. I, Kaden, son of the moon, pledge to serve, to follow, to protect, the light of the dark, the crown of the night, the wolf of the moon. My life is freely given to the oaths of old, to fight for the blood and to serve until I shall draw the final breath. I give to you my fists, my body, my life, my heart, my soul. I am yours until the dawn again. The feel of the power in the room hit a fevered pitch. Ashley looked down on the bent head of her Alpha. She knew her eyes would be shining bright with molten silver. The power she usually kept so controlled and hidden was finally released, filling the room. It rolled off of her. She felt as if it radiated from her, although unlike before, when she had been upset, this time it was gentle and comforting. Thick waves of power and protection flowed from her, embracing those around her. She felt each wolf, each soul. She reached into them, sought them out, soothed and calmed. It was as natural and instinctual as breathing. She was their queen, they were her people. The words he spoke wound around her. She let her mind, her wolf, focus back now on the one before her. She felt each word, each promise, weighed them, tasted them, and devoured them to their core. And as each rang true and sure, she felt them tighten between them. With each layer of his oath, the bond between them strengthened until it was done. She felt herself and her wolf accept the last word, and then the power erupted, falling in until it wrapped around him, filling him, solidifying his words, his oath into his bones, his blood, the very essence of his wolf, of him. Sanguinum uramentum accipere coroneam usque ad auroram. The flow of power coming from her faded, the aura and feel of dominance radiating from her diminished as the words settled and finalized the exchange. Still seated in the chair, Ashley swung her legs out from under her. Pushing herself up, she tried to stand up, but found her legs shaky and unsure beneath her. Having not used her powers or her wolf for so long, this display had zapped a considerable amount of her energy. She felt a wave of exhaustion hit her. That had taken far more from her than it should have. She was shocked and upset at just how weak this had left her. Such a simple oath should not have had any effect on her at all. She noticed the concerned look her guardian was giving her as he watched her trying to steady herself, but she brushed off the hands he reached out to try to anchor her with. Shooting him a pointed look, she found herself irritated again when it didn't seem to faze him in the least. Taking a deep breath, she focused instead on the task at hand. She didn't know what she was supposed to say, but knew that her wolf would, and that she would speak the words she was meant to. The oath has been given, and the bond accepted. Rise and hold your truth, opinando tenera unum, to hold as one. Rise Alpha of Pac Argentum Sanguinis. Kaden stood as if in a trance, his movements powerful and graceful as he stood tall before her. Meeting her eyes, he held them as he looked into the last traces of silver swirling there. Bowing his head, his back straight and proud with not an ounce of nervousness or reluctance, he accepted the mantle she had bestowed. As if that movement broke a spell, they all crashed back down to reality. Richmond looked stunned, his gaze moving back and forth between them as Kaden's mind suddenly took off. He heard the words repeating over and over in his head. Had he really heard that? Emotion after emotion hit him as he fought to make sense of what a moment before had been so precise. Ashley just looked weary and exhausted. Letting out a sigh, she let herself sag back into the chair behind her, pulling her legs up. She wrapped her arms around them as she watched the others disinterestedly. Whoa, man, that was crazy. Austin suddenly spoke up, staring in awe at Kaden. Did she say what I think she said? Kaden asked, looking between Richmond and Ashley, not sure if what he was remembering was true. It couldn't have been what he thought it was. Yeah, she did. Richmond said in a strangled tone. Wait, what did we miss? Brian asked as he raked through his own memories of the last few minutes, but all he could remember was the feeling of contentment and safety he had felt. It had been pure, absolute bliss. Heavenly. The mantle, or I guess the purpose that she gave Kaden's pack, the name, Richmond said. His voice was slowly going back to normal, although his face remained shocked. I don't remember that. Olivia piped up confused. Yeah, what do you mean? Nothing happened except that feeling, Austin said, searching for the right word as the others piped up their own support. You don't remember. But it happened, Richmond said. Why not? We were here, how do we not remember? Austin pushed. Only members of the pack could witness the oaths. They are sacred, protected by each pack. None were able to overhear those of the others. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Austin relented. So then what happened that has you two so freaked out? Did it not work? Did she reject him? No. She definitely did not reject it. Richmond mumbled his voice back to awe as he recalled what had happened. He was floored, absolutely 100% floored, and ecstatic beyond ecstatic. This changed everything. Everything. What then? Would someone please explain this to us lesser minds? Clay snapped, irritated. Do you want to tell them? Richmond asked Kaden, the first hint of genuine respect in his voice since he found out who Ashley was and had taken his own oaths, as he looked to the younger man. No, you go ahead, I think. I think I need to hear someone else say it, Kaden said honestly. Richmond nodded his head in understanding, looking down at Ashley to see if she had anything to add to the discussion. He couldn't feel anything through the bond, so he wasn't surprised to find her looking at nothing in particular as she faced them, her eyes blank. Kaden's oath was one of the strongest you could make. I shall not repeat it. It is for him and her alone to know. With that, he gave a pointed look at the wolf in question, who nodded in understanding. Ashley accepted the oath of fealty. It solidified or imprinted it onto him. And then she had to give him the pledge his pack was to dedicate itself to, or what they were to be. And well, she rested upon him the task to hold as one. The looks of non-recognition had him rolling his eyes in exasperation. It means that he and his pack would be charged to hold the blood, the throne itself as one. As their own. It means his pack is Argentum Sanguinis. The royal pack. She pledged him the 9th pack, the first of our race, the pack of her father, her grandfather, the pack of her blood. He is now Alpha of the Silver Bloods, which means that after 13 long years, the pack of the crown is finally in existence again. That's possible? Austin asked, looking at the three of them. Apparently. Richmond answered. Wow. Yeah, Kaden said, still stunned and looking at his mate unbelievably. He had heard the words and been shocked, but hearing Richmond talk about it and explain it had made his knees weak. He couldn't believe what she had just done. He felt tears prick the back of his eyes from the honor, the gratitude, the trust. So okay, what does it mean? Austin asked again, his curiosity once again spiked. He was by far the most intrigued and excited by everything going on around them, like a kid with a new, shiny toy that he wasn't entirely sure what it did. Kaden looked to Richmond. Well, it means that Kaden has the authority to create his own pack as Alpha. You all can ask to join his pack. It would bind you to him and through that to the oath that he holds to Ashley. You would become a member of the royal pack. Your loyalty, your lives would be to hold, well, her as you would your own life. You would share in some of her affinities and would technically become the first members of her court. A hiss had them all looking to the woman in question. Richmond raised an eyebrow at her display of displeasure, which she replied to with a sharp glare thrown at him, to which he grunted back in frustration. Fine. You wouldn't be members of her court officially because she is not actually part of the royal pack, but when another sharp hiss of breath, fine, if she joins you, it would be. Happy? He asked sarcastically, looking down at Ashley, who ignored him. What do you mean? Isn't it her pack? Kaden asked. Well, yeah, and she normally would be part of it. Actually, she should be leading it. If she wasn't so stubborn, she should be Luna and then mating you would make you Alpha. However, instead, she went around that, gave you the title of Alpha to the pack that through your mating you would be entitled to anyway. And she did it without having to proclaim herself Luna or giving you the title of king or herself queen. Sneaky, really. That earned him a grunt. So she isn't a part of the pack? Olivia asked. No, technically, she still doesn't belong to any pack. She's still a rogue. But even she has to admit that's only a minute difference, a tiny technicality. It comes with the very essence of what your pack is. The Silver Blood pack is her. It is tied to her and her to it. She may not have joined yet, but that doesn't change it. Silver Blood is hers as she is it. The crown or the throne is the royal pack, they are one. This time, his words got a sigh and a sharp slap of annoyance through the guardian bond. But we can still join Kaden? Brian demanded. Richmond nodded. All you need to do is ask permission and swear your loyalty like with any of the packs. Kaden must merely accept, but you must understand and acknowledge, both you and your wolf, what you are accepting. To join the Silver Bloods, to pledge yourself to the royal pack is not something to take lightly. The position you would now hold, the responsibility you would now carry, and the danger you would bring to your life is nothing you will have ever faced. You must be absolutely certain. The gravity of his words settled around them, the weight of it worming into each of them. The seconds ticked by. Austin leapt to his feet, his movements suddenly light and sure. His face lost the last trace of seriousness as a grin split free, his eyes now sparkling with excitement. Moving quickly to where Kaden still stood, he cleared his throat until his friend had turned and was now facing him. Remembering how Kaden himself had sworn to Ashley only minutes before he eagerly sank to one knee, he didn't think it was standard practice to join a pack, but for some reason, his wolf urged him to mimic the ritual now. Alpha, I seek the sanctuary of your pack. I swear my loyalty, my life, and wolf to you and to the pack. I offer my fealty without bar or reservation, and ask to hold as you do the oaths of pack argentum sanguinis to hold as one and stand at your side. A nod from the Alpha was all it took for the mind link and oaths to snap between them. One after another, Brian, Clayton, and to all of their amazement, Olivia repeated Austin's words and joined themselves to Kaden. They all sighed in contentment as the familiar feeling of belonging to a pack and the comforting buzz of the mind link took up once again in the back of their heads. Kaden looked at his new pack with pride. Clearing his throat, he made them official. Austin, I ask you to be my beta, my second in command. Nod. Brian, I ask you to be my gamma, my third. Again a nod. Clayton, I ask you to be my head warrior to lead my men into battle. Another nod. Olivia, I ask you to lead my runners, to take the task of my scouts and spies. Quickly trying to recover from her surprise, she nodded soon to her Alpha. However, she didn't try to hide the feelings of absolute gratitude and pride at the unexpected honor from the newly created and solidified link. As if finally noticing the deep twilight that had fallen around them, they all sagged as exhaustion suddenly set in. Chapter 23. Ashley trailed behind as they made their way up the open, floating wooden staircase. The second floor was as simple, clean, and elegant as the first. The doors are spaced along the corridors, and the end walls of the hallways are all glass. Those sleeping on this floor all broke off, each searching for a room to claim. While Kaden, Richmond, and Ashley headed up to the third floor. Her bedroom was the exact opposite of his. The cool whites, woods, and metals complement the rest of the house. The plain walls and low, sleek furniture let the stunning view from the bank of windows at the back take center stage. The high ceilings and crisp lines lent it a sense of tranquility and calmness. It was as peaceful as it was cold. Against one wall was a large, low bed which dominated the space, the bright, crisp sheets covered in an equally clean white duvet. The only other furniture in the large room was two floating nightstands on either side of the bed, a light gray, long sofa, and two matching chairs facing a flat-screen TV with a low, dark wood coffee table in front. Ashley went through the door beside the TV, which led into a dressing room with two walk-in closets branching off of it. The one wall, like the rest of the house, mainly had floor-to-ceiling windows. For privacy, the recessed automatic window coverings installed in the ceilings above all the windows in the house were lowered shut here. The dressing room itself featured a beautiful, tall stand mirror, two sleek dressers, a wardrobe, and a low, cushioned bench. Through a door across from the one leading to the bedroom was the massive in-suite bathroom, a spa-inspired mix of gray stone, white marble, chrome, and fluffy white towels. About to start a shower, Ashley remembered her mate. Turning with a sigh, she went back to the bedroom. She watched him for a minute. His silhouette was outlined against the dark forest below them. His hands were in his pockets as he stared out at the trees, deep in thought. Her voice was low, but she knew he would be able to hear her perfectly in the silence. There are clothes and toiletries stocked for you in one of the closets and the bathroom. If you want to stay somewhere else, though, you can. She didn't like how that made her sound so unsure, but his thoughts were torn about it. Without even really trying, she could sense him arguing with himself about leaving the room. His head whipped around at her words, surprise clear as he looked at her. His eyes traveled over her body, taking her in as she stood in the doorway, the light illuminating her from behind. Settling on her face, he gave her a small smile. No, I want to stay here with you, but I don't want to make you uncomfortable, he said honestly. Cocking her head to the side, she eyed him carefully. I would prefer you stay. His heart leapt, but he kept himself still. Okay then, I'll take the sofa. Nodding her head, she turned back to have her shower. It was getting easier for Kaden to wake up with her. The more time they spent together, the more in tune with her and her wolf he was. Sensing her stirring, his eyes fluttered open, not even bothering to turn his head. He knew what time it would be. He listened to the silent sound of skin sliding across cool sheets. Her bare feet whispered across the bare floor. His senses tracked her as she lifted her bag and moved to settle beside the windows. The the soft rustle of paper letting him know she was pulling out her sketchbook and pencils. Slowly pulling the blanket off of himself, he stood and moved over to where she sat on the floor. He grinned to himself when he noticed that, despite the closet full of clothes, she was wearing one of his shirts and a pair of his boxers. There was something so satisfying about knowing she wore his clothes, that his scent covered her. Lowering himself down, he leaned on the glass, resting back, and let his legs sprawl in front of him. She sat only about half a foot from him, her back against the wall, her legs bent up so she could rest her sketch pad on them, her eyes darting back and forth between the page and the forest beside her. He didn't speak, just watched her in the pale light of the moon, letting her scent and presence calm and soothe him. He didn't notice when she stopped drawing. It was only the soft sound of the paper hitting the floor that alerted him. She moved so her legs were now crossed under her elbows on her knees as she studied him. "Hey there, little one," he said quietly, softly as he smiled down at her. Not upset at her silence, he merely kept speaking. He was beginning to cherish these times when it was just the two of them, the silence and stillness of the night providing them with their own little bubble of safety where only they existed. "You know, little mate, what you did today and every day so far, bringing us here. Letting us know who you were. I know that couldn't have been easy for you. So I just wanted to say thank you for your trust in me. I swear I will never hurt you and I will never betray that trust. You are my life now and I will do everything in my power to make sure you are never hurt again. You little one never have to be alone again, and when you're ready I will be here. I will always be here." Knowing his time with her was up, he pushed himself up so he was standing over her. When she looked up at him, the moonlight pouring across her face, her incredible hair cascading around her, his heart nearly broke because as he looked down into her stunning, wide, amazing eyes, they were alight with pure, raw, steady emotion. It was so rare, so unexpected, so breathtaking. She looked up at him, her gaze so transparent, so open, and she looked so vulnerable, so broken. He could see the disbelief, the terror, the pain. He could so clearly see the war she was waging not to believe him, but it was the slightest spark of hope that he saw in the very depths that nearly undid him. So small that spark, even when it came to him, to her mate, the one person she should never have to doubt. Looking down at her petite frame, at her wide eyes, he let his emotions go. He let the love and concern, the adoration and pride, the respect and awe that he felt for her flood freely and unrestrained over the mate bond. He didn't let himself blink, not letting himself miss a moment as he watched her eyes widen as his emotions crashed over her entirely. The look of complete shock and confusion had him crouching down so he was closer to her level. "Ashley," he let her name roll off his tongue, feeling the pleasure and satisfaction at her own reaction to its sound go through him. "You are not alone. I will never leave you. Little one, I am here and I'm not going anywhere unless you send me away, okay? You are stuck with me, love, forever." He sent her a gentle smile while holding her steely gaze, willing the words, the absolute truth of them, to reach her. Only the slightest nod of her head acknowledged him before he saw her walls and doors begin to resurface, once again blocking her off from him. But he had gotten her to lower her guard. She had let him in, even if only for a few minutes. Standing, he moved back to the sofa, stretching out on it as he listened to her put her supplies away before sliding between the cool sheets once again. "I won't send you away." Her voice was so soft, so unexpected, he almost missed the superb musical sound as sleep began to pull him away. He fell asleep with a grin on his face. Chapter 24. Kaden was jerked awake by the insistent ringing of his cell phone. Grumbling under his breath, he let his hand search for the annoying piece of plastic while his eyes wandered the room. He felt his heart sink to realize he had slept in and his mate was already awake and had left the room. Finally, his hand hit the familiar smooth plastic, and he hit the answer button before checking the caller ID. Mistake number 1. Mistake number 2. Not immediately hanging up when he recognized his father's voice on the other side. He had just woken up, and he already felt a migraine coming on. He tuned out his father's shouts, pulling the phone from his ear as he suddenly heard more shouting, but this time coming from lower in the house. "I'm going to throttle her." "No, you listen here." Kaden was up in a heartbeat, completely forgetting that his father was still on the line, as he raced out of the room and towards where he now heard loud growls erupting. Flying down the stairs, he let the sounds pull him to the kitchen, where he froze. Richmond stood fuming near the massive and beautiful marble island that ran down the center of the vast and impressive kitchen. Sleek and modern, Ashley had certainly outdone herself. A random thought of how much his mom would have loved to play in here skidded across his brain as he attempted to understand the situation he had walked into. Richmond's face was one of complete fury. Nope, not fury. Fury was too soft an emotion. He was livid. Pure and unrestrained, enraged, livid, and it was all at that moment, directed at one single person. Ashley sat completely unfazed at the large farmhouse-style kitchen table, situated at the back of the room, before the ever-present glass wall. This one looked out over the back and side of the house on the opposite side of the living room, offering a beautiful view of the sunrise and letting morning light flood in across the cool marbles, glass, chrome, and slate stones. She sat completely and utterly ignoring the glares, growls, and anger rolling her way from her very enraged guardian. Instead, she focused on leisurely munching her way through a massive plate of fruit that sat before her, sketch pad open and pens littering the surface around her. She did, however, allow herself a small glance up when she felt her mate enter. He looked good in the morning. Kaden looked at Richmond, stunned. If he was getting this right, the man was beyond upset, and it was at his mate. That didn't make any sense. The entire time he had known them, Richmond had yet to get upset at her, annoyed perhaps, exasperated, of course. But upset to the point where he was nearly blowing steam out of his ears? Never. Kaden didn't even think it would have been possible as the wolf let out another low growl. Kaden moved. No longer caring how or why he was angry, he only cared that a wolf, a large and angry male at that, was threatening his mate. What the heck is going on? He demanded as he positioned himself between them, his arms crossing over his chest as his fists clenched. When he didn't get an answer straight away, he spared a glance at Austin and Clay, who were both awake and standing in the kitchen, seemingly equally as stunned as he, judging by their twin expressions. Quickly, Kaden felt along the links to his new packmates. Feeling around, he found that Olivia and Brian, not surprisingly, were both still dead asleep above their heads. At the same time, his second and warrior had only just walked into the room a few seconds before him and had no more clue what was happening than he did. What's going on? What's going on is that I'm going to force some sense into her. That's what's going on. Richmond finally roared, still glaring at her. At the words, Kaden let out a low and powerful growl, pulling the guardian's eyes to himself before meeting his stern glare with one of his own. What happened? He gritted out. She's being senseless, irresponsible, insane, stubborn, hard-headed, completely delusional. Another growl from Kaden cut off his rant. I would suggest you stop insulting my mate and your queen. It was the first time Kaden had addressed her as such, since he had really yet to come to terms with the entire thing fully. Honestly, it was kinda hard to believe, and just thinking about it was overwhelming, but saying it just felt so right, so natural, and it had his wolf purring in contentment and pleasure. He ignored the grunt of annoyance from his mate, not even bothering to acknowledge her instant flare of irritation at the reference. He was suddenly with Richmond. She would have to get used to it. At the outburst from Richmond, both Clay and AUS had moved without really contemplating what they were doing. Something about the way he was talking about Ashley and how he stood against her had them moving forward, so they flanked where their alpha stood, protectively in front of her. Menacing growls erupted from both of their throats as they stared at the very enraged wolf still glaring at them. At Kaden's words, they felt their own wolves react, pride and joy swelling in them, their queen. Whoa. AUS and Clay sharply turned their heads to stare at each other. Where did that come from? They both asked at the same time through the mind link as they looked at the other. Shrugging at each other, they shook it off before turning back to the problem at hand. Richmond took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. His anger was slowly dissolving, but as it faded, it was replaced with a blinding panic and terror. Trying to get a handle on the feelings, he forced himself to breathe. The full force of the guardian bond and the reaction of his wolf to his oaths was still new to him, and he was still trying to adjust to it. Staring behind Kaden and the others, he looked to where Ashley still sat calmly eating and drawing. She's trying to get herself seriously hurt. This time, it was Kaden's turn to turn his fury on his mate, a low, possessive, and powerful growl ripping out of him as he spun around to face her. His wolf refused to let him take his gaze from her. Even just hearing the words sent him into instant panic. Her scent and the sight of her sitting untouched and unhurt before him were the only things keeping him from shifting. "What are you talking about?" he ground out, through another growl. His wolf was not coping with that set of words well, combined with the fact that he had to keep a distance between them, and he was suddenly very close to snapping and losing the tight grip he had on his control. He and his wolf wanted their mate in his arms. Now, I didn't realize until this morning. Going over records in the security suite. We aren't just close to Fraser territory. We're in it. What? We're in the absolute center of their packlands. She literally brought herself into the enemy's hands. Fraser was one of the packs that revolted. Alpha Stanley helped lead the revolt along with the others. They attacked her family, and her property is not only just a part of their territory, the border to their actual pack house is 5 miles from here. She is trying to get herself destroyed. He was breathing heavily by the end, his anger once again out and back in full force. Kaden was suddenly right behind him in the furious and freaked out race. His eyes were darting around instantly on high alert, looking for threats. His mind was forcing Brian and Olivia up and down the stairs, needing more bodies around his mate. How the heck did this happen? I don't know. I don't know how she possibly even got a hold of such a large pocket of land inside pack territory, but it isn't good. Ashley, do you know what they're going to do to you? You can't just walk into another pack's territory. I'm going to throttle you myself. Finally, Ashley looked up, meeting his eyes as she watched them flash from brown to the black of his wolf. She could feel him battling with himself against using his power as her guardian to force her to leave this instant. He was smart to hesitate. The response of a royal to such domination was something best explored only as a last resort. I know exactly what I was doing, Custos. And I know what I am doing now. I nor any of us are on their territory. We crossed Sylvia territory, but we had permission, although they didn't know to who they had granted it to, I will admit. However, I bought this land outright. Over a year ago, it is no longer their territory, it is solely mine, or well, now my mate's. Her eyes flashed to us quickly. That is not going to mean anything. It means everything. If they were smarter, they would have realized what they were doing. They did not. That is not my fault. I never hid what I was nor even who I was during our transactions. They simply refused to see it. The contract absolved them of all interests, claims, and ties to this land. It was completely unclaimed. They severed all ties, and I then claimed it as my own. If you move to the edges of the property line, you will feel my borders as you would with any pack land. All 11 of my properties are now the claimed territory of my mate's pack. They will not stand for this. They have no choice. They will destroy you. They will try. They will succeed. Such little faith, Custos. They have you surrounded. They have my territory surrounded. It is the same thing. To enter would be to declare war. You are playing a dangerous game, girl. I am playing nothing. I told you, I will take them down. How can I do that if I am not close to the problem? Sylvia is simply the first of many. You're giving me heartburn, Your Highness. I need to sit down. And with that, the battle-hardened, marked and powerful wolf sank into a chair and let his head slump to the cool wood of the table, looking utterly defeated. Kaden looked at his mate. If she thought he would be as easily persuaded as Richmond, she was sorely mistaken. We are leaving immediately. I told you not to attempt to command me. I am attempting nothing. I am commanding you, little mate. You are leaving. Now. At his tone, suddenly Richmond's weariness was gone, and his previous slumped, defeated form vanished. Once again, the menacing and dominating wolf stood protectively and ominously before Ashley, blocking her from the others. The role reversals were giving them all whiplash as loud growls erupted in the kitchen again. By now, Brian and Olivia had groggily joined the mounting chaos and looked around in confusion, easily feeling the tension thick in the air. What the heck happened in here? Brian asked, struggling to get his brain to function at such an early hour. Thank goodness Ashley wasn't his mate, he grumbled to himself as he took them in. He really wouldn't be able to handle all these early mornings for the rest of his life. Me and my mate are leaving. Right now. I'm not going anywhere. Yes, you are. Do not talk to her like that, she is your queen. Richmond growled out. Could anyone say déjà vu? Kaden threw his hands up in exasperation, his anger and fear trampled down by his sudden annoyance. You were the one just a moment ago threatening to throttle her. You want her to leave for goodness sake. I'm just trying to get her to do it. Richmond looked suddenly ashamed at the reminder. I may agree with you, but you are not going to command her to do anything. Like heck I'm not. I don't care if you won't get her to leave. I will. Huh. Good luck with that, boy. You think you're going to get her to do something she doesn't want to? Richmond spat out without any real humor. I may not like this, but unfortunately, I don't really have a choice, and neither do you. I suggest you stop angering me by threatening her, and we figure out a way to keep her alive in this mess. Kaden looked at his mate. She seemed utterly unmoved by either man's outburst. Leveling a blank, stern glare on him, she got her point across well. She wasn't going anywhere. Kaden let out a sigh. We're going to need a case of Pepto before this is over. Richmond let out a deep chuckle at this before turning, so they were both looking at Ashley with twin grimaces on their faces. I don't like this. I don't either. Heck, they both said, still eyeing her wearily. Okay, so what first? Austin interrupted them, switching into beta mode. Completely used to the temperamental and suddenness of Alpha, he wasn't the least bit fazed by the morning's eruption. Easily moving on to more pressing issues and ignoring the earlier outbursts. First we invite the Alpha of Pack Sylvia over. Well, great. Chapter 25. I'm sorry, would you care to repeat that? Austin asked, looking at Ashley in disbelief, because I swear you just said you wanted to invite the enemy over. It was Richmond who answered. It makes sense. Turning, he looked at Kaden, although he made sure he kept his rigid stance close to Ashley's chair. Neither man nor their wolves was comfortable right now knowing just how close a threat was to her. Kaden sighed, weighing the options in his head. He let out a low groan, his eyes closing as he ran his hands through his dark, black, glossy hair, causing it to stick up all over his head. I don't like it. It needs to be done. Doesn't mean I have to like it. Richmond grunted in response. Kaden turned to his beta. Call up Alpha Stanley and invite him, his Luna, Beta, and the beta female to dinner. Austin looked taken aback, but didn't question the order. He'll demand to bring his third and at least a guard. Kaden scrubbed his hands over his face and through his hair again, not liking that he knew they were going to be outnumbered, and there was nothing he could do about it. I know, don't offer it. He will demand the guard, you will counter with his head warrior, it's what he will prefer, and it will contain their numbers. A stiff nod from Austin before he headed to the main office and conference room located on this floor, where a phone was located. Oh, and AUS, his beta paused, turning to look at his Alpha. The invitation is from the heir of the Salvatores. At his raised eyebrow, Kaden smirked at his friend. No need for them to know beforehand what they're walking into. Plus, there is no way that my father will have let word spread yet, so we might as well use it to our advantage. All hell will break loose soon enough. We just need to try and get in front of it as much as we can. With that, Austin left to make a very uncomfortable phone call. It was times like this he hated being beta. Calling an Alpha, especially one that is not your own, is not a pleasant experience, and he did not doubt that this time was not going to disappoint on that front. Hearing his friends murmuring to himself reminded Kaden of his own phone call with an Alpha. He had completely forgotten he had woken to a call from his father. Letting out a groan, he realized he must have left his phone upstairs. That was not going to be fun. Today was turning out to be one of massive understatements. To say that Kaden's father had been less than pleased and less than understanding was only one such example of the messes that were piling up around them as the hours dragged by. Kaden eventually hurled his phone against a random wall in frustration after the nearly 30th call from his family. If it wasn't his father screaming and threatening, it was his mother sobbing, or else it was some combination of his siblings yelling, pleading, and cursing him. The phone shattered into a million pieces on the cool marble of the floor, and blissful silence finally filled the house. Thank the gods, the goddess, and every last lucky star. Austin groaned from the den, where they had discovered it after breakfast. It was filled with an even larger TV than the one in the living room, plus a complete selection of every game console and combination of games and entertainment services imaginable, a full surround sound system, and huge, theater-worthy seating. The boys were in heaven. Your family is intense, Brian added in as the silence soothed their aching eardrums. Sometimes werewolf senses were seriously a pain in the ass. Kaden ran his hands over his face and through his hair for what had to be the 1000th time that day, letting out only a grunt in response to his friend's comments. His throat was sore from screaming, shouting, fighting, and growling back at his father and the rest of his overbearing family members. He honestly didn't understand their reactions. His brother Anthony would pick up his role as heir. Of course, he hadn't been training as long, and he was a complete novice, but his father had years before. He had to step down, and he could learn. Didn't they see he had to do what was best for his mate? How could they not understand that? Speaking of his mate, she had disappeared just after breakfast. Walking past the den where the guys and Olivia were all playing some game involving a lot of explosions and fighting, he let the bond pull him through the house. Making his way to the thick security door centered in the middle of the house, he headed down the flight of stairs that led to the first concrete and steel-encased lower level. Unlike the top floors, the downstairs was an absolute fortress. Thick, cement steel reinforced the walls, floors, and ceilings. Military-grade security doors blocked every entrance and hallway. Video surveillance monitored every inch, while electronic locks controlled by keypads and fingerprint access secured all movement within it. It was designed with the sole purpose of withstanding an army, and it terrified Kaden that it might have to be used to do just that. His heart squeezed at the thought of just why this place had been designed, why it had to be so secure, and that at the very center of it would be his mate. His wolf growled in his mind. Nothing, absolutely nothing would touch her. It didn't take him long to find her. The hallways here were simple, clean, and bright. White walls, white tiles. It was designed for practicality, not comfort or style. This level housed training rooms, the infirmary, a gym, a conference room, and an office for what Kaden assumed would be attack preparation. The lower level would hold the armory, cells, secure bunkers, and the security suite from which the defense systems could be monitored. Kaden found Ashley in one of the training rooms. He had to suck in breath when he saw her. He didn't even realize Richmond stood near the door, his arms folded over his chest as he leaned against the wall until he heard him grunt. Even then, he could barely tear his eyes away from her. The thin, willowy frame that was always hinted at under her clothes was on full display now as she expertly trained on heavy punching bags. Her hair was pulled back and off her face, making her neck seem even longer and elegant. Her short black spandex workout shorts meant that her long, slender legs, with their smooth, soft skin, were on full display. The simple black sports bra left her impossibly small waist and absolutely flat stomach uncovered. Her delicate shoulders, lithe arms, and nearly naked back nearly brought him to his knees. She was a sight to behold. Sweat glistened on her skin, small rivets catching in the light, making her already supple and Duca's skin even more tantalizing. His body and Wolf were hyper-aware of everything. Her scent was thick with her sweat and called to him. He breathed the heavenly smell as his eyes devoured the sight of her. Her skill and the speed at which she moved only acted to increase his reaction further. No matter how delicate or frail she could seem, watching her now, he could see that she definitely could go far beyond holding her own. She moved with a confidence and grace that made it seem like she was dancing rather than fighting. Every step flowed. She used every bit of energy, power, and momentum to her advantage, never wasting 1 ounce of it. Kaden felt hypnotized as he watched her move. Her body followed the lines of thousands before, gracefully and as deadly skilled as any warrior alive. She transformed every inch of her body until she was moving in absolute harmony, until she was nothing more than a living, breathing, lethal weapon. She was death itself. Kaden felt his eyes widen as he watched her work. The beauty, the skill, the absolute deadliness of his mate captivated him. He had no idea how long they stood there. How long they watched her continue to move, never faltering, never tiring, absolutely relentless as she worked form after form in an endless, never-ceasing battle. It could have been just minutes or hours or even days later. Ashley finally felt the first twinge. Knowing what it meant, she slowly and painfully let her mind open. Her body slowed. Her consciousness widened until, with a shuddering breath, her control shattered, and she collapsed to the floor. Her body heaved on the cool, sweat-soaked mat as her lungs and heart were at last allowed to feel her fatigue. Gasping, she struggled to drag in lungfuls of air, no longer inflicting absolute control on her body. It began to spin and splinter wildly out of her control. This was the part she hated, where she would fly apart as her body tried to process what she had inflicted upon it. She felt her body begin to convulse. Her muscles were spasming from the hours of pure exertion she had inflicted upon them. Her head spun from dehydration. Black spots danced across her vision, painful nausea swelled in her gut, pushing bile up her throat as blood began to drip from her nose and onto the floor. Kaden's heart stopped. It actually entirely stopped as he watched her fall to the floor. Her body began to twitch and convulse on the black mats of the training floor. When he smelt the scent of her blood in the air, he nearly lost control of his wolf completely. Richmond and he moved together, sprinting across the space before collapsing on either side of her body as she continued to fight to get gasps of air into her body. A trail of heavy, thick blood poured from her nose as her eyes rolled spastically in their sockets. He had no idea what was happening. Before they could do anything, though, Ashley's body finally went limp. Collapsing as her eyes fluttered closed and her breathing evened out into a shallow, gentle rhythm. Chapter 26. Ashley felt her body slowly come to life as her mind stretched out along her limbs. She welcomed and embraced the familiar feeling of the burning exhaustion in her muscles. She let her breathing guide her to consciousness, ensuring that every step her body and mind took was within her absolute control. Slowly, she let her senses turn outward. Her eyes sprang open as her body registered the fact that she was no longer on the mat where she had collapsed. It only took a moment to realize where she was. She refused to allow her brain to be groggy, to let the abuse of her body affect her mind as she pushed it to work, forced it clear, to function through the haze that wanted to take her over. Refusing to let her muscles tremble, she pushed herself up on her bed so that her body rested against the wall behind her head. She didn't have to look down to know she had been cleaned and changed. Her eyes easily found him in the room. His blue eyes, clouded with worry and concern, met her blank, void gray ones. Relief flooded his face as his gaze took in her face intently. He let out a shuddering breath. "You scared me, little one." She just watched him, not sure what he was talking about. Sensing her confusion, you collapsed. You were convulsing, bleeding, and then you were suddenly unconscious. You've been out for 4 hours. I didn't know what was going on. Oh, that. She didn't see why he was so upset. He stopped speaking. Instead, now he was looking at her. He kept taking deep breaths, his eyes haunted by traces of panic and worry. She didn't like that. Didn't like seeing him like this. It upset her. She felt herself frown inward. "It's okay, that's what happens," she finally said, too uncomfortable with seeing him upset to remain silent. She wanted him to stop looking like that. Her wolf didn't like it. At that, his mouth fell open, his eyes changing abruptly to equal parts shock and horror. You knew that was going to happen? Now she was even more confused. Was he mad? But why would he be? She didn't like him mad at her. It was like this morning, her mind fluttering back to the scene from earlier, frowning at the thought of the confrontation in the kitchen. She felt herself bristling at the reminder. Definitely not liking that he had been mad at her. It still upset her now, but she really didn't like being commanded. That dulled her unhappiness as her irritation spiked once again, plus they had all been overreacting. Pulling her mind back, she just looked at him. Apparently, he expected her to answer him. She debated not, but then decided against it. Of course. That didn't get the reaction she was expecting. He was suddenly out of his chair, leaning over her, his frame trembling as anger blazed in his eyes. Again, she was confused. She really hated this. Why was she always so confused? It was very irritating that she didn't let any of it show, but still, she didn't like that he was making her feel all these things. He was pulling all these things up in her, things she had never wanted to have ever again. She sighed in her head as she looked at him warily. Why was he so mad now? Of course, she had known what was going to happen when she trained, but why would that upset him? What is wrong with you? He demanded, his voice filled with anger as he looked down at her, his sky-blue eyes blazing and piercing. Briefly, she wondered if she should be scared. And then she found herself wondering why she hadn't discovered that she wasn't. Even as close as he was, standing nearly towering over her and extremely upset, she found she wasn't in the least bit worried about it. Strange. Again, she debated whether to answer him or not. Even as she thought it, she realized she would give in to him, even though she thought it was stupid that he was so upset. Annoying mate bonds. Stupid fate. Nothing is wrong with me. That is simply what happens when I train, so of course I knew it would happen. That's happened before. His face switched to bewilderment. Of course. And back to anger. Why? Why would you do that? I was training. Training. You call that training? His emotions were giving her whiplash. She hadn't spoken, cared, or dealt with so many emotions in nearly 13 years. It was exhausting. How did people live like this? She wanted to stop it, to shut him out and draw, but her wolf wouldn't let her. Why couldn't he calm down so she could do what she wanted? Of course. If you say of course one more time, my head is going to explode. Listen, love, I'm not trying to push you here, but you need to give me something. I nearly had a heart attack down there. That was not normal. Training is not supposed to leave you nearly unconscious after you collapse to the ground, convulsing and bleeding. Please, love, you really scared me. His eyes and voice turned gentle pleading as he looked at her, his body shifting so he was slightly closer to her. She eyed him. Moving over in the bed so she was in the center, she watched the hurt and pain flash in his eyes before he could hide them from her. If she thought she didn't like it when he was mad, it was nothing compared to how she felt when he was in pain. Carefully, she kept her eyes on him, weighing his every movement and reaction as she patted the space in the bed she had just vacated. Shock and confusion. It amazed her how openly and honestly his emotions played across his face. His eyes were so easy to read. Everything he felt was reflected to him through their crystal depths. It was fascinating. She almost didn't even need the mate bond to know precisely what he was feeling. How did he live like that? Feeling so much? Slowly, as if approaching a frightened animal, he moved to the bed. After every movement, he paused, gauging her reaction just as intently as she watched his. Both of them were cautious to make sure they didn't make a wrong move. Still hesitant, Kaden gently settled himself on her bed. His legs stretched in front of him as he leaned against the wall, making sure to keep a safe space between their bodies so he wouldn't accidentally touch her. He felt her eyes on him, but he kept his gaze forward, letting her watch him. Closing his eyes, he just let himself float in the wash of relief at knowing she was awake and okay now. He hadn't been exaggerating when he told her he had been scared. He had never been so terrified in his entire life. It took Clay, Brian, and Austin to hold him back when Olivia took her from his sight to bathe and change her. When she had left, he had lost it, and thankfully, they had just barely been able to get him outside before he had entirely shifted. Richmond hadn't fared much better. His oaths had kept him from shifting and leaving her unguarded, but even now, Kaden could scent him as he stood in front of her door. He would have heard she was awake and okay, but didn't think he would be leaving his spot for the foreseeable future. Letting out a breath, Kaden let his head fall back as he let some of the tension that he had been holding fall away. His cramping muscles relaxed into the softness of her bed. The closeness of his mate and her scent calmed and soothed his ragged mind and wolf. Ashley watched as he relaxed. Watched as the tension left his body muscle by muscle. His eyes fluttered closed as his breaths became deep and gentle. It was amazing how easily all of his violent and raging emotions settled. Before her very eyes, the raging storm he had previously been became peaceful and still. She let her eyes take him in. He was tall, so much taller than her, and she wasn't that short. His legs, sprawling in front of her, clad in dark, worn jeans, were thick with corded muscles. Her eyes moved up, she eyed his t-shirt-covered chest, and everything about him was just so much bigger than her. His hands, his arms, his shoulders, everything screamed pure masculine strength and power. Even without his aura of dominance that came from his title and position, you would have been able to tell that this man, this wolf, was an alpha. Her eyes finally landed back on the profile view of his face that she had. Ashley had never thought about how she felt about having a mate. She knew theoretically what it meant. She understood on a certain level what he was to her, but beyond that, she had no idea what to do with this person beside her. As soon as she thought that, she pushed it aside, refusing to continue down that train of thought, instead forcing it back and away. The sound of the small sigh slipping past her lips drew his face and eyes to her. She found herself now staring into his. So open and wide, gentle curiosity and worry so clear in them. Stupid mates. And bonds. And fate. I knew that would happen because it is always what happens when I train. Her voice was emotionless as she spoke. Firmly clamping down on all of her emotions, she pushed them completely from her, shutting that part of herself down absolutely. Once again, she was void, empty, and safe. It wasn't as easy as it usually was, though. She didn't like that her control was slipping. If she weren't more careful, these people, these bonds and oaths would change her. They would destroy that control, that wall. And that was dangerous. Very dangerous. Why do you do it then? He asked, trying to make sense of what she was saying. He felt anger and hurt rear, but he pushed them off, trying to stay calm as he watched her. Cocking her head to the side, he could almost see the raised eyebrow and questioning frown that should have been present on her face at his question. It is how you train. No, love, that is not how you train. His words were met again with pure puzzlement. He felt his irritation spike. That is how I have always trained. That is how I train. Okay, love, I understand you are trying to explain this to me, but I'm confused. When I train, or when AUS or Clay, even Richmond, when we train, that isn't how we do it. We do not end up convulsing on the floor when we are finished. Then you are not training correctly. She deadpanned. Kaden had the urge to kiss her out of sheer frustration. Ashley felt her control over her emotions slipping. Why was he arguing with her? And why was he so upset again? Dragging her eyes from him, she stared straight ahead, the rest of her becoming perfectly still. Tuning him and everything else out, she tried to get her mind into some semblance of order. Kaden sat just watching her as she stared ahead. He knew somehow not to push her. He had faith in her, in their bond, in her strength. He had faith that she would come back to him. Some part of her, whether she realized it yet or not, was slowly accepting him, accepting the mating bond. And he would wait for her. Always. Training is essential. It is vital to exercise complete and absolute control. Control of every fiber of your body, mind, and soul. If you do not, you will fail. Failure is never an option. You cannot fail. I train under absolute control. Every aspect of who and what I am is controlled until I lose it. Every time I lose it, and every time it is a failure, but every time I also move forward. Last longer. Control further. And one day I will not fail. I will not lose control. I train how I train so that I will not fail. Kaden didn't know what destroyed him more, the absolute certainty and conviction in her voice as she spoke, or the disturbing words themselves. I was trained every day for 8 years. Every hour, minute, and second of every day, I was taught to be the best fighter, the strongest wolf, the ultimate tool for their plans. It took me almost 2 months before I realized how I could win. How could I beat them? It took me 2 months to realize how they would try to break me, how they were breaking me. They would try to destroy me, and it was then that I learned how to ensure they never could. They could control my body, my mind, they could force me and punish me, they could torture and starve me, but they could not control my control. They could not break what I was. I would never let them take my control. Suppose I owned every action of my body. If my control were perfect, then they would have nothing. They had no whimpers, no terror, no weakness or cries. No tears or words or tremors. Then they had nothing. They would have no memories, no softness. They would have no dreams or regrets. They would have nothing. Nothing. If I were in control, then they had nothing to use against me. If I controlled it, they couldn't break it. They couldn't hurt me. It took 2 years before I was strong enough. Before I learned how to train myself, I was not always in control. I train so that my control will never slip. So that I will never let them win. I train so that I will be strong enough to destroy them. So that I will be strong enough to make them regret everything they did, everything that made me what I am. He felt sick. Physically ill as he listened to her. What had she been through? How was he supposed to reach her through that? How was he ever going to save her from those words, from those horrors, from what they had twisted her into? She turned so she was once again looking at him. She was a blank mask. A mask of complete control. Her voice was even, low, and unwavering. I will never let them win. I will not fail. And I will train and do whatever is necessary to make sure that happens. He was nauseous. His emotions were so erratic and overwhelming that he couldn't even discern them. His wolf had faded to the back of his mind, too overwhelmed by her words and by the pictures they conjured to function. Kaden had assumed that the 8 years yet unaccounted for in her life would not have been the most pleasant, but this was beyond anything he had ever imagined. It was beyond anything he even thought possible. Ashley eyed him, the familiar words now circling in her mind. The words that had saved her at the early age of 6. The words that had been her lifeline for nearly 13 years. The words that had led her to where she was now. The words that would lead her to what she thirsted for, what she craved, the only thing that had pushed her, the only thing she had left. Revenge. What they cannot control, they cannot break. What they cannot break, they cannot control. Lose control and you will fail. Fail and you will fail them. Lose control and you will fail them. Chapter 27. They sat in silence for a few minutes, her words still echoing around them. Slowly, Ashley began to feel the out-of-control emotions raging in her mate. She could think as he fought them, trying to control them, always such a battle for something so tenuous yet so desperate. Letting out a sigh, she turned so she was looking at him. Eyeing him, she debated her actions. He had always been there for her ever since he had first scented her in that tree. He had never faltered, never pushed, never demanded anything of her. Could she do the same? Was this what it meant to be mates? Feeling her eyes on him, Kaden turned so he was looking back at her. And then it happened. He thought as her fingertips gently brushed against the back of his fist, where it lay clenched on the bed. He let out a shuddering breath, his eyes closing as sparks erupted across his skin. The feel of her soft, cool fingers brushing over his heated skin was instantly calming. Her touch soothed him. Breathing in deeply, he felt himself center, his emotions eased off. Ashley felt as the storm inside him quieted. As the slight tremors that had been racing over his body slowly eased, his muscles relaxed back onto the bed once more. She continued to brush just her fingertips over his hand. The warmth of his skin and the sparks that came with touching him still amazed her. Not taking her eyes from him, she watched as his own opened back up and looked at her. Slowly, the most beautiful and warmest smile took over his face. Looking at him, Ashley felt that weird feeling erupt in her stomach again. Still unsure and not used to it, she pushed it away, the sensation too odd and confusing. She did like that he was smiling again, though. It was much more pleasant than when he was upset. Did she make him happy? Did that make her happy? That was a genuinely shocking thought. She didn't even know how to think about that. How to process such an idea. Happiness was something she did not understand. It was something she didn't even know, something she never even considered or thought about. What the hell was this man doing to her? They sat like that for over an hour. Both of them were resting back against the pillows of her bed as the sun dipped lower and lower in the sky, spilling soft light across the room. Her fingers were lightly resting on the palm of his hand. He never tried to touch more of her, never attempted to hold her hand or control how she touched him. Instead, he relished the feel of it, in the sense of her. Eventually, they made their way back downstairs. Kaden didn't want to leave the small bubble of peace they had found, but he knew that they needed to discuss what would happen tomorrow, amongst other things. There was too much happening, most of it too much beyond their control, for any of them to be able to ignore it even for an afternoon. When the door had swung open, Richmond had been in front of her in the blink of an eye, his gaze intense and searching as he looked her over for any sign of injury. His posture was rigid, worry and concern plain as he looked over her face one last time. It didn't matter that he had to have already known she was okay. He wouldn't believe it until he was able to see it for himself. Thankfully, he stayed quiet about what had happened. Ashley knew he felt her gratitude for this through the bond. After everything that had happened, she wasn't in the mood for another lecture. Still, he stayed close to her. His wolf was out and very present, dominance and strength pouring from him as they moved down to the kitchen, not yet at ease. The guys and Liv had whipped up a meal of cold platters from the groceries Ashley had delivered that morning. Grabbing plates for themselves, they joined the others at the large farmhouse-style kitchen table. Kaden took a seat at the head, where Austin was on his right, Brian, and then Clay was seated next to him. At a nod from him, Ashley took the chair to his left with Richmond taking the seat next to her. Olivia got up and moved so she sat beside Richmond once he was settled. "Okay, so is everything on for tomorrow?" Kaden asked, looking at his second. Austin let out a humorless chuckle before answering, "If you mean, are we all set for the most awkward, stupidest, dangerous dinner party on the entire planet? Then yup, everything's a go. It's what's necessary." "I don't see why." Clayton growled out from further down the table, his eyes flashing black. Kaden let out a sigh. He knew Clay would be the most challenging obstacle in the entire process. It was his wolf's prerogative to be more protective and argumentative because of his position. To care for the Alpha and the pack meant sometimes it was necessary for a warrior, especially the pack's lead one, to stand against the Alpha and the other higher ranks. It was similar to how Kaden thought Richmond behaved towards Ashley, except to a much lesser degree. Their need to guard and protect overrode their natural tendency to submit and follow. And Clayton's wolf was loud and clear about this being a dangerous decision, and he was none too happy about it. "We are currently sitting in the middle of their territory. Then we should leave." Kaden bit back the growl at being interrupted. Reining in his irritation, he reached for his patience before addressing his friend as calmly as he could. "This is where Ashley needs to be. Therefore it is where we will be." Clay met Kaden's eyes, the black of his wolf staring out. Kaden held the stare easily, unoffended at the blatant challenge it carried. His dominance was not yet unquestionable in his pack. Unlike their human sides, their wolves needed to test it to have proof that they should follow him, that he was truly the alpha amongst them. After only 30 seconds, Clay's eyes dropped, changing back to their standard color as he bared his neck in submission. Kaden let the silence hang for a moment before speaking. "They will know there are wolves here. We can't hide from them, and if we tried to, it would be taken as a sign of weakness, of fear. They need to understand that we are here because we choose to be, and they have no power to sway or influence that. This is no longer their territory. We invite them here to establish that this is ours now. What happens when they realize that we are a separate pack? Not part of your dad's? Olivia asked, looking at Kaden, her eyes showing a hint of fear. Well, we just need to be ready. Whether they like it or not, they can't do anything without the council's permission. If they attack while they are here, even if no one knows about us, it would be an illegal act of war. Even the council would have to admit that. The rest we will deal with after. Kaden said with far more confidence than he felt. He couldn't let any of them see how nervous he actually was. They needed him to be calm and sure. The rest? Olivia asked, her voice and posture, both now more confident and more assertive, soothed by her leader's words. The rest is when they get home and call the council to rat us out. Austin supplied his voice light and peppy, and then of course there's the part where they declare a legal and sanctioned war. And then most likely attempt to kill us all. AUS, Kaden snapped, rubbing his eyes at his second's flippant and unnecessary remarks. He didn't need to open his eyes to see the shrug and smirk that his best friend would have thrown his way at the reprimand. Your Highness. Richmond interrupted the tension, turning to look at Ashley. Taking her silence as permission to continue, they will be able to sense that we are not a part of their pack. He still received no answer. If you cover your power, they will see you as a simple rogue. It will raise suspicions as to why you and I are present. Kaden hadn't thought of that. He had forgotten that neither was technically part of the pack. They carried none of the scent that now marked the rest of them as silver bloods. They were free of the slight smell of crisp, fresh snow that laced through the others. My queen, you need to reconsider the idea. That got a response, a sharp sigh and a glare. You might not like it, Your Highness, but it doesn't change the fact that it puts you at risk, extreme risk to not be bound to your pack. This got an eye roll. Kaden could feel as her emotions began to surface, irritation and annoyance flitting across the bond along with a sharp burst of her power. Richmond decided to ignore the warning. There will be an alpha. An alpha that knew your parents, that knows the line and the power you come from. If he pushes you, if he gets the response I got out of you now, princess, he will fill in the pieces. That snapped her head in his direction. Her eyes narrowed as light swirls of silver danced in them. You're testing my control? Her voice was incredulous and deadly. If I can so easily get you to show your true self, Your Highness, to expose who you are, what are you going to do against those who murdered your family? Richmond retorted with his voice just as hard, his eyes flashing black as his wolf fought to match hers. And what would you propose? Custos? What great plan would you have? To have me join as what? As Luna, perhaps? Olivia flinched at the venom in her words as she flung them like daggers. All of them could easily feel the forces of the two wolves, her full power and dominance breaking free. Waves of violent power radiated from her as more of her eyes gave in to the swirling silver. To begin with, the words had her anger ratcheting up another level, and along with it, the aura that demonstrated just who she was. Sprinting free and basking them all in soft, silvery light, the smell of fresh rain and lavender fills their senses, dominating everything around them. You would attempt to blackmail me, to strong-arm me into something you know I do not want? Her voice had dropped another level, now completely cold. It was devoid of everything but pure power. Her eyes were fully swirling silver pools. The other wolves in the room were fighting to keep themselves in their chairs so as not to bend under her strength. I will do whatever is necessary to keep you alive. Richmond roared, not taking his focus off of her. Suddenly, as if someone flipped a switch, it was gone. The lingering traces of the waves of dominance still hung in the air, but Ashley was suddenly back to normal. Her eyes returned to their standard hooded gray, her face blank. None could feel even a hint of her power or the strength of her wolf. She felt absolutely normal. I will not. You want what? Live? Survive? Take what is rightfully yours. Richmond's fury was still entirely on display, his wolf still in control as he growled at her, nearly desperately. No, I will not. You knew this, Custos. I told you I would not. And I will not have you attempting to force me into something I do not want. You question my control? You will be sadly mistaken if you think that would have me bending to your wishes. If I lose control, it won't matter what they saw or what they think anyway. Why? Olivia asked, staring at her wide-eyed as she felt a threat somehow in the words. Ashley was utterly calm, her voice monotone as she spoke. Because they will be dead. With that, Richmond had pushed from the table, storming through the back door, throwing himself from the back deck to the forest floor below. Ashley let out a small sigh. Getting up from the table much more calmly, she didn't look at the others before following her guardian outside. As she launched herself over the railing, she heard the others follow behind her. She knew Richmond was only trying to protect her. And she knew that his wolf was unsettled that neither of them was a part of her mate's pack. What made it worse was that he could feel that her wolf wanted it as well. It was natural. Her family's pack had been created for their bloodline, and it existed now only because she did. Her wolf cried for the bonds and strength of her pack, and it was weakening her to ignore them. It only added to his urgency and instincts. Following his trail, she took notice of the ripped clothing that littered the path. Frowning internally, she quickened her pace. It took a lot for a guardian to lose control, especially one as powerful as Richmond was. To have him leave her side at such a time meant that he was nearly out of his mind, nearly completely lost to his wolf. She had seen it once before. She had pushed another too far as well once. Richmond was right. She had been a terror as a child, and she just hoped this didn't end the same way. Kaden watched as his mate leapt over the railing, her silver hair whipping behind her like a banner in the wind. Without pausing to think, he was up and moving to follow her, the others close on his heels. Richmond didn't run far. Ashley was thankful for that. She was still weak from her training earlier and didn't particularly feel up to traipsing through the woods for hours in the deep twilight of night. She knew he sensed her trailing her and would feel as she got closer to him. The moonlight offered just enough to illuminate the deep brown of his wolf. He was large, with dark and thick fur, patches of gray around his snout, ears, paws, and belly, making him look nearly feral. He was a beast. An animal of power and strength born to fight for those it bound itself to, and right now that person was her. He didn't give an inch as she walked towards him. Her shoulders back, her head high, her hair wind-whipped and glowing in the light that fell around her. In that moment, any lingering doubt about who she was, what she was erased. Not losing eye contact, Ashley never faltered as she encroached on the space this nearly out-of-control wolf had claimed. She could feel the wildness of his thoughts, the grief and fear that were clawing at him, the desperation of his wolf and the overwhelming sense of duty fighting within him, the conflict of what to do eating at his control. He easily towered over her petite frame. His breath escaped in loud puffs of billowing smoke, washing over her face as his hard black eyes stared down at her. She looked into his eyes, taking in the torment she had indirectly put in them. It was her fault he was here now. Her fault. Her mate now claimed a pack that would be hunted, a title that would lead to his slaughter. It was her fault that the first people she had spoken to in over a dozen years now stood on land that would pull them into a war they had yet even to begin to understand. She hadn't wanted it. She hadn't meant to. It was never her intention. But that didn't mean that it wasn't her fault. She had done this. And the blood that was to come would be on her hands. She looked up into the haunted eyes of her first friend, of her protector, of her mentor. Her guardian. She knew she could cut the bonds. She could release him from his oaths, reject his claims to her, remove this burden, this death sentence from his shoulders. She could. She should. She had always sworn she would never let another die for her. Never let another's life be placed in front of her own. The words were on her tongue. She could taste them. Feel them. The words that would set him free of her. Free of the pain and the death that she would bring. Could you bring it to all of them? She felt the others gathering behind them. She thought for the well inside of her. That pool that existed in the deepest part of who she was that held the source of her power, the part of her essence that had the ties to her blood. As she opened her mouth, Richmond's eyes widened in horror. He took a step towards her, his lips pulling back in a snarl as he let out a howl. His warm breath bathes against her chilled face. She paused, her eyes narrowing as her own growl rose in her chest. Richmond didn't stop. He let out an answering growl as he took another step closer to her. Now standing close enough that the fur of his chest brushed against her body, close enough that his warmth bathed over her. Ashley felt herself crack, her control splinter. It tore at her. All of it. It was too much. Her mate. Her guardian. Her life. Her pack. It was hers. All of it, and yet if she claimed it, it would just be ripped from her. Ripped away and destroyed until she was soaked in the blood of all that she loved once more. She couldn't do it. She needed to escape. Escape these feelings that she had been running from for so long. She did the only thing she could. For the first time in 5 years, she made a change. The familiar feeling of her body remolding, her bones snapping and realigning, sent a shiver of pleasure through her. It had been too long. Much too long. The feel of her fur pushing through her skin, her snout elongating as her senses sharpened further, brought a feel of pure bliss. Her body fell forward, her back adjusting as her clothes tore around her. Her hands, now large, powerful paws, fell softly onto the cool, damp earth. Sharp claws reaching out to dig deep scars into the soil and dirt as her ears and tail elongated. It took only a matter of seconds, but Ashley relished every moment of it. The pain is now only an afterthought, a comforting echo of the pleasure and freedom to come. At the first tremor and snap of bone, Richmond had stepped back and away, giving her plenty of space. His anger and torment were replaced by shock and surprise as he watched her shift into her wolf form for the first time. Her transformation complete, Ashley stood proudly and firmly, her wolf shaking out its coat and stretching its muscles, relishing the feel of being free once more. Kaden stood stunned. He didn't think she had shifted yet, but when he saw the first tremor, his heart sped up, thinking she would finally go through her first transformation. It would be painful and slow, but he would be there to help her. But then, suddenly, she transformed so smoothly and effortlessly, faster than any shift Kaden had ever seen. Her body shifting and morphing until where Ashley's slim frame had previously stood, now was the most stunning wolf he had ever seen. Her fur looked soft and downy, light and almost fluffy, especially compared to the thick and heavy fur of Richmond's hardened wolf. Her body was lean and agile-looking. Like her human form, her limbs were willowy and thin, muscled but without any bulk. She was larger than most she-wolves and even some male wolves. But she was still small compared to the massive size of Richmond's wolf, coming up only to about his shoulder, and would be smaller than Kaden or any of his men. Her eyes shone with the pure silver of her wolf, bright and shining as they stared out into the night, framed by lashes of silver. Her coat was beyond anything Kaden had imagined. Her fur was thick, starting close to her body, as snow-white, pure and bright, until it slowly transformed to silver at the tips, creating a shimmering net of metal threads over a coat of white. It was incredible. The top of her legs were colored the same way, silver on white, but then, where her coat began to shorten, the longer fur of her body gave way to short, thick fur, and the white of her undercoat faded until her paws were simply silver. Up her neck, the coloring went the other way. The top coat of white and silver faded until her head was covered in pure white fur, the only silver being that of her eyes. Ashley retreated into the comfort of her wolf, into the familiar feel of the wind on her fur, the dirt under her paws. The wave of emotions that were overwhelming and debilitating to her human mind was nothing but a gentle stream to her wolf. Her wolf was not broken. It was not weak. It was not afraid. Her wolf could breathe through the pain of loss, could stand against the pain and anguish of the memories of all that they had witnessed. And so she ran, running further than the darkness, to her wolf. Sinking gratefully to the ground, Ashley let her head drop till it rested on her paws. Her tail wrapped protectively around her body as she looked out at those standing around her. Here in the woods, in the safety of her wolf, she let it all come back. Let the walls crumble. Memory after memory flooded her. The pictures flashed faster than she could even contemplate, one after another. Her family, her childhood, laughter and light, and then that night. The blood, the bodies, the screams and terror, the betrayal. And then the memories of after came. The pictures of the men who held her, who tried to destroy her, who robbed her of everything for 8 long years. Those were the hardest to relive, the pictures of the cells, the rooms, the instruments, and the pain. Finally, they ended, and then there was her mate, his pack. The first people to mean anything to her since her parents were slaughtered. Would she watch them die as well? Or could she stop being selfish and do what needed to be done? Could she go against fate? It seemed so cruel that they would try to tie more lives to hers, more death to her own. Would she be strong enough to set them free, set him free? Was it time to reject her mate? Richmond let out a howl of anguish. His wolf's eyes rolled in their sockets as he pawed the ground, staring at where she lay. Everyone else still stood stunned, staring at her, unsure what was happening. Brian had thoughtfully brought a pair of shorts with him and threw them at Richmond, who picked them up in his mouth, then moved behind a clump of trees to change. Re-emerging after throwing on the shorts, his broad tattoo-covered chest glistening with sweat. His eyes were hard and set on her as he stalked forward. Anger and fury rolled off of him once again. His voice was so harsh it made the others flinch. "I know what you are thinking, princess. Do not think I do not know what you feel, what you have felt, but what you are considering is not the answer. Do you think your mate, your pack will allow you to do this? Do you think I will?" Kaden was lost for a moment before he pushed against the mate bond. And used to her feelings being open, he had not immediately checked it, but now that he focused on it, he was overcome with a wave of her emotions. They left him choking on his rage. Ashley looked at the two men, matching expressions of anger and horror on their faces as they stared down at her. She knew they wouldn't be happy, but it was the only way for her to keep them safe. She never wanted to care for others again, but she could no longer deny what she felt for them. Now that she had acknowledged it, she would never be able to survive losing them. It would be better if they hated her. At least they would be alive. Letting out a sigh, she lifted herself from the ground. Giving all of them a final remorseful glance, she took off back towards her house, her mind set on what she needed to do. The cry of her name from her mate's lips only felt her determination to keep him from any more pain caused by her. Chapter 28. She emerged from the bathroom and into her bedroom, his t-shirt soft against her skin. His scent still clung to the fabric, wrapping her in the smell of crisp sunshine and winter nights. She would miss that. Miss the scent of him. The warmth of his body near hers, the feeling of safety and protection that she hadn't felt since she was a small child and that only they could bring her. But she would be strong. She would make sure he lived. That was all that was important. Her life, her happiness, her feelings didn't matter to him. She shouldn't have been surprised that he was waiting for her, but she was. She had been so lost in her own thoughts that she hadn't noticed him sitting on the sofa, his body tense and coiled, his eyes steady, waiting and watching for her. The sound of his clothing shifting had her head snapping towards him, her eyes instantly meeting his hard ones. She had never seen him look at her like that. The absolute determination, possessiveness, and confidence that shone back at her evaporated any thoughts or words from her head as his body unfurled to stand. He was in front of her in a heartbeat, his body towering over hers. The heat from him battering against her, his comforting scent enveloping her. It was so much more concentrated than the lingering traces on her shirt. It was the scent that she would forever associate with home, with safety, with him. His jaw was clenched, his muscles prominent and on display as his body stood tensed and intimidating before her. His breath was warm against her skin as he stared down at her. "You would reject me?" It was a question, but he said it as if it were a statement. Like he already knew the answer and was not happy about it at all. "I won't have you die because of me." It was all she could manage to get out. She wasn't used to expressing her feelings. She wasn't accustomed to acknowledging her emotions. And his presence, his closeness, was scrambling her brain and making any rational thought nearly impossible. She didn't know how to do this. He had never before used his height, his frame against her, and for the first time, she got a taste for just how intimidating, how truly terrifying her alpha could be. His eyes were like ice, deadly cold and unforgiving. His face was harsh and brutal, every muscle bulging as he squared his shoulders and pulled himself up to his full height. It was something to behold. You would reject me. It definitely wasn't a question this time. This time it was a challenge. You would reject me. He cut her off, stepping impossibly closer to her until they were nearly chest to chest. His gaze held hers, and for the life of her, she couldn't break that stare. She felt herself crack under the weight of all that he was. Her infallible control, the emptiness and void she had spent the majority of her life cultivating, escaped her. The walls she prided herself on crumbled, every defense she had evaporated. And she heard as she whispered the word that was sure to break her heart once more. Yes! He let out a breath, a smirk tugging at his lips as his eyes suddenly crackled in amusement. It was not the reaction she had expected to elicit with her admission. Before she could react, his lips were on hers. It was a fiercely harsh kiss, his mouth unrelenting and demanding as he moved against her. She was powerless under the possessive nature of it. The thought that he tasted like pure sunshine and bitter coffee was the only thing she could comprehend as sparks ignited from where his lips met hers. They were warm and harsh, a kiss of pure, unrestrained want, sending shivers through her body and throwing her into a whirlwind where any thought beside the man pressed against her was impossible. Without her realizing it, he had pulled her arms up, twisting them behind his neck, pulling her close. Her slight frame fit against him perfectly. His own arms came up to wrap around her, holding her in place, never once breaking the kiss as his one hand came up to cup the back of her head. He steadied her even as he urged her closer. His grasp was gentle but firm as he tilted her head back to deepen their kiss. There was no gentle asking, no teasing hesitancy in his actions. It was pure domination as he staked his claim. His other hand made its way down her side, causing a burst of warmth to pulse through her from the small contact. She tried to pull her tangled thoughts together as his hands continued to move along her, but it was futile. The feeling of his touching her, of his hands on her, was completely overwhelming. She was so small compared to him that she was sure that his two hands together could wrap around her waist with ease. She was desperately grasping at the wisps of her thoughts when his large, warm hand touched the end of her T-shirt. When he brushed the skin of her hip, it had her gasping in surprise. Any errant thoughts she had managed to grab were now gone in an instant. Taking advantage of her surprise, Kaden deepened the kiss. Her knees weakened from the feelings he was wreaking upon her body. The sensations were so alien and foreign, leaving her dizzy as her head spun. His hand on her hip gripped the back of her thigh. She let out a squeak as he picked her up in one hand before moving the few steps back so her back hit the wall. He pressed her against it, her body held firmly between it and his chest as he released her mouth, letting her gasp in a few deep breaths of necessary air, while his unrelenting mouth dropped to her shoulder. He let out a growl of annoyance at the thin fabric hindering his next assault. The sound of it tearing brought her a moment of needed clarity. Untangling her arms from his neck, she attempted to push him off of her. She was supposed to be rejecting him. Severing this bond with him, not accepting it. Her body, her heart, and her soul were rebelling against her. They all wanted this man to beg her to give in, to surrender for once to her feelings, to what she actually wanted. Ignoring such traitorous thoughts, she pushed again, unable to so easily give up what 13 years had taught her. It would have been easier to make a mountain. Unperturbed by her small hands pounding against his chest. He felt her internal struggle, her desire to give in, to accept him. If she thought he would let her give up on him, on them, when she finally admitted that she felt something for him, she was gravely mistaken. Kaden didn't even lift his head from where he had begun to kiss the now exposed skin of her shoulder as he captured both of her small wrists in one of his hands. Securing them together, he brought them over her head, holding them tight against the wall. Lifting his head from her collarbone and neck, he made a soothing motion with his thumb against her thigh, his large, warm hand still securely wrapped around it, holding her up. The slight motion had her biting back a soft sound. Her skin was tingling, his kiss on her neck had left her weak-kneed, and if it weren't for him holding her up, she would have collapsed to the floor in a puddle. A feeling of need had begun to build in her abdomen. With the bit of self-control she had left, she fought the urge to pull him even closer. His voice was rough and husky as he spoke, heavy with his own desire. Each word had his lips brushing against her ear, causing sparks to erupt, shooting through her already tingling body. "You little mate are not going to reject me, you are mine." The words caused her heart to flutter and her stomach to clench. His lips captured hers again. Breaking away again, she couldn't help the whimper that the loss of him caused her. She felt his deep chuckle at the sound against her chest as he moved back to her ear, causing a soft sound to be dragged out of her. "You're mine." His teeth grazed the delicate skin of her shoulder, scraping against the spot where she would wear his mark, earning him another soft sound from her. She had no thoughts, nothing. She was nothing in this moment besides the incredible new sensations he was bringing her. The feelings he was hinting at with his hands and mouth were beyond anything she had ever thought possible. His mouth left her neck, moving back to her ear, sending another spike of sensation through her. "Say it," his voice even deeper. Harsh and demanding, his hand on her thigh tightened, causing her to gasp. "Say it, Ashley." "I'm yours," it came out breathless and weak, desire clouding her brain and body. He let out another low chuckle, the vibrations of it reverberating through her body as his hand released her wrists. They fell from the wall, landing without her conscious thought onto his broad, muscled shoulders as his hand moved to cup her cheek gently. His thumb running over her lip before making its way down her neck, eliciting a shiver as it brushed over her skin, over her shoulder, and then running down the other side of her body before snaking around her to cup her lower back. His forehead pressed against hers. Her breathing still ragged, she forced her eyes to meet his, finding him gazing down at her, his expression filled with such determination, passion, and adoration, she nearly cried. This time, when his lips met hers, they were gentle. Soft caresses as he moved with her. A slow exploration instead of conquering, letting her move with him. With a sigh, she granted him what he wanted, letting her head fall back. This time, he let her explore the kiss just as thoroughly. He still dominated the kiss. She thought he would probably always dominate these times between them, but it was calmer now, a gentle passion versus the roaring inferno that he had unleashed against her and had fanned in her. Her hands twisted into the thick softness of his hair. Pulling at the silky strands, she drew a deep sound of satisfaction from him, which caused her heartbeat to speed up at the sound. She had the power to do that? She pulled again, running her fingers deeper into his locks as he kissed her deeper. She was rewarded this time by a growl of approval. Her stomach clenched at the sound of her own soft sound releasing. With reluctance, he drew back, resting his forehead once more against hers as the hand on her back pulled her in even closer to his body, letting her get the air she desperately needed. "Mine," he growled as he held her eyes. She couldn't help her response even if she wanted to. "Yours." She was lost. Chapter 29. As his breathing began to return to normal, Kaden slowly picked up her trembling frame, holding her against him as he backed them up before sitting on the sofa, bringing her down with him so she straddled his lap. His hands were soothing and gentle as he stroked her thighs and back, working to bring her back down. She let herself lean into the rugged planes of his chest, her eyes fluttering closed as she nestled her face into him, listening to the gentle rhythm of his heartbeat as she fought to calm her own, inhaling the intoxicating scent of her mate with every breath. The whole while he murmured soft words of comfort and love into her hair, soothing her as he urged her to breathe and relax into him. His lips pressed gentle kisses into her hair in between his words as his hands left trails of sparks over her body. Slowly, the tingling and shocks began to recede, and the consuming need ebbed as she let him settle her. As her mind came back, she felt herself start to panic. Desperately, she reached for the walls that had toppled, trying to throw them back up, clawing to fix her blocks to put them back in place. Before she could be consumed by the building panic and fear that she was blindly running through in her mind, however, she felt herself being moved. Kaden's large, warm hands stilled against her thighs, moving to cup her face, urging her to sit up as he pulled her face so she was forced to look at him. To her horror, she knew her face showed every one of her emotions. It would be clear, all of it. Soft blue eyes met hers, filled with such earnest compassion and tender worry that she had to take in a shuddering breath. "Shuh, it's okay. Just breathe, you're okay. Just look at me. I'm right here." His voice was soft and gentle as he cooed to her as if she was a terrified animal on the verge of bolting, which was pretty on the nose. His thumbs were gently caressing her cheeks as he watched her face. She took another deep breath, her senses filling again with his scent, instantly helping to calm her at least a little. "That's it," he smiled kindly at her as his thumb traced softly over her lips. "Just keep breathing. You're okay, I promise. I'm right here." With that, Kaden gently pressed his lips ever so slightly to her own, just brushing the swollen flesh in a sweet kiss before moving to cover every inch of her face similarly. His hands held her as if she were the most precious thing on the planet. His lips covered her in such soft feelings of tenderness and affection. All of it mixed with the feel of his body under her so strong and solid, wrapping her in a blanket of warmth and protection, was enough to ease the rest of her panic and fear. She felt herself calming, and for the first time in 13 years, she didn't have a single barrier up in her mind or heart. Pulling back when he felt her surrender completely, Kaden let his hands fall from her face so they were once more on her thighs, moving in slow, soft strokes up and down her skin as he truly looked at his mate for the first time. He took her in, the true her, and what he saw looking back at him floored him. The depth of her empathy, her fears, the sheer strength and integrity of the woman in his arms brought tears to his eyes. The bond was so open, so raw, they saw it all. He didn't hold anything back, let her see and feel every part of him. Every insecurity, fear, weakness, mistake, dream, hope, and self-doubt made him who he was. And to his amazement, she did the same. He saw it all. Every good, bad, and ugly moment of her life. It hurt him deeply, how many more bad things there were than good, vowing to himself that he would spend the rest of his life filling hers with good. His heart leapt when he saw the memories of the last few days, the joy and love that he found there. Happy that he had begun to be able to give his mate something other than pain to define her life by. Pulling out of the bond, Ashley felt the tears fall freely down her cheeks. He had seen it all. He had seen the heart that had been so destroyed she wasn't sure it would ever be able to be mended. The shame and hurt she had felt for so long. Every scar and imperfection covered not only her body, but also her mind and soul. All of them, and not once did he flinch. Not once did he pull back or look at her with anything but absolute love and acceptance. She couldn't find a hint of disgust or repulsion on his face. She couldn't find any fear or judgment. Not one trace of any of the things that she herself had felt for so long. "Ashley, there is nothing in your past, and there is nothing that could have been done to you that would change how I see you or would make me not want you. You are my mate, always. You are the person in the entire world who is wholly destined for me. I love every scar, tear, pain, loss, and fear that you are because I love you. I hate every single person who has ever hurt you or would dare to hurt you, and I will deal with them for what they did to you. But what they did would never change what I think or feel about you. And I will not let you reject this. I refuse to live my life without you. I refuse to not stand at your side, and I refuse not to have you at mine. You are mine, and I am yours." It didn't heal everything. This didn't instantly repair her heart, which had been utterly and absolutely shattered. She was not suddenly, magically unbroken. No simple words, however amazing and beautiful, would be able to give her back everything she had lost, nor would they be able to undo all that had happened. But for the first time in so very long, Ashley found herself with hope. Through the tears still blurring her vision, she felt a small smile grow as she nodded her head, her wolf and soul howling in ecstasy as she finally fully acknowledged and accepted the mate bond. The grin that split his face made her heart stutter as he let out a relieved breath. Wrapping his arms securely around her, he pulled her back into his chest, tucking her head under his chin as he chuckled softly. So no more thoughts of rejection, right? Nodding again, she felt her own small laugh bubble in her chest, tears still streaming from her eyes, soaking into the soft fabric of his gray t-shirt. No, she thought, letting him feel as she vowed silently, it would take death itself to pull her from this man. Good, because I'm yours and you're mine. Letting her eyes close, she melted into him. Yours, she answered on a sigh. Kaden let her drift off to sleep softly for a few minutes, his hand rubbing soothing circles on her back. For the first time in a long time, Ashley felt herself gently stir awake as the feel of his large hand moving so softly and gently roused her. Keeping her eyes closed, she felt her body relax even more, savoring the moment. She had never felt as content in her life as she did then with his arms and warmth surrounding her. She let out a sigh as she nuzzled further into his chest, burying her face into him, inhaling his scent. We didn't know you had shifted. His voice was soft, barely above a whisper as he spoke. His hand never stopped its motion on her back. I shifted when I was 7-inch. His hand paused for a moment, his body tensing under her, before she felt him let out a shuddering breath and his hand once more picking up its circuit from hip to shoulder, round and round. Are you okay? She asked without lifting her head. Of course. She heard something in his tone, though, so she didn't speak, hoping he would continue. Forcing himself to relax again, she felt his breath stir her hair as he pressed his lips to the crown of her head. That's very young, was all he said. Oh yeah, I guess, she mumbled. It was part of training. His arm tightened around her at her words. Training, his voice was tight now. They forced me to shift. Started when they first got me, but I wasn't able to for almost a year. She let out a yawn, the words running together as she snuggled closer to him. He let out a broken chuckle, but it felt forced, and she could feel the spike of anger and pain that her words brought him through their bond. I'm sorry, she sighed, feeling guilt spike in her along with a low burn of anger that her past caused him such pain. Don't be sorry, love. He soothed, nuzzling his face into her neck, hand still rubbing her back. Changing the subject, she pulled back a bit so she could look up at him. Suddenly nervous, she found herself unable to look him in the eye. I might not be able to do this later. She finally got out brokenly as her hands lay limply against his hard chest. She could feel his eyes on her, and, risking a glance, she found him looking at her with confusion. She looked away, wishing now that she hadn't said anything. It's just whatever had just happened, being with him, feeling all of this was not something she was good at or used to, and she felt like she had to explain to him. She owed him that at least. She felt him begin to laugh, his chest shaking under her hands, and when she finally looked back at him, she found pure amusement. Her eyes narrowed, and she decided she was willing to reconsider her whole not hurting him idea seriously. Are you laughing at me? He choked out another sputtering round of laughter, his hands clamping on her thighs to hold her still when she moved to untangle herself from him. No, I'm not. Glaring at him, she crossed her arms over her chest. Yes, you are. To her horror, he started laughing again. Okay, that was it. He was going to pay. Screw what she said before. She did not like this man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, love. He said earnestly, seeing her face. It's just you looked so adorable, all embarrassed, and then you pouted, like, actually pouted. Remembering her face, he had to choke back another burst of laughter. Throwing her hands in the air, she let out a strangled sound as she tried unsuccessfully to escape the man she was now plotting against. Okay, I'm stopping. I swear I'm sorry. No more laughter, promise. He looked at her pleadingly. His face was filled with hope and earnestness. She tried to hold on to her anger, but she felt it melting easily under his eyes. She let out a humph at him, which only caused him to grin as he wrapped his arms around her. She held out for a minute before she let him pull her back into his chest. Nuzzling in, she breathed in his scent as he began stroking her hair this time, his fingers running from her scalp to the ends. You don't need to worry about what happens after this, Ashley. If tomorrow you wake up and can't even speak to me, that's okay. I told you before I will wait for you till forever, and that hasn't changed. I don't expect anything from you after this. All I ask is that you continue to trust me, and when you're ready you come back to me. It amazed her that she wasn't scared or even surprised that he knew exactly what she was talking about. He knew exactly what she was feeling, and that alone should have terrified her. That it didn't should have had her bolting for the hills. 2 a.m. He'd be lying if he said he had hoped this might have been one of the changes that would come from her opening up to him finally. However, the sound of her clothing softly ruffling and the patter of her bare feet against the floor proved otherwise. He wasn't mad, though, and he had meant every word he had said to her early that night. He didn't care if she went back to how she was the day before or even to when he had first met her. As long as she was in his life, he was happy. If the price he had to pay to have his mate was waking up at 2 in the morning, he would gladly pay it with a grin on his face. He knew it had been a risk to kiss her, to push her like he had, but the absolute terror that he had felt when he realized she had decided to break their bond and reject him was like nothing he had ever experienced. Remembering the feel of her silky lips and the way her soft body had fit so effortlessly against his as her curves pressed deliciously against him had him instantly hard. Groaning to himself, he tried to push the memories off and shake himself from his thoughts. The last thing he wanted to do was scare her, especially after their intense encounter. That had him smiling again. She was so responsive to him, and he knew he had never responded to anyone like he had to the feel of her in his arms. He sat up as he watched her move to the door. He was hit with a sudden truth. He loved her. Head over heels, unquestionable, full-blown in love with her. It wasn't just because of the bond anymore, not just his wolf, no. Every part of him loved her, every little thing. He grinned to himself as he swung his legs over and padded lightly after her. He couldn't stop himself from wishing for the day when he could say the words to her. For now, though, he would have to show her. Where was she going? His previous good mood was dampened when he followed Ashley out the back door and into the dark forest surrounding the house. He was not impressed that she was wandering around out here with such hostile territory all around. He let out a growl, thinking about how close they were to threats. He would take down anyone who would think to harm her. Okay, that was it. He was over this. They had been walking for nearly 10 minutes, and he had had enough. Ashley, what the hell? Where are you going? He felt his eyes roll when she didn't even look at him and just kept walking as if she actually knew where she was going. Cursing under his breath, Kaden prodded Clay and Austin, happy that they were both still awake as they were both on watch at the moment, asking them to grab Richmond and head out to them. Admittedly, he was actually surprised that the man had been absent as they had left their room. He promptly shut the link when their own grumbling started at the orders. He tried again. Ashley? Why are we traipsing through the woods? We don't have any clothes. He loved her, but she was infuriating. He knew she heard him. The bond between them was still open, her emotions still free as last night. She was choosing to ignore him. Perfect. Just brilliant. She seemed determined, though, her mind set as if she had to do something. He decided that he'd trust that whatever it was she wanted was essential, and that she would let him in on it when it was needed. Finally, she paused. Her head moved as she intently searched the dark shadows around them. Kaden could pick up nothing remarkable or especially unique about where they had stopped. But something had called to her. He felt as the others began to catch up to them. Letting down the block, he reopened the link, ushering them over while cautioning them not to disturb whatever she was doing. Yo man, what are you guys doing out here? Austin asked lowly when the 3 men emerged from the dense trees. Kaden merely shrugged his shoulders, never taking his eyes from his mate. I see. Another Ashley's secret mission. Gotcha. Clayton let out a low chuckle at Austin's commentary, and Kaden had to admit he felt his own smirk at the words. She definitely kept them on their toes. You let her come out here? Richmond's voice was dark. Kaden turned to the man, his eyebrow raised. You think she could have been stopped? Neither of us have had any success in that regard, so I don't see why you would think this would be any different. He snapped, waving in her direction. Richmond eyed him a minute more before shaking his head, muttering under his breath about stubborn royals. Kaden couldn't help but chuckle at the man's obvious irritation. It was good to see he wasn't the only one feeling the effects of his mate. As if both realizing it at the same time, their heads whipped round. She was gone. Richmond let out a string of curses as Kaden growled lowly. Before they could react further, however, they heard soft footsteps approaching. Kaden just stared at her. Austin broke out into fits of laughter. Seriously? You have got to be kidding me. Kaden asked someone in particular. Richmond didn't seem to particularly care, only focusing on the fact that she was unhurt. She looked up at him. What is that? Ashley looked down at her arms again, to where she was cuddling a small bundle of gray and white fur. Smiling happily, she nuzzled the fluff ball closer to her before looking up at him. I found him. I see that, love. What I'm wondering is why or how. To this, she just shrugged her shoulders, looking down at the small wolf pup now licking at her neck. Austin took a hesitant step closer to her, pausing carefully when Kaden let out a growl of warning as he got too close to her. When Ashley didn't react to his closeness, he reached out a hand, his fingers scratching behind the pup's ear. He's small, probably the runt, born off-season and left to die. Well, that got a reaction. Ashley let out a harsh hiss as she moved away from him, her hands wrapping protectively around the ball of fur as if to shield him from Ausa's words. Kaden grabbed the front of his beta's shirt, another growl growing in his chest as his eyes narrowed. Austin threw his hands up in surrender, his face instantly guilty. Trying to break the tension and keep himself from having his throat ripped out by his own alpha, Austin looked over at the girl and Wolf, his voice light and curious as he attempted to ignore the extremely unimpressed male still holding him in a death grip. Are you going to keep him? Her face lifted, and Austin felt himself blown away as he witnessed her truly smile for the first time. It was a stunning sight. A shake from Kaden had him pulling his eyes off of her, his face turning sheepish as he offered her mate a shrug. Kaden let out a groan at his best friend before finally releasing him. Of course. Her calm voice was filled with wonder as she moved the pup so he hung in her hands, his face level with hers, his little tail wagging happily as girl and wolf evaluated each other. Well then, this has been interesting. Clayton interjected, sarcasm thick in his tone, earning eye rolls from them all. To which he let out a grumble under his breath. Ashley turned around, leading them back to the main house, the small bundle still wrapped in her arms. I'm going to call him Kyo. Kaden just shook his head in amusement, a grin on his face. Chapter 30. I hate you, Clayton. Kaden snapped, irritated when he saw Ashley's frown. They were currently trying to go over plans for the dinner tonight, but were being repeatedly interrupted by Clay's outbursts. Not that Kaden could really fault the man. Ever since this morning, when he had entered the kitchen where Kaden, Ashley, and her newly rescued and adopted wolf, Kyo, were eating breakfast, it had become blatantly apparent that wolf and man would not be getting along. Kyo had taken one look at the large, bulky warrior and lunged out of his mistress's arms before chomping down on his calf. Kaden still couldn't help the laugh that came to him when he remembered the scene. Of course, Ashley's horror had dampened his ability to fully enjoy Clay's look of pure repulsion, pain, and animosity. However, still, the day had continued similarly, with the tiny, fluffy wolf pup taking every opportunity it could to antagonize the man. And of course, Clay was utterly unable to retaliate, which only added to fuel the entertainment factor for the rest of them. The latest attack had come when Kyo had woken from his nap in Ashley's arms, only to jump to the ground, saunter over to where Clay sat at the boardroom table, and proceed to pee on his foot. Of course, Ashley thought it was completely innocent and adorable, only acting to scoop the fur ball up and nuzzle him to her face. The rest saw it for what it was, a declaration of war, one that they all knew Clay would lose. Clay, it's just a little pee. You won't die. It's all natural after all. Brian tried to get out with a straight face, completely failing as a fit of laughter broke loose before he could even finish. Austin didn't even try to hold in his own as he literally rolled on the floor, clutching his stomach. Richmond stayed the most stoic, although Kaden was sure he saw the Guardian's lips twitch at the sight before him. Olivia was giggling even as she ran to grab a cleaner and paper towels. It was going to be a long day. Ashley held Keo against her chest. The wolf pup squirmed a little, but eventually gave in and settled in her arms. She didn't know why she found him last night or how. She had just woken up and knew that she had to go to something. Someone was waiting for her, needed her. And then, when she had crouched down, moving the thick branches, letting the soft light of the moon trickle in, there he was. So small, his body shaking in the cool, damp air, his eyes closed as he curled in on himself. Weak and alone against the whole world, she hadn't even hesitated before she was scooping him up, his small yelps being soothed by her hands as she cradled him to her. His tiny teeth tickled her fingers, causing her to let out a peal of light laughter as tears collected in her eyes. Leaning down, she inhaled the wild scent of wolf as she pressed her lips to his small head. "You aren't alone anymore," she had whispered. She knew the others were nervous about the upcoming dinner. The Alpha of the Sylvia, or as they are now called, the Fraser Pack, and some of his pack members were due in less than 10 minutes. Kaden and Richmond hovered close to her, both tense, their bodies alert. She couldn't find it in herself to care. The only emotion she had towards these people was cold fury. She would see them dealt with either today or another day. It didn't really matter. She wasn't nervous. After 13 years, she was to come face to face with the guilty, and she was the one who would execute them. She just wanted to get on with it all. Richmond had already locked down most of the house, raising the metal security doors that covered all of the exterior windows except for those on the front of the house. Even though the glass itself was bulletproof, the additional metal provided an extra layer of protection. Every door besides the front was locked, with the motion detectors and cameras activated. Video and alerts were being sent to tablets and phones that they all now carried. Richmond held the main one, granting him administrative control over the systems. "They're here." He alerted them all as his eyes watched the screen in his hands. Looking over, Ashley saw that it displayed the live feed from her front gates. Once he got the acknowledgement from Kaden, he remotely prompted the heavy gates to open and allow the two vehicles entrance. The air grew tense as their heightened senses reached and picked up the growing sound of cars approaching. Letting out a breath, Austin made his way to the front doors, Brian flanking him as he moved. Clayton and Olivia were placed so that they would be the second group to interact with those coming in and would be strategically positioned to cover both Austin and Brian, as well as their alpha, Ashley, who was standing further in the entryway towards the dining room. Kaden and Richmond both took a step forward as the sounds of car doors opening echoed through the air, placing themselves so they partially blocked the sight of her, their bodies stiffening in anticipation. Listening to the approaching footsteps, Austin swung the front door open, giving them the first sight of the Fraser Alpha. Flanked by his beta and third, it was hard to miss the man as everything about him screamed out for attention. Like most alphas, he was tall and muscular, with broad shoulders and a harsh face. His eyes scanned over them impartially, revealing no outward reaction to their presence. His hair was a deep brown, slicked back with too much gel. His tailored white suit, pink shirt, and shiny shoes only added to an ensemble that was topped off with ropes of thick gold chains around his neck and wrists. If that wasn't enough, Ashley noticed that nearly every one of his fingers was adorned with heavy gold rings. The top 3 buttons of his shirt were undone, and the pair of expensive sunglasses hanging at the top only accentuated the chest hair that was exposed. Ashley felt the others cringe along with her as they took in this man. Is he serious right now? Austin quickly thought of Kaden as he looked the man over in pure horror. Kaden had to bite back a bark of laughter instead of stepping forward, offering his hand to the man, hoping his face could remain neutral and not give away the multitude of insults being thrown around by his pack mates in his head. It was impressive that they all were able to keep straight faces. Welcome, Alpha Fraser. Thank you, Kaden. I was surprised to receive your invitation. I didn't realize your father had business this far out. Kaden didn't answer, merely smiling the inquisition off as he shook the man's hand. The twitch in his eye at his lack of response to the prodding made Kaden smile. He liked that this man didn't know what situation he was walking into. Hopefully, they would be able to use it to their advantage. Gesturing to the women at his side, Alpha Fraser introduced the rest of his party. This is my mate Deborah. She was a tall woman. Her tanned skin and thick black hair made her look sultry and seductive. Her warm and inviting curves were accentuated in an outrageously tight, short, red silk cocktail dress. It looked as if it would have fit in better at a high-end club than a simple dinner. Her lips were painted bright red, lush and full, and only added to the pure appeal of the woman. Unlike her mate, she knew how to draw all the right kind of attention. However, her heavily painted eyes were anything but welcoming or warm at the moment. Instead, they reflected an open hostility she was not even trying to hide as she sneered at those around them. She didn't speak up, though, staying quiet, her body pressed close to her mate's, her manicured hands gripping his arm. This is my beta Garrett and his mate Mindy. Neither wolf was remarkable, although Mindy seemed to look at them more with innocent curiosity than outright animosity and seemed oddly cheery and warm in the group of otherwise pompous wolves. Then there is my Gamma Caleb, his mate, and my head warrior Kiera, who is still unmated, unfortunately. Kaden and Richmond didn't miss that piece of information, nor the predatory gleam that flashed in the last man's eyes. Both of their backs tensed, and they shifted their bodies to block Ashley even farther. Well, welcome. We are all so glad you were able to join us. It is always a pleasure to be able to extend relationships and build cooperation across boundary lines, Kaden said, letting himself smirk slightly when the other alpha tensed at his reminder of territories. This is my beta Austin, my gamma Brian, as well as Clayton, Olivia, Richmond, and my mate Ashley. Each nodded at their name, but Kaden was sure only to highlight titles for Austin and Brian, not wanting to expose too much of what their dynamic was. Ignorance and underestimation were tools Kaden was hoping to leverage in this situation. It's a pleasure. I have always valued the relationship my pack and your father's has created. He was fishing again, but Kaden ignored it instead, gesturing to the dining room. Why don't we head in before the food gets cold? So what brings you to my territory? So apparently, he was finished with the fake pleasantries. Kaden could appreciate that. He always hated people who beat around the bush, preferring the direct approach himself. Of course, Austin didn't agree, a low growl showing his displeasure at the disrespect in the alpha's tone. Kaden let out a chuckle, unperturbed by the lack of respect. Well, Stanley. Alpha. Kiera interrupted, glaring at Kaden. Kaden didn't even look at the man, ignoring the reprimand. Of course, Clay, Austin, and Brian were not so unaffected, growls erupting from the three of them simultaneously. Olivia had to put a hand on Clay's shoulder to keep him seated. As I was saying, Stanley, Kaden ignored the Fraser pack's own growls at his refusal to acknowledge the title of the man. Technically, this is not your territory. A technicality? I don't care what you think. This is my land, and I demand to know what your father wants with it. That explains the hostility and edginess. They assumed Kaden's father had plans to move in on his pack, his leadership, perhaps to exercise some control for his own profit. It was a legitimate concern and, under normal circumstances, would have been a genuine possibility. Especially considering Kaden himself had helped his father do the same thing to 2 other packs before this. Actions that he would forever be ashamed of being party to, just another reason to be grateful to Ashley. She was allowing him to be the type of leader and alpha he always wanted to be and could never have achieved in his old pack, while always being weighed down by the legacy of his father's rule. I am not here for my father. Confusion, skepticism, and finally curiosity flashed over the man's face before he took a deep breath, taking in their scents for the first time. When his eyes met Kaden's this time, they showed disbelief. You left your father's pack? Indeed. Interesting. Not particularly. You don't sound like rogues. Whose pack did you join? Now his eyes were hungry, eyeing Kaden like a piece of meat. He knew what that look meant. He may not have been alpha of his old pack yet, but he still had a reputation. There was a reason his father had been able to maintain power over the second largest pack on the continent, and Kaden had inherited most of what made his father great. His name and own power were not unknown within the werewolf world in its own right. Unfortunately for you, Stan, I am off the market. Mr. Chance. Not liking that he had been called out, the Fraser's Alpha let out a warning growl, his power laced within it. Surprising the guests completely, Kaden met the growl with one of his own. Power and dominance erupt within him with the sound. Looking at the stunned man, Kaden took pity on him. The plan was always for it to come out, but it still made Kaden nervous. He knew this would be putting a target on Ashley, and he didn't like that at all. Unfortunately, they didn't have many choices. Stanley welcomed to Nox territory. My Luna and mate Ashley negotiated the territory exchange, and I am confident that if you go back over your records you will find everything in order. It took a few minutes for the whole meaning of his words to sink in. When they did, the Alpha was out of his chair, his hands on the table as he leaned forward aggressively at Kaden. You declared your own pack? Indeed. Impossible. And yet I have. I would watch my tone, Alpha. You are on my territory now. A furious snarl met that as his eyes flashed black. His wolf, hearing it for the challenge that it was, pushed forward to glare at the other man. Holding the stare of the older wolf was easy, and it didn't take long before Kaden felt his wolf fighting to keep from submitting. Here on his own lands, with the oaths of his mate's pack and the alpha line of his father's blood, he was by far the more dominant wolf in the room. Well, of course, except for his mate, that is. He felt himself smile at that, picturing their faces if they knew just who was sitting at the table with them. Glancing at her once the man had dropped his gaze in reluctant submission, Kaden was unsurprised to find her ignoring the ongoing proceedings, her sketchbook out and open while Kyo slept curled in her lap. Her infatuation with the cub was amusing, and he couldn't help his desire to indulge her with anything that made her happy. Richmond met his eyes with a brief nod, going back to watching the room, his body stiff and tense in the seat beside her. So you started a pack. Kaden felt a spike of irritation flare at the condensation and smugness he heard from Stanley. Looking up, he wasn't surprised to find the man smirking at him in seeming triumph. Kaden let his eyebrow arch in question. I assume you haven't let the council know of this little development? So that's what had him so happy. And you assume that they will have concerns? Kaden faked genuine worry. The booming laugh had them all shivering in disgust. The man was just plain too slimy for his own good. Don't worry, my boy, I will put in a good word for you if you agree to join my pack. Give up this foolishness, and if you still refuse to rejoin your father's pack, the least I can do is offer his favorite son a place in my own. Kaden needed a shower after this. How generous and noble of you. He couldn't hide his sarcasm this time. I think, however, that I am content with where I find myself. Kaden felt his wolf go alert as the other man's eyes narrowed dangerously, and he had to fight back a growl as he watched his sight move around the room before settling intently on Ashley. Ah, I see. So this is about the girl? Does your father not approve? This time, Kaden couldn't suppress the warning growl. The rest of his pack in Richmond let out their own, echoing his displeasure. All of their wolves were unhappy with how Ashley was being spoken of and looked at. Young love is so adorable. Since it was the girl that bought my land and is now trying to destroy an alliance I have held with your father since before you were born, perhaps I should bring my concerns up with her instead. You will not speak to her. You may be playing alpha, but don't forget your place, boy, or who you are talking to. If I were you, I would be taking my own advice. Ignoring him, the other alpha stared at Ashley's bent head, his eyes flashing black again as she refused to look up or acknowledge him. Kaden hadn't realized how foolish and full of himself this man had grown. Now that he could see it, it was disgusting. Unfortunately, it also could lead to problems for them. Look at me, girl. Richmond growled at the man, not liking the command in his tone as he addressed Ashley. I said, look at me. That got a reaction. Richmond was out of his seat, his body turned, his full height on display as he moved so that he was directly in front of her. He had begrudgingly agreed to wear a long-sleeved black shirt with a black jacket that had a stiff, tall collar over it to cover the majority of his guardian marks. However, even without them, he was not a wolf that could be ignored. They may not have known what he was exactly, but anyone could easily see that he wasn't just your average wolf. Well, at least those with any sense should have been able to. The Fraser pack didn't get the message. The Beta, Third, and Head Warrior were now out of their chairs, all facing off against the Guardian. Ashley, finally cluing into the unfolding drama, calmly raised her head, leaning around Richmond's large frame to look down the table. "Were you attempting to command me?" Her voice was void and emotionless. Kaden was, for once, thankful to hear it, although through the bond, he felt a mix of amusement and genuine curiosity coming from her. Her ability to keep her emotions in check was paramount to this meeting ending without bloodshed. Although he had to admit that the more time he spent in their presence, the more he wouldn't mind these wolves' throats being between his teeth, he fought to remind himself that now wasn't the time. Soon, they would meet their end, though. "I told you to look at me, girl." His voice was heavy with his alpha tone now, dripping with condescension, arrogance, and disrespect. It was alphas like him that caused wolves to desert packs and kept rogues hating them so much. "I am not a she-wolf of your pack, and am the mate of an alpha. I would suggest you stop attempting to command me. You are on my territory. I will command you if I wish it. You are on our pack lands, and I will not be commanded." Looking back at Kaden with pure fury, he nearly signed his own death certificate with his following words. "You need to teach that girl some manners and some respect for her superiors." Surprising everyone, it was Olivia who spoke up first, her voice deadly, "And you need to learn what it means to be an alpha and the actual meaning of respect. Now, though you are on our lands, in our house, and I would suggest you keep that in mind as you choose your next words carefully." Finishing her warning by baring her sharpened canines, her own eyes flashing black as she moved to stand beside Richmond. Sensing the seriousness of the situation, he wisely backed off, showcasing his first wise decision of the night by sitting back down and motioning for the rest of his pack to follow him. Letting out a forced laugh, he tried to play off his own submission and weakness, just a bit of a misunderstanding, no offense meant. The look in his eyes screamed otherwise, but Kaden decided to play along. None taken. Also resuming his place at the table, he was happy to see that neither Richmond nor Olivia moved from their spots, keeping their bodies shielding Ashley as their eyes watched the other wolves. Clay moved so that he now sat at Kaden's right-hand side, while Brian and Austin moved to stand and flank their alpha. His words may have been polite and light, but the movements of his pack showed the other alpha exactly how they viewed them. "So why exactly am I here?" All pretense of friendliness dropped as he stared Kaden down the length of the table, his arm pulling his mate closer to his side as his wolf finally began to register that he was seriously outclassed and in a potentially hazardous situation. "I told you. You were invited here as a friendly introduction. Our packs will be living close together. It would be helpful if we could work together." Kaden said, his voice calm and steady, not letting any of his turning emotions betray themselves as he spoke. "You wish my pack to work with your abomination?" Forgetting himself, the alpha was out of his chair again, disgust and arrogance out in full force once again. "It was not a wish, Stanley. I was merely offering you the chance to make the right decision. My pack or I are not going anywhere. This is our territory now, and you would be wise to remember that however you choose to go forward. I will not take threats to myself or my pack lightly, and whether the council will like it or not, I have all the legal standing necessary to declare a ninth pack, which I have, and therefore now benefit from all of the protections and rights as you yourself. You think you or your little mate playing Alpha and Luna is going to be allowed? You will be crushed, and I will gladly award your punishment myself once I get the order from the council. They will not let this stand. I pity your father. What shame you have brought to his name." Kaden couldn't help but let out a laugh at the man's words. The venom and fury barely registered in him. Neither was getting the reaction out of him that the man so obviously wanted. Kaden's wolf didn't even see this man as a threat. He was too far below them. Not that he wasn't a danger. There was a twistedly cunning vibe coming from the Alpha, but he wouldn't come at Kaden now. No, he would never challenge him face to face. He was too much of a coward for that. My father will unfortunately survive my choices here. You, however, will not if you decide to stand against me. Remember, Stan, I may have left my father's pack, but I am still his son, and up until a very short while ago was his chosen heir. If you think I will roll over and beg because you throw the threat of the council at me, you will be sorely mistaken. The man's face was so red by the end that Kaden was genuinely concerned that he would keel over at the table. In hindsight, it would have saved them a lot of headaches in the future. You will not get away with this. The council will handle you, and I will take the spoils of war. His eyes flickered to Ashley with his last words. Kaden felt his amusement evaporate, his face hardening with his voice as he stood to his full height, looking down the table. I believe we are done here. My second and third will show you to your cars. Have a pleasant evening, gentlemen. Ladies. Stanley didn't say anything at the dismissal. Throwing a last deadly glare at Kaden, his arm tightly wound around his mate, he stalked from the room, the rest of his pack members falling in behind him. Brian and Austin stood by the front doors until Richmond had the gates closing and locking securely behind the fading taillights. Letting out twin sighs of relief and shaking off the remnants of the encounter, they made their way back to the others. Ashley had resumed her sketching, her body relaxed as she absently petted Keo, causing him to twitch and growl in his sleep. Richmond had taken up his original seat at her left, Olivia taking the one next to him as she also let herself relax now that the unfriendly wolves were gone. Kaden waited for Brian and Austin to re-enter and take seats, nodding for all of them to grab food from the plates that had been untouched before them before deciding to speak. Richmond's thoughts? Kate had a pretty good idea where everyone else's heads were after the confrontation, but since Richmond was not part of the pack, his mind and thoughts were inaccessible. Taking a few bites, the Guardian took his time to collect his thoughts before speaking. Kaden found that it was another trait he had grown to admire about the older wolf. He always seemed to think before speaking or acting, making sure to consider his words carefully. Well, except when it had to do with Ashley, but no one's rules seemed to apply when it came to her. It went better than I had hoped. He was too upset and let his emotions and wolf control him too much to properly question the situation. That's beneficial. I'm nearly positive he didn't send me or Her Highness out. However, I am concerned about the warrior. He seemed more calm and controlled. A great combination and an ally, not something I want my enemies to be able to make use of, though. I agree, I saw that as well. If anyone saw anything, it was him, but I couldn't tell how much he picked up on. He hid it well. Except when he spoke. Austin piped up, his mouth half full as he nodded his chin in her direction. Yeah, I picked that up too, Kaden said, frowning as he remembered how the man's eyes had lit up when Ashley had been unaffected by the Alpha command. It had only been a flash, but it had been there. I'm also almost positive he knows we aren't fully mated. I didn't like how he was eyeing her. Kaden continued, his voice hardening with anger and disgust. The question is, will his Alpha listen to him? Theories with no ears are not anything to worry about, but if he has an audience, it changes things. Brian said as he served himself the second plate. I think his ego is too big. That man doesn't listen to anyone but himself. If he did, he would have been in control. I'm sure they tried to tell him to back down as he was trying to challenge you. Richmond said, looking at Kaden. Austin was nodding along, agreeing with Richmond's assessment of the other Alpha. I don't like that we are relying upon the man's ego being too big and his brain being too small, Kaden said, running a hand through his hair and over his face. Better than him being smart and cautious and actually seeing what was right in front of him, Austin said, chuckling. For an Alpha, the man had been a mess. Hiding behind the power of the council and other Alphas for so long had inflated the man's self-image and ego to ridiculous proportions. He was a fool to think that the council was invincible, and doubly so to think that just because he was aligned with them, he was as well. It was something no self-respecting Alpha would allow. It buys us some time at least. Richmond agreed. Fraser won't listen to the warrior. He only holds the post as a remnant from the father. He has fallen out of favor with the current Alpha, who now refuses his counsel out of spite. Apparently, the warrior doesn't favor some of the newer policies in the pack, nor the recklessness of his new leader, and spoke out vocally against them and the man. It is possible he will act independently, as he will receive little support from within the pack, especially from the higher ranked, but to what end is unclear. He has a deep ingrained loathing of the council. However, there is an uncertainty to his opinions on the matter and situation. He is not set on a plan of action, but you are correct, he saw far more than the others. Everyone looked stunned at Ashley, who hadn't raised her head as she spoke, instead continuing her drawing. "Your Majesty." Richmond's voice carried an edge of warning, making Kaden look at him in question, but the man refused to look at him, instead looking at Ashley, his face creased with worry and anxiety. "You said it before, Custos, there are some secrets that they can't know, those that are for the blood themselves, but some have always been known and protected by the pack. I thought you would be supportive of this," Ashley said, finally looking up at her guardian, her eyes gentle. He let out a shaky breath, glancing around the table. "Of course, Your Highness, but—" A wave of her hand cut off the rest of his protests. Letting out a grunt, he fell silent. His face showed reluctant acceptance as he looked around at the others, trying to gauge their reactions. "I'm not surprised you are the first to figure it out," Ashley said, looking straight across at Olivia. The woman's mouth fell open in shock, then morphed into understanding and finally curiosity. "I'm right then." "Indeed, or at least partially. I'm surprised you didn't figure it out sooner. You were on the right path for a few days now." Kaden was looking at them in puzzlement, his mind racing to try to see what he had missed. "What were you right about?" Clay sent along a surge of irritation at not knowing what was happening, flaring within him. "She was right about one of my affinities, you could call it," Ashley answered out loud, shocking them all into silence. Olivia was grinning now, looking at her in awe. "What? How? What?" Clay stuttered. Feeling her discomfort at the situation, even though she had brought it up, Richmond jumped in at the question. One of the more guarded secrets of the Royals was their ability to bend and influence the bonds of the mind link. Having created it, they are able to warp it, use it. "Warp it?" Kaden asked, looking between them. "I can access it no matter the wolf or pack. I can sense the links, listen into any conversation I wish, and in general tune the bond into any wolf or human." Letting her words filter into all of their minds. Kaden stared at her, his eyes wide. She had spoken in his mind, heard Clay's thoughts over the link. None of that should have been possible unless she was part of their pack. "You can listen to anyone's head?" He finally got out in a strangled voice. Simply shrugging, she picked up Kyo, snuggling him into her neck as she ignored everyone's eyes. "Yes, she can," Richmond said, taking pity on them. "Her wolf and bonds give her a link to the minds of all wolves, letting her create her own link into their minds. She can also add herself to any existing links she wants, letting her access pack or mate links. Also, she can form links with humans, letting her hear their minds as well as being able to send them thoughts and commands." "Holy moly!" Austin said, his face paled as the full extent of what those words meant hit them. "You can just listen in on any of our minds?" Brian asked in a weak voice. "When I wish to, yes," Ashley said, her head not raised, her voice monotone. "How is that possible?" Kaden asked, trying to think about how this changes things. She looked up, meeting his eyes. Hers were hooded once more, but he felt the flicker of her emotions over the mate bond, making him smile gently at her. "How do we turn into wolves?" "I just can." "You'll be able to as well," Richmond added, looking at Kaden warily. His wolf was on edge and nervous in anticipation of their reactions to the news. "What?" AUS choked out in horror. "When they mate, one of the affinities he will be granted is the power and influence over the bonds, links, and oaths. The same as Her Highness, he would be able to create and use the mind links. After all, he would be king of the Alphas. Their links and bonds would all be connected through him." Kaden wasn't sure why the reminder made him feel nauseated, but it did. In the last few days, he had begun to come to terms with who Ashley was, but he could admit he had refused to consider what it actually meant. Right now, she wasn't claiming her title. She still held it, but at the moment, she was little more than a normal she-wolf in their world. But when the time came that they mated, and if she claimed her place in their world, it would change everything. It was a lot to come to terms with. Up until a few days ago, he hadn't even known they had a royal family, and now he was learning what would happen when he became king. This is so creepy, Brian muttered under his breath. Richmond threw a sharp look his way, earning him a shrug of his shoulders in response. Ashley let out a sigh, finally looking around at them all. I am not in your heads all the time. Really only the night you found out about me and the night you joined the pack. I don't intend to wander your minds every minute of the day. You aren't that interesting. Kaden felt himself let out a bark of laughter. He hadn't expected that. He looked curiously at his mate, liking this new side to her. There was a sparkle of light in her eyes he'd never seen before. He felt his heart leap. Chapter 31. Ashley was snuggled in the bed, Kyo's small soft body curled into her chest, his nose tucked against her neck. His breath tickled against her skin. Looking up, she watched as he entered from the bathroom, his hair damp from his shower. A pair of black sweatpants hung low on his hips, and a white t-shirt was pulled tightly across his muscular chest. His feet bare as he padded silently across the room to the sofa. Not sure she could speak the words, she let her mind seek his out. It scared her a little how easily she could find his. How familiar and right it felt. You don't have to sleep on the sofa, she thought, making sure to keep her words steady. Her emotions were locked away for the most part, and those that were managing to escape, she was choosing to ignore completely. She was still not entirely comfortable with how it felt to feel them again. It was just that they were so confusing and overwhelming, changing how she thought and acted, making her uneasy, off balance, and, well, just plain terrified. His head whipped up, his eyes opening wide as he looked over at her, his eyebrows furrowing together. I don't mind. His voice was hesitant as he spoke out loud while he eyed her. You can think thoughts at me, and I can hear you. She repeated it into his mind, ignoring his comment. Like a normal link? Not really. You don't send them to me, more like I pick them up from you, but if I'm listening I will hear you the same. Okay, he said, sitting down on the sofa. He looked exhausted. You don't have to sleep on the sofa, she said again, wanting to go to sleep as she felt her own tiredness. It's fine, plus I don't want to be away from you. She smiled internally as she listened to his words. What she said was true. He didn't push the words into her mind like in the mind link, but her wolf could hear when someone was trying to speak to her. Her father had explained that their wolf was calling to hers, the intention being to grab her attention like hollering across the room. The bed here is big enough. You don't need to sleep on that, she said, simply letting herself finally give in to the sleep that was tugging at her. Kaden sat stunned for a few moments before slowly moving to the bed. It dipped under his weight as he looked over at his mate's back. Her hair spilling across the white sheets, tangling around her body like ribbons. He could see the tips of her wolf pup's ears sticking up from where he slept peacefully, his soft breaths and heartbeat mixing with hers. Moving cautiously, he pulled the covers back before sliding between the sheets. It was cold. The sky was dark, the moon hidden behind thick clouds, and only their night vision allowed them to move through the dense forest. Branches scraped against her skin, pulled at her clothing, caught in her hair. She didn't stop. Didn't even pause. She knew they were behind her. Could they hear their frantic calls? Their heavy footfalls. Panic and anger meant they weren't moving carefully. They were hell-bent on catching her. She didn't stop. She couldn't. She knew she worried him when she bolted from the bed, throwing herself across the room and out the door without pause. Flying down the stairs, she had nearly thrown Kyo at Clay's sleepy face as he came out of his room, rubbing his hands over his face as his hair stuck up everywhere. He stared at her with blurry eyes in only a pair of boxers. He had only just managed to grab the fur ball that was shoved at him without dropping him. He had cursed, but she hadn't bothered to listen, instead throwing herself over the railing to the floor below and out the door. She could hear his voice now mixed with the others. They shouted and cursed. She didn't stop. She had to get there. She had to. She couldn't be too late. She had to make it. She wouldn't have more blood on her hands. Finally, after what felt like hours, his scent hit her nose. It was like a vicious kick to her abdomen. Her stomach clenched, rolling as bile burned her throat. But she didn't stop. Blood. Fear. Pain. Violence. So much violence. How could someone do this? She didn't let herself feel. She pushed it all back down, refused to allow herself to collapse, refused to give in to the horror that she was seeing, into the weakness within her, pleading for her to look away, to hide from the sight before her. She couldn't. Be strong. She pushed through it, growling at the feel of tears springing to her eyes as she refused to let them fall. Racing to the body, she didn't hesitate. Her hands grabbed the bindings. She didn't let herself feel the burn as the wolfsbane began to burn the skin off her hands. She tore at the ropes and chains. She heard the shouts getting closer. Someone started vomiting. Ashley couldn't find it in herself to judge them. She was still fighting to choke her own back. Hands on her shoulders tried to pull her back. The sparks told her who it was. She shook them off, not looking back, and she continued to try to free the man furiously. Giving up, he dropped beside her, his hands coming up behind her own, grabbing a rope, pulling it free, hissing as his hands got their first lick of the poison that coated the body. Holy heck! Austin shouted, his hands on his head as he looked at the body tied in lengths and lengths of wolfsbane-soaked rope and chains of silver, his face pale. The body was nearly unrecognizable. Nearly all of his skin burned from his body, the little left covered in deep gashes and dark bruises. Austin, Richmond, get back to the house, get some blankets and towels. He's covered in this stuff. We need to wrap him so we can carry him. At Kaden's words, they were off, shooting back through the trees. They were back just as Ashley pulled the last thick chain of silver from around the man's neck. He let out the slightest groan as it fell away. Kaden broke the shackles on his wrists and ankles. Richmond moved forward with a soft sheet as the man's body fell forward. Ashley let her body collapse to the side for a moment, staring down at her burned and mangled hands. The tissue was raw and vicious-looking. Kaden looked over at her, and she looked deeply into his eyes. He was in full alpha mode as he took control of the scene, but he paused as he looked at her. She nodded once, letting him know she was okay, before pushing herself up and not allowing herself to wince or display the slightest flicker of her own pain. How could she, even if she was not trained the way she was? How could she possibly give in to her own pain when she stood next to the tortured body of this unknown wolf? It took them longer to get back to the house. Austin and Richmond were carrying the man, who hung between them in a sheet, letting out a low moan of agony every time they rocked him. He soon lost complete consciousness, his breathing becoming alarmingly erratic as he lost more and more blood, his body unable to repair itself. Bursting through the back door, they were met by Brian and Olivia. Not stopping to answer any of their questions, Kaden threw the doors open, leading them to the infirmary. Ashley was hot on his heels, the others following. The sight they were met with in the light was horrendous. In the dark, they hadn't been able to see just how bad it was. Now, under the bright white lights, none of them could understand how this man was still alive. Richmond and Olivia began tearing up more sheets, grabbing bowls of warm water to try and remove the wolfsbane from his skin. It was a lengthy and arduous process. Ashley stood in the corner, her face blank, her eyes void. She said nothing. She did nothing. She just watched. Watched as they scrambled around. As the blood and poison dripped crimson against the pure white of the tiles. As it stained the sheets. Their hands. Their eyes. The worst was when he woke up. His screams tore through the air. Cut to the bone. The agony, though, was too much, and soon the blackness took him once again. Still, Ashley didn't move. After what seemed like hours, but wasn't nearly that long, her mate stepped closer to her. He was hesitant to watch her. She looked up into the cool, steady, icy blue of his eyes. His mouth moved as he spoke, but she didn't listen. He reached for her, but she flinched back. His face flashed with hurt before he hid it, his hand falling to his side. She didn't listen as he turned his head, his lips moving again. Didn't look up to watch as Richmond turned from the man fighting for his life to the crowd around her. She stared into the blue. Sometimes it was darker, a stormy sea blue. Like clouds washing across the swells of the ocean. Blue with a depth of churning, erupting ferocity. At other times, it was clear and bright, reflecting the summer sky where the sun hung high overhead. So crisp and clear, sparkling with everything good and pure. But now they were ice, harsh and cold. Cutting and unbreakable as they sharpened, taking in everything, missing nothing. Blue. She didn't notice as Richmond looked at her in concern. Didn't react to his comforting voice or the feel of his wolf reaching through their bond to her. All she was blue. Blue. She used to be green. That was what she used to look at. Green, but not spring green. No more of an evergreen, dark and lush. The color alone is enough to elicit the smell of thick forests and damp moss, the taste of rain-soaked branches and heavy vine-covered pines on your tongue. It was a green of warmth and affection. Never anger, never harshness, only laughter and love. She would look into the green, and she knew she would always be loved. She would always be safe. She would always be home. All because she had the green. And then the green left. There was no more green. No more love. No safety. No home. No nothing. She left, and the green left with her. She never wanted it again. She learned how not to need it. She had lost all of that when she left, when she was torn away. When her body had been hurt, her screams finally silenced, the green finally extinguished. But now there was blue. Blue. I can save him. Her voice was weak. Small. Broken. She was 6 and she was watching them all die. Their blood coated her, the smell, the taste. It would never fade entirely, no matter how many showers she took. No matter how she scrubbed, she was never free from it. She was 6 and she didn't save them. What? She didn't care who spoke. I can save him. Her voice was just as weak, just as small as before. She wasn't strong. She wasn't in control. She was a scared, lost little girl, but she wasn't going to watch another person die, not because of her. She moved between them, her eyes now fixed on the wolf, slowly losing his own battle. She felt him beginning to slip, starting to give up. She knew how he felt. Knew how tired he was. How scared. How much he just wanted to sleep. To find peace. Any peace. Even if it meant giving up everything. Sometimes the pain is just too much. That was something she could definitely understand. Moving to the side of the hospital bed, her hands hesitated over his arm. She felt herself begin to panic. Her mind is fighting her. Her breathing picked up as she tried to force her hands forward. She felt self-loathing sweep through her. Sharp and icy as it coated her. She was so weak, so broken, she couldn't even save this man lying dying right in front of her. She was pathetic. His scent let her know he had moved to her shoulder. His warmth pulsed against her side. Her panic eased just a little in his presence, but still her hands would not move. Love, it's okay. Hey, look at me. Slowly, she did as he asked. Blue, put your hand on mine. Again, she did as he asked. Slowly, she reached out her left hand. Slowly, she lightly, ever so lightly, rested it on where his hand was lying on the bed. Her eyes closed in relief when the pain didn't come, only the sparks. Pleasure soon replaced the relief, and she felt more of her panic ease off. Now reach out your other hand. Her eyes flew open. I promise, love, it won't hurt. Focus on my hand. Focus on me and reach out. Her heartbeat spiked at his words, her panic coming back full force. Little one. It's okay, I promise. He soothed gently. She took a deep breath, letting it out, and she heard the man's heartbeat drop even more. His breathing was now impossibly shallow and labored. That's it, love. Now just reach out your other hand. Chapter 32. He was hot under her touch. The little skin left was slick with the blood and sweat from his many wounds. The rest was covered in burnt and crisped tissue. She flinched away, her panic soaring again. Suddenly, She felt the familiar warmth and feel as her mate wrapped her hand in his much larger one. She shot him a look she hoped was one of gratitude. The touch was comforting and calming her. Fighting the rest of her panic and the natural reaction of her body to flee, she picked up the man's arm. Ignoring everything else in the room except for the feel of her mate's skin against hers, she lifted the wrist to her mouth. She waited for the last second before releasing her wolf. Her dominance and authority erupt around her. The air changes with the feel of her wolf on display. Her teeth elongated before piercing the vulnerable skin of his wrist. The coppery taste of his blood filled her mouth as the venom held in her saliva was transferred into his veins. Satisfied, she placed the limb back on the bed. Getting momentarily distracted from her task by the mounting chaos around her, she let her wolf out more. A touch from her mind had the others calming, backing down. Silence filled the space as they eased to the sides, watching her intently. Kaden's hand tightened around her own. Not looking up, she dropped the rest of her blocks in her mind, letting it open to him and to Richmond and letting them feel what she refused to show. Picking up her own wrist, she brought it to her mouth. Her teeth still sharp and coated with blood, she took a breath before sinking them as deep as she could. The blood began to ooze from the messy puncture wounds. Focusing her mind on the hand still gripped around her own, she pushed the open wound against the dying man's lips, forcing his mouth open and around the delicate skin of her wrist. She shuddered from the feel of the touch of his skin against hers. Kaden transferred her hand, clasping it in his other before placing his hand on the small of her back. Moving closer to her, he began to rub soft, reassuring circles over her T-shirt. His thumb caressed tenderly against the back of her hand as he murmured soft reassurances to her. The motions, scent, and words were soothing her, helping to take her mind off the touch that was making her cringe and panic. Even still, she couldn't help but feel echoes of pain. The pain her mind and body had been trained to experience at any contact. The heat, the searing, burning sensation that would take over her body before piercing into her brain, her eyes. Before exploding every cell and nerve until she was pulled into darkness. It was only the gentle pressure on her hand and her back that kept her still now. That let her breathe and fight through what her mind was conditioned to feel brutally. Letting her blood drip down the injured man's throat, she forced her wolf out more, pushed until she knew the others had had to drop to their knees, heads bowed from the force. She felt a distant flash of shame and embarrassment at that. She heard Keo whimper from somewhere behind her, but still she pushed. Only her mate and guardian were able to stay standing with their eyes above the floor. When she had gone as far as she could, she grasped for the man's wolf. It was nearly gone. Weak and beaten down. She sensed him steadily slipping away. Ashley used her blood, her bond, her right to call to him. Used it to command him to return to her. She called out with every bit of power and every ounce of strength she had. She felt his surrender to her summons. He had to. He had no choice. She was his queen. His Luna. His mother, sister, and daughter. It was bound to his very essence to listen to her call. Her wolf surrounds his. She blanketed him in comfort. Poured her strength into him. Her life, everything she had, she directed her blood through his body. Her wrist still pressed to his mouth, she refused to let her wound heal. Instead, forcing more of her blood into his veins. She closed wounds. Stitched together broken bones and pulled poison, infection, and death from his flesh. In some part of her mind, she recognized that she had been working for hours, but it was only a tiny, insignificant part. The majority of her had lost sense of everything except for the task at hand. Slowly, she felt the exhaustion and blood loss begin to creep in on her, pulling at her, but she refused to stop. Refused to give up. Kaden never moved. His hands stayed on her. At first, he was comforting her, then he was steadying her until finally, he was all that was holding her up. The only thing keeping her upright was her head lolled forward. Her body was limp except for the hand that gripped his and the one pressed firmly against the man's mouth. Using the last of her energy, she began to knit the skin back together over muscle and bone. She wouldn't be able to repair it all, to heal him completely. She wasn't yet strong enough for that, not while she was unmated and unclaimed. But she did what she could. While she worked on his body, she took all of his pain as well, offering him a short reprieve from the torture forced upon him. It was excruciating and debilitating. Staying awake under its weight was burning more of her energy, but she didn't stop and never once flinched. She pushed on until the only strength she had left was the last reservoirs in the deepest parts of herself. She reached for them, the energy meant to give her aid and strength at her very end. She dipped into it, forcing it from herself, poured it into him until there was nothing left to give. With the last of her energy, she pushed his mind and Wolf to a gentle dream. Just before he fell away from her completely, she got a flash from his Wolf. Stronger now from her work, he used what little strength he had to throw a series of images at her. Forcing herself to focus, she ignored her own body as long as she could before she finally let her arms collapse. Her body sagging back, her legs completely giving out under her. Kaden felt as she began to fall, his arms quickly sweeping out to catch and lift her. Cradling her against his chest, he stared down at her sweat-soaked face. She was pale, her face twisted up in pain. Her eyes fluttered closed as her long silver-tipped lashes splayed against her cheeks. It had been 3 hours. 3 hours of torture. She had kept the bond open, but he knew she had hidden the pain from him, or had tried to. But by the end, she hadn't been able to. He had tried to take as much as he could. He would have taken it all for her, but she was so stubborn. He felt a flash of anger. She shouldn't have had to feel that. That was why he was here. It was his job to protect her, to make her happy, keep her safe, and take her pain. How could he do that when she wouldn't let him? He cuddled her closer before moving to lay her in a bed beside the now healing man. He knew she would want to be close. Richmond silently came over, looking down at her. None of them, not even him, had dared to come close to her while she had worked. Her voice was so weak, exhaustion and pain making it hoarse, cracking with dehydration. He moved quickly to get her a cup of water, tipping it against her lips. She swallowed a few sips before trying again. His mate. Her voice cracked again, and she winced. Kaden pressed the plastic to her mouth again. She took a few more tentative sips, swallowing painfully. Her eyes closed. Her body was limp. His mate, you need to go find him. They threw him out. Bound and gagged. Not far from the tree. Wanted him to feel his pain. Made him watch. Need to get him. The last was no more than a broken whisper. AUS, take Brian and Olivia. Go and find his mate, bring him back here. Don't hurt him if he's awake, but he might lose control with his mate so weak and injured. Knock him out, but only if you need to. You sure you want us bringing him back here? Austin asked, looking at Ashley's weak form lying in the bed. Kaden let out a sigh. He understood his second's concern. None of them were feeling very comfortable with having strange wolves amongst them. Having two, especially when Ashley was so weak, was not desirable. He looked back down at her, arguing with himself before letting out a frustrated breath and softly running his hand over her cheek, smiling as she turned into his touch. Yes, bring him here. We have his mate. Ashley saved him and is trying to save the other. I have to trust that she knows we can trust them. Go. We're fine. Richmond and Clay are still here, plus he's unconscious. With that, the three set out into the pre-dawn light. Clay got up from the chair he had collapsed into at around 3. His face looked as haggard and tired as Kaden imagined his own probably did. Looking up at his friend, he let out a bark of laughter. Clay looked at him in surprise, his eyebrows pulling together in question. Kaden laughed again before looking down pointedly. Clay looked at his arms before smiling sheepishly. Keo lay sleeping and cuddled against the big man's chest. His small head cuddled into his elbow, his fluffy body looking even smaller with Clayton's large muscles bulging under him. Shrugging, Clay looked away, a slight blush creeping up his neck before he rudely nudged Richmond aside and out of the way. That earned him a growl from the other wolf, which he pointedly ignored. Moving closer to Ashley's head, he looked down at her with the tenderest expression Kaden had ever seen on his friend's face. The ghost of a smile on his lips, he gently moved the sleeping wolf pup so that he lay on her chest, careful not to wake either. Keo instantly cuddled closer to her, his nose poking out until it settled at the base of her throat. They all watched as Ashley instantly relaxed, a sigh leaving her as her face eased and her breathing deepened and evened out. They didn't talk as they waited for the others to return. There wasn't anything to say. Kaden stood on one side of her bed. Richmond, on the other hand. Kaden had moved after a few minutes back to the chair in the corner, folding himself into it before slumping back and dozing off softly. The clamor of feet in the hallway had Kaden's head snapping up. His eyes watched cautiously as Brian and AUS hauled an unconscious wolf into the room, strung between them over their shoulders. "Get him into the bed beside his mate," Kaden said, looking at the injured wolf. Olivia came in behind them. Her clothes were a mess of blood, sweat, and dirt. Her hair was wild around her face, and her eyes were narrowed in worry. As soon as she stepped into the room, she was scanning it for Ashley. Finding her resting peacefully in the bed, a look of relief crossed her face, her body losing some of its tension. Reassured that Ashley was fine, she moved to help get the new wolf up into the bed before attending to his injuries and cleaning and patching up what she could. He wasn't nearly as hurt as his mate, mostly just bruises, cuts, and scrapes. Possibly a few fractured ribs. It was a sad day when that seemed minor and lucky. Rustling had them all looking around. Ashley's face was ashen, her eyes sunken and dull as she pushed herself up. Kaden reached out a hand to push her back down onto the bed. She needed to rest. She narrowed her eyes at him. He let out a sigh. When instead she placed her own smaller hand in his, he gave her a tight smile. Reluctantly, he gently pulled her up, helping her sit before steadying her as she swung her legs off the bed. Richmond let out a deep growl of displeasure when she swayed dangerously on her feet. Tightening her grip on his hand, she ignored their concern. Instead, slowly and painfully, she made her way across the room to Clay, her feet shuffling along the cool tiles. Feeling eyes on him, Clay reluctantly opened his eyes, squinting up at her. His eyes flew open, a look of horror and shock overtaking him as he shook his head quickly at her. Brian choked on his laughter from the other side of the room. When she didn't step back, Clay's hands finally managed to move. His movements were shaky as if on autopilot as he took Keo from her outstretched hands. Holding him awkwardly, he looked at Kaden as he mouthed help. Shrugging his shoulders, Kaden sent him a reassuring smile before leaving him with the pup to figure it out for himself. Turning, he stayed hovering near his mate. Not releasing his hold on her, he was ready to catch her if she collapsed. Shuffling to the bed of the first man, Ashley looked down as his eyes fluttered open. Pain twisted his features. With the majority of his injuries healed and cleaned of blood and dirt, she could now see that he was probably only a little older than Kaden and his men, somewhere in his mid to late 20s. His skin was deep and rich in color. His black hair was cut short and close to his scalp. Large, dark brown chocolate eyes were stunning and framed by high, chiseled cheekbones, a strong jaw, and a straight nose. With a frame that was much less muscular than her mate's, it was easy to tell that he was not a high-ranked wolf. What he lacked in size, though, was more than made up for in the intellect that was reflected in his eyes. His voice was rough and strained as he spoke, tears gathering at the corners of his eyes as he blinked rapidly. Did you? His voice broke on the words, "My mate, did you find him?" Ashley nodded her head, her face blank as she watched the relief wash over him, his eyes closing. "Where?" Ashley nodded her chin to the bed beside him, and quickly his head turned, taking in the unconscious shape of his mate only feet from him. His eyes lingered on his chest as he watched the small shifts signaling his breathing. Letting out a breath, the wolf turned so he was once again looking up into the enchanting and otherworldly face hovering above him. "Thank you," he whispered, tears pooling again in his eyes. He wondered if perhaps he was dead, if he had died, and now he was facing the goddess. The remarkably tiny ethereal face of this stranger nodding at him could definitely pass for hers. He couldn't stop staring at her. She was enchanting. Captivating. Cool gray eyes, yet dull and void. A blank face as if she felt nothing, but he was positive that wasn't true. He could almost feel a mix of emotions, exhaustion, pain, curiosity, and a tinge of fear that he would have sworn was coming from her. "You're the Luna? The mate here with the Salvatore Heir." If she was surprised, she didn't show it. He did hear a gasp and a few curses from somewhere else in the room, though. He took that as a yes. "I was supposed to give you a message or, well, my mate." His voice broke again, his eyes darting to the side. Ethan was supposed to. He took a deep breath before continuing, his eyes moving back to hers. "Alpha Fraser, he has a message for you. For your mate." He said to say, "To tell you, you have 2 days." Ashley didn't need to turn around to know that her mate had stepped closer. She could feel his body heat pressing against her back. Nor did she need to look to see that it was Austin who spoke up. "2 days for what?" His voice was cold and filled with authority. 2 days. The man's eyes flickered away from her face, a look of guilt crossing it momentarily before turning back to her once more. 2 days to surrender yourselves, or they declare war. Chapter 33. Sitting in the kitchen a few hours later, Ashley had reclaimed Kyo from a bemused Clay and was now dangling a string as the cub chased it around her feet. Kaden stood pacing at the head of the table to her right, his hair sticking up, tousled and messy from where his hands were constantly being run through it. His eyes were rimmed with red from exhaustion, and he had dark bags under them. Looking up, she found her stomach clenching at the sight of him. Pushing that aside, she eyed him wearily, still sensing the lingering anger coursing through him. It was a good thing they had been in the lower levels when they had received their intended message. Otherwise, they would require some serious repair work. As it was, Kaden had nearly destroyed the infirmary. Thankfully, the reinforced walls and doors had been able to withstand the brunt of his rage. Not that he was the only one reacting badly to the news from Alpha Fraser. Richmond stood silent and tense at her shoulder. He hadn't moved further than an arm's reach from her side since the words had been spoken. His face had grown hard and dark, anger and determination radiating from him as he incessantly watched for anything that dared try to come near her. Clay and Brian were at the moment rummaging through the kitchen, pulling out food and piling it onto plates for everyone. They were trying to act normal, but it was hard to ignore the guarded glances they kept throwing her or the way their eyes darted constantly around the room. It was as if they expected her to disappear before their eyes or for wolves to jump out of the woodwork and start attacking any minute. Olivia sat beside her nervously, her leg bouncing and alternating between playing on her phone and watching the others. Turning away from them, Ashley looked across the table at Micah and his mate, Ethan. Both were still weak from their injuries, and they slumped slightly in their seats. On the table between them lay their hands intertwined. Clasped together, they clung to each other with a strength that belied their appearances. It was as heart-wrenching as it was beautiful. They had regained consciousness only an hour or so ago, and from that moment they had been inseparable. Now, as they sat watching those around them uneasily, their shoulders continuously brushed as their bodies moved in perfect tune with one another. Instinctively, they sought out the comfort and reassurance only a mate's presence could offer. Austin stood near the two unknown men. His stance was outwardly relaxed, but Ashley could sense the coiled energy humming through him as his gaze flicked between the new pair, then to Ashley, before moving on to his agitated Alpha. He was still pacing and muttering under his breath before sweeping the room and then moving between them all again. It was easy to tell how uneasy he and his wolf were. Annoyed by the silence, Ashley let the string go, dropping it to the floor. Kyo yelped before winding up at her. Bending down, trying to scoop up the energetic pup, she was dismayed when he bolted from the room. "Kyo," she called, but he ignored her, disappearing from the room. Standing up, she felt Richmond move closer to her as he sensed her distress. "Clay." Shocked at her address, the warrior whipped around to look at her. Kyo ran away. She stated pointedly where she had seen him go. His eyebrows pulled together as he looked at her in utter confusion. "So, Will you go find him? What? Me? Why? He ran away. She repeated. Clay, go find Keo. Kaden cut in his clipped voice. Clay looked even more shocked if that was possible. Why me? I hate that creature and he hates me. He peed on me. This earned him a few snickers from the room. Kaden let out a sigh, looking at his mate, who was staring at Clay. Clay. Fine, but if he pees on me again, I'm done, the large, bulky man dressed in head-to-toe combat black grumbled before sulking out of the room. Turning her attention back, Ashley looked at the mates across from her. She eyed them critically as they fidgeted nervously. He is my mate, she started, her voice cool as she gestured vaguely to Kaden. He is Alpha here. This is his pack. You are safe here. Austin is his beta. Motioning over their shoulders to the dark brunette frowning behind them, the blonde one at the stove is Gamma Brian. Olivia is the lead runner and the other is Clayton, his head warrior. Welcome to Pack Knox. She let the words settle before she spoke again. She felt her mates stare at her, but ignored them, blocking out the words he was trying to get her to hear. Instead, she took in the two newcomers. Ethan had dark red hair, a deep, rusty shade that made his pale skin appear even fairer. The scattering of freckles over his nose and face only added to his look and helped accentuate his hazel green eyes further. He made a striking sight beside the darker colorings of his mate. It worked, though the two perfectly balanced each other, fitting together and looking, as they were, made for each other. And you're Dr. Ethan Hill, a mate of Micah Clark, a former member of Pack Sylvia. Cocking her head, she watched them take in what she had said. Waving away their sputtering questions, she continued, a former Pack doctor and a computer engineer, although with the talents of a renegade hacker. Interesting. I apologize that we weren't able to get to you sooner, and that you were used as a message for me. They stared at her for a few heartbeats, mouths open and gaping, before looking at Kaden and Richmond. When it was apparent neither was paying them much attention, they looked next to Brian and Austin, who were now carting the food to the table, but only received offhand shrugs from the pair. How do you know all that? And it is we who should apologize and thank you. You saved our lives. Ethan said, his voice earnest, as he squeezed his mate's hand as he spoke. If you wish, my mate will accept you into his pack. You understand some of the risks involved with that. Your former Alpha will be coming after us. But if you wish to stay, you may. Otherwise, please stay at least until you are healed. I will then provide transportation and whatever else you need in order for you to run. You would want us to join your pack when ours is threatening to destroy you? Micah asked, looking at her doubtfully. It was not your decision. You did not decide to declare war. You did not commit the crimes I shall punish them for. You have been mistreated by your pack for most of your life, undeservedly. Especially with all the good you have done. They blushed at her words, their eyes dropping in both embarrassment and joy. There was something unexplainably satisfying and pleasing about having her praise them. Her attention, her acceptance of them soothed them in a way they never thought possible. My mate would be honored to have your talent, strength, and loyalty in his pack. However, the choice is entirely yours. There is much happening that you do not know. To stand with us will bring risk and dangers much greater than your pathetic ex-alpha, and I will not lie and say that you will not be hurt again. But I also know you wish to stand up for those like yourselves who have been so wrongly mistreated and violated by those sworn to protect them. I know you want to make a difference. That I can promise you. Ashley had barely finished speaking before both men were nodding and stumbling out promises to Kaden. Of course, he had to stop them and explain the reality of the oaths they would need to swear. Most of their questions had to wait until after they had pledged themselves to the Silverbloods. Ethan was finishing when Clay had re-entered the kitchen with a squirming Keo in his arms. The next hour was spent catching up with the new members on who they were and what they actually did. The truth of Ashley's identity was met with the expected shock, disbelief, anger, and joy. Ashley remained quiet during the discussion, allowing Kaden, Austin, and Olivia to share their own stories. Surprisingly, Richmond stayed silent as well, only speaking up when the others were met with questions they couldn't answer. Finally, the conversation shifted towards the present and more pressing concerns. We need more fighters, Clay growled threateningly. However, it wasn't as effective as it might have been if he hadn't still been holding a now sleeping Kyo. I am not calling my father. Besides, he is a part of this. He has supported the council if what you have said is true. Don't you growl at me, he snarled at Richmond. I never said I didn't believe you. I'm just saying that with what you are saying, then he was a part of the attacks. I'm not going to turn to him now for help. I don't want him anywhere near her. His eyes flicked to his mate, who now sat silently. And I'm not letting him have any ties to us. What about other packs? Olivia asked. Richmond. Kaden asked, looking at the man who had been virtually silent so far. Richmond seemed to snap back into the present, his eyes focusing in on Kaden. He mulled the question over for a minute or two before letting out a grunt and speaking thoughtfully. 5 of the 8 packs turned in the war. Those were Pax Heems, Bellator, Lux, Silva, and Semper. They aren't going to aid us. They still have close ties to the council and support them. As for the other 3, only one fought, joining with the Silver Bloods against the others. Pac Tenebris. They broke from the council completely at the beginning of the attacks. They are now considered rogue, although it isn't common knowledge. The council didn't want it out that they lost control of an entire pack, or that they still haven't managed to get their hands on them. Then there is Pac Solani and Pac Oblatus. Both refused the council, but did not openly stand against them. Richmond lifted his hands when his words brought out an outcry of curses and a few calls of cowardice. Kaden's eyes softened as he saw the faraway look on his mate's face, pain flashing in the depths of her eyes. Richmond's voice was soft as he spoke again, holding none of the anger the others felt towards the packs that had let Ashley's family perish so horrendously. You must understand, they were small packs. None had more than a couple of 100 wolves. Pac Tenebris was the largest, and they were crushed under the weight of the force. Now they have been reduced to one of the most miniature packs on the continent, forced to run and hide while they are hunted like traitors. Besides, it was never any of their decree to fight. None of the 3 packs was guards or warriors. They were never meant to protect the blood. Those who were sworn to protect and defend them were the ones destroying them. All Solani and Oblatus would have been able to add more bodies to the piles. Didn't stop them from trying, though. He let out a humorous laugh at their looks. The king had forbidden them from joining the fight at the first rumblings. He hadn't wanted an all-out civil war. Commanded them to stay away. By the time it became clear they were losing, the packs were too far away to get there in time. If they had been allowed to fight from the beginning, who knows what would have happened. He cleared his throat, fighting back the memories and demons Ashley was remembering. What do you mean? Olivia asked. Oblatus, forgotten, infracti viribus, unbroken strength. They were known as the last pack. Called by some Amos, some the lost, virtually unknown to our world now. They are hidden from all, particularly the council. Infracti viribus, unbroken strength, one can only hope it has held true. Pac Solani meaning nightshade. They're saying titulari clavum, holder of the key. And lastly there is Pac Tenebris or twilight. Their pack holds the words Iridum Aurora or Break the Dawn. Alpha Maliko still leads them, and he is still hunted. Ashley's voice was weak and emotionless as she stared out at nothing while speaking. They each have their strengths. I would not be alive if not for Maliko and Tenebris. Maliko will come when I call. The others will serve their roles, and yes, eventually I fear we will be leading them into battle, but not now. Not here. So, what are we supposed to do? Austin asked into the stunned silence. No one knew precisely what Ashley's words meant, but it was easy to hear that there was something much deeper to them. What does holder of the key mean? Olivia asked quietly. Ashley sighed quietly while ignoring Richmond's growl of warning at the prodding question. Please leave it to her to see what should be hidden. My grandfather was a very cautious man. He wanted to believe in the good of our people, in the good of us and of the humans we live beside, but he had seen too much. Experienced so many wars, deaths, and such tragedies that he became unable to turn a blind eye to the reality of our natures. He was scared of another war, of those he created losing control again. As the population grew, so did the potential of the casualties. If war broke out or if a tyrannical power came to be, The bloodshed would be astronomical, the consequences deadly. So he created an oath, a pledge to his very blood, to the same genes that ran in his veins and that infected every werewolf on the planet. It was a failsafe, something he hoped never to need but saw as a necessary evil. It is one of the most guarded secrets of our world. Previously, only my grandfather, his son, his wife, and I were aware of it. A whole pack was created to protect it, guard it. They don't even know what it is. What it is? Brian asked when her voice trailed off. It is a record of the oath. I have never heard the words. In fact, they have never been spoken since my grandfather first tied them to his blood. They're hidden, guarded, and protected by Pax Solani. What would it do? The oath would bind every werewolf. Pack, council, rogue, it doesn't matter their ties, it would bind them. Every single descendant of the blood would be bound to the speaker of the oath in absolute and complete obedience. It pledges immediate, absolute, forced, and absolute loyalty, fealty, and submission. Holy heck, Ethan muttered under his breath, staring at her in horror. The others weren't handling the news much better. How is that even possible? Kaden finally managed to get out. She shrugged her shoulders, still fighting the weakness and exhaustion from earlier. It was never meant to be used, never meant to even be remembered. But if the council were to ever find it, to ever even hear a whisper of it, she didn't need to finish for them to understand how absolutely disastrous that would be to all of their world. It would work for them? Austin asked. Yes. Although it was meant to never be known outside of the royal family, my grandfather was also aware that even one of his direct descendants could potentially give in to the cruelty of our natures and felt that as a precaution it should be uninhibited. The oath would work for anyone who spoke it on all wolves. Even me, and it would tie us instantly to him or her. Is there any way to break it? That is something even I do not know. It's another reason why he didn't want to risk the pack fighting openly against the council. What they protect, what they guard is far more dangerous and important than even my family. Ashley replied quietly. So you could use it against the council though, right? Brian asked excitedly. Ashley's head snapped up, her eyes blazing as she looked at him, causing him to take a step back and let out a low whimper as his eyes lowered in submission. I will never speak that oath. I will never enslave our kind in such a way. My grandfather was a good man, but he was scared, and he saw only the worst of our natures. I refuse to believe, as he did, that our kind will ever come to a point where we are beyond redemption. And I would never force people to follow me, bend their free will and minds just so I could punish a few. No, it is not even an option. No one should hold that power. Her face stayed harsh as she met each of their gazes, making sure they fully felt how serious she was. Pax Solani does hold other things. Things you could consider recovering. Richmond spoke up, breaking the tension in the room. His voice sounded almost excited. Ashley rolled her eyes at him, letting out a hiss of air and annoyance. How did I know you were going to bring that up? Kaden quirked his eyebrow. Richmond grinned, winking at him before speaking again. Completely ignoring a pointed sigh from Ashley, the pack protects more than just this oath. They also guard the treasures of the blood, royal jewels, histories, tombs, and the silver crowns of the king and queen. He said smugly, earning another eye roll. Off topic, Richmond. She snapped, looking up at him. Fine, he huffed dejectedly before turning the conversation back on topic. We can't look to the packs right now for help. However, that doesn't mean we can't find more wolves to join us. His eyes lit up as he spoke. Ashley suddenly stood up, spinning around to face him. No, Custos. Absolutely not. It's the only way. You heard them, they need more fighters. You need more fighters. No. 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 She said, her hands were balled into tight fists at her sides. Richmond turned away from her, looking at the others. Just because we can't ask any of the other alphas for help doesn't mean we can't get help from their packs. There were many wolves like me who were forced against their will to turn against the crown. And like me, their loyalty was never completely severed. Now, after years of abuse and corruption at the hands of the council and packs, some may be persuaded to support us. Richmond, no. I won't do it. Ashley interrupted. Her body began to shake in anger. How would we reach them? How could we know we could trust them? Kaden asked, feeling the first glimmer of hope all evening blooming in his chest. The guards would be the easiest and the safest to reach out to. Their wolves have never liked being bound so forcibly and twistedly. The younger ones still seek out the truth, not understanding why they feel like they do. It is why so many spread out amongst the different packs. Their wolves compel them to search for the one they were meant for. Her, he said, glancing at a now frowning Ashley. Then there are those who were loyal to me in Himes. They would come if I called. If they heard the oath of the throne, they'd answer it. Talk of rebellion had already begun to spread even before I left. There's a lot of unrest and dissension in the packs. Rumblings of growing resentment and anger. I'm sure there are many like us who would fight. That would fight for her. Not everyone has forgotten what we lost. They would come if you asked? Kaden asked skeptically. Well, Richmond trailed off. A snort brought all of them, so they were again looking at Ashley. No, they would not come if Richmond asked. What he is trying to say is that they would come if I did. Ashley didn't know why she agreed to it, just like she didn't understand why she had re-established the pack of her family and home and had given it to her mate. Or why she had accepted a guardian, or told her secret. Not to mention why she had ever actually revealed her true identity. Why had she allowed them to push and prod her until she was an emotional mess? None of this was part of her plans. She hadn't wanted a pack. Her plan expressly rested on not having one. Or a mate. Or anyone. And yet here she was, somehow considering speaking the words she had sworn she would never talk again. So many promises broken. So many things she had vowed to herself never to do, never to allow, never to remember. So many that she couldn't even keep track of them all anymore. She sighed deeply. Fine. She threw up her hands, cutting off the arguments flying around her. I will send out the call, Custos. Get in contact with those you trust who will be able to spread it, and let Michael help you so it cannot be traced by the council. I will speak enough of the oath that they know who is calling them to arms, but I will not speak at all. I will not claim my throne just for this. Richmond's forehead creased in concentration as he eyed her, thinking, before reluctantly nodding. Okay, she nodded back. Rolling her shoulders, she squared them before meeting his eyes, hers harsh now, her voice cold and steady. She was set on this new course even if she didn't like it, not that she had much of a choice. Tell them. Purum ad vitam. Uramentum ad mortem. Mandatum estut servire. What does it mean? Michael asked, leaning forward over the table, still holding his mate's hand, refusing to let go. Ashley was beginning to understand that feeling. Child to life. Oath to the death. The mandate is to serve. Ashley said, looking away from them and out the window at the bright autumn foliage. It is the first part of the oath of the crown. The promise of my grandfather to the children of the moon. To those who know it, who acknowledge it, it will let them feel that I am alive and that I am in need. Chapter 34. 23 hours. 23 hours from when Ashley conceded to their demands, and now here she was standing in the cool, brisk morning air watching as a convoy of vehicles pulled onto her land. She stood back a bit. Keo cuddled in her arms. Kaden with Austin and Blair stood at the top of the front stairs, watching as the mismatch of cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs pulled to a stop in a massive winding line. Clayton and Richmond stood just in front of her, each on high alert. They all watched stiffly as the air stilled, the dust clouds thrown into the air by screeching tires settling and the smell of exhaust fading. Then the silence was broken as wolves began to pour out of the vehicles. Richmond called it the first wave. The first responders to his calls, those most loyal and trusted, closest to them, and the strongest. Their families were being shipped to 3 of her different properties. Olivia, Ethan, and Micah had been coordinating the moves all night. Hiding phone calls, GPS signals, and electronic trails. Only those willing to fight. Those willing to die were being brought here. Kaden and Richmond had personally looked over each one. Digging through files upon files, searching into everything they could get or that Micah could hack and uncover for them. 49 wolves now stood awkwardly and tensely in a loose group before them. It was easy to see they weren't comfortable. 30 from Himes. They were stiff. all in black. Their boots and heavy camo pants, loaded with weapons backing up Richmond's claim that they all hailed from the guard class. They stood in precise lines, their faces dark and menacing. Their eyes looked past Kaden and laid heavily on the visible marks covering Richmond's bare chest. 12 warriors from Bellator. Unlike Himes, they all weren't older wolves, but a mix with some looking around Kaden's age, if not younger. They watched their former heir with trepidation, their eyes continuously scanning their surroundings. The smallest group was from Pack Lux. 3 runners and 4 enforcers stood awkwardly together and yet separate. It was easy to pick out the runners with their slighter builds and lanky limbs. They all resembled Olivia in stature, their bodies poised as if to take flight at a moment's notice. Kaden cleared his throat, drawing all eyes to him. Welcome. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Kaden Salvatore, and I am Alpha of Pack Argentum Sanguinis. His words were met with hisses of disbelief and scoffs. Holding up his hand to call for silence, he continued, "You came here at the request of Richmond. You answered a call. It is a call some of you may know the meaning of while others do not." Kaden made sure to meet the eyes of every wolf standing before him. He needed to feel them out. He knew all of his pack were doing the same behind him. Ashley was also watching them, scanning through their thoughts and minds. Initially, she had been opposed to the idea. Eventually, he had been able to persuade her that it was the only way to know absolutely whether they could trust any of them. There will be a war. We will fight. We called you here because we want. No, we need you to fight at our side. Who are you fighting? What war? Voices called out, demanding. Kaden raised his hand again, calling for quiet. Pack Fraser has declared war, sanctioned by the Council on no grounds. They say they will come against us tomorrow. But the real war, our real enemy, are your former packs. The alphas who are corrupted by their power, whose abuses and cruelties cannot be tolerated anymore. We, my pack, and I ask you to join us to stop turning a blind eye to everything wrong and twisted and fight to change it. Taking a breath, Kaden glanced back at his mate before facing forward again. We called you here, but the choice is yours to make. Your families will still be safe. You may leave and go to them, and we will protect you the best we can. We will offer you refuge of our pack even if you do not fight. But if you wish to try to fix what is broken, to bring justice upon those who deserve it, then we ask you to stay. They stayed. 7 she-wolves and 42 males, all 49 wolves, decided to stay and fight. It wasn't easy getting to that decision. Fights broke out, blood was shed, insults spat, and multiple challenges to Kaden, Richmond, Austin, Blair, Clayton, and even Olivia's authority and dominance ensued first. Kaden had to wade into 4 separate fistfights to break up clashes as warriors, guards, and enforcers of competing packs tried to reestablish some sense of a pecking order. It was exhausting, but after 3 hours, all of the new wolves had sworn themselves to Kaden and his pack. For now, none of them were told Ashley's identity, nor why Richmond wore the marks he did. Olivia and Ethan worked quickly to get the new wolves settled in the 4 other houses on her property, while Richmond and Kaden worked out a strategy. Micah was trying to get a handle on Pack Silva's movements and beginning research into the Council and other packs. Ashley was sitting on the porch steps, the crisp fall breeze stirring her hair with the scent of falling leaves and pine. Keo curled at her hip, his little body wrapped tightly around hers. She had her sketch pad out and resting against her legs, pencils scratching across the page when Richmond, Kaden, and Austin rejoined her. Standing near her in the shade of the porch, they watched as Clay and Blair now worked with the new wolves in the front yard. A few threw the occasional suspicious glance her way, but most seemed to ignore her presence. Kaden and the others studied the new pack members critically, studying each of them intently. They needed to be broken up. Guardians, warriors, enforcers, guards, runners, trackers. All needed to know where they fit in. Each rank needed to bond and learn each other. If they were going to be fighting alongside one another, they needed trust, loyalty, obedience. Pack Silva has just under 200 wolves. Most are women and children. They don't have many enforcers, little if any of the warrior class. Austin said, keeping his eyes on the training. Still, they'll outnumber us. Kaden remarked, his voice low as he sent a glare at a wolf who was staring too long at where Ashley sat. The wolf was quick to turn away at the deadly look from his new alpha. They don't know about our numbers. Their pack is lazy and unorganized. They haven't seriously fought since the revolt. They're always hiding behind the council or your father. Austin said, his face twisting in disgust. It is an advantage. Richmond agreed. They're strong. Kaden put in, switching back to their own numbers as he eyed those now beginning to spar in partners. I can claim at least 3 to the Guardians, Richmond said slowly. That was a surprise to them all. Clay says he can claim at least 10 to Warrior. Kaden's eyes went blank with Austin's words, mind linking to Clay. He flipped quickly through the faces Clay had picked out. Grunting, Kaden nodded his head in concession. I agree, so he is 10. Olivia takes the 3 without question, but I would send her the 1. The young pup from Bellator, yes, I agree also. Austin cut in, nodding his head to a black-haired teen from their old pack. How many do you AUS? Kaden asked, linking Blair to move the raven-haired boy to the smallest group on the lawn where Olivia was working one-on-one with her team. She noticed him approaching before her eyes swung to the porch, nodding her head. She had seen it as well. Of what's left? I'd send 7 to you, Richmond. Obvious guards. Richmond nodded at this, already knowing who he was wanting to point out. Blair and Clay had begun dividing the wolves up on the lawn as they listened to the others' observations through the mind link. So that leaves me and Blair with 25 for enforcers. Any concerns? Kaden asked to each of his high ranks. Getting negative responses from all of them, he turned to his mate. Crouching down, he waited until her head slowly rose, and he was able to meet the spectacular gray of her eyes. Any concerns, love? He asked lowly, his chin nodding to those on the front lawn and disappearing into the surrounding woods after Clay. He watched as her eyes clouded over her face, blank as her body froze completely. It was still amazing that she could do this. His pride in his mate soared as he felt as she flipped effortlessly through mind after mind. It didn't matter if they were closed off, blocked, open, or hidden, she saw it all. She didn't dig though, just skimmed the surface, tasted their thoughts, their feelings for lack of a better word. Were they jealous? Vengeful? Angry? Suspicious? Nervous? Guilty? She scanned them all, looking for anything that popped out. Blinking slowly, she focused back on the clear blue of her mate, his dark hair falling carelessly across his forehead. His black tee sculpted to the impressive muscles of his chest and shoulders. He still squatted before her, his hands resting loosely on his black-fitted jean-clad knees. His feet were bare as they rested near each of her own, his face shadowed by dark stubble. It all would have looked harsh and intimidating if not for the small smile he wore when he looked at her. It softened his whole face. She shook her head at his question. He searched hers before giving her another smile and nodding once before pushing himself up. Ashley, you are not leaving this house. Kaden bit out, his eyes flashing. His words were met by a blank stare. Ashley. His voice warned as he watched her. His body standing in front of the door, blocking the path. Austin knocked on the wood again, signaling their need to leave. They were moving to the edge of their territory to await Fraser's attack. Olivia and her people had already been out there for hours, scouting the land and positioning themselves as lookouts. Blair was also out there with their new guards, running a perimeter to make sure they didn't get blindsided. AUS, Clay, their enforcers, warriors, and guardians were geared from the armory and were now just waiting for him before moving out. She didn't even blink at him. He ran a hand through his hair, eyeing her skeptically. He had known it was a long shot to get her to stay behind, but he had to try. He let out a long breath before snorting at her. Fine, love, he said, rolling his eyes even as worry and dread ate at his stomach at the thought of her being anywhere near the coming fight. But you stay at Richard's side and you do not ditch his guardians. And please just stay safe. Not caring that he was practically begging her by the end. Ashley felt herself softening towards him again once he stopped trying to order her around. Keo was locked downstairs with Micah and Ethan in the security suite, and she missed him already. She just wanted to get this nuisance over with. Cocking her head, she decided she should at least answer him, I will be fine. Kaden let out a growl which quickly turned into a groan, his head falling back as he closed his eyes. Just please stay safe. He pleaded again before opening the door to meet his beta, his Luna at his side. Chapter 35. War is never pretty. It is never righteous or glorious. War is dirty. It is terrifying, loud and horrific. There is no good side, no winner or loser. There is only the side that lost less, the side that managed to kill more of the other. There are no clean hands in a battle, no innocent, pure-hearted heroes. When you die, you are no different from the enemy beside you. You bleed the same, cry the same, die the same. Meaning, intention, cause, logic, none of it matters here. Here, all that matters is death. It is the only truth. The issue of rest before. And perhaps it matters after. But at the clash of battle, at the first bash of side against side, with the first death, the first drop of blood, it all shrinks away and none of it matters. Why does it lose all meaning? There is no more right or wrong, good or evil. There is only life and death and the struggle to hold on to who you were before it started. This was no different. They were fighting for the good. It did not mean they were good. Did not mean their actions were reasonable. In the cold autumn air, under the partially hidden moon, there was little that distinguished them from their enemies. Here, they were all the same. The only difference was which team you were on. Tomorrow it would matter. In the light of day, good and bad, right and wrong would exist once more. But now they were in the dark. There was no light. They say the victor writes history. War is written in blood. They didn't have to wait long before it started. One of Olivia's scouts spotted them first. Ashley knew it was starting when Kaden tensed beside her. Richmond inched ever closer, so his body was nearly brushing against hers. Suddenly, they heard the sounds of paws and feet echoing through the trees. Taking a deep breath, Kaden caught the traces of their scents on the breeze. As the trespassing wolves drew closer, they grew stronger. Kaden threw a glance over his shoulder at his mate. Richmond and his 3 new guardians, Leland, Emmett, and Hugo, stood around her. Not knowing her identity, they hadn't been able to take the oaths of the guardians yet, but they were still taking their duties seriously. Richmond had been quick to reassure him that even if they didn't know who she was, their wolves would still feel a pull and a need to protect her. Meeting the cool gray of her eyes, he pushed lightly against their bond only to find that, like her exterior, she had shut down again. He felt nothing from her. A slight frown formed as he watched her worriedly. Sensing his unease, she shook her head in the slightest motion possible before becoming still once more, letting out a sigh. He realized that was all the reassurance he was going to get from her. Shifting his focus quickly, Kaden looked to the wolf at her side. Richmond was utterly calm, a picture of confidence and dominance as he stood towering beside her. He wouldn't leave her side. Kaden had to trust that. Had to entrust the safety of his mate to him. He had a duty to her and to their people, and he couldn't do that and protect her, even if he wanted to. Kaden stepped forward with Austin at his shoulder. He pushed all of his fears, doubts, and worries away. He had to be calm, ready, and level-headed. Fury and rage would not help him in this situation. Now he had to be an alpha and protect his pack. Standing rigidly, they watched as Stanley emerged from between the dark trees. A cruel smirk on his face as his beta and third walked at his sides. They were surrounded by at least 30 more wolves, most of which were already shifted. Kaden felt his anger bubble to the surface with one look at the man, but quickly pushed it down again before it could betray him on his face. He also didn't let his face give anything away when Olivia mind-linked him to say that they had counted at least 50 more wolves hidden in the woods near the clearing they had decided to wait at. The rest of Fraser's pack had broken off into 2 groups and were moving to surround them. Close to 80 against their less than 50. Definitely not the most incredible odds. Kaden didn't let his mind consider this. His pack needed to make him feel confident and steady. Stanley, I see you have crossed our boundary lines once more, and with friends, I was not aware that I had granted you permission. Kaden addressed the man, not raising his voice, knowing that it would carry even though they were separated by close to 20 feet. He kept his tone light and friendly. I hear you received my warning? You seem as if you were expecting me. Stanley replied, lifting his voice as he smirked at him once more. Kaden didn't let out the growl that wanted to escape. Refusing to let the man get a rise out of him with the casual and flippant comment about the two ex-members that he had harmed and left for dead. Their only crimes were who they loved. Their bodies in pain were then used as a sick message. Kaden hated this man, and at the words, he felt a flicker of hate and rage dart across the bond from Ashley. He had to fight his wolf from turning and comforting her. It wasn't easy, but he managed to keep his eyes forward. You do work quickly, I'll give you that. What grounds has the council so cleverly thought up to sanction a severe attack this time? Kaden let the sarcasm and disgust drip from his words, no longer attempting to hide his contempt. Did you want more time to play, Pack? I like this side of you, Kaden. No more daddy to protect you. Will you beg me to save you? Beg me to spare your precious little mate even as I make you watch as I take her down. Kaden couldn't hold back the growl this time. His wolf begged him to be released, to take this man and bring him down. You will not lay one finger on her. Kaden bit out between vicious snarls, his eyes flashing black. He heard Austin and a few others echoing growls from around him at the threat. The Alpha across from him finally seemed to take notice that they weren't alone. Well, and who do we have here? New faces I see. How quaint, Kaden. Where did you find these traitors who are so willing to fight for you? You think you will stand a chance against my pack? A pack that has stood since the beginning? You are a child. All you are doing is giving me more bodies to lay at your feet. Perhaps I should be thanking you. Oh, and I will do more than that. One so beautiful, so unique, I think I will deal with her personally. As he spoke, his eyes lit up with a gleam of madness. Deranged insanity danced in their depths as his voice took on a creepy sing-song quality that made Kaden want to grab his mate and get her as far away from him as possible. I will give you one more warning, Stanley. Turn around and leave, and I will let you live. Stay and you will die. There is no council here, none of your precious allies for you to run behind. I do not want to harm any of my kind, but I will if you push me, and I can promise that if this comes to a fight it will be your body at my feet. Steel laced his voice as he let the strength of his wolf pour forth, hoping that the foolish Alpha would take the hint and turn away. No such luck. Kaden only had a moment's notice, a slight flicker to his left that had him turning to take the flying wolf on head-to-head. As if that was the cue, all hell broke loose. The Fraser wolves that had been hidden raced from the shadows of the trees, instantly surrounding Kaden, Austin, Richmond, and his men. Stanley's maniacal laughter filled the air as his voice boomed out, arrogance heavy in his voice. Surrender now, and I will offer you a quick death. Kaden didn't have the time to respond. He had shifted mid-leap as he hurled himself at the gray and brown medium-sized wolf that had launched the attack. His wolf was much stronger and larger, so it wasn't much of a fight. Kaden felt his teeth sink into the other wolf's neck. He felt the spray of blood as his sharp canines found their mark. Kaden felt a flash of regret as the wolf's body went limp, falling onto the earth in a heap. He didn't have time to dwell before he was turning to meet another attack launched by a gray wolf at his back. And so it went, Kaden meeting attack after attack. Most times, 2 or 3 wolves at a time would come against him. Kaden and Austin were the only other 2 who shifted. Richmond and Ashley's 3 other guards had formed a protective circle around her, their backs facing in, with her standing still and calm in the center. Their faces were blank and passive even as their eyes cautiously watched the wolves that began to circle them. However, none were alarmed in the slightest. This only acted to enrage the enemy wolves further. Seeing the implied insult for what it was, Richmond and the 3 guards didn't even view the other pack wolves as threats worthy of the need to shift. Instead, they stayed in their human forms, arms hanging loosely at their sides. Howls and furious growls exploded in the chilly night air. Kaden and Austin stood a few feet away, back to back, eyeing the wolves around them and snapping and snarling at anyone who had the foolish idea to try to take on the massive forms of the Alpha and Beta. Both were easily the largest wolves in the clearing, and in their wolf form, their strength and dominance were even easier to feel. Even being outnumbered, the attacking wolves glanced around nervously as they took in the fallen forms of their fellow pack members now littering the ground. Most of those left standing sported some injury from the two larger wolves, who themselves had barely been touched after another vicious howl from Kaden. Some of the other pack felt the strangest urge from their wolves to submit and cower. Stanley, watching as his pack began to tremble and back away from them, began cursing and shouting, commanding them to attack. Kaden took the opportunity to send out his own call. It was only a few heartbeats until the sounds of paws against the hard ground could be heard echoing around them once more. Kaden watched as Stanley's head whipped up, looking around in complete confusion, as Kaden's pack now ran into the clearing, circling what was left of his. His wolves didn't hesitate before throwing themselves into battle. He had allowed the other pack to leave, and he had warned them of the consequences. Part of him knew that these wolves were not the problem and that a twisted alpha was commanding them, but right now, they were a threat, and he couldn't allow his pack to show any mercy or weakness. Now it was time to teach them what happened to those who threatened them. Kaden and Austin jumped forward as Brian tackled a wolf close to him. Their enforcers were quickly behind him, each leaping forward, teeth and claws met the enemy. Snarling and growling erupted around them as the sides came together. The sounds of the fight soon filled the air, as the tangy scent of battle hung heavy in the darkness. Clay led his warriors from the opposite side and was slowly but persistently fighting his way through the circle of wolves to the center, where Aus and Kaden were engaged in their own fights. Olivia had control of the runners and guards. Leading them, she had them circling the clearing where the fighting raged on. She was tasked with ensuring that none of the wolves escaped, especially Stanley and his higher-ranking colleagues. It didn't surprise any of them when she linked them that the enemy Alpha was attempting to flee after only a few minutes of fighting. Although they had the numbers, Kaden's fighters were simply stronger, better trained, and far more loyal. It soon became clear that none of the Fraser wolves had come willingly, and none had the desire to die for their Alpha. Almost immediately, Kaden had wolves submitting to him, surrendering themselves easily before his bared teeth. Still, though, there were a lot of wolves who did fight, and at nearly 2-1, it was an intense battle. Ashley had watched as the first wolf launched himself at her mate. Her heart nearly stopped. Richmond, feeling her panic, had muttered lowly under his breath at her, "Princess, he is fine. Look, he is unhurt. Your mate can handle himself." She knew it was true, and watching the massive, black wolf of her mate effortlessly take down the smaller wolf, she could tell that not only was he far stronger, but also much more skilled. He fought with a confidence and speed that outmatched the others by a long shot. She didn't move, and neither did her guard, as they watched as the rest of the pack joined the fight just as Kaden and the others had planned. The idea of the surprise attack, coupled with their being greatly underestimated, was intended to compensate for their numerical disadvantage. It all seemed to be going well. The silver blood wolves were ruthless, working alone and in tandem to bring down wolf after wolf, advancing towards their alpha while leaving a trail of fallen opponents in their wake. Slowly, the other pack was feeling the strain. They had come in expecting a simple, easy execution. They were not prepared for an even fight. Wolves that began submitting, surrendering themselves to her mate and his pack, were knocked out. Kaden had some of the enforcers start to guard their unconscious bodies. By now, most of the circle had been broken and dispersed. Numerous enforcers and warriors had made their way to the center and now worked with Kaden, Austin, and Clay to take down the few wolves still fighting. Kaden was currently fighting one-on-one with a larger wolf with a reddish-brown coat. He wasn't nearly as large as Austin, but it wasn't hard to tell that he was the Fraser beta, Garrett. He was more skilled than many of the other wolves, but he wasn't a match for Kaden. Wounds slowly began to cover him as his movements became more sluggish. Kaden only had a few superficial surface wounds, and it was clear to see who had come out on top. It was then that Ashley noticed it. Her eyes narrowed as she let her senses sharpen, pulling her eyes away from her mate and his pack. She felt a sneer twist in her head as she watched his back retreat into the dark. Without hesitating, she bolted between Richmond and Leland's bodies, barely noticing as her body knocked against theirs, too focused on her prey. She ignored Richmond's cries for her to stop. Pushing herself forward, she flew across the clearing, leaping over bodies, dead and alive. Only momentarily pausing to kick an enemy wolf who was attempting to sneak up behind one of the new enforcers. Her strike sends him flying backwards into a nearby tree with a loud crack. Ashley didn't wait to see what happened next, already pushing them from her mind as she pushed herself to go faster. He only made it a few hundred feet from the clearing before she caught him. She didn't slow down, using the momentum from the tackle to chase him. She leapt at his back, tackling him to the ground. Rolling forward, she leapt gracefully to her feet, turning quickly to watch as he shook off the effects of her attack. When his eyes landed on her, she watched as a sick, twisted glint appeared in his eyes. The smirk that accompanied it made her skin crawl. She didn't give him more time to recuperate. Instead, she pushed off and flew at him once more, her foot connecting with a satisfying thud into his abdomen, earning her a hiss from the man. The power of her kick drives the air from his body. Shock and surprise flashed across his face before being replaced by rage. She only had the slight twitch of the muscle in his arm as a warning before his fist was flying towards her face. She easily evaded. Pushing everything from her mind, she focused on everything she had been taught. This is what they had made her, what she had been sculpted for: violence and death. They traded blows back and forth, hers hitting each time with heavy force, drawing pain from him. Her face stayed blank and impassive, even as inside she felt a satisfied delight, as the cocky, slimy Alpha began to realize just how outclassed he was. She received a few hits, but they mostly glanced off her, using momentum to absorb the impacts without feeling the weight of them. Her lack of reaction only egged him on. She could feel his fury and rage as it began to boil. Sweat and grime covered him as he glared at her hatefully. He was weakening from his multiple injuries, but she never let herself forget that he was still an Alpha. That meant that, unlike those rogues from the motel, he had been trained all his life to fight and protect his title. Not that he was doing an excellent job of it at the moment, of course. She stilled her attack for a moment as she watched him push himself heavily off the ground from where her latest kick to his temple had thrown him. He was spitting insults, and she found herself with a sick desire to play with him. "You little pest. I will end you," he snarled, filth dripping from a gash near his temple and from another under his swollen eye. She stood frozen, just watching him, her face blank. This only angered him further as he let out a harsh snarl, his lips pulling back to reveal his elongated canines. "You would run from your pack as they die, fighting a battle you picked?" She finally asked, genuinely finding herself curious as to how an Alpha could act like this. She thought she saw the slightest flicker of shame and guilt cross his features before it was quickly replaced with disgust and anger. It wasn't supposed to be this. He spat out his hands, shaking. "I had the council's support. I should already be back receiving my rewards for carrying out their justice." Ashley cocked her head to the side as she watched him. It was a pity that all her grandfather had built and worked for was left in the hands of men like this. It was sickening. "You speak of justice, and yet you know nothing of it," she replied calmly. "I deserve this. This is my land. I am Alpha. I have done everything they have asked. They promised me." His words trailed off as his eyes flashed black. "Ah, I see," Ashley said quietly as she saw the words he wouldn't know. He looked up at her in shock, his eyes clouded in confusion. "You weren't going to get Alpha. Your father had chosen another." She kept her voice monotone and emotionless. She felt nothing for this man, even now that she knew why he was as he was. No reason could justify all that he had done. She did not pity him, nor did she feel any remorse for what was to come. The two wolves now under her protection were not the first of his pack mates to feel his wrath, and her family was not the last that he had helped bring down to protect his undeserved title and power. He was sick and corrupt. A growl ripped from him as his body began to shake as her words sank in. She saw the horror and truth flash over his face as he tried to figure out how she knew. She thought he would attack her, at least that's what an actual Alpha would do. Of course, he was never supposed to be one, so really it wasn't a surprise when he did the exact opposite. Spitting another string of threats and curses at her, he turned to run. Only this time, someone blocked his path. Chapter 36. Ashley looked up, meeting the calm, rich, chocolate-brown eyes of the new participant in their little game. His arms were folded over his chest, his feet planted as he calmly barred the path of the retreating Alpha. Stanley looked at him and grinned before spinning around to face Ashley. A gleeful expression was now taking over his face and quickly replacing the fear and rage that had previously dominated. "Is it true?" the newcomer asked in a low and soft voice, but she still heard him. "Of course not, you idiot. Now grab her. She attacked me and she must pay," Stanley shouted, his face smirking at her again. If Ashley weren't so concentrated on the new wolf, she might have shivered from the disgusting images that his mind was conjuring up as he looked at her. Holding his questioning stare with a calm one of her own, she watched him evenly. Both were now completely ignoring the raging Alpha blubbering between them. Searching his face, she made sure she kept her own blank. Finally, she spoke, her voice nearly as low and soft as his had been. "You know it is." The wolf held her gaze for another minute before slowly nodding his head while letting out a low sigh of defeat. A look of pure sorrow played over his features. "What now?" he asked, glancing back at his Alpha. Cocking her head, she also looked at the man who was now watching the two of them with growing unease. His face began to pale in horror as his eyes flicked between them in disbelief. No, you can't do this. I am an Alpha. You're Alpha. I have the council. They won't let you get away with this." He screamed at them, his head now whipping between them comically as his hands came up in a useless attempt to ward off any advance. Ashley finally let her face change. Her cool mask of indifference dissolved as a deadly smile erupted, letting all of her fury, hate, and rage fill her eyes. At the change, both men took a step back from her. She felt as Richmond started moving in her direction and making his way towards her at a faster rate. Across the mate bond, she felt as her mate's own emotions spiked. Worry and concern filled him as he registered her now unrestrained and consuming emotions clearly. She let out a cold, menacing laugh as she stalked forward. Her eyes began to swirl with silver as her wolf became one with her. Melding together, both focused on their prey. It satisfied them to watch as he cowered before their advance, prowling gracefully in the moonlight. "Oh, that is where you are wrong, Stan. I can and I will. I will feel your life drain away by my hands and I will rejoice in it. You have lived long with this debt on your head and now I am here to collect." His eyes widened as he stared at her. Who are you?" The thick stench of terror and fear was wafting from him, making her wolf howl with delight and relish in the power. "You know who I am. Did you think you would not pay for what you did? Did you think we would forget? Did you think your counsel could shield you forever?" Her voice was deadly, ice and venom in her veins. "They will bring you down for this. You won't get away from them." She never stopped, gliding across the space until she was nearly on top of him. Tilting her head back, she looked up at him, leaning close until there was only a whisper of space between her still form and his now trembling one. Pitching her voice so it took on that of a friendly conspirator who was handing him her biggest secret, she leaned in even closer, going onto her toes to reach him. Letting her breath fan across his skin, she whispered sweetly into his ear, "Not if I get them first." And then she struck. Her blows were a blur that he could no longer keep up with. His wolf put up a fight, his Alpha blood trying to make one final show, but it simply wasn't enough. When he tried to flee once more, he found the path again blocked by the other wolf. Dropping to his knees, Ashley watched coldly as he begged for his life. The other wolf ignored his desperate pleas. The cries for mercy and compassion fell unanswered in the dark forest. Without hesitation or second thought, she moved behind him. Her hand expertly grabbed the dagger from her sleeve in one fluid motion. With barely a whisper of wind, she brought her arm out, the silver glinting dangerously and deadly in the pale light of the moon, as the other hand grabbed harshly at his stiffly gelled hair. Wrenching back violently, she exposed his neck. And then it was red. In one swift move, She ran the edge of the blade against his flesh. The incredibly sharp edge struck deep into his vulnerable throat, silencing his words in a gurgle of air and blood. The silver coated the gash, preventing it from healing. Wordlessly, they watched as his body crumpled to the ground, his life draining from his veins while staining the forest floor. Richmond and her new guard were around her in the next minute. In the blink of an eye, they had formed a circle around her. Their bodies were stiff and tense as they surrounded her. Their eyes were anxious with fear and worry as they caught a scent of her in the air. Richmond let out a growl as he planted himself directly in front of her, squaring off with the other wolf still standing in the clearing. Not one spared a glance for the defeated Alpha crumpled between them. The other wolf was quick to uncross his arms at the sudden appearance, throwing his hands in the air in a symbol of submission and surrender at Richmond's growl. When her guardian didn't let up, and his chest began to rumble with its force, the other wolf smartly retreated. Taking 2 careful steps back, his eyes dropped quickly from her and to the ground at her feet. It was this scene that Kaden, Austin, and Clay ran into. Kaden took one sweeping look before moving with lethal intention to her side. His face was stern and furious, but his eyes showed the worry and terror blazing under the surface. Her guards moved immediately to let their Alpha pass before quickly closing ranks behind him again. Austin and Clay moved so they stood near Richmond, positioning themselves so they were effectively further blocking any path to her. The other wolf smartly took another step back as the newest additions set themselves against him. He didn't overlook the unfriendly faces now watching him suspiciously. Kaden ignored everyone as he took in his mate. Her hair was wild and tangled, tumbling around her shoulders and back, twigs and leaves caught in the silvery strands. Catching the scent of her, his eyes turned black, a growl rumbling in his chest as he stepped closer to her. Anger erupts through him at the thought of her being hurt, of someone harming her. He wanted to take them down, to destroy. He met the cool, calm steel of her eyes. He calmed slightly, at least enough so he could speak. "You're hurt. So are you." He scoffed at her statement, causing her to roll her eyes at him. He let out a small chuckle, feeling a bit of his fear and anger ebb as his eyes scanned over her. "Where are you hurt?" He tried again. "It's nothing." He growled again, to which she huffed, rolling her eyes at him again before showing him a few of the minor scrapes and bruises on her arms. His eyes flashed to her neck as he scented her again, his eyes darkening. His hand moved to shift her hair, but she pulled away from him. He let out another low growl, this time in irritation. Looking up at him, he heard her sigh before she gingerly pulled her hair back over the other shoulder, letting him get a view of the 4 claw marks that raked down the delicate flesh of her neck. His body stilled. His vision flashed red as complete fury took him over. He turned slowly, looking at the wolf that wasn't from his pack. The man's eyes were flashing nervously between Kaden and his mate while he shifted his weight from foot to foot. His face was pale and wary. Kaden felt another growl rip out of his chest, shaking the trees around them. Richmond and Austin stepped aside as he made to move forward. Suddenly, a small hand on his forearm stopped him. He looked back in surprise and followed the small, delicate hand up to the steady, calm face of his mate. Her eyes were gentle as they looked at him. The feel of her skin on his calmed him, as did her scent. He let her light touch hold him still as he eyed her cautiously. Ashley offered him a small smile as she read the emotions still swirling in him. It wasn't him. Kaden growled lowly at the mention of the other wolf and the reminder of her being wounded. He also definitely wasn't happy with her defending another man to him. His eyes flicked down to her neck, where she had pulled her hair in an attempt to hide the injury from him once more. His eyes narrowed dangerously. It was the Alpha. Stanley. Her voice was soft and gentle. This had Kaden's eyes black, as all traces of calmness evaporated as his wolf threatened to take over completely. His body began to shake as his wolf urged, no demanded, him to act. To sink his teeth into flesh. I dealt with him. That snapped him out of it. His anger now shifted to his mate, who was regarding him calmly. It didn't escape Kaden's notice how the other wolves were shifting uneasily in the presence of his alpha's rage, and he knew that not only was it filtering through the pack link, but waves of dominance and rage were most likely radiating from him, permeating the air of the clearing. "You!" he snarled, his eyes narrowing as he stepped closer to her until his chest was nearly brushing against hers. His height forced her to tilt her head back to hold his stare as she defiantly nodded her head in confirmation. "I told you to stay out of it. I told you to stay at Richmond's side. I told you to not get hurt." He gritted out as he continued to glare down at her. She didn't flinch under the weight of his eyes or words. Standing her ground, her voice was flat as she spoke back to him. "And I told you not to attempt to command me." He threw his hands in the air before running one through the tousled silkiness of his raven hair, before pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. He felt her spike of amusement as he glared at her once more. Ashley looked up at her mate and couldn't help the tiny smile that crept out at the feel of his concern and worry for her. She looked him over, her own instincts now pushing her to make sure he was unhurt and safe. She had been trying to ignore it, but eventually just gave in and let her eyes roll over him. Grime and dirt covered him from head to toe. She eyed a few stains, taking a deep breath. Ignoring his overpowering and intoxicating scent for the moment, she filtered through them and was relieved to find that most of it wasn't his. A few scratches were covering his chest and arms, but nothing too deep, and most were already beginning to heal on their own. Colorful bruises bloomed over his skin, but it didn't look like anything was broken. His broad, muscular chest was on full display, and somewhere he had managed to find a pair of shorts that rode dangerously low on his narrow hips. She couldn't help it when her eyes roamed over him, taking in every dip and valley of his muscles, or that her heartbeat sped up at the sight. Her stomach clenched, and it wasn't necessarily unpleasant. Ignoring her comment, Kaden nudged his chin in the direction of the other wolf, who now stood looking as if he was considering bolting and disappearing for a very long time. Ashley couldn't fault him. Her mate was an intimidating sight, especially covered in grime after coming out of a battle from which he won while being outnumbered 2-1. Not to mention, they were all calmly standing around with a defeated Alpha at their feet. He stopped him from escaping. That caught him off guard. Kaden looked down at his little mate before eyeing the other wolf critically. "My mate says you helped her to stop your Alpha." The man nodded. "Why?" Kaden demanded, his voice harsh. "Just because he was my Alpha doesn't mean I agree with him. What he has done, no one should get away with. Our pack is better off without him." Kaden couldn't help but hear the honesty in the words. He looked down at his mate again, cocking his head, unsure what she wanted to do. It was clear that something more was going on. Now that he was sure she was unhurt and safe, he was happy to let her take control. Feeling his emotions shift, she let her own barriers down, letting him back into her mind before turning to face her newfound ally. He was tall, well, he would have been if she wasn't constantly surrounded by the giants of her mate, his friends, and not to mention Richmond. Still, he was probably around 6 feet tall, with broad and well-defined shoulders and chest. His light brown hair was brushed along his collar, where it was combed away from his face. His cocky stance, however, was being diminished by the nervous looks he was throwing her. Your Alpha was wrongly given his title. His own father approached the council set to have it denied to him. The council used the knowledge of his power and greed to its advantage. He has ordered and been a part of horrible crimes against our kind. You watched me stop him. Ashley spoke, taking in everything. Slowly he nodded, unsure what would happen next. You had fallen out of favor with him for some time now. Opposed his alliance with the council, fought his oppression of your pack. Again he nodded, confusion overcoming him as she spoke of things she shouldn't know. Your old Alpha had a choice for who he wanted to take over instead of his son. Did you know who it was? Honest shock filled him as he shook his head. After a minute, he watched as the tiny little she-wolf nodded at him. Still unsure, he followed her gaze as she once more looked at the hulking shape of her mate standing at her side. Her following words stunned them all. Kiera was chosen to replace Stanley's father, David, as the next Alpha of the Silva pack. He was opposed to the council and supported the old Alpha in cutting ties with them. However, David underestimated them. He didn't move fast enough, and they had him taken out. From there, they had Stanley initiated. Kiera will take over his rightful title of Alpha and will ally with your pack. What? Kiera shouted, taking a step forward, only to be intercepted by Richmond and Austin, who let out low growls of warning, their fists clenching as their eyes narrowed to slits, both grabbing him harshly. Kiera's first instinct was to fight the hands holding him, but he fought it down instead, forcing his body to go limp and holding his breath for what would happen next. Kaden looked skeptically at the wolf in question, feeling for his mate across their bond. Shifting through her feelings, he felt her certainty and confidence. Richmond. Ouse! His voice was sharp, and both men instantly dropped their restraining hands, although Richmond let out another threatening growl before stepping back. Kaden stepped forward. "Does my mate speak the truth?" he asked, letting his authority and power resonate in his voice. Even with his darker skin, it was easy to watch as the head warrior visibly paled under the unflinching stare from the Alpha. Shakily, he nodded, although he was still shocked about the revelations. Everything she had said about his feelings and positions about the council and his old Alpha's actions was correct. "All right then. Take your pack back to your land. Tomorrow you will come with your chosen beta and third to our house and we'll take the oaths. From here on, Pack Silva will share in a treaty of peace as allies with Pack Argentum Sanguinis." The name caused a tremor of shock and surprise to flash through Kiera, but he smartly didn't question it, simply nodding at the order. He felt his curiosity spike as he looked again at the petite silver-haired she-wolf. Watching them, he wondered not for the first time who in the hell these people were. Chapter 37. Ashley had to admit the place was pretty sleazy, but looking around in the dim light, she knew it would fit the purposes she needed. She had needed to get away. The urge to flee, to run, was too much. She couldn't be around them anymore. 3 hours before. Slowly, they had made their way back to the house. A few of the enforcers had been ordered to remain behind to dispose of the bodies, while Clay and his warriors had escorted the remaining members of the Silva Pack and their new Alpha, Kiera, back across the borders to their lands. Everyone was quiet as they walked back to the house. Kaden still had the guards and some of the enforcers running patrols around the borders and would have them working in continuous shifts from now on. Tonight had made everything real. They were going head-to-head with the packs, and this was only the beginning of the fighting and danger. Richmond and her new guardians were still on high alert, hovering close around her stoically. Kaden and Richmond were equally handing out verbal lashings at anyone they could for letting her get hurt, their combined anger and worry not yet dampened. She received her fair share of it. Kaden was at her side, refusing to let her move from it. Every few seconds, his eyes would dart to her, and relief would flash across his bond as if he was expecting her to vanish. It was suffocating. Upon arriving at the house, they were met by a flurry of activity. Micah and Olivia were running around helping Ethan attend to those injured and wounded from the battle. They hadn't experienced any casualties on their side this time, but there were numerous injuries, and a few of them were critically injured. More than half of the men that Alpha Stanley had brought had been killed, including him and his beta. Ashley knew it wasn't Olivia's fault. She knew it wasn't any of their faults. She couldn't handle it. When the she-wolf had rushed her with a look of worry and terror, overtaking her features at the sight of the blood on her, she knew logically that it was natural. Their concern, their worry, their attachment to her. It was part of the bonds. A natural reaction of their instincts, both wolf and human alike, to care for her and focus on her. She couldn't handle it. Looking around at those hurt and injured, I feel the tension still hanging in the air, the weary faces. The scent of fear and blood surrounded her. The looks of expectation, loyalty, and attachment. It was too much. Sidestepping Olivia's outstretched hands, she had fled. Throwing a grimace over her shoulder at her mate's enraged face, she didn't let her spike of guilt stop her from jumping in the car. Her foot pressed heavily on the gas as the tires screeched loudly as she dashed out of the garage and down the drive, spitting gravel and smoke in her wake. She hadn't stopped. pushing the brand new Audi R8 to its limits. The sleek black car streaked down the deserted streets. Jumping onto the more populated ones, she expertly weaved in and out of traffic, putting much-needed distance between her and the Silverbloods. With each mile, she began to feel the pressure in her chest lessen. Slowly, the white-knuckled grip she had on the steering wheel began to loosen, and she felt herself able to take deep breaths of air. Her head started to ache from the pressure of Richmond and Kaden trying to force their way into her mind. It was when her wolf began to hear their calls and pleas for her that she noticed the bar. Without bothering to slow down, she whipped the wheel, jerking the car off the road in a hairpin high-speed turn. A shower of dirt, dust, and gravel clouded around her as she jerked to a rough stop, letting it settle before she opened the door on a soft sigh of air. The dark interior and seedy crowd didn't alarm her. In fact, the slightly neglected and feral atmosphere fit her current mood perfectly. Taking a deep breath, she picked out the scents of several werewolves scattered amongst the crowd. She felt their eyes follow her as she moved towards a dirty booth in the corner. She ignored them. Resting her head back and closing her eyes, she tried to push all her bubbling emotions back down. It was easier said than done. Hearing a throat clear near her, she reluctantly opened one eye and peered up at the hulking figure now standing unnecessarily close to her. Taking a whiff of the air, she wasn't shocked to find he was a wolf. Smirking down at her, she forced herself not to react as his eyes raked over her body greedily. His eyes grew dark with obvious lust. "What's a pretty little thing like you doing out here all by your lonesome?" Ashley fought the urge to roll her eyes. "Saw the cute little car you pulled up in, not bad, but I could give you a better ride," he whispered seductively as he leaned in closer into her personal space, so she could now easily scent the heavy odor of sweat and alcohol that was coming from him. His eyes dropped to her chest and back up to her before he winked crudely at her. She considered killing him. After a moment's thought, she decided against it, not really interested in dealing with the fallout of so many witnesses, human and not. Instead, she settled for opening her second eye and turning her head so she could level her coldest glare on the man. Undeterred, he offered her another smirk. Ashley had to chalk it up to the booze for making him this clueless and foolish. "How about I get you a drink, sweetheart?" He said, his voice slurred heavily now. Letting out a tiny sigh, Ashley felt her patience snap. She knew her eyes flashed silver as she shoved the command into the man's mind, but honestly, she couldn't care anymore. She watched impartially and unconcerned as his body slumped gracelessly to the floor. She eyed his limp form as she blocked out the few concerned glances being thrown their way and instead considered his previous suggestion. He may have been on to something with the drink offer at the very least. An older blonde server was placing 8-shot glasses on the table before her when the door was unceremoniously slammed open, banging loudly against its frame from the force. Ashley didn't raise her head. She showed no interest whatsoever in the newcomer. Instead, she kept her gaze focused on the tiny glasses of intriguing liquid, lined up neatly on the scarred and stained tabletop. Without a word, the server turned and stepped over the still unconscious man sprawled out on the ground before returning to the bar. Picking up the first glass, Ashley raised it to her lips, grimacing when she inhaled the smell of the honey-colored drink. Screwing up her face, she slammed the shot back. Choking down the feel of the burning in her throat and stomach, Ashley quickly followed the first by throwing back a second shot. "This one is filled with a clear liquid." It went down a bit better, but still tasted horrible. It was then that the loud growl ripped through the air. She smelled him before she saw him. His scent hit her just as the third shot made its way past her lips. The dark brown liquid was oddly sweet on her tongue. She thought that one was yummy. Bringing down her head, she couldn't help but catch sight of his long, black jean-clad legs, nor in her peripheral vision, a sliver of his toned stomach clad only in a tight-fitted black t-shirt. A low grumble had her rolling her eyes as she grabbed the fourth shot glass. Closing her eyes, she threw it down her throat after the others. The burn was beginning to become comforting. Warmth spreads to her limbs. Her breath left in a shudder as she finally felt her muscles relaxing. Ashley, his voice was soft, but she didn't miss the glint of anger burning underneath. Ignoring him, she didn't even open her eyes as she grabbed the fifth glass. She heard a scoff from him and the sound of his footsteps even over the loud music as he made his way closer to her. Conversations were only beginning to pick up after his dramatic entrance. She felt her eyes rolling under her closed lids. She was sure the wolves in the room were watching them warily. As the fifth shot worked its way down her throat, she heard the distinct sound of a boot connecting to a body. What the fuck is this? Shrugging her shoulders, Ashley finally let her eyes open and her head turn so she was fully looking at her furious, seething mate. His hands were on his hips. His eyes narrowed as he towed the body on the floor. He shook his head once before glancing up at her. I don't even want to know. He finally bit out with another shake of his head as he stepped over the large body. She oversaw him as he stopped beside her, his eyes moving from her face to the table. She saw his face go black as he took in the shots, still waiting for her. A growl rumbled in his chest as he noticed the stack of empty ones beside her. Let's go. We're leaving. He growled at her, his body stiff. Not taking her eyes from him, she picked up the next shot, tipping it down her throat. His eyes were now completely black, and his body trembled slightly. His words were pinched and tight, and she knew he was fighting to control his emotions. I'm not joking here, mate. Get your things. We are leaving. Now. I'm having a drink. You are more than welcome to stay and have one with me, but I am not leaving. He was too mad to speak, so she picked up the seventh shot. This one had a lemon balanced on the top. He was too late as his hand tried to dart out and grab it from her. She already had it pressed to her lips. The lemon helped. Although she thought she was getting pretty good at this, she didn't even cough or choke that time. Snarling dangerously, Kaden glared at her. Holding his stare, she picked up the final shot. Don't you dare. He warned. She slammed it back, her eyes closing as she felt it add to the warm fire in her belly. Opening her eyes, she watched as his face flashed with rage. She had never seen him so angry before. The other wolves in the room were shifting uncomfortably, sensing the anger and power coming from him in waves. Sit, Cade. She purred her voice, feeling different now. His eyes widened at her words. Shock and joy flashed across his face as his body stilled. That's the first time you've said my name. He muttered finally, although she wasn't sure if he was talking to her or himself. Sit. I want a drink, and you can't make me leave. Warily, he eyed her, his previous anger replaced with open cautiousness. I don't like you being in here. He sighed as he slowly slid into the booth across from her. Tilting her head to the side, she looked around them, her brows scrunching together, not seeing what had upset him. I mean, sure, it was dark, dirty, a little sleazy, perhaps with an air of danger, but they were wolves for fuck's sake. They could handle a thug or two. He shot her a small smile, his eyes moving to circle the bar she had just examined and stopping to glare at a few of the men, wolf and human alike, who were looking their way. Their eyes were curious as they looked her over, but he didn't care. One look from him had them turning away. Satisfied, he looked back across at Ashley. You don't wear my mark. When it was apparent she still didn't see his point, he let out a sigh. This place is filled with unmated males. Males I do not trust and do not know. I do not like them looking at you. I told you before you are mine. A possessive growl accompanied the last bit as his eyes flashed again as he eyed the unconscious man still lying near their table and undoubtedly scenting that he was one of said males. Ashley was thankful that the waitress took that opportunity to show up with her second set of shots, so she didn't have to try and figure out what she thought of her mate's words. They confused her. Everything confused her. She threw back another shot. Not even tasting this one. Kaden growled at her as he realized she had gotten more. Ashley, what are you doing? I told you. I am drinking. Another shot. Stop. I told you not to command me. I am not your pet. I don't just follow you around doing whatever you say. Another shot. Another growl. Enough. His voice was low and angry again, laced with the power of a command. She ignored it, reaching for one of the 5 remaining little glasses. His fist pounded loudly against the table, spilling some of the liquid. The eyes of the room were back on them. A quick glare from Kaden had them looking away once more. Ashley sent him her own glare for her spilt drinks before downing another. Fuck. Ashley, stop. What are you doing? 4 shots left. Ignoring him, she reached for another. His hands shot out, grabbing 2, pulling them away from her. She felt her anger spike, and she let out a growl before darting her hands to the remaining 2 glasses and tossing 1, then 2, into her mouth before gulping down the liquid. Her mate was not impressed. She didn't give a flying monkeys, but she was pissed off. Give me my drinks. No, his voice was stern. Cade, give them to me. She snarled, trying to reach for the 2. But before she could grab them, she watched as he drank them in 2 quick gulps. Slumping down in defeat, she crossed her arms over her chest as she glared daggers at his smug face. When she kept glaring at him, he let his smirk drop, running his hands over his face and hair. Why do you run, Ash? He asked from behind his hands, making his voice garbled. Shrugging her shoulders, she kept quiet. You can't just take off like that. You scared me. Hell, you scared Richmond and the others too, he said, letting his hands fall to the table with a thud. You want a drink? She asked her brain, beginning to feel fuzzy. It felt good. Raising his eyebrows in question, she tapped a finger to her temple, earning a snort from him before a nod. Yeah, grab us each a beer. At her glare, he scoffed. You've had enough shots, Ashley. Jesus, what are you trying to do? He asked, gesturing to the 16 now empty shot glasses scattered over the table. Pressing her lips into a line, she looked him over. Feeling her eyes on him, he looked up from the table, a huge grin spread across his face. You keep looking at me like that, love, and I'll throw you over my shoulder and take you someplace quieter. At her perplexed look, he let out a chuckle, his eyes slowly returning to normal. Deciding to ignore his comment, she thought of something to say while they waited for their drinks. Her brain felt sluggish. Heavy. How'd you find me? She finally got out. His head snapped to her from where he had been eyeing their surroundings again. A frown on his face as he looked at her. Micah was able to track you, he said after a beat. She tried to raise an eyebrow like she had seen him do before. It was strange to let her feelings show, to not control them. He let out a chuckle at her attempt. She snarled at him, crossing her arms again. Thankfully, the server had returned with 2 tall pints, offering her a distraction from having to look at him. Taking a large mouthful, she heard him sigh. He hacked your car while me and Richmond followed what we could of your scent and used the bonds. Did you really think we'd let you leave? Looking up, she saw the hurt and disappointment reflected in his blue eyes. Honestly, she hadn't been thinking about it. All she knew was that she had to get away. Not knowing how to explain it, she shrugged her shoulders. But then his words clicked in her head. Richmond. He chuckled again, looking around the bar. You think he wouldn't follow you? That I'd let you sit here if you weren't safe. Pushing through the haze of her mind, she reached out. It took a minute, but she finally felt them. At least 10 wolves surrounded the bar, covering the entrances back and front, and a few more were around the parking lot. She let out a defeated sigh. She wasn't getting out of there. She had even distinctly felt 2 wolves standing near her car. She'd have to hurt some of them to get to it. She considered the possibility for a moment before pushing the thought away again. She was oddly reluctant to hurt these wolves, only working to add to her previous frustration. She settled for picking up her half-finished glass and chugging the rest. A bit dribbled down her chin when she thumped the empty glass on the wood. She felt shocks race across her skin, and something low in her abdomen clenched when Kaden reached over and swiped at the liquid. His thumb brushes over her bottom lip and softly down her chin. She stared at him, her lips slightly parted. She felt hot, and she wasn't sure if it was the booze or something else. He grabbed his barely touched drink as a distraction. She took a large gulp of the slightly bitter liquid while ignoring his narrowed eyes. At least he hadn't tried to stop her again. I didn't want this. Now it was his turn to look confused. Not so far gone that she forgot about the extra ears around them. She tried to keep her words vague. She felt herself starting to slur. Embarrassment tickled somewhere in her mind, but she ignored it. A pack. You. Richmond. God. You know, I had already made this perfect little plan. It was all set. 5 years gone. You just waltz in and boom. She threw her hands up in frustration before grabbing his beer again and taking another sip. Kaden leaned back in the booth, staying silent. He crossed his arms over his chest as he watched her patiently now. Don't you get it? I didn't want this, and yet it just keeps coming, more and more. Why can't any of you see that I shouldn't have this? That you shouldn't be here? She felt her anger surfacing, her breathing becoming more labored as she tried to make sense of everything through her growing panic. Hey, it's okay. Hey, look at me, Kaden said, now leaning forward. He waited until she looked up at him. Just breathe. She did as he asked, dragging lungfuls of air into her lungs and feeling herself calm again. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he was cut off by the ringing of his phone. Letting out a muttered curse, he answered it while barking a hello, his eyes never leaving her. She was too muddled up to listen closely to the conversation, so she only got parts of his side. Thankfully, it distracted him from focusing on the third tray of shots being placed on the table. He only had time to glare at her angrily as she picked up the first tiny glass. She threw him a smirk. His eyes flashed black, but then he was distracted by the phone call again. Mom. I don't care. How many times do I need to say this? He was cut off, causing him to growl lowly as he ran a hand through his black locks in agitation. It made them stand up messily. She got the sudden memory of how it had felt when she had tangled her fingers in them. I don't care. I don't want to see him. A snort. That's not what I said. Pause. I said I don't want to see him. I have nothing to say. A snarl. Of course you are still my mother. I never said that. Yes, I still love you. I roll. No mother. No, I don't care. I am perfectly aware of where the council stands. And I am perfectly aware of where your husband. Even Ashley couldn't ignore the growl on the other end of the phone call. Fine. Whatever. I know where my father stands on this, and it doesn't change anything. No, we don't have anything to talk about. Honestly, Mother, stop meddling. It's done. I don't regret it, and I'm not changing it. By the end of the conversation, the hand not gripping the phone to his ear, in a white-knuckled grip, was fisted on the table, where it trembled. His eyes flashed dangerously. He was so angry that he didn't even notice as she finished the remaining 7 shots. And his beer. She was feeling much better now. However, there were 2 of him. She giggled in her head at that. 2 mates. That wasn't such a bad thing. Whoa. Alcohol was strange. Hanging up angrily, he stared at the dark screen for a few beats while he tried to get his emotions back under control. Taking a few breaths, he closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, and he focused on his mate's scent, filtering through the other pungent aromas until he captured the distinct one of her. Lavender and crisp, clean rain. Opening his eyes, he found her watching him. Glancing at the table, he noticed the number of empty glasses scattered across its surface had drastically increased. He shook his head before sending a glare in her direction. Not at all pleased when he noticed the slightly glazed look in her eyes and the flush now covering her creamy pale skin. You're hammered. You're cute. He chuckled loudly at that, a smirk on his face. I should liquor you up more often if you're gonna say nice things like that. He teased, sparing a glance around at their surroundings. He knew they should be perfectly safe, but with his mate in such a state, he wasn't willing to let his guard down. He would never risk her safety. I'm not nice. She slurred out slowly as she scowled at him. Her head rested on one of her palms while the other hand absent-mindedly played with an empty glass. You said I'm cute. He chirped back while signaling the bartender for 2 more beers. Not that she needed more to drink, but it was entertaining watching her like this. No, I didn't. She growled back, but it came out a little wobbly and sounded so close to a whine that he couldn't help laughing. I told you not to laugh at me. This time her words were a bit clearer and stronger, her anger seeping through her drunken haze. Never, love, never. He reassured her with a wink. Chapter 38. He let her sit for a few more minutes, drinking her last beer. You ready to go back home now? When she looked up at him, he could see her debating. Sensing her reluctance, he remained quiet until, at last, she slowly nodded. Moving swiftly, he helped her from the booth, wrapping an arm around her waist when she swayed on her feet. Looking down, he laughed softly, pulling her into his side. Keeping a tight hold around her waist, he hoisted her over the still, unconscious body that was sprawled out on the grungy floor. So, what did you do to him? Kaden asked curiously as he spared the body a glance. He was trying to ignore how good she felt in his arms, a low growl rumbling in his chest, when he noticed two male wolves looking at her. His eyes flashed black as they not so discreetly sniffed the air, trying to catch her scent. He pulled her tighter into his side. He was bothering me, she started, a scowl on her face and a little wrinkle crinkling her forehead as she scrunched her face in distaste. At the look, Kaden let his foot connect with a little extra force into the man's side, an idea of what he had done becoming clearer. He wished he had the opportunity to do more damage to the wolf, but the painful bruise and cracked rib would have to satisfy his anger. So I told him to go to sleep. She continued, which earned a chuckle from him. Even after they had overcome the obstacle, Kaden didn't release her. His large, warm arm was wrapped around her waist, holding her pressed securely to his side, his hand possessively resting on her waist and supporting most of her weight. It felt good. Right almost, and in no mood to fight against it, Ashley gladly let herself relax into him, content to trust him to get her wherever it was they were going. Stepping out and into the cool night air woke her up a bit. Enough at least to notice Richmond and her guards standing rigidly beside the doors. Their bodies relaxed fractionally when they spotted her safe, whole and in her mate's embrace. Kaden led her to her car, opening the passenger door and helping her slip in. Shutting it behind her, he stopped to speak to Richmond, whom she thought might have been Clay, but who was too blurry to really make out, by the hood of the car. They threw glances her way sporadically, but with her head starting to spin and her exhaustion finally hitting her, she was too tired to care what they were talking about. Closing her eyes, she leaned her head back against the headrest as a wave of nausea hit her, rolling her stomach. The car door opened, and the cool breeze brought with it Kaden's scent, rushing over her, helping to push back the uncomfortable feeling in her head. She took deep breaths as he slammed shut his door and started the engine, her tummy following her head, and also thankfully settling down. They drove in silence for a few minutes before she slowly turned her head. Opening her eyes slowly, she looked at his face that was lit up in the dark interior by the dashboard lights. His profile was strong and rugged in the dark shadows of the car's interior. Cade? His face turned towards her. His eyes lit up at the sound of her calling him by name. Yes, love. Who is on the phone? She spoke slowly, enunciating each word. Her eyes kept losing focus as she tried to watch his expressions. His eyes darkened at the reminder, and his anger rose to the surface once more. My mother. Oh, was all she said. Kaden didn't miss the sudden sadness that overtook her. His mind began to panic when he noticed that tears were gathering in her eyes, making her usually calm and clear gray eyes cloudy and red-rimmed. She cleared her throat, tearing her eyes from him and dropping them to her hands folded in her lap, not wanting him to see the tears threatening to spill over. The punishment was too severe for them. Her head started to hurt again. The alcohol is making it difficult for her to focus. Memories of the past warred with the safe and secure feeling of the present. His voice was gentle and low in the silent space. He didn't try to touch her. She was thankful. My mom. She gulped. It had been 13 years since she had said that word. She felt the pain and grief flood her as if it were yesterday. The images, the memories pounding against her eyes. She was human, she said, randomly trying to fight against the grief and pain pulling at her. She looked up to find him watching her cautiously again. The low lights were enough for her to see the tenderness and concern in his eyes, the worry and sadness in the set of his mouth. She met my dad in Greece before my grandfather brought them over. Taking a deep breath as her mind conjured up the image of her as a small child curled up and snuggled in the warmth and safety of her mother's loving arms, her father reciting the story of how he found his soulmate for her. She had made him tell it to her almost every night. My grandmother was human as well, but you knew that already. She risked another glance at his face before quickly looking out the windshield. My mom, her name was Rhoda, Greek for Rose. She was breathtaking. She was the only human my father ever changed. She murmured. Sensing her mate's shock at her admission, she let out a little laugh. My grandfather was not happy. He had vowed that they would never curse another human to their fate, but my mother had been adamant. She would have lived forever at my father's side because of their bond, but after I was born, she forced him to change her. She wanted to be able to protect me. I think my grandfather's respect and love for her doubled after that, even if he would never admit it. My dad used to joke that his father and mother loved her more than him, their own son. I wouldn't have doubted it. Shaking her head, she spared him another small glance. His one hand was loosely curled around the steering wheel, the other resting on the console between them. Everything else had faded into the background and disappeared until there was only her and him and her memories. She felt as the tears she had tried to fight back streamed freely down her face, not even bothering to try to dry them. My father was a wonderful man. Everyone loved him. But my mother, she let out a sigh, struggling for the words. Not even knowing how to describe her. I loved her so much. A sob choked in her throat. She promised she would never leave me, and then they ripped her away. They hurt her so badly in front of me, and I couldn't do anything. I tried to get to her. To save her, but I couldn't do anything. Another sob broke free, her voice now barely above a whisper, cracking on the words. I fought them so hard. She was pleading, begging them to let me go. They just laughed at her screams. They made me watch. She stopped, the images too much to handle as the memories bombarded her. Another sob escaped her dry lips. His hand was warm and gentle as it covered hers. His fingers were tender as they pried hers from where they gripped each other. Her hands clenched so tightly she had left little half-moon nail marks in her flesh, where they had dug in, nearly drawing blood. I'm here, love. I'm here, he said, trying to help her pull out of the past. Her past. Why did she leave me? Her voice was pitiful, broken. The tears were a continuous blinding stream, as all the pain and anger choked her. Clawing its way out of the bottomless pit she had chained it in for so long. The car slowed, the crunch of gravel coming from the tires, before she suddenly found herself out of her seat. Kaden's arms pulled her across the center console and onto his lap. Gentle hands pulled her face to his chest, his arms wrapping around her. Loud, horrible sobs racking her fragile frame, shaking her in his hold. Buried into him, she let it all out. The grief and pain, all of it, for the mother she lost, for the horrors she had witnessed, for the life that had been so thoroughly torn away. She let it all pour out. Kaden held her as she sobbed. His heart broke at the sound, at the absolute hopelessness and brokenness of the noises that were coming from her. Murmuring nonsense words of love and comfort into her hair, his hand rubbed soothing circles on her back, the other stroking her head and hair. Her small hands clung to him, the material of his shirt balled in her tiny fists as her tears soaked it. Eventually, she quieted, her gut-wrenching sobs fading and turning into silent tears, before eventually becoming minor, tiny hiccups, her breath ragged. Exhausted, her body sagged in his hold, her tense muscles relaxing as he placed soft, gentle kisses on her hair and forehead. Taking a few deep breaths, Ashley licked her dry, cracked lips, trying to pull all her frazzled emotions together. Speaking without lifting her head meant her voice came out thick and muffled, her throat and eyes sore and raw from crying. What did your mother want? Startled out of his thoughts, his arms still holding her, cuddled into his chest, Kaden stiffened under her before letting out a low, broken chuckle as her words registered. Brushing his lips against her forehead before answering her. She was informing me that my father and siblings are coming over tomorrow. I am assuming they got word from the council. Apparently, we just can't seem to get a break. His head fell back against the seat, a heavy sigh filling the space as his words reminded him of the unpleasantness awaiting them. His eyes closed, anger and frustration filling him. Of course, right as they were dealing with one pack, his mate was breaking down and they were assimilating new pack members. His father would decide to come and complicate everything even further. Oh, yeah. Opening his eyes, he placed another kiss on her hair, his arms tightening around her as he whispered gently, "But don't worry, it'll be fine. And one day, eventually, we'll be through all this craziness. I don't even know what that would look like. Me and you. A bunch of pups running around. Our pack happy and safe." He felt as she tensed in his arms. Pups, her voice croaking on the word and coming out high and squeaky. He let out a full belly laugh at her, his head falling back, before he cuddled her further into his chest. Bending his face, he nuzzled her hair. "Only when you're ready," he murmured, loving the feeling of holding her. The drive back to the house was quiet, the silence comfortable and reassuring. Eventually, Kaden had set her back in her seat, buckling her in before knocking twice against the glass, dismissing the wolves that had stood surrounding and guarding the car as they had sat stopped on the shoulder. The signal sent them back to the 3 large black SUVs that trailed in a line behind them. Kaden had held her hand as she stared out the window, his thumb brushing lightly over her knuckles, relaxing and comforting her ragged heart. When they pulled up to the house, Kaden instantly waved away those who attempted to approach them. Richmond and her guards exited the SUVs to stand in a loose ring around the car as Kaden opened her door and reached in. She was thankful for the steadying hand of her mate as she stepped slightly unsteadily from the low vehicle. It seemed she was still feeling the lasting effects of all the alcohol she had consumed, and it took a few minutes before the ground would stop rolling under her feet. She didn't look up, afraid to start it spinning again, but to her surprise, she heard Cade shoo Austin and Brian away from her and shut down their stream of questions with a single word. His voice was low and deep as he commanded them to return to their duties, promising that he would speak to them later. She felt much more like herself after a warm shower. Pulling on a shirt and a pair of dark sweats, she made her way slowly into the bedroom. She was nervous, unsure how to act around her mate after her earlier behavior. First, he had seen her kill an alpha, then she had run, gotten drunk, and finally broken down into a sobbing mess in front of him. Not one of her better days. Kaden watched his mate hesitate at the door. Her hair hung down to her hip bones in damp, silver tendrils. One of his black shirts hung loosely on her thin frame, and he felt a smile tug at his lips as he took in the rest of her outfit. The sweats he had worn last night swimming on her. The legs were so long that they pooled around her feet until he could only see the tips of her toes. She was adorable, breathtaking, incredibly beautiful. Without speaking, he gestured to the coffee table. His smile grew when he felt her shock of surprise and pleasure. Her eyes fell to the tray filled with sliced fruits, some warm rice, and a few veggies waiting on it for her. Shooting him another look, she moved with an effortless, graceful gait across the dark floors until she stood beside the table. Her face was expressionless, but he could feel her emotions swelling beside his own. Joy and contentment filled him as she gingerly picked up a slice of apple and popped it in her mouth. Shaking his head gently, he turned towards the dressing room and left his mate to eat. Re-entering the bedroom after his own relaxing shower, Kaden let himself pause just inside the doorframe to take in the scene before him. He didn't think he would ever get over the feeling of walking into a room and seeing her. At the moment, she sat on the low, sleek sofa, her sketch pad out and propped in her lap. Pencils and charcoal spread around her as she slowly nibbled her way through a bowl of strawberries. He felt her peacefulness through the bond, his own rising in response. He was slightly surprised she hadn't asked for Kyo yet, but also knew she was still overwhelmed and somewhat unbalanced. He had ordered Clay to keep an eye on him until she sought him out. The warrior had grumbled and cursed at the order. However, Kaden thought it had felt a little forced. If he didn't know any better, he'd say his mate's wolf pup had begun growing on his friend just as the woman herself had. He felt it. How the pack, even the new members who didn't know her identity, thought about her, viewed her. The concern and love they carried for her were obvious. "I love you." The words slipped from his lips, gentle as a breeze in the calm stillness of the room. Her head snapped up, whipping around to look at him. Her silver hair, now dry, hung straight and silky down her back and over her shoulders. Her gray eyes widened as her mouth parted just a touch in shock. He heard her heartbeat pick up. He oversaw her, maintaining his spot, the distance between them as he leaned casually against the frame of the doorway to the dressing room. His hands were in the pockets of a pair of sweats identical to the pair she wore. His hair damp on his forehead, his feet and chest bare. "You don't need to say anything, I just wanted you to know," he said equally as softly, his eyes watching her. She was frozen. Her mind was absolutely blank, void, and empty. The one time she could have used an actual emotional response or some clue as to how to respond, and she had nothing. Her mind was entirely blank. She just stared at him, stupid, frustrating life. Pushing off the frame, his bare feet not making a sound, he walked slowly and calmly, the floor cool beneath his feet, until he was standing before her. She was forced to tip her head back to look up at him, her eyes taking an involuntary detour to examine his bare chest as she did. The tiny water drops still lingering on the defined exposed muscles caught her attention. Finally meeting his eyes, she stared helplessly into their precise sea-foam blue depths. "I love you, Ashley. And I never want to go another day without saying it to you." With his words, his hand moved slowly, his fingers brushing against her temple, running lightly along her jaw. Her eyes closed on a sigh, a shiver running down her spine from the contact. Her eyes popped open when his hand fell away. She watched as he stepped back, putting more space between them, with a gentle smile on his lips. There was no demand in his eyes, no hurt in their depths that she still had not spoken, no expectation. It was that, more than his words themselves, that in that moment restarted her heart. Suddenly, she felt everything. It crashed over her in a wave. She had tried to hold on to the girl they had made her, clung to the broken parts of herself, hid herself behind the cracks. Convinced herself that it was safer, better. That it was easier not to care. Not to get invested in these people. If she didn't care, if they meant nothing to her, then when they inevitably left, it wouldn't matter. Push them away, reject them, before they can be taken from her. Before they could break her. Before they could make her weak. She didn't know when it happened. How it happened. When she had stopped being that girl. The one that felt nothing. Was nothing. Her only reason for living was to seek revenge against those who had hurt her. She had left everything she was behind, had sworn never to be that person. But somewhere along the way, it had changed. She had changed. "I love you." Now it was his turn to freeze. She stood up slowly from the sofa, her body trembling slightly with fear and excitement. Her hands were slick with perspiration. Her heart was erratic. Her brain was in chaos. Taking a step closer, she peered up at him. "I love you, Kaden." To both their amazements, every word rang true. Chapter 39. The room shrank around them. Everything seemed to slow down. She felt her old fears and memories of the past suddenly weaseling in on her as her words hung between them. Her breath caught in her throat as if she suddenly realized what she had done. But then, blissful silence returned, quieting all of it. Every erratic and traitorous thought and fear was cut off as his lips crashed down on hers. It was a kiss of hope and love. He took control, his mouth demanding and yet gentle. Passion and joy erupted between them, and this time she met him with an equal ferocity. She didn't even try to hold herself away from him. Instead, she surrendered to it. To the feelings he was creating in her and the ones he was dragging out of her. His mouth traced along her bottom lip as his hands drew her into his body, pulling her close as his hands tangled deep into her hair. Without hesitation, she responded to him, letting him deepen the kiss. Again, she met him with an openness and eagerness that left him reeling. Her own arms reached up, twining around his neck as she pushed onto her toes, pushing herself as close to him as she could. It wasn't enough, though. She couldn't get enough of him. She wanted to be closer, taste more, feel more. A whimper of frustration escaped her. Desperation and need were growing in the pit of her stomach as he tipped her head further back. Towering over her, he deepened their kiss even more. At the small sounds from her, a bolt of emotion coursed through him. Letting out an answering growl into her mouth, he relished the sweet, addictive taste of her. He needed more of her. The desire to be closer to her was almost overwhelming him. He fought to hang on to his control. He had to remember that this was his mate. He had to go slowly, go at her speed, trailing gentle, open-mouthed kisses from her jaw to her neck. His teeth softly grazing her skin elicited a sweet little sound of pleasure from her that nearly undid him on the spot. His brain erupted in conflict. Her scent left her feelings obvious to him, but he had to consider her heart and mind as well. Pulling away from her skin, he looked down at her. Her breathing was harsh and erratic. Her soft, pink lips were slightly parted as another whimper escaped them. Chuckling lowly at the sound, he brushed his lips gently over her closed eyelids, his hands moving to cup her face and dipping his head further to brush his lips gently against hers. The touch had her sighing as her body leaned into his. He responded to the invitation, begging him to kiss her again, to taste the sweetness that she promised. Reining in his feelings, he forced himself to ignore his hunger as well as hers. Instead, she pecked her gently on the nose. "Kaden." Her voice was shaky. Still holding a hint of the breathless encounter they had just shared, she looked up at him with clouded eyes. It took a minute for him to respond, lost in the ecstasy of hearing her say his name. "Yes," he murmured finally, his breath minty and warm as it washed over her face. "I want you," she said without closing her eyes and leaning into him again, her face tilting up to his. His body stiffened in response. Strong emotion coursed through him at the words. His mind instantly conjured images of her, soft under him as he made her his. Pushing them away, he took a few deep breaths, trying to get his raging emotions under control. Brushing his lips against hers once more, he spoke softly yet firmly. "You aren't ready." His thumb was rubbing softly over her cheek. He smiled as her face instinctively shifted in response to his touch. Seeking out the source of comfort. She had come so far. That he was here, touching her, holding her, speaking to her like this in such a short amount of time was beyond remarkable. But he also knew that she was still struggling and would most likely struggle with her past and her fears for the rest of her life. He would not take advantage of her. He never wanted to push her or have her regret any step in their relationship. He had been prepared to wait years for her, and that had not changed. Just because she was progressing quicker than he had thought possible did not mean he would exploit it or her. Kaden could feel her thinking. He frowned, though, when he realized she had withdrawn herself from the bond enough that he couldn't glimpse what she was actually feeling. Unsure what made her pull back, he let go of her face, wrapping his arms instead around her waist, pulling her into his chest. Dropping his face to her shoulder, he nuzzled his face into her neck, inhaling her scent in an attempt to calm himself and his wolf. He felt her take a few deep breaths. Her cheek pressed against his chest. He smiled as he felt her relax again, sinking into his embrace. Suddenly, he felt the bond between them reopen fully. The only emotion he got from her was one of determination before her head fell to the side. Pulling back, Kaden looked down at her. Her face was blank where it lay tipped up on his chest. Her arms wrapped around his waist. The side of her neck he was nuzzling was now entirely on display. He felt his confusion build. Then her hand moved calmly up, shifting and pulling her hair back and away, and tucking it behind her ear before brushing it swiftly back and over her other shoulder. Without pause, she gripped the collar of her borrowed t-shirt before slowly tugging the material. Kaden watched, stunned. He felt his eyes darkening as the spot that would hold his mark was slowly uncovered before him. Then reality crashed over him, and he grabbed her wrist, holding it softly, stopping its progression where the top of her collarbone had just been made visible. "Ashley, you need to stop." His voice was tight and thick with emotion. His control is holding on by a skinny string. He wouldn't be able to handle it if she went any further. "Why?" Her voice was soft and cool, holding no hint of fear or uncertainty. "Because if you don't, I won't be able to stop myself. I don't want you to. I won't take advantage of you. You aren't. Kaden, I want you. I love you. I have no one, Cade. No one in the whole world. I don't want to be alone anymore. I can't do it anymore. And I'm tired of being broken, of being this person. You said I'm yours. I want that. I want to be yours, and I want you to be mine. I'm ready. Ready to stop being scared and to stop running from it all, but I can't do it by myself. I want to do it with you. My dad, he loved my mom so much. I want that. I want what they had, what they wanted for me." Ashley, his voice was torn, unsure. He wanted to give her whatever she wanted, but didn't want to hurt her. To do anything she would regret. And this was something he couldn't undo once it was done. "Please, Kaden." Finally, her eyes opened so she was looking up at him, her neck still bared to him. Her hand was still ready to pull away that last bit. His breath caught in his throat, his gaze flicking between her face and her neck. His eyes were drawn to the spot. That spot right where her neck and shoulder met. The spot his body was begging him to press his lips, to taste, the spot right where he would sink his canines, making her his forever. "Ashley," he tried again, but she cut him off. "Kaden, I want you to mark me." That did it. Those words demolished the last of his control. His eyes flashed black as a low possessive growl dragged out of his very depths, fueled with powerful emotion. His hand fell from the light grasp it held on her wrist. Letting out a sigh of pleasure, Ashley's eyes slowly shut again. With deliberate slowness, she peeled the shirt away from her neck until her entire shoulder was bare to his gaze. Looking at the soft, creamy skin had his need returning in full force. His hands moved so that one wrapped protectively around the base of her head, his fingers threading into her hair. Cradling her head, he tipped it further so that he had unobstructed access to the vulnerable, soft skin of her neck and shoulder. She let out a little sigh, goosebumps rising over her flesh as his hot breath hit her cool skin. His other hand moved to the small of her back. Tugging up the hem of her t-shirt, his hand slipped under the cotton, landing on the bare skin of her back and sending shocks of electricity exploding throughout her body. She let out a gasp as his fingers splayed out over her. Warm, rough, and powerful, they pressed her closer, holding her in his larger, stronger frame. "Ashley, are you sure?" His voice was so deep now that he barely sounded like himself. A low noise ripped from him as he forced himself to pause. He was almost wholly lost, but he had to make sure. Had to give her one more time to back out. Yes. It was but a whisper, but the sureness and confidence it carried was enough. Finally letting his inhibitions go, he let his head move those last few inches. Pressing a soft, open-mouth kiss to her skin, he felt her shuddering beneath him at his touch. The whimper that left her sent another spike of emotion through him as he touched his lips to the spot that would hold his mark. His hold on her tightened as he felt his canines descend, his wolf finally allowed to push through. Breathing in her scent, he pulled back slightly, then smiled before darting down and sinking his teeth into her. Pain, white-hot and searing, it ripped through her. It resonated out from her neck, the juncture near her collarbone that was now on fire. She felt as his sharp teeth pierced her. Her thin skin was only able to offer the slightest barrier against his assault. It felt like she was being pierced as she felt it break, give out under him. His extended long, sharp canines then sank deeply into the muscle and tissue beneath. She couldn't help the small cry that escaped from her or the tears that sprang to her eyes. A tremble shook her frame as she fought the waves of pain and panic. The need to run and escape, clawing at her, was only furthered by the iron-tight grip she was in. After a few excruciating seconds, she felt they begin to retract. His teeth were slowly leaving her abused flesh. She whimpered lowly. Then there was the feel as his tongue ran gently over the wound, soothing the irritated flesh. A shudder and a bolt of feeling like nothing she had yet to experience jolted through her directly to her core as he pressed a gentle kiss to what was now his claim, erasing any lingering echoes of pain that the marking had caused her. Pulling back, Kaden looked down at his mate in his arms. Her body was limp, and only his hold was keeping her steady. A light sheen of sweat covered her. Traces of the wound stained her skin around the slowly healing mark. The sight of it against the snowy perfection of her skin made him cringe. His eyes swept over her face. Finding her slightly pale, he didn't hesitate to sweep her up and into his arms. Holding her against his chest, he carefully made his way over to the bed. "Ash, are you okay?" "I'm so sorry." He hated himself in that moment. He knew that claiming hurt, that the change to her wolf would leave her weak. He felt her pain as it had happened, and part of him knew that it was normal and that that was how it always went, but that didn't make it any easier for him. Because of him, she had been in pain. His touch had brought her pain, had left her like this, and it killed him. "Shoo." Her voice was weak and wobbly, adding to his guilt as he lay her exhausted body on the cool sheets. "Kaden." She tried speaking again, but he stopped her, pressing his lips to her forehead, his fingers wiping the tears away that had caught in her lashes. His heart twisted. Fighting the exhaustion overcoming her, Ashley managed to open her eyes. "Kaden, look at me." Reluctantly, he did. His eyes were dark with guilt and regret. Anger welled in her. "Don't you dare." She snapped at him, taking him back slightly with her tone. He went to speak, but she narrowed her eyes, cutting him off this time. "No, you're going to listen to me." "I'm okay." I knew it was going to hurt. That was all she got out before she was interrupted by a vicious snarl from him as he turned from her, his hands running through his hair in agitation, before fisting at his sides. Anger flooded him at the reminder of her pain. The thud of a fist pounding on the door demanded their attention, but they both ignored it. Kaden was too engrossed in the turmoil of his emotions to hear it. At the same time, Ashley was too angry and exhausted to care. "I hurt you." He groaned, his hands coming up to cover his face in shame, his back still to her. He couldn't bear to see her, to look at her, knowing it was his fault. "Cade, if you don't stop this right now, I will get someone to kick you." Thankfully, at the threat, he turned to look at her. It might have been out of pure surprise, but she'd take it. "Come here," she said more gently, gesturing the best she could with her weak muscles to the spot next to her. Slowly, he moved to the edge of the bed but refused to sit or get closer to her. She let out a breath of exasperation. "Kaden, stop this. You are ruining this for me, and I won't have it." He frowned at her words. "My mate claimed me today," she said, her voice growing wistful, her eyes sparkling with flecks of silver. Of course it hurt, but then... She trailed off, searching for the words to soothe his guilt. "Then it was perfect." "Perfect?" He scoffed in disgust. "You felt pain at my touch as something I promised would never happen." "Yes, but then I didn't." "Please don't ruin this for me. I just want to feel one thing the way I was supposed to. The way I was always promised. The absolute joy and completeness when I finally found my own Prince Charming." She smiled up at him, willing him to believe her. "Please just come hold me. I'm tired and you're annoying me." As if to prove it, she let out a yawn, her eyes dropping. "I'm sorry. You're right, you need to rest. Sleep." His voice was heavy with a new wave of concern and guilt. Gently pulling up the duvet, he pulled it over her, tucking her in with such hesitance it was as if he thought he would break her with the lightest touch. "The claim takes a lot out of you. The bond puts a huge strain on your body, your energy." Another thing he had done to her, he realized. His guilt was rising even higher. "Stop, Cade. Please just hold me so I can sleep." She didn't know what to say to him to convince him that his touch didn't scare her. She saw, with their new, deepened bond, that he was terrified she would flinch away from him again. And she didn't know how to get him to see that there wasn't a cell in her body that was scared or unsure about this, about him. "Please." His eyes swung to her face. The last plea tore at him. He thought he should stay away, give her time, but her face begged him to give in and get closer. As he searched her face, another round of pounding came from the door. Sighing, he finally nodded at her. How could he deny her after what he had done? He kept his eyes on her as he moved around the bed, pulling down the covers, watching for any sign from her. Letting out another sigh, he slipped under the covers. The sheets were cool and soft as he tried not to jostle the bed and her. Kaden, you aren't going to hurt me. She ignored his scoff. Instead, she rolled onto her side. She shuffled over so she could snuggle into him. He was stiff as he lay on his side as she cuddled up against his broad chest. Tucking her face into his shoulder, he felt a shudder race over her before she relaxed against him, her body curled into his side. She reminded him of a kitten in her little ball. He looked down at her helplessly, his hand hanging in the air. Shaking his head, he slowly brought his hand to rest on her hip, keeping the pressure as light as he could. Still nervous around her. At his touch, she let out a contented sigh, nuzzling deeper into him. He couldn't help smiling. Another round of knocking pounded through the door. Kaden, noticing this time, called out to come in without lifting his eyes from Ashley's resting form. He scented Richmond as the door swung open. Realizing what must have happened, he kept his voice low and soft so as not to wake her. He hadn't been exaggerating before when he had said her body needed rest. Claiming was an intense process. It put a significant strain on her body and mind. She's fine, I have her. I felt pain, physical pain. What happened? Richmond didn't move far into the room, staying near the door, but his eyes were heavy on the side of her back and the splay of silver hair across the pillows. She asked me to mark her. Kaden couldn't help the emotions that leaked into his words, guilt, satisfaction, and wonder mixing. You felt the claim. She's fine, she just needs to rest. You claimed her. I did, he answered. Suddenly smug as reality hit him, a smirk tugged at him as he looked down at her with tenderness. His guilt was forgotten for a moment. Happiness and contentment were overcoming him. That changes things. Richmond's voice was careful as he spoke, not moving from his spot, knowing better than to dare take a step into the room, especially after such a revelation. I know. She's okay, though? Richmond's voice was harder now as he scented the air, picking up the change in Ashley's scent and noting the lingering smell of the marking. I have her. She'll be okay. With a nod, he turned and left, closing the door softly behind him. Letting himself settle deeper into the bed on a sigh. Kaden let his hold tighten around his mate. Wrapping his arms around her protectively, he pulled her into his chest, shielding her from the world. Pressing his face into her hair, he let himself succumb to sleep. Chapter 40. She slept for 4 hours in the safety and warmth of her mate's embrace. Waking wrapped in his arms, she took a few minutes to snuggle into his chest, just enjoying the feeling that only he could bring. Morning. Kaden's voice was husky and velvety, still thick with sleep. She just hummed in response. How are you feeling? As he questioned her, he shifted so he was propped up on his elbow and looking down at where she was still cuddled into his side. She let out a little whimper as he gently shifted her onto her back. He chuckled at her. Hey now, love, you're the one who woke up. I just want to see how you're healing. Does it hurt? He asked gently but persistently, concern now replacing any amusement. His hand moved to shift her further, gently urging her head away from him so he could get a look at her neck. Reluctantly, she gave in and let him turn her head to the side so she was facing away from the warm, comforting feel of his chest and its scent. Brushing her hair off her shoulder, he softly exposed his mark. She could feel his satisfaction spike in the bond and could imagine the accompanying grin that would have spread over his face as he looked at it. With a featherlight touch, he brushed his fingertips over the now light, pale scars that decorated her skin. The mark that resoundingly proclaimed to the world that she was his. Her eyes flew open at the first touch of skin against his mark, a bolt of pleasure racing through her that had her gasping for air. Her body arching up and into his touch. She was suddenly very much awake, feeling electricity running through her, leaving her begging for more. When her body finally settled, Sinking back onto the bed, she looked with clouded eyes into the smug face of her mate hovering just over her own. His eyes sparkled with satisfaction and mischief. His breath was warm against her flushed skin. "You're mine, and the whole world knows." He accompanied his words with a sweet kiss to her lips. Of course, after the sensations he had created in her, it quickly escalated, leaving them both breathless, hearts beating erratically. Ashley was cuddled into his side, her head resting once more on his chest, with one of her legs sprawled over his waist, a remnant from where it had been hiked to wrap around his hip as he had hovered over her, his mouth moving against hers, his hands holding her close. She loved the feel of the taut muscles that covered him, the heat that radiated from his body, and the way they seemed to fit together perfectly. She sighed in satisfaction while his fingers played in her hair and rubbed loving designs over the skin on her hip where her shirt had ridden up. "Me marking you will change things," Kaden said, breaking the comfortable silence they had fallen into. "I know, but it's okay. You're part of the pack now officially. Your scent changed not only to mine but to our packs." He felt her nod, but he also sensed her reluctance and uneasiness at the confirmation. Picking his words carefully, he continued to make sure she knew what was happening. "Ashley, you're also going to go into heat soon. Within the next few weeks." She physically squirmed at that particular reminder, not at all comfortable with the topic. Since her mother died when she was so young, and then living how she did for 8 years, then finally ending up with humans, she only knew the basics of the mating process and the accompanying female heat. "Are you embarrassed?" She heard the humor in his voice. Ramming an elbow into his side, she was rewarded with a hiss of air. "I told you not to laugh at me," she huffed out while trying to push away from him, struggling against his hold as she tried to escape this entire conversation. She was entirely out of her element in this situation, and it seemed to her displeasure that her annoying mate was fully aware of it. "Come now, there's nothing to feel embarrassed about. I don't want to talk about this." The sigh of breath he let out at her words stirred her hair as he pressed his lips against her temple. "I know, but you can talk to me. And, besides, I'm going to have to be at your side for it." "Why?" Now it was his turn to squirm uncomfortably. Pushing up on the bed, he leaned back against the wall, propping up pillows, before pulling Ashley so she sat across his lap. Her legs lay out to the side as his arm held her up, wrapping around her slim waist and holding her to his chest. He captured one of her hands in his other, his thumb soothingly rubbing over her knuckles. A she-wolf's heat will start after they're marked. It cycles through every few months for the rest of their lives. Your scent will increase, become very strong. It will be noticeable to me, but it will also become distracting to other males as well, particularly unmated ones. For your own safety and my own sanity, I won't be able to have you away from me. You will also feel uncomfortable, even some pain if you are apart during it." "Oh." Refusing to meet his eyes, she tried to process what he was saying. Tipping her head up gently with a finger under her chin, he forced her to look him in the eye. "Do you regret letting me mark you? I'm sorry you have to go through this, but there's no pressure involved. Just because you'll go into heat doesn't mean we have to go any further. That's not why I wanted to mark you." She felt his guilt and shame resurface along with his worry for her. His hand rubbed over her side soothingly. "I love you," she whispered, loving the feel of the words, the taste of them, the sound. But even more, she loved the feel of the emotion in her heart. "And I love you." After Ashley got cleaned up and they both got dressed, they made their way down to the kitchen. Entering, they found Richmond and Clay already there. Richmond was sitting at the kitchen table, papers and a massive mug of coffee spread around him. Clay was leaning against the counter, holding a squirming Keo in his arms, who, as soon as he spotted Ashley, escaped and leapt down before running over to her excitedly. Dropping to the floor, Ashley scooped up the wiggling, fluffy little pup before showering him in kisses. "Where are the others?" Kaden asked, making his way to the coffee pot. Pouring himself a mug, he leaned a hip against the counter, making sure he had a view of where his mate now sat cross-legged on the kitchen floor. "Brian's sleeping. Got off patrol about 2 hours ago. AUS took over. Olivia crashed like 15 minutes ago after the last of those injured got settled. The doc passed out in a bed downstairs with his mate. Clay answered, pushing off the counter, making his way to the table, and grabbing a chair across from Richmond. Walking past Ashley, Kaden didn't miss the soft expression that crossed over his friend's face as he looked at the girl and pup. Catching a hint of her scent, Clay's eyes jumped to look at where Kaden still stood. He met the questioning look with a slight nod, his eyes lighting up in accompanying joy. Clay grinned at his friend, happiness and pride taking him over. Kaden met the grin with one of his own. "Congrats, man," Clay sent him. Kaden merely nodded again, his eyes returning to Ashley. "Do the others know?" "Not yet. This changes things." Indeed. As if sensing the nature of the conversation going on around him, Richmond looked up from the papers he had been shuffling through. "Now that you've marked the princess, I'll need to take the oaths for Pac Argentum Sanguinis." Kaden nodded. He had assumed so. "What time are we expecting Alpha Heir and his people?" Clay glanced at the clock. "I told him to come here for around noon. Figured everyone needed time to rest and regroup." Looking back, Richmond Kaden voiced the thought that they were all thinking. To make the title official, normally he would need to be initialized by the former Alpha and the Council. I'm guessing traditionally it would have been the king. That got a nod from the Guardian. So now? Is it enough for him to make the vows to me? Even more so now that I've claimed her, or do we need to reveal her identity? Richmond let out a long breath, his forehead creasing with worry as he turned his attention from Kaden to his mate. "Honestly, I'm not sure I spent part of the night trying to figure it out. The best I could come up with is possibly." Clay scoffed at that. "Possibly? Really, we're supposed to base our plans off, possibly." Kaden sent his warrior a sharp glare before looking back at Richmond, whose eyes had narrowed in anger. "Watch your tone, pup." That had Clay's back up as he let out a low growl, not liking the intentional insult in the slightest. Kaden ran his fingers through his hair, sighing. "Both of you stop it." "Richmond, you were saying." "Look, this has never happened before. I'm working off complete speculation. No one thought to test the creation of bonds and oaths from the marked mate of a hidden uncrowned royal heir. This is new territory. I'm not sure how it would work. The best I can say is it might. Your claim to the queen and her claim to the throne might be enough to legitimize your control to the Lynx, but it may not." "What's the worst case?" Kaden asked. "Worst? The oaths are partially completed. Honestly, it would be better if they'd outright failed than a partial completion. If part of them were created, they would be incredibly weak and unstable, but you wouldn't readily be able to tell or undo them." "Okay, so what's our other option?" Clay asked. Kaden and Richmond's eyes met and held. Both were wearing matching grimaces. "He already suspects something," Richmond offered. "If he's going to be an ally, he'll need to know what's going on anyway. Can we trust him? Do we have a choice?" Kaden answered grudgingly. "Ashley?" Clay deduced from the conversation, but looked to his Alpha for confirmation. At the nod, he let out a string of curses. "We don't really have much of a choice. We need allies, and we can't just let the Council put another one of their minions in place. We'd be back where we started," Kaden admitted. "So you're going to tell the man, who yesterday was the head warrior of the Alpha, who was trying to kill us, that not only is your mate the last surviving royal in the world, but also that we're planning to go after the Council itself, as well as hopefully toppling the majority of the Alphas on the continent." When no one corrected him, he swore again. "Perfect, that's just great. Good. Glad I got that right. I'd hate to have missed out on understanding the plan that's gonna get us all killed." "Clay," Kaden said exasperatedly. Yeah, I know." "No other choice," Clay muttered, shaking his head, but his eyes were still hard as he looked over at where Ashley was still playing with Kyo on the dark gray slate floor. He, for one, was definitely not comfortable with this decision. Not at all. Ashley walked beside Kaden as they made their way around the training outside. It had been decided that they would continue to use the front lawn as training grounds for the pack. Each of the buildings had its own set of workout and sparring rooms, but none, not even the ones in the main house, were large enough to accommodate the entirety of the pack now. So now they were walking amongst the sweaty, mud-covered pack members, as apparently Kaden felt the need to inspect the progress of the pack personally. Brian, who had just woken up, was trailing behind them, nodding along as Kaden remarked on this and that, along with Richmond and her 3 new guards. Ashley had long since tuned them all out, showing no interest in what they were saying. As they walked, the pack members they neared were quick to bow their heads in recognition as their alpha passed. As her scent would hit them, there would be a moment of surprise before they would nod to her as well. It was the same thing over and over. They scented her, they bowed their heads, and then, when they had moved along, they would lift their heads, only now sporting goofy grins on their faces. By the time Kaden had finished his inspection, the previous exuberant and celebratory mood that had existed from the previous night's victory had grown to outright mayhem. Even Kaden was having a difficult time getting them to settle down and focus on the actual training. And eventually, even he had seemed to sense the futility of it and had admitted defeat. Sending them off to celebrate as they saw fit, with a half-hearted threat of a double workout tomorrow. Most of the new pack members had figured out or had just assumed that she was Kaden's mate. However, having a mate and having a mate that was marked were entirely different situations. It meant that she could now be acknowledged officially as their Luna, and that was not a small thing at all. And it was never taken lightly. If they weren't in the situation they were in, there would be a week-long pack-wide celebration. In the past, other packs and alphas, as well as the royals themselves on occasion, would all visit and participate. A pack needs a Luna as much as it requires a beta or even an alpha. Not only to support her or his mate, but to support and unify the pack. Richmond would explain it as a further repercussion of the type of bonds that the king had created. By tying their souls to one another in the forms of mates and tying those pairs to the foundation and community created in the packs, the mate principle became an integral component to a pack's strength and stability. The most crucial pairing, of course, is the Alpha and Luna. A Luna represented a point of nurturing love, loyalty, and compassion. He brought out protectiveness, unification, and balance for the Alpha as well as the whole pack. With her at his side, Kaden and therefore the pack were infinitely stronger. The bond influenced and reinforced the ties of all pack members to the Alpha pair, as well as to each other. After Richmond's initiation, he was also quick to inform Kaden and the others that, with Ashley beginning to take on her role as Luna and bonding herself back into the pack, they would now start to feel the ramifications of belonging to the royal pack much more substantially. Chapter 41. Everyone could feel the tension coming from the visitors. Kiera had shown up with 5 wolves. A sign of respect and trust that both shocked and impressed Austin as he opened the door to them. Waving them inside, he ushered them into the living room, where Kaden, Richmond, Brian, Clay, Olivia, Ethan, Micah, and, of course, Ashley were waiting. Usually, they wouldn't all have had to have been present. Still, Kaden and Richmond wanted security around Ashley, and they were the only members of the pack who currently knew her identity. Even Ashley's new royal guardians had been ordered outside. They were presently guarding the windows and exits. Austin followed the newcomers in. As they paused in the entryway, he stepped around them, making his way to Kaden and taking his place at his shoulder. Kaden sat next to Ashley on one of the sofas. Richmond stood on guard behind her, while Olivia sat comfortably next to her. Brian and Clay sat on a pair of armchairs, only half paying attention to the silent game that was on the TV. While Micah and Ethan stood anxiously off to the side, they sent nervous glances at their former packmates. "Welcome," Kaden said sincerely as he rose to greet them, making sure to hold Kiera's gaze. He was proud of the show of power and display the other wolf was able to muster, before his eyes inevitably lowered. "Thank you," Kiera spoke in his tone, holding nothing but respect. "And who did you bring with you?" Kaden asked, looking at the 5 wolves that had followed their new leader in. As was the werewolf tradition, rank and power trumped age in any social setting. Every wolf that had come with Kiera was near the same age, if not older than him. Kiera himself was probably close to a decade older than Kaden. But Kaden's rank and dominance meant that he was the one they all deferred to as the ultimate authority at the gathering. The only exception was if he chose to defer to another publicly, then giving them the right, until he reclaimed it. It was what Ashley had technically done by allowing him to stand first and welcome the other pack. It also meant that it was up to him to guide and lead the meeting, setting the pace, tone, and agenda. To go against him would be seen as disrespectful, as well as a challenge to his authority and dominance. This usually would lead to a fight to the submission. Sometimes, if the challenge were large enough, it would be to the death. "My beta tucker," Kiera said, indicating the older, well-built wolf at his side, who was giving off an air of steadfast calmness that Kaden instantly took note of. And he couldn't help but feel his admiration and respect for the new alpha grow considerably, as he so confidently and subtly claimed his title, pack, and new position. Pointing out the others, Kiera continued the introduction. "My third, George, and his mate Beth. My successor as head warrior is Ryan. And last, my mate Mindy," Kiera said, his arm wrapping around the petite she-wolf at his side. Kaden's eyes widened in recognition. "I believe we have met. However, the last time I saw her, she was mated to your old beta, I believe," Kaden asked pointedly, feeling his suspicion rise as he looked over the small woman who still held the same welcoming and gentle air that she had in their previous encounter. As he looked her over now, he took note of the red that stained her cheeks at his question. Her embarrassment at the mention was apparent. Kaden also didn't miss how Kiera's grip on her increased, pulling her more firmly into his body under the scrutiny. Kiera met his gaze before clearing his throat and replying in a calm voice. "You are correct, Alpha. You met my mate while she was bonded to Beta Garrett." Kaden raised his eyebrow in question. It was not an especially tactful subject to be questioning another wolf about. However, Kaden had to know everything about the dynamics and histories of these wolves if he was going to align himself and his mate with them. "When I found Mindy, Stanley." Kaden nodded at the drop of the honorific title from the man's name. He had never deserved the role in life, and he especially did not now in death. As punishment for an incident I was involved in, he commanded her to agree to bond with Garrett. Olivia couldn't help the gasp of disbelief and disgust at the words. The charge of forcibly commanding a mating between wolves, and, even worse, wolves that were not destined mates, was one of the most disturbing and horrific in their world. It was a vast and very dangerous accusation. Mates and the mating bond were one of the most sacred, revered, and precious aspects of their lives and society. Mates were cherished, and their bonding was respected and protected with the highest regard. "Ace, is this true?" Kaden sent, asking his mate through their bond. He could feel the reverberations from the revelation through the pack link. Shock, anger, and disgust washed over them as they all contemplated what was being suggested. Rather than answering him, Kaden was presented with a series of pictures and images that he quickly identified as memories she had accessed from Kiera. Most depicted the numerous standoffs between him and the old Alpha. Still, there were also ones showing the horrific crimes that the old Alpha had sanctioned and commanded against wolves within and outside of his own pack. The last few that she showed him were of Mindy being forced to bond with Garrett. The pain and fury that was painted in those few memories was astronomical. Kaden didn't know how the man was now standing so strong and proud before him. It was impressive that he had not only endured but survived. How he had managed to stay in the same pack and follow the Alpha while watching his mate being forced by another was unbelievable, at least until Ashley found the memories of how Stanley had used Garrett as a threat against him. The beta had obvious, unrestricted access and a bond to Kiera's mate, a position that the former beta had used without reservation to punish and motivate Kiera's actions, according to the Alpha's whims. For his mate's safety, Kiera had stayed in the pack and become a good little puppy. That was until Ashley had allowed him to exact his own revenge and justice. Kaden also didn't miss how thoughts of his own mate were colored in the man's mind. Ashley had earned his absolute devotion. Kiera saw Ashley as some savior. It was clear that she had his absolute loyalty. The simple act of allowing him to reclaim his mate and shelter her from all the pain and horror that he had been unable to previously protect her from had earned her his lasting reverence and gratitude. Pulling away from the images, Kaden touched the bond to his mate. With her marking, it had deepened significantly, binding them more closely and tightly. He now had access to her feelings, with some ability to sense the core of her emotions. He would now be able to feel her pain and, if he chose, would be able to share his energy and take on some of her pain and injuries. Like with Richmond's bond, he would be able to use the bond to help track her, and she would be able to alert him if she was in trouble. It would develop further and deeper when they finally completed the mating. Brushing along the bond, Kaden felt for his mate's reaction in response to the waves of emotions and memories she was taking on from Kiera. Finding that she was more or less shut down but generally okay, he sent her a surge of love and comfort along the bond before letting her be and refocusing. Did he do this often? Kaden asked, looking calmly at where Kiera held his mate. Too taken aback at Kaden's calm acceptance, Kiera couldn't answer. It was Mindy who spoke up. Yes, Alpha. Stanley has forced bonds to many of the old higher ranks over the last 10 years or so. Olivia looked disgusted. At the same time, Clay and Brian let out a string of curses. Micah and Ethan shifted uncomfortably at the reminder of their lives in their old pack. Kaden hid his own reaction, keeping his face blank. Although if the man hadn't already been dead, his rage and fury would not have been restrained, and the awful man would have very quickly found himself facing the unrestrained wrath of Kaden Salvatore. Please, it's Kaden, Luna Mindy, Kaden said, offering her a small smile while gesturing to the sofa across from them before moving to resume his own seat. Sitting next to his own mate, he smiled and wrapped his arm around her waist as she lightly leaned into his side. As their bond deepened, he felt a surge of love and gratitude when she reached out, covering his hand with hers. Her closeness and touch helped to calm and ease the last of his anger. Taking the offered seats, Kiera and Mindy sat with the other she-wolf who had accompanied them beside her. The two remaining Sylvia wolves moved to stand behind the sofa, flanking their new alpha. His mate. Kaden asked, resuming their less-than-pleasant conversation, but needing more answers. Kiera was able to answer this time. They weren't true mates, however, it wasn't a forced bonding either. She volunteered or well more like persuaded. He killed her true mate when she found him 2 years ago. What will you do? The question concerned more than just the former Luna, and they all knew it. I will remove the commands. What those forced together choose to do is up to them. I will not command the bonding of mates either way. Deborah is already becoming a nuisance. She will be kept guarded until you decide the best course of action. She will turn to the council if released. Satisfied with the answer, Kaden shifted the conversation. To initiate an alpha, it is traditionally done in the presence of the monarch. With the fall of the king, the council took over the task, making alphas swear fealty and allegiance in exchange for validity and support. At the words, Kiera's face fell, and the hope and light of the wolves around him diminished visibly as well. The words only confirmed what they had been discussing and arguing about all night. They would never receive the council's approval and would be unable to initiate Kiera properly as alpha. However, Kaden continued, his face becoming serious. There is another way. How? Kiera asked. Where do you stand on the royal family? Pardon, Alpha, I don't understand? Kiera asked, not following the sudden change in topic. He felt slightly uneasy as the wolves surrounding the alpha pair began shifting. He watched as they all tensed at the question posed by their alpha, as if it held some deep significance. Their faces, which had just moments ago been open and friendly, were now wary and guarded. They all subtly shifted, bringing them closer to the pair, as if they felt their alpha and Luna were being threatened. The royal line, did you support the destruction and overthrow of the throne? Kaden clarified his voice, patient but unreadable. Kiera looked around, trying to get a clue as to what they were trying to get from him. When no one offered anything else, he tried to form an answer he hoped was what they were looking for. I never saw the problem with the crown that the council argued. I have always openly opposed the role the council was taking for itself. While I was growing up, they had begun to become much more vocal and demanding, expanding their control and influence over the alphas and packs. I agreed with Alpha David's stance to oppose their control. I didn't know the royal family, nor did I ever interact with them. They never did anything to protect or support those who tried to remain loyal, but they didn't deserve to die as they did. So would you have sworn fealty if they still led? Kaden pushed. If they were still alive? Yes. If the throne still stood, would you be loyal? Or would you oppose their rule? They have done nothing to help us. They pulled away over 100 years ago. They let the council's power and greed go unchecked. We all suffer now because of their indifference to us. Yes, but would you remain loyal? Kaden asked again, earning a frustrated growl from Kiera at his insistence. It was apparent he didn't want to give a direct answer, that he was avoiding voicing his ultimate position for fear of a reaction. And he was growing increasingly irritated that the Alpha was trying to force it from him when it was irrelevant. I don't see how it matters. The royal line died over a decade ago. They're gone. Would you have stayed loyal? If you had taken your place succeeding David, would you have remained loyal to the crown? This time, Kaden let a bit of a command seep into his words. Power and dominance hit the other wolf, pushing him to answer. Yes. Yes. Yes, I would have stayed loyal to the crown even though they disappeared. Even though they left us to the mercy of the council, and even though they don't even deserve it. I would have stayed loyal, okay? Kiera roared out, shooting to his feet, so he now towered over those calmly sitting across from him. Running his hands through his hair, he let out a nervous breath as the words he had just spoken registered. He felt his fear spike. His admission was grounds for execution. The council had explicitly outlawed any mention of the royal family or pack. Offering even words or thoughts of support was grounds for treason. A crime that always ended in a painful and prolonged death. All right then. Glad we got that settled. Vince gaped at the picture of ease that was Kaden Salvatore. He knew who this wolf was. Who his father was. The ties and connections he had to the council and to the packs, even within the human world, were extensive and powerful. Why was he looking at him almost as if he were proud? The grin on his face reminded Kiera of a kid who just got the most significant piece of cake. What was going on? Looking around at the bemused and nervous faces of his pack and the calm and relaxed ones of this other, Kiera fell back to his seat in confusion. What? Why? Huh? He mumbled incoherently. Kiera, I would like to formally introduce you to my mate, Her Royal Highness Crown Princess Ashley, daughter of Prince Tao and Princess Rhoda. The last living heir of King Alastro, Luna Queen of Pac Argentum Sanguinis, Heres de la Corona Lupus. The lost queen of the wolves. Kaden waited for a moment as his words resonated with him. Throwing a glance at his pack to silence the few snickers that were escaping at the shocked faces of the Silva wolves. As the last living member of the royal line, Ashley has inherited the crown. As such, she can initiate you to your pack, provided that you swear the oaths to her, as well as to our pack. She's. How? It isn't important right now. Her story is hers, and you will learn in time what you need to of it. For now, know that what I have spoken is the truth, and as such it brings a huge amount of risk to both yourself, as well as to my mate. Kiera's eyes widened as the repercussions and the reality began to hit him. Is she going to go after the council? She needs to stop them. How can you sit here? How has she allowed this to happen? Growls erupted around the room. Kaden was on his feet and in front of his mate, his eyes black as his wolf pushed forward dangerously. Richmond was over the sofa at his side the next instant as Brian and Clay jumped to their own feet. Both are taking menacing steps forward. Even Micah and Ethan reacted, letting out their own growls of warning at the demanding and disrespectful words. You will never speak to my mate like that again. Kaden roared. Richard's snarl mixed into the growing chaos. How dare you speak to your queen in such a manner? You know nothing, pup. Nothing. How dare you question, demand of her? Vince had not been expecting the overwhelming reaction to his blurted-out words. Taking in the mounting anger and fury of the room, he threw up his hands, baring his neck in submission. It was not a pleasant feeling, as his wolf had already begun to see himself as an alpha and demanded respect and submission for himself, not to give it. But in the situation, it was submit or risk death. Looking at Alpha Kaden's enraged face, Kiera admitted death was a considerable possibility at the moment. Linking the rest of his pack, he commanded them to submit as well. Next bared, Kiera risked speaking, hoping to ease the tension. "My apologies, Alpha. I meant no disrespect to your mate. I was simply caught by surprise and spoke rashly and without thought." To Kiera's surprise, it was the larger guard wolf at the Alpha's side who spoke up. If he hadn't been in such a delicate situation, he would have found it disrespectful and demanded the Alpha to punish the wolf for speaking out of turn, but for now, he held his tongue. "My apology is owed not to her mate, but to Her Highness." The words were deadly in their delivery. And if looks could kill, Kiera would already be 6 feet under. Flicking his eyes back to the other Alpha, Kiera searched for some clue on how to proceed. The idea that a guard wolf of another pack, even one who had just defeated theirs, was commanding him, an Alpha, was unheard of. Furthermore, Kiera couldn't understand why he felt the uncomfortable urge to submit to the other wolf and follow his every command. The power of the command matched, if not outranked, what he had felt from Alpha Kaden's influence. He fought the command with everything he had, trying to keep some shred of dignity. "My mate's royal guardian, Richmond," Kaden supplied as he watched Kiera try to fight the command, nodding to the marked wolf at his side. Kiera looked back at the other wolf, who was still staring daggers at him. He felt the waves of dominance coming from him and just about fell to his knees. "I suggest you listen to your wolf and surrender to his command. He owes his allegiance to my pack, but his loyalty and obedience are sworn to none but my mate's life. Not even I will be able to hold him back should he feel inclined to dispose of you." Alpha Kaden answered the unspoken question coolly. His face remained harsh as he stood in his protective position. Feeling the seriousness of the words, Kiera decided to heed the suggestion. Chapter 42. Ashley was quickly losing her patience. Her past meant that she could endure a great deal. She could endure endless hours of physical and verbal abuse. She had suffered and withstood numerous years of psychological torture, conditioning, and manipulation. She had survived 5 years in virtual isolation, mentally withdrawn and shut down. She could easily deal with threats and physical violence. She had withstood the teasing, ridicule, and the demeaning taunts of weak humans without even bending. But what she was quickly discovering was that she could not handle Sergio Salvatore. Alpha Salvatore looked like his son. Looking between them, it was easy to see where Kaden had gotten his good looks and impressive build from. Dark, tall, and broad, the Salvatore Alpha was the epitome of power, strength, and masculinity. He had the looks and strength of his son, but where Kaden was coming into his own in terms of appearance and power, his father had it, aged and refined to perfection. There was nothing soft or cautious about the man. He was someone used to getting his way and expected nothing less. Ashley had met evil men before. She was determined to hunt down and destroy some of the worst of their kind. She would face them down, those who had been responsible for every pain and heartbreak in her life, with perfect control. She would not flinch or hesitate. They would elicit nothing from her but cold vengeance. This was not the case here. 10 minutes into the dinner, it became clear that the hate and rage she felt for those other men was only a pale flicker against the rising inferno of absolute loathing she was beginning to harbor for her mate's father. She had only managed to endure the man so far by imagining every possible way she could deal with him. At the moment, she was favoring a very permanent solution, courtesy of the sharp blade tucked in her sleeve. Her fingers were itching to whip it out and silence the foul man. Since stepping one foot in the door, the man had effectively done nothing but criticize, demean, threaten, belittle, and make ridiculous demands of his son. She conceded that it had been mildly entertaining when Kaden had introduced Kiera to his father as the Alpha of Pac Silva. He had actually been rendered speechless for a couple of minutes. It had been bliss. But that incident aside, the entire experience had been far less than enjoyable. they were all beginning to be on edge. Having to sit and listen passively as your alpha is openly insulted while in your house on your own territory does not go over well. Ashley knew that Austin and Clay were each only holding on by a thread. At the moment, they were both seriously considering breaking Kaden's alpha command and jumping the table to throttle Kaden's brother, Anthony, with their napkins, who had been more than happy to aid and egg on their father's non-stop rants. Not to mention, he made sure not to miss any opportunity to get in his own jabs at his older brother whenever he could. And she was almost positive she could actually hear Brian's teeth grinding together from across the table. Olivia was the least affected by the progressing drama. She was sitting, watching Ashley expectantly, an amused expression on her face. The Salvatore Luna was doing what she could to try to defuse the situation, but her mate was having none of it. From the little she had been able to observe of the woman, Ashley found she harbored no ill wishes for the Luna. The woman seemed to be the singular spot of sanity, morality, compassion, and decency in the entire pack. Yes, Ashley thought as she scanned the table again, trying not to hear as Kaden's father made a rather disgusting suggestion about his son. The Luna and the youngest of the Salvatore children would be excused from the guilt of their father. Suddenly, her head whipped back around to the end of the table, where Kaden sat at the head with Kiara on one side and his father on the other. A growl ripped its way out of her throat as the words clicked together. She had ignored most of what she had heard and had tried to block out the rest, as her mate had asked, but this was too far. She was on her feet, Richmond instantly at her side. Kaden tried to motion her down while linking her to leave it be. But she was beyond the point of reason. The man had gone too far. She could only be insulted and have her mate insulted and threatened so much before her wolf would react. She was, after all, technically the sitting monarch. One of, if not the most dominant wolves alive, and she knew it. Just as it was instinct to submit before the stronger, it was instinct for strong wolves to be dominant, to show their power. Power and hierarchy existed not merely for themselves, they serve a purpose. Creating the relationships of responsibility that offer protection, stability, and safety. And Ashley was feeling the distinct need to reassert said dominance. He had crossed the line, and she was done playing the docile role. The insufferable man would learn his place, or she would put him in it. Kaden felt the change in his mate as he watched her gracefully stand from her spot further down the table between Richmond and Austin. The rest of their pack and those from Silva felt it as well. His father and his wolves hadn't yet picked up on her movements or the increasing waves of strength coming from her, but that would only last for a minute. Blocking out his father, Kaden linked his men as well as Richmond and Kiara, making sure they were alert and ready. Ashley brushed her mate's pleas to let it go aside. The only words she could focus on were the ones that had grabbed her attention. Listen to me, you foolish pup. Not only am I your father, but I am your alpha, and you will not disrespect and embarrass me like this. I worked long and hard to get where I am, and you aren't going to walk in here with that girl and pull it all down now. I support the council, therefore you support them. I tell you to heal, and you will heal. I don't care what you think or feel. You will do what I say when I say it. Not only was he speaking to his supposed heir and son, but Kaden was now not only an alpha in his own right, but he was her mate. Alpha of the alphas. King of all wolves in everything but name. Ashley wouldn't speak to the lowest pup in such a degrading manner, let alone another alpha. It was unacceptable. She had indulged this absurdness long enough. Enough. Her voice was cold and sharp, cutting through the room like a whip. Suddenly, she had all eyes on her. Kaden was looking at her worriedly. It was easy to discern his rising inner conflict. Should he stay near the source of the potential threats, in this case, his own father and his beta, or move to her side and risk adding a target to her head? Oh, so she speaks, does she? Kaden felt a rising growl rumbling in his chest as he took in his father's condescending words and tone. This time, he didn't even attempt to hold it back. His eyes flashed black as he glared at him. Be careful, boy. Don't want to start a fight you can't win. His father's words were delivered without his eyes moving from where Ashley still stood. Richmond and Austin had moved, so they flanked her on either side. Luna, Gina, and Beta Stefan were up and out of their seats as well. Gina was tugging on her mate's arm in an evidently futile attempt to get him to back down, while Stefan was only adding to the growing tension by staring Richmond down. "You will not threaten my mate in my home again," Ashley replied calmly, her voice cold and emotionless as she easily held the Alpha's stare. "Or what, darling? You would dare threaten your Alpha? You are not my Alpha. I don't care about you, and I definitely do not care about your counsel. What I do care about is my mate and our pack. So, if I were you, I would choose my next words very carefully. I have had just about enough of listening to your nonsense." Austin let out a snort at her words, while Richmond groaned in obvious displeasure. Olivia and Brian were grinning like fools as they watched, clearly enjoying the show. Kiera, his beta, and Luna looked like they were in complete shock, staring between Ashley and Alpha Sergio, unsure what to do. As much as Kaden was hoping to avoid an outright confrontation with his father, especially one that would include his mate, he couldn't help but feel proud of her as he looked on. She stood so confidently, her face displaying nothing except the slightest hint of amusement. There was no fear, no worry. Through their mate bond, all he could feel was annoyance and exasperation. He chuckled to himself. It seemed his little royal mate hated politics and formalities. "Huh. Watch your tone, girl." Kaden's father snarled, eyes flashing as his wolf pushed forward, sensing the intended challenge held in her words. Kaden growled, moving to stand in front of his father, making sure he put himself directly between him and his mate. "Call my mate that again, and I will forget you are my father." Kaden threatened, voice low and dangerous. "I wish I could forget you were my son. You ungrateful, spoiled pup." The Salvatore Alpha roared, eyes landing once again on his son, ignoring the pleas of his mate and daughter to calm down. "Mom, take Kiera and the twins outside. They don't need to see this," Kaden spoke calmly to his mother, never fully taking his attention from his father, who looked as though he was about to erupt in the middle of the dining room completely. He had never seen his father this close to losing control before. It was a stark reminder of the seriousness of the situation. If losing control of him and the formation of a new pack was causing this type of reaction in his father, it meant they were being considered serious threats and taken seriously, no matter what his father tried to say. Kaden grinned at the realization. He wanted those fools trembling in their pretty little beds, knowing they were coming for them. The Luna paled at her son's words. "Please don't do this, Kaden. We're family. You don't need to do this." "I haven't done anything, Mother," Kaden said, throwing a glance at her and his siblings. He loved them, but it wouldn't change his course of action. He would stand at his mate's side. He would do anything and take up any role or title that he had to ensure he never had to let her go. "I'm sorry, Mom, but he's gone too far this time. Katie." Kaden looked up at the familiar nickname from his little sister. Tears were streaming down her face, and he could sense her fear as she stared at where her eldest brother and father were standing off. "It'll be okay, C. Just take the boys and Mom outside and get in the cars. I'll come get you when I can." She sniffled once more before her shoulders straightened and set in apparent determination. Now there was the sister that he knew and loved, the bossy and stubborn girl who had managed to survive in a house of boys. "You promise?" she demanded, her voice hard, but he still caught the slight tremor that ran through it with her lingering fear. He nodded at her, hoping she could feel his promise. He would do whatever was necessary to get his sister away from this madman. "You better, you jerk. Or I'll tell your mate about the time at the river," she threatened hotly. He knew she was trying to push through her own terror and fear, putting on a brave front, but her threat still made him cringe. She played hardball. "I swear, C. I'll come, but right now you need to get out. Stop telling her what to do." His father's voice boomed around the room. "You are not their alpha." "I am." "Then act like it, old man." Kaden snapped back, unaffected by his father's fury. In the past, the power and anger coming from the man would have had Kaden nearly trembling and running to do anything he could to stop it, to pacify and soothe his father's notorious temper. Now, though, he calmly stood in the face of it without batting an eye. When his father let out another deep growl, His mother and siblings quickly made their way out of the room, and Kaden felt his wolf beginning to uncurl from within. He was growing increasingly annoyed and irritated by the continued, futile attempts at showing dominance. Kaden could feel how easily he would overpower his own father, one of the top alphas in the world, if he wished it. It was a little terrifying, actually. He was still trying to come to grips with his new roles. You little brat. I should have gotten rid of you at birth. You rotten little ingrate. How dare you throw everything I have done for you back in my face? You dare ruin me. Ruin my name. I will end you. Kaden didn't have time to react before Ashley was standing in front of him. She planted herself firmly. Her back brushes his chest, her hands on her hips. She was such a tiny little wisp of a thing, barely coming up to his shoulder. Her slender build was so trim that it seemed she would sway in the wind. At the same time, her silky hair danced around her like metal fire. She was an angel. A furious angel. He almost let out a snort when his father actually took an unconscious step back and away from her presence. The fury coming off her was now entirely unrestrained. And it was deadly. Ashley looked at the wolf before her with nothing but contempt. He was no longer her mate's father. No, he had lost that right with his last threat. She didn't take threats lightly, and she surely didn't make them lightly. I warned you before not to threaten my mate. Pulling himself together after his initial show of submission before her, the alpha attempted to reassert his dominance as he glared at her. Shut up, girlie. This is above your head and out of your reach, so let the grown-ups talk. Mate, I know this wolf is your blood, but I ask that you relinquish such ties so I may deal with him. Ashley's voice was ice. Kaden felt the shift. Her wolf was fully out. He was amazed that her power hadn't yet sent them to their knees. Initially reluctant to face her father, that last comment had him wanting to see the old man eating his words. And having his tiny mate shove him off their territory would be a sweet sight. Of course, mate. My loyalties lie with you and our pack. This man holds no bonds to me. See to him as you view fit. Kaden said, knowing it was all her wolf would need to hear. Alpha, her voice was the same icy tone as before. Cold and menacing, and yet filled with power and strength. There was no emotion in her tone or voice, but any wolf in the vicinity would have had to be blind and dead, maybe not even then, to miss her rage and unhappiness. Kaden's head was immediately filled as the rest of the pack began to link or attempt to link with the alpha pair simultaneously. Kaden already knew Ashley had blocked the links, and he did the same right after commanding Brian to take care of it. The pack understandably needed reassurance that, despite the feeling of overwhelming fury coming from their Luna, she was safe and unharmed. Kaden felt his pride and trust spike when Alpha Kiera moved so that he was standing at Kaden's right side. Their shoulders nearly brushed so that both of them stood equally and menacingly behind Ashley. It was a silent but obvious show of support. And when the other, including Kiera's Beta and Luna, moved so they were now behind them as well, it only served to reinforce the message. It was a unified show of support, which sent a clear message as to where the two packs now stood. You are to immediately and without pause depart my lands. You will take your family back to your pack. You will stay away from my mate and our pack. You will then tell the council what you saw here today. You will spread the word to the other alphas. You will say to them about the 9th pack that has arisen and how your son leads it. And then you will spread my message. You will tell them that I am coming. You will say to them how I have already dealt justice to one of your old fools, and that they can all rest assured that I will be coming for them as well. Alpha Sergio flinched as the power of her words and the command in her tone rolled over him. Her words were so powerful that Kaden had to link Olivia, Clay, and some of the others to keep them calm as the words bounced around the room. The power held in them was beyond uncomfortable, even for them. It must have been downright painful to be on the actual receiving end of the full force of it. Trying to shake it off, Sergio spat at her, his voice filled with hate and venom. Who the hell do you think you are? It isn't who I think I am. It is who I know I am, Ashley said calmly. He might not yet have recognized her, but she definitely knew who he was. Quickly, she hid the memories that tried to surface at the thought. refusing to let them slip out and into the light when she knew her mate was still present in her head. Even if he wasn't particularly fond of the man right now, it didn't mean he should have to see what she saw every time he looked or thought of his father. Mi devi un alpha debito y lo prendo con la testa. Ashley's voice took on a melodic quality as she stepped up closer to the older version of her mate. Qual è il problema, Bella? They looked so similar that it was amazing she hadn't connected the dots sooner. She could admit to herself, though she didn't particularly like it, that she had probably refused and chosen not to see or accept the resemblance before now. Her mind is unwilling to sully her mate with the memories of this man. Physically, they looked so startlingly similar, but Ashley knew now that the only resemblance between father and son was strictly on the surface. Her mate, her Kaden, was nothing like this man. Whatever fears had held her back from seeing the truth before were put aside, she understood now that she would never look at her mate and see the man who fathered him. Her voice pitched low as she reveled in the emotions that played over his face as she spoke. Shock, surprise, disbelief, and then, finally, horror. His eyes grew wide with fright as she whispered the words she had heard so many times. The words that would always promise that the most cruel and horrific pain was to follow. Non far finta di non voler il mio taco. Non far finta di non volermi. Sentirai un grande dolor. Where did you hear that? He was pale, his voice shaking as he stared at her with wide, fearful eyes. She could hear as his mind tried desperately to deny what her words were telling him. She cocked her head to the side, a fake pout on her lips as she looked up at the towering Alpha with phony hurt filling her eyes. Pensavi che avrei dimenticato? Ci sei? Non mi riconosci padrone? Impossible. Non essere così sconvolto bello. Mi ricordo di te. Ashley said, letting a cruel smirk twist her lips. She let the words hang between them for a beat before stepping back from him. Switching back to English, Ashley allowed her voice to return to its normal monotone level. Soon you will pay for the blood on your hands, that I promise you. Chapter 42.5. It isn't who I think I am. It is who I know I am. Ashley said calmly. He might not yet have recognized her, but she definitely knew who he was. Quickly, she hid the memories that tried to surface at the thought, refusing to let them slip out and into the light when she knew her mate was still present in her head. Even if he wasn't particularly fond of the man right now, it didn't mean he should have to see what she saw every time he looked or thought of his father. You owe me a debt, Alpha, and I will take it with your head. Ashley's voice took on a melodic quality as she stepped up closer to the older version of her mate. What is the problem, beautiful? They looked so similar, it was amazing that she hadn't connected the dots sooner. She could admit to herself, though she didn't particularly like it, that she had probably refused and chosen not to see or accept the resemblance before now. Her mind is unwilling to sully her mate with the memories of this man. Physically, they looked so startlingly similar, but Ashley knew now that the only resemblance between father and son was strictly on the surface. Her mate, her Kaden, was nothing like this man. Whatever fears had held her back from seeing the truth before were put aside, she understood now that she would never look at her mate and see the man who fathered him. Her voice pitched low as she reveled in the emotions that played over his face as she spoke. Shock, surprise, disbelief, and then, lastly, horror. His eyes grew wide with fright as she whispered the words she had heard so many times. The words that would always promise that the most cruel and horrific pain was to follow. Do not pretend you do not want my touch. Do not pretend you do not want me. You will feel pain. Where did you hear that? He was pale, his voice shaking as he stared at her with wide, fearful eyes. She could hear his mind trying desperately to deny what her words were telling him. She cocked her head to the side, a fake pout on her lips as she looked up at the towering Alpha with fake hurt filling her eyes. Did you think I would forget? Who are you? Do you not recognize me, master? Impossible. Do not be so upset, beautiful. I remember you, Ashley said, letting a cruel smirk twist her lips. She let the words hang between them for a beat before stepping back from him. Switching back to English, Ashley allowed her voice to return to its normal monotone level. Soon you will pay for the blood on your hands, that I promise you. Chapter 43. Ashley had to give the man some credit. If anything, he was courageous, if not absurdly stupid. With his alpha apparently suffering from some shock, it was only natural for him to want to intervene against a potential threat. And she definitely qualified as a threat. Rational thought would have advised him to ignore that fact, at least for the moment. However, it seemed that rational thought had abandoned the Salvatore beta, and he had had enough. Her last threat against his alpha had done the trick and officially pushed him over the edge and into action. Too bad he drastically underestimated the situation, not to mention the ramifications of that knee-jerk decision. Shifting, he launched himself at her. Throwing himself forward, his clothes exploding into the air as he aimed directly for her neck, a kill shot. Kaden would admit later that the man, although loyal and a good soldier, wasn't too bright. He was accustomed to following orders and was generally never allowed to think for himself, with good reason. He was unstable and lost without the direct leadership of his alpha. And he had taken that unfortunate moment to go entirely out of commission. Case and point for that argument, the man went after Kaden's mate. Going after a Luna on Packland in front of her mate isn't dumb. It's complete suicide. It's brighter and healthier to attack an alpha while his back is turned than to try to kill an alpha's mate before his very eyes. At the time, though, Kaden had no interest in excuses or defenses. He didn't care who it was or why it happened. All he cared about was the sight of the love of his life, the light of his world, standing there as a wolf hurled himself at her. Canines were out and heading towards her jugular. He saw that, and then he saw red. Ashley watched as the wolf flew at her, his jaws open, canines flashing as if to rip into her neck. At the last moment, she twisted, dropping to her knees. Whipping her hand around with as much force as she could, she buried one of her blades into the gray and brown wolf's side as he sailed through the empty air where her body had been only milliseconds before. Feeling the knife embedded to the hilt, she let go before throwing herself to the side and rolling away from where the shifted, angered, and now injured wolf landed messily. As soon as Kaden saw his mate roll precisely and into the safety of Richmond's charge, he was shifting. His body had barely landed on top of the other wolf before his canines were sunk into the offender's neck. He tasted blood as the wolf under him tried in vain to buck off the much larger alpha wolf. He didn't budge. Kaden bit harder, his teeth sinking through the vulnerable tissue. Kaden pushed his consciousness forward as he kept his death grip, shoving his thoughts into the haziness of the other wolf's mind. He did it without even pausing to consider how he knew what he was doing. It was instinctual. His wolf's animalistic alpha side had total control and wanted to prove his dominance on every level. "You would dare attack my mate?" he snarled into the weaker wolf's mind. His own wolf howling in triumph at the answering whimpers. "You would dare to harm her? To threaten her?" He continued accompanying each thought by increasing the pressure on the wound in the man's throat. "I'm sorry, Alpha Kaden. Your mate threatened your father. Please, Kaden, I was your beta. I trained you when you were a pup. I have a mate." Stefan pleaded desperately while still trying to fight off Kaden's hold on him. "You attacked my mate. You threatened my pack. You attempted to kill your queen." As the last word was sent into the man's mind, Kaden wrenched his head. He clamped down hard, ending the wolf's life instantly. The wound was fatal, severing the jugular. An injury that not even a werewolf could heal from. The last thing he sensed from the forced link he had created was shock, and strangely a surge of happiness. Kaden wasn't sure what to make of that. He had to be mistaken. Lifting his head, Kaden turned to stare at his father. He was still frozen in the same spot, his eyes glazed over as he looked out at them vacantly. Letting out a growl, Kaden bared his teeth. The sound seemed to be enough to snap him out of whatever trance Ashley's words had pulled him into. Which reminded Kaden he needed to figure out what had just happened between the two of them. What had she said to his father? They had acted like they knew each other. And when did she learn Italian? Alpha Sergio's eyes looked over them in confusion, taking in the sight of his shifted son before looking at the limp and dead body of his former beta. He stared for a few beats at the mess, then turned to look at where Ashley now stood shielded behind the combined protective bodies of Richmond, Austin and Kaden. You killed my beta. Your beta attacked an alpha's mate, Austin replied without any hint of remorse or concern, as if he were speaking of nothing more consequential than the weather. However, he did make a point to move closer to Richmond, effectively blocking Ashley from view completely. You can't just kill one of my wolves and get away with it. You can't just threaten me. You were warned. I have already told you to leave my territory. Do not make me repeat myself. Ashley's voice came from behind her guards. She didn't need to see him, though, to know the effect her words had on him. This won't be the last you hear from me. What has happened today will not go unanswered, and the council will hear about this. He growled vindicatively. When none of them so much as blinked, he huffed before whirling and making his way to the front door. He'd like them to think he was leaving on his own, but they all saw the strain in his shoulders as his third, their guards, and lastly Kaden's brother trailed out behind him. Ashley's command was taking its toll. They listened as his father barked orders to the rest of his family and ex-packmates, and the accompanying sounds of boots against pavement as they rushed to pile into the vehicles. And then the slamming of the doors and the roar of the engines before they were winding down the drive. The sounds grew fainter and fainter as the Salvatore wolves moved further out of their territory. As welcome as the sounds were, Kaden couldn't help thinking that they weren't even close to being rid of his father. And Kaden hadn't missed his brother Anthony's departing words. You will pay for this. Chapter 44. Did you spread my message? Of course. They know I'm coming. They know you're alive, for now. They have that much faith in your abilities? I have you, don't I? I came here voluntarily. You will always come back to me. You hold no claim over me. Have I not proven that already? I came only so that I may rip your heart from your disgusting body and put an end to your pathetic, miserable existence. So much hostility. How you have changed. Perhaps you need another lesson. You will never touch me. You forget who you speak to? I own you. I own your body and your soul. Or did you forget that too, Bella? She stood frozen. He laughed hysterically, manically, unnervingly. You are mine, Bella. You will always be mine. I will kill you. She bit out through clenched teeth. You always were the Spitfire. Now enough. I told the others I'd have you handled, and I'm finished standing in the woods like an animal. He laughed obnoxiously at his own pun. Her lips curled back in disgust. I hope you told the others my exact message? That shut him up. How did you do that? Do what? She asked innocently. I never intended to say those words, and yet I had no choice but to repeat them. How many times? What? How many times did you repeat my message? She could see as he tried to fight against her words. She saw the struggle as he attempted to refuse her. Finally, he spat the answer she had been waiting for. The number that had haunted her for 5 years. 13. I repeated the message 13 times. Was that all of them, or did you miss any? That was all of them. There are 13 left. Wonderful, she said, a grin spreading as she let out a shuddering breath of pleasure. Whatever little trick you learned won't save you, Bella. I don't care who you think you are because you are mine again. Now and forever. And then the darkness descended. She felt the sharp prick in her neck, the scorching feel as the foreign substance was forced into her body and began to spread. She choked as the bile rose in her throat, burning as the acid fought its way up and out. Her muscles trembled ever so slightly, dizziness washing over her as adrenaline flooded her veins. Her body wanted to fight, to be strong. Her mind screamed to run, to get as far, as fast as she could. But she couldn't. She was frozen. Captured. Lost. The blackness descended further until it encompassed everything she was. She distantly felt as she began to go limp, her body failing. Falling. She knew the ground was closing in on her. Her last thought was of his face. How she wished she were in the safety of his arms. That he could hide her, shield her, protect her from all that was going to come. But he wasn't here. And there was no safety for her. No peace. Not when there were 13 left. She knew what waited for her at the end of this road. She knew what monsters lay just ahead and around the bend, ready to snap their jaws at her, salivating at the idea of sinking their claws into her once more. She hadn't walked into it blind. She knew exactly what was to come. But that didn't mean it didn't make her sick. Didn't mean she wasn't terrified. Nevertheless, she fought the rising panic down, beat her fear into submission, and swallowed the bile. She was Ashley Knox, lost Queen of the Wolves, and she was ready for blood. The end.